ATP, nice guy, Andrea Gaudenzi, good player, knows his stuff. But I've been around sort of a lot of tournaments, not as many as I used to be. I haven't laid eyes on him for 18 months. Does he have his finger on the pulse of the locker room? Has he spoken to players? He may well have done. He's had meetings I haven't been at, I grant you. But does he talk to them enough to realize that you can't bribe millionaires with a few $100,000 if it affects what they're really trying to achieve in singles?
Well, I suspect he might turn around and say, actually, we want more money in the singles game for the lower level. Just to reiterate what you were saying, this is called Project 28. There's nothing definitive about it at the moment, but as Richard suggested, what they are saying is that they will cut draw sizes in doubles at Masters level from 32 pairs down to 16, and at 502.50 events from 16 pairs down to 8. Still not clear what would happen at Grand Slam events, and the one thing that strikes me straight away is that if you get rid of a lot of the doubles action at Grand Slams, there'll be nothing for the spectators to watch in the second week. And the prize money at the moment is split effectively 80% for singles players, 20% for doubles, and they're suggesting it should be 90% for the singles players and 10% for doubles players. Thomas Johansson, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm both-sided, I have to say. I think you have to ask yourself, is the product strong enough for the singles game? I would say yes. It's probably, it has never been as strong as it is now. Is the product strong enough in the doubles? I'm not so sure. So I've been a tournament director myself. I was a tournament director of Stockholm Open for 3 years. I was also the sport director in Båstad for almost 10 years. So, and for me, it's all about the product. Is the product strong enough? And we all know that, I mean, at my time, I mean, we have Jonas Björkman, for example, one of my best friends. He played singles and doubles in all the slams. Kafelnikov, the same. Wayne Ferreira, the same. You had many at that time, but not anymore. You don't see, I mean, yeah, I think Bublik was maybe the highest ranked player to play this year, but it was more, you know, he played with Nick. It was more like a fun thing to do. So for me, it's about the product, and I'm not so sure that the doubles product is strong enough.
So we need to jazz up the doubles product. I mean, Claire, have you got an instant solution to this?
Look, and we're talking men's doubles. I think it's very different, the women's doubles, than the men's doubles. But from a spectator, from a fan of the game, I think over the years I've just been really, I miss seeing the best singles players on the doubles court. And in my mind, I've been thinking all the time, well, how do we get that to happen? But the reality of it is, men's doubles is now a completely different game. I mean, it's the way in which the game is played is a lot of eye formation, a lot of mixing up, a lot of moving, short points, everything else. And I'm sure it's you know, my idea of wanting to see those guys play at this, that's not going to happen. So in some ways, it's almost two different sports. No, not same sport, but different games. And how do we accommodate the actual doubles players now in that sense? Because I don't see that the singles players their games aren't for this doubles game anymore. In a way, I could be wrong.
It is different, but you have to ask, what do the players really care about? I'm talking about top players, and I get it that the money is going to go to the lower ranked players, which I've been advocating for years, and the top group about 5 years ago met with Grand Slams and got the money down at the bottom for the players who really need it. But what would motivate a top player to play doubles?
Rankings points.
Thank you. Ranking points. And that is the only thing, apart from money, which comes automatically now for them, that they care about. And if a singles player was number 4 and he saw the chance of getting to 2 or 1 by playing some doubles, that might lure him over to bridge the gap.
Is that a realistic proposition, Thomas?
No. But I see what Richard is saying. I love doubles, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to change.
Why?
You have to put a lot of points with the ranking system that we have today. For example, for a guy that is I don't know, 11 to go to top 10, you have to put a lot of points into the ranking system. So, and again, I mean, you want singles players to play doubles. This is what I'm saying. You want singles product is very strong. Doubles product is not as strong. We have to face it. And this is also what I'm saying is that, again, we want singles guys to come in and save a little bit of the doubles product, which I disagree with.
Thomas, I know you're talking about the quality of tennis, which is very difficult to decide what that is. But the thing we're missing here is promotion. You know, why aren't some of the top doubles teams today better known?
I've
been trying to write about them. Some of my colleagues care about it, some of them don't. But you look at the list of people still in the doubles. Have they ever been on this program? Have they been on television? Why not? When Joe Salisbury became #1 in the world, was he interviewed by anybody? #1 in the world, British player. How many times did he appear on television? How is anyone expected to get interested in them if they never get to hear of them?
So I put you in charge then of the promotion of the doubles game. What are you going to do? I mean, one thing a lot of people say, for a start, they should all wear the same kits, have their names on the back.
Absolutely.
Otherwise,
Queens did it.
How else can you jazz
Queens
it up?
had names on the back. I mean, if one pair really needed it, it was the Bryans, because you couldn't tell them apart.
But what else can you do? What's the magic formula?
There's no magic formula. It's PR. You know, with due respect to all the hard-working people working in PR in tennis, you need a whiz kid. We found a whiz kid in British tennis to produce doubles players, and he's a Canadian called Louis Caillet, and no one has heard of him. He's been here 25 years, and look at the ranking lists. We got British players, I think 5 of them in the top 10, and it's all Louis, because he knows doubles and he's created the players. Okay, that's the technical side. Now get a PR guy to promote them. Stick them on the side of London buses. Do something to make these people famous.
Final word, Thomas, because we're almost out of time.
Quick. I was working in the paddle world as well, and there is only doubles. There is no singles. But what is I understand Richard's points. I think we can improve promoting the doubles guys a lot better. But it's also very tough, because there are 2. And they start in January, and then in end of February they split up because they had a tough January, you know. So it's, yes, you can put the teams on the, on the buses, on posters, but then when they arrive to Wimbledon, they are playing with someone else.
Well, can you ban them from splitting up during the year? No, it's tough.
I mean, you can have injuries, you can have internal, disagreements. So it's very, very tough. So, but I see the point. But listen, I love doubles. I played a lot of doubles in my later stages of my career. I love doubles. Doubles is very popular here. It's very popular in the States. Is it popular in Sweden? No. Is it popular in other countries? I don't know.
Listen, this is a subject that could go on for some time, and Richard, I know you're passionate about it. Thank you so much for coming up onto our roasting roof. Get back into the air conditioning of your office and enjoy the remnants. Let's see, so 1960. Oh, my maths is terrible. How many Wimbledons is that altogether?
This is the 66th.
66th Wimbledon. That is quite something. No wonder you are a member of the International Hall of Tennis fame. Richard Evans, thank you very much. Thomas Johansson, thank you very much. You're not playing today, but make sure you stay fit and limbered up for your next match, because we expect another title. And Clarice Curran, may I just doff my cap? You've got so many questions right today. Your research has been magnificent, and I presume we'll hear you in at least one of the semi-finals this afternoon.
I hope I'm going to make it till this afternoon and this heat doesn't get me. No, great to be here today, and what a wonderful day. Women's semi-finals day. I've got Kostyuk and Noskova second up on centre court. Looking forward to it in my air-conditioned commentary box.
All is well with the world. Thanks to Claire Curran, to Thomas Johansson. I'm Marcus Buckland. Miss T, Sue Thurl, I think she's just about calmed down after her session with Jason. Oh, Jason, you're so funny. Oh, lovely Jason. When are you coming back, Jason? I'll come and do a 10-hour shift if it means working with you, Jason. Sue will be here shortly with Jill Krabus and Arvin the Llama Palmer. But as they set up, we'll head back to centre court, where Barry Cowan is continuing his scouting mission.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. I am probably in the coolest seat here at Wimbledon at the moment. I'm in the shade still to the left of the raw box, and it's been interesting actually the last 20 minutes. All the raw box guests today have been shown to their seats, and then a couple actually are on the front row, and they're having a picture taken by one of the guards of the raw box. So that's to my right. In front of me, it's still Noskova and Mukova going through their practice session. Currently, it's Noskova is one of the best servers, of course, in the women's game, is the far end. She's serving to Mukova, who's returning from the left side, with Sven Grunewald, her coach, standing right on the corner of the right-hand side of the baseline. So if you can imagine, that's sort of right in front of where the players' box is. So yeah, they get on well, these two. And just make you think, could these two players be playing against each other in a couple of days' time in the ladies' singles final? Of course, Mukova has got to get through Coco Gauff, and as for obviously Noskova, she's got to get through Kostyuk. So that's will be intriguing. And ladies' semi-finals day in later on, 1:30 p.m. start time here. But as for Sue, well, we know she'll be here in a moment. But first, let's hear from Pippa Horn, who was here on centre court a little earlier with a couple of Wimbledon's most important staff members.
One of the most recognisable faces at Wimbledon isn't actually a tennis player. It's Rufus the Hawk, who has been protecting the courts of SW19 for nearly 2 decades. So today we're going to find out what it's like as arguably the most important member of the grounds team. Now, I'm not sure we're going to get many sound bites from Rufus himself, but wow. We are here with Donna. So Donna, tell us your official job title.
Well, yeah, we're here as protectors of the courts, let's say. This is Rufus the Hawk. I'm Donna, the handler, which really my title is a falconer here at Wimbledon. And we are here to keep the pigeons from disrupting play, but also from, creating too much mess around too.
So tell us exactly how Rufus keeps the pigeons away.
Well, so he starts at 4 a.m. in the morning, and generally we start at the practice courts and we have a look around there, and often he can be chased away by crows, and and then he'll go into court number 1, and that's how the routine of the morning starts. Now, at the beginning of the championships, this all works really smoothly, and I kind of know what he's going to do, and then he likes to mix it up a little bit and gives me like the cocktail shaker of Rufus to say, look, you don't know what I'm going to do next, and then he'll show me a different routine altogether.
So has he ever landed up somewhere he shouldn't? I mean, I have visions of him, on Yannick Sinner's practice court, something like that.
Oh, do you know what? I mean, early in the morning, he does kind of, his alter ego at the moment is Sinner for sure. And and he would love to get in on the game. He's pretty agile as well, and I'm sure he would give Sinner a good match. He would be a good match for Sinner for sure.
And what's the player reaction to Rufus like? Does he make lots of friends on site?
Well, I think, nobody's really expecting it, and also they're here to play a game of tennis. So when we happen to bump into one another, everyone's really either shocked or like, oh my gosh, and Nadal was mamma mia. And so everyone, takes, they certainly feel quite fondly towards Rufus.
And Donna, I'm really interested to hear about your role as well, and how you sort of fell into this.
Well, a love of nature, a love of birds. I've always had that really keen interest of garden birds, and that's where it really grew. And from there, from watching starlings and their murmurations, and then I knew that you could actually train hawks and falcons. So I entered into that by, training a kestrel at first, and then a peregrine falcon. And then, in came Hamish the Harris hawk, who was the first here at Wimbledon tennis. And so it all started there. It was just really a love of birds.
It's such a unique job, and I imagine that sort of every day is different. Now, final question. If someone comes to Wimbledon this year and spots Rufus soaring overhead, what's the one thing you would love them to know about him?
Well, I want you to know that he's a cooperative hunter. They're very intelligent birds, and they're here not really to kill. They're here to just make sure that the courts are going to be wonderfully clear of birds today.
Donna, thank you so much for chatting. I'm going to go and let you do your job.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, it's lovely to hear from Ellie with Rufus the Hawk. And I have to say, Jill Krabus and Arvin Palmer alongside. Very good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I had the pleasure once of getting to handle Rufus the Hawk and put the old glove on and have him on my hand. And the last thing the handler said to me is, whatever you do not make direct eye contact with Rufus the Hawk, because he will see that as an act of aggression. So, of course, all I wanted to do then, not on purpose, was eyeball Rufus, because you know that thing when someone says don't do it, it instantly makes you want to do it?
Do you remember when Rufus was stolen?
Yes!
And he was found in the middle of, after an appeal, he was found in a cage in the middle of Wimbledon Common.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Wow.
yeah.
You know, that's my second job here. Remember how we had to choose what other job we would want?
You did say
Yeah.
that you would love
I want
that.
to be Rufus's handler.
Or something with the wire,
Don't
or
look
something
at it,
with
though.
the, yeah. Don't look Rufus in the eye. Whatever you do. How are you both? I mean, today was
Good.
another of those days when I woke up. First thing I thought was, what day is it? Second thing was, am I late? Did I set the right alarm? Have I looked at the shift rotor properly? And then the third thing I thought was, did I really see Arthur Ferry win on centre court, sitting next to Jason Isaacs and Arvin Palmer? And you, Jill Krabus? And the answer was, yes, I did, but it felt still a little bit like a fever dream.
A little surreal.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. It was an amazing day yesterday. I think everyone is still kind of embracing all the glory that Arthur Ferry is going through. I think everyone is very excited about him. He speaks so well. I was listening to his press conferences, and he's just almost feel like he was made to be in the semifinals. I mean, nothing seems to faze him. He just played incredibly yesterday against Kaboli. And now he's on this dream run. He's got a tough task against Zverev, of course, who's coming off that French Open title. But yeah, it's amazing seeing the headlines in the newspapers, and it's been fun for the locals.
Are you kind of tapped into the reaction stateside to Arthur Ferry in terms of the kind of tennis reaction to someone that a lot of people wouldn't have heard much about?
What do you mean the reaction?
In terms of back home in America for you, what they've thought of Arthur Ferry.
Oh, I don't know. Actually.
Oh, okay.
I'm immersed here.
You
I
are.
don't know what the
Submerged here,
Yes,
Jilly.
exactly.
I remember when Sampras won Wimbledon, I think, for the 5th time, or I can't remember, 4th time, and it was a tiny little bit in the back of the paper. I think, obviously,
really?
yeah,
Oh,
I
wow.
remember seeing it. Someone actually sent me an email at the time, because we didn't really have the phones and things, but it was an email with a picture of it, and it was amazing that it's not a massive deal for some reason. So I'm thinking, well, if it's like that when Sampras won his 4th or 5th, I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
But with Ferry, it's probably not even registering out there. It's strange. But I would be interested in sport, in an individual sport or a team sport, when a team does amazingly well or an individual comes out of nowhere and does well, are they as creative with the headlines?
I think they're
American
pretty
players?
creative.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I
good.
think they're very creative. My favorite right now is Fairy Tale.
That's
No,
nice.
in the States.
Oh,
I
in the
mean.
States.
In the
Yes, I
States.
do.
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. I was just saying my favorite
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yeah, I find them very creative.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
yeah. I do like Fairy Tale. And I like this morning I heard Fairy's Field.
Oh,
Have you heard that?
Or Ferry's Arthur's Seat as well.
Arthur's Seat, but I kind of like Fairy's Field.
Fairy's Field.
You know, right?
Yeah.
Hedman Hill,
I
Murray
get it.
Mountain, Fairy's Field.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I thought it was clever.
Yes, I like that. I think there's going to be a test, isn't there, for the copywriters and the sub-editors for the newspapers to keep finding new and invented headlines for him, because he's been sensational. I mean, that was a phenomenal performance yesterday, and we're expecting 2 phenomenal semi-finals today. Arv, I'll start with you. I was so impressed with Coco Gauff and Jess Pegula the other day, the way that Coco found a way back, because in the first set, all of the fragilities in her game were laid bare by Jess Pegula. But she reset, found that first serve, which was extraordinarily impactful in the second and third set. And the forehand was as good as I think I've ever seen her hit it.
I mean, I was convinced that Pegula was going to win that one. And I thought
Yeah.
I was almost giving myself a pat on the back after the first set, and was thinking, how is Coco going to get herself back in this, and how is she going to find her form? Because Pegula was actually so solid, and the 2 times that she got broken in that first set, 2 double faults on both break points. I was thinking, well, this couldn't get much worse. Kind of with the mental scar tissue that she has with the serve, this is going to surely bleed into the second set and perhaps bleed into her entire game. But
Yeah.
I guess, again, we just see how good a competitor Coco is. And that's what she does when she's not playing that great. She finds ways back in, because mentally she's incredibly strong. I mean, we keep on saying it. We see that athletically, again, she wins so many matches athletically over her opponents. So she was able to tap into that as well in difficult conditions. But like you say, she found her form as well. And I was looking at her second serve speed, 110,
Yeah.
105. I'm thinking, this is someone who has a terrible problem with her second serve. Obviously, a lot of it is to do in the mind, but technically there's some frailties there as well. But when it clicks in, it's so impressive, and she finished so strongly.
I wonder if we're seeing the fingerprints of Gavin McMillan there, because when Sabalenka had the problems with the serve, profound ones, and she brought him into the camp, although they were different because hers was more the ball toss, she became super aggressive on the second serve. She kind of thought, well, if I miss the first, I'm just going to go super aggressive with the second. And it felt like that from Coco the other day. And as I say, the forehand as well left Jessica Pegula with absolutely nowhere to go. And I agree with you. I thought Jess was going to win that match. And yes, like you, I was thinking, what a good pick Jess Pegula was from me. And then an hour and a half later, she was out of Wimbledon.
You know, I felt the same. I felt the same way. I thought Pegula was going to win that, but I mean, you talked about the forehand speed and the second serve speed, but I witnessed that in the Bencic match already. How much she had changed probably the previous couple rounds against Sierra and Claire Liu. She stepped it up against Bencic and then continued that form against Jess, despite losing that first set against Pegula. And she played completely different. I think she, to me, played like Bencic plays, on top of the baseline, taking the ball earlier, almost not allowing Bencic to play her game, and super aggressive on the forehand, went after second serves. And obviously, it worked. It was a tight match, another 3-set match for Goff, and she played exactly the same way against Pegula because she knew she had to. And I love the fact that she's been taking those risks, but she has had such a tough road to get to this semifinal, and so much of it has been her fight and her heart and getting through. I mean, the speed around the court has gotten her through so many of these tough matches, and she's going to be looking to do the same again against Muchova.
And she had a little pop, didn't she, at 1 or 2 afterwards, I felt in her interview, when she sort of reminded people, yes, I didn't have a great grass swing last year. These are my first grass wins since 2 years ago. But I can play on this surface. I can play, and I'm a contender. She didn't put it quite like that. I'm speaking figuratively, but she just made the point that people had stopped talking about her, and they shouldn't.
Yeah, and I think there's, she's under a lot of pressure. And with the way social media is and where the media, it's all there, out to bear. They're on you within seconds. That's just the nature. That is the society we are in now. We are living in now. And the other day as well, I only hit 4 double faults, but I hit 7 aces. She's very quick to put out kind of those sort of statements, because she's trying to make a statement. She's trying to say, well, actually, if you look at the bare bones of things, I'm actually serving pretty well. But we know it's not all about the volume of double faults. It's when they come, and in the first set, certainly against Pegula, came at the worst time. But I think that's what motivates her as well, to prove people wrong. There's been some great champions through the decades that actually have more satisfaction out of proving people wrong than actually satisfaction of winning the match, because that motivates them, and whatever it takes. We've seen it with Djokovic for many, many years. It's almost like he needs to pick a fight with someone, whether it be some group in the crowd or someone in his box. We've seen him this tournament again, and at Roland Garros, getting quite kind of sharp with his team. But yes, it's not great, but I think that's what fires him up. And there's plenty of athletes. Look at Jordan, basketball, Michael Jordan. He would actually fictitiously make things up in his own mind. It got to that stage in his mind. I need to stay motivated. I need to be motivated. I'm going to pick a fight with anyone, that player there, that coach there, make it up. And it fired him up, and whatever it takes. And perhaps that's what Coco's doing as well.
It sure is. Whatever it takes is a fantastic sporting mantra if you want to be successful. Let's have a little roam around the grounds and see what's happening out there. Barry Mills, very good morning to you. I think you're on court 12.
I am, Sue. Yeah, good morning. This beautiful day, this lovely court here, and there's a good crowd around because they're watching, guess what, a British wildcard in a Wimbledon quarter-final, trying to reach the semis. We've heard that one before, haven't we? After the inspirational brilliance of Arthur Ferry yesterday, I wonder what Oliver Page can take from that example in this match. He's up against Thijs Buchard, his Dutch 11th seed in the draw, one of only 2 seeds actually remaining in the boys' quarter-finals this year. But he has just managed to win his 5th game of the set. Buchard, he was 4-love up very quickly against the lad from Swansea, but Oliver Page then managed to break him once and then held his own serve and has at least settled into the contest. But there is quite a difference in the sort of the weight of shots. Certainly the serve speed from the Dutch guy is coming in at nearly 130 miles an hour all the time. As for Oliver Page, he was, as I say, born in Swansea. He came up to Ewell Castle School locally here for a while, but is now training back in Swansea with Fran Lewis and Craig Ingham. And he's going off to uni in the States, Wichita State. He's going to be a freshman out there very shortly. He's had some good results this year because, as I was also talking to Chris Wilkinson about him, he was a very small lad growing up and hasn't really grown until recently. So he's rather sort of lightweight by comparison with some of his contemporaries, and that's held him back a bit. But he's done so well to get to this quarterfinal as a wild card, and that after Buchard, who had got through having beaten Reece Lawler. Reece Lawler, another British player in the draw, who did so well to take a set off Buchard. I don't know whether Page can do that, but you know, he's out there competing strongly, Sue. And as I say, you know, anything can happen, can't it, to British wildcards here at Wimbledon?
Well, that is a very good point. It is certainly the championships for fairy tales and fairy tales to come true. Thank you very much indeed, Barry Mills. To number 2 court, Abigail Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Sue. I am looking down on a women's quarterfinal doubles clash where a lot of Wimbledon titles are actually on the court. The team to beat are the top seeds, Katerina Siniakova with the blue bow tying back her blonde hair, and Taylor Townsend doubling up on that front, actually. These two former champions here, but reigning champions at Roland Garros, and they have carried that form seamlessly onto the grass. Made the strongest start against Kristina Mladenovic, who won her first ever Grand Slam title in the mixed doubles here at the championships, and the French woman for the 3rd slam this season, partnering Hanyu Guo of China. The 28-year-old has been a very committed partner for Mladenovic, but they're pushing for their best slam result as a team. First quarter-final at Wimbledon in tandem, and looking to show resilience because it was Siniakova and Townsend on this number 2 court who led by the early break. A break back for Mladenovic and Guo, and now Mladenovic tasked with saving a break point. These two off the quarterfinals at Mladenovic's home event and looking to go one step further here on the grass. I have a feeling, Sue, that it could be a couple of tight sets in this meeting for a spot on the last 4.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. We'll keep an eye on that. I think you might be absolutely right. And just finally, as we go around the grounds, it's good day and good morning to Peter Marcato on court 3. Hello.
Hello. We've actually got to catch up in person. We've been sort of ships in the night across this tournament. But anyway, down on court 3, the air conditioning is lovely in here. That's not going to help the spectators who are feeling the heat a little bit today in the 33-degree conditions, but not affecting Alfie Hewitt, the 2nd seed in the gentlemen's wheelchair singles, the 10-time Grand Slam champion, of course, won Wimbledon. That was back in 2024, but is looking particularly good against someone he's played a lot recently, in Ji Shenshu. And, well, these two have met so many times. They met at this event at this stage last year, Alfie Hewitt getting the win there. They met at Roland Garros a month or so ago. And it was Alfie Hewitt getting the win there too. And then they met at Roehampton last week as well. So they've had a lot of experience together, but unfortunately for G, it's all been the way of Alfie Hewitt, who has won all those matches in straight sets. And in fact, there's only been one set that's gone past 6-1. And it's looking that way at the moment because Hewitt's leading 5-1 in the opening set, although G has break points. He's actually got 3 of them at the moment, but it's 15-40 now. But Hewitt looking particularly good in the bottom section, the second second seed in the gentlemen's wheelchair singles. Of course, Takedo Oda is the top seed, and well, if those two can make it through to the final, we're going to have a hell of a ding-dong battle. But work to be done out here on the number 3 court. Hewitt closing in on the opening set, 5-1, Sue.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. A little bit of breeze has just cropped up on top of the media roof where it is stinking hot, so we're very grateful for that. And we're also very grateful, joining Arv and Gilly, to have Simon Cambers with us, tennis journalist and broadcaster. Very good morning to you, under an umbrella very, very wisely, I might add.
This is the good umbrella to be under, though, isn't it?
It's
not raining, it's all good.
It's all good.
But it is roasting hot.
It is roasting hot.
I'm glad we're sitting down.
Simon, it's kind of been a championship for the ages, hasn't it? You've had Serena making a comeback. You've had a British wildcard, no less, in the semi-finals. We've had the world number 1 Arina Sabalenka going out early, trials and tribulations there. Novak Djokovic raging against Father Time, trying to win a 25th Grand Slam title at the age of 39. I mean, it's a journalist's dream, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it is. It's been. I was a little bit worried coming in because with no Carlos Alcaraz on the men's side, you know, there's always something to talk about with him. Not just because of the way he plays, but there's a lot of buzz around him. But with Jannik Sinner, doubts about him coming off Roland Garros, where he wilted in the heat. And then with Novak still trying to get to this 25th record Grand Slam. Yeah, it's been amazing. Serena Williams dominated the first few days when she played, of course, and then we were waiting to see if she was going to play doubles. So there's always something to write about. There's always something to talk about at Wimbledon. And they do have a habit of these big stories cropping up, but I don't think anyone was thinking it was going to be Arthur Ferry.
No.
Or Arthur Ferry. Which way are we doing it?
Well, indeed, I think we're saying Arthur Ferry here in the UK, but I think Arthur in France, of course. That's captured the imagination, hasn't it? What did you make of yesterday? What have you made of his whole tournament so far? And the way he's handled things?
Well, I'll say that when I saw him play Daniil Medvedev here 2 years ago, I watched him on court 1 and I was amazed how much belief this guy had for somebody that nobody knew anything about. You know, he'd been at college in the States, he'd been around obviously as a junior, but to see him strutting around, after that match he said, you know, I think I can be a top player. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? You're 5'9", no one's heard of you, don't know what you're about. But his belief and the way he's played this couple of weeks has been fantastic. I think a lot of people thought that, you know, the win against Dimitrov was amazing. He did brilliantly to beat him. But they didn't expect him to beat Kaboli, even though he had one in Australia. I think people thought the courts were playing like hard courts. Maybe Kaboli would dominate from the baseline, but there was none of it. It was totally one-sided. It's been a revelation, really.
What's been the standout story? I suppose in many ways Arthur is for the British public, there's no doubt about that. But what's been the standout story across the piece? Because you mentioned Jannik Sinner, of course, and no Carlos. We've also got Coco now looming large in the draw in a way that one might not have expected, given her form on the grass last year. And her record here never beyond round 4 until this year, but it's been a big breakthrough for her. So many storylines bubbling up beautifully.
Yeah, as I said, I think that the first week was dominated by Serena on the women's side. Just seeing her back was great. You know, it was really exciting. Thought the way she fought in the second set was incredibly impressive. Obviously, hurt her knee towards the end of it, and that sort of led the narrative for the next few days about will she not play doubles? Shame she didn't, but interested and pleased to see that she's going to play somewhere else soon, hopefully. So that's good. The women's tournament, I mean, right from the start, looked wide open, because the top players were not playing their best. Sabalenka, suddenly there's been a little dip in her. It was before it happened in Paris. She'd just come off a unbelievable standard for the last year and a half. Iga Świątek's having all sorts of issues, unable to play her best under stress, seemingly under more stress in the last year than she was before. And a lot of players, you know, with possibilities but not necessarily dominant. So to see someone like Coco Gauff come through has been good. Listening to Jill and Arv talk about the way she's been able to attack that forehand in particular, I think for me the forehand's more of an issue than the serve. The first serve's always been good. Second serve obviously crops up with double faults, and when she decelerates especially. But the forehand has been much better, because to me that's quite an easy thing to fix. You know, I'm not a technical expert, and I'm not saying that Coco should hire me, but if you were coaching your son or daughter and you saw the way Coco hits her forehand, she just doesn't transfer the weight properly. Her balance is off, and her backhand is so perfect. It's always a mystery to sort of the casual onlooker why someone can't do the same on the other side. Obviously, there's an awful lot going on in the head. But it's
and
great
the
to
grip
see her.
as well.
The grip, yeah. She's got an extreme grip, which is on grass is an issue. But I think she's been great. No one fights harder than her.
Yeah.
You know, it's her superpower. And it's probably going to get her all the way to the title, but she's got a tough match against Mukova, who will give her lots of different looks, especially on the slice. Down low to that forehand could be interesting. And Kostyuk-Noskova is interesting. Kostyuk, you know, sort of following on what she did in Paris. So, as you said, there have been a lot of stories rather than one dominant story.
Yeah.
And then you get to Novak.
And then you get to Novak, and what he did the other night was extraordinary. But then we should expect it in so many ways. But the tiebreak, not to make an unforced error in the tiebreak and lock in like that, was phenomenal. Again, he keeps doing it.
It is phenomenal, but you know, there's no surprise because his record in tiebreaks is incredible. He just has that ability to decide, I'm not going to miss here. He barely let Felix hit a forehand in that tiebreak. If it was cramped and created a shot that an opportunity for Novak to attack. He's just so experienced, so good, so able to produce his best when he needs to, even at 39. It is remarkable to see a 39-year-old, but this is not somebody normal.
It is not. And would you give him a big chance against Yannick tomorrow? I mean, there'll be question marks surely about his recovery at 39.
I mean, I feel like he's been exhausted after every match. He looks exhausted. And he's putting everything he has into it. He doesn't have that backlog of matches this year that he would normally have. He's playing much less, trying to peak at the slams, which is very sensible, trying to avoid injury, which has hampered him in the last couple of years. I give him a chance. He's had 2 days. I mean, this is Novak. I keep saying this is Novak. Anything's possible. But he has had the extra day, which will really help him. He beat Yannick in Australia this year, which will give him the confidence that he believes that he can do it on this surface, which suits him a lot. I mean, your head sort of tells you that Sinner will beat him fairly, 3 or 4 sets. But with Novak, if he gets into the match, I think he's become more and more a crowd favourite here in the last few years, and that will help him.
Do you think if he does manage to beat Yannick and win the title here at that age, at 39, do you think that it will be comparable to, say, Tiger winning the Masters again in his mid-40s, or Tom Watson almost winning the Open? Was he 59 when he nearly won the Open?
I cried that day when Tom Watson didn't win. I wanted him to win so much. It'd be a phenomenal achievement. I mean, it's just not been done, has it? And the physicality of the game these days would suggest that it's virtually impossible. And maybe it will prove to be impossible. But yeah, if he wins, people keep saying, do you think he'll quit if he wins? And I'd be like, no, because he'll think he can win the US Open then. He'll just think he can keep going. It's really hard to second guess Novak. I think, it'll be one of the great sporting achievements. You can always caveat it. Alcaraz is not here, so the challenge maybe has dipped a little bit, but you can only beat who's in front of you.
Do you think, you mentioned Serena earlier, obviously she was competitive in that singles match, and she said we're going to see her on a tennis court soon again. Do you think we'll see her back here next year?
I don't know. I have my doubts. I wonder whether this is just a 3-month thing up to the US Open, maybe with her and Venus. Maybe Venus is going to retire, although maybe she's never going to retire. I don't know. She needs to, if she wants to play properly, at the level that she knows that she can play at, she's got to play more. But that, of course, tests the body. Injuries pop up. I would say what will be interesting and what might be a factor is what happens with WADA and Ozempic and all the weight loss drugs, because they're looking into that at the moment as to whether that's something that could go on the banned list. And if that happens, then that's going to be a very tricky decision for her. But I don't know. It's possible. It's possible we could see her one more time. But I would say probably not.
So let's ask you to pick your winners today in the women's semi-final. I know. The one thing I would say is when you look at the Mukova-Goff head-to-head, it's dominated by Coco Gauff, but they've never met on grass before. So I think, in a way, that is definitely more in the favour of Karolina Mukova. But how do you see it going?
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one. As I said, I think Mukova will give Gauff a lot of shots that she doesn't want to play. She's a smart player. I really enjoy watching her play. She's such an all-court player, loves to come to the net. She's an all-or-nothing player. She either goes quite deep in tournaments or loses first round, especially here. You'd think that Gauff will find a way to win, like she always does. I think it's she's got 2 Grand Slam titles. Just her fighting qualities will probably get her through it. And Mukova's game is at its height is really high, but she's got to play her best to win it. Whereas Goff can get through these matches without playing her absolute best. So I give the edge to Coco in that one.
And what about Noskova in the all-Czech battle a little bit later on?
To me, this depends on who serves better between the two. Kostyuk was...
Sorry, not all-Czech battle. What am I talking
well,
about?
Well, it could be in the final, couldn't it?
It could be in the final, yeah. Maybe I'm manifesting what I think will be the final there. It's a sign, yeah.
It is a sign, yeah. Kostyuk was brilliant on Paulini's second serve. Just absolutely pulverised it in the quarter-final. But Paulini's second serve is a lot weaker than Noskova's. Noskova is pretty fearless, I think. I've got a feeling Noskova will probably come through that. I mean, Kostyuk I really like watching. I think her defence is amazing. Her athleticism is brilliant. But I think Noskova doesn't really know what she's doing here yet in terms of she doesn't look like she feels any real nerves. I think she's going to come out and play some pretty good tennis. I think the crowd will want Kostyuk to win, but I think it might go the other way.
Okay, and tomorrow?
I mean, again, the head says Sinner and the head says Zverev, but I wouldn't be surprised if Novak finds a way to get to the final.
And what's after Wimbledon for you, apart from a long
Sleep.
lie down in a dark room with air conditioning, hopefully?
Well, I have a little bit of a break, but I have obviously the build up to the US Open begins in terms of getting interviews and getting things that will be used in the run up to that. And I'm working on a book that has to be delivered by January.
Oh, what's the book?
The book. Well, it's an honour for me to do this. Mark Hodgkinson, my friend and colleague, incredibly tragically died in February, and he and I both had a very similar idea for a book. He was further along with it than I was, and I went to see the same agents that he has to talk about my idea, which is basically I was going to do a sort of 10 matches that defined the rivalry between Federer and Nadal and Djokovic, and it was going to be the inside story around those. I basically was at most of those matches. And all the interviews that we've done and talking to lots of people. Mark had already started a very similar book, just looking at the true inside story around the rivalry. But he's only a very short way into it, and his partner Amy and the publishers and the agents have asked me to finish it, which is a real honour, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that we do a good job
Oh, that's
of it.
lovely.
Well,
will you
difficult to do though. What's the criteria? And obviously, there's a huge emotional side to the book as well to do it justice.
Yes, exactly. But the structure, Mark's written a structure, so he's got a sort of rough chapter structure. I have one chapter that he's written. There may be a little bit more. Amy, his partner, is going to look through and see what he's got. But you know what journalists are like and writers are like. We just send ourselves notes with little things that are reminders. So putting all that together is tough. So I might have to revisit some of the interviews that he's already done, and I've already started compiling extra interviews on top to add to it. I think it'll be really great. My aim now, if you're listening, Novak, Roger and Rafa, my aim is to get them involved in some way. They don't endorse books about themselves, but with a bit of luck, we might be able to get some sort of involvement.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Perhaps come back and talk to us
It's
next
called
year
Three
when it's
Kings,
out.
by the way.
Three Kings. Oh, there we go. I was about to say what's it called.
Yeah.
But come back and talk to us next year about
We'll
it.
do it. It's due to be published on June the 3rd, which is Rafa's birthday, incidentally.
Next year.
Yeah.
So it'll be perfect.
It'll be
timing.
perfect for Wimbledon.
Lovely.
Great.
Well, we're grateful for your time today, Simon.
Thanks
Thank
for
you so
having me.
much for coming up and suffering in the heat up here under a very nice umbrella.
Yes, that's good.
And enjoy the rest of your Wimbledon 2026.
Thank you
Simon
very much.
Camber's an excellent tennis journalist and broadcaster. Now, while all of that was happening, and we were having a very nice chat about the championships, I think there's been a set point on court 12, Barry Mills.
So Thies Boegaard, the Dutch 18-year-old from the far end here on court 12, serving for the set against Oliver Page of Britain. And he's won the set with a strong serve. That's been a story, a feature of the Dutch lads' play through the course of the first 28 minutes. And the return going long off the Page forehand. Perhaps Page's backhand a stronger stroke generally in his game. But it is going with the seeding at the moment. The British wildcard lost the first 4 games of this set, but then started to get involved. However, he's going to have to find a higher gear, I think, to deal with Thies Boegaard, who takes that first set on court 12 by 6 games to 3.
And the Dutchman, the young Dutchman, very talented, has also got the advantage in the second set, 2-1 up, I believe, in that second set. You're listening to Wimbledon Radio. What time is it now? Heading up towards midday, actually, 5 to 12. It has been a terrific championship so far, and so much excitement about what is to come later today. We had a little bit of a chat about Mukova and Goff earlier, but we haven't really spoken much about Kostyuk and Noskova, have we, guys? Jill Krabus and Arvin Palmer alongside. What are your thoughts for later on this afternoon?
Yeah, this matchup, it was interesting hearing what Simon had to say, because he was like, Noskova's just looks so like smooth and even keeled, especially in her demeanor and how she's handling herself. But she has said she's felt some nerves, and I think that's what's been impressive, is that when she has felt those nerves, how she's responded, because this is her first semifinal ever of a Grand Slam. Kostyuk obviously was just in the French Open semifinals. That was her first semifinal. So she has a slight more experience. But I think Noskova, she does bring that power game. But Kostyuk, the way she played yesterday, I mean, that is fresh in the back of my mind, how outstanding she was in that match. Can she reproduce that form? I think she can. I think this is, again, an instance where it's first strike tennis, I think, and a lot of it's going to depend on the serve. I think they both do an incredible job of using a backhand slice. I mean, after just... Kostyuk does it more in a change of pace kind of way. Noskova, to me, is very smart as far as understanding where her opponent is in the court, and she does it in a very clever instance, consciously throwing that in. So... Noskova has not played on center court. I think that could potentially come into play. Kostyuk just played on center court for the first time ever here at Wimbledon yesterday. So maybe that's a slight advantage. I don't know. But I feel like the way Kostyuk played yesterday, I just feel like in my mind, I think she might get through.
I'm going to ask you in a second, but let's focus on Marta, because you made the point she did make her debut yesterday on centre court. She beat Jasmine Paolini there. And she went in to complete her post-match press conference, and our Lindsay Hooper was listening.
I've been in the press conference for Marta Kostyuk, and there was a really nice moment where she spoke about being a spectator on centre court when she was younger, watching Roger Federer against Thomas Berdych in 2017. She said she remembers Federer destroying Berdych that day, and just that the nerves went away after the first set in her quarter-final. And this is who she said she wanted to dedicate that quarter-final win to.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I think it would be my mom or my grandpa. I think I'm so happy I'm able to do this while my grandpa is still alive. He's 89 years old, and he's texting me after every single match, telling me what I should do better. And like, you know, I mean, these past few matches he didn't. He was just like super proud and like telling me how good I'm playing. So that's a win, I think. I didn't get a lot of messages like this from him in my life. So I'm very happy that they get to witness this. I think they sacrificed so much time and energy and themselves for my tennis, for my career, and they still do. And they're back home now, and I feel like they deserve it as much as I do.
So nice there hearing about her 89-year-old grandpa. I'm sure the messages will be flooding in from him later on. Earlier as well in the week, we heard from Marta's coach Sandra on Wimbledon Radio, and I asked her if the consistency of having the same coach for a while now has really helped her elevate her levels.
It definitely helped me. When I would go on like losing streak or just feeling not good on the court, I felt like my default was, I need to change everything. I need to change the coach. I need to change the whole team. Nothing is working. Everything is very emotional. And it's been like that for quite a while. And then working with Sandra kind of healed it. I was sharing with her sometimes that when things were not going well, I was never doubting working with her, but I was just kind of going back into this thinking of like, what if everything I'm doing is wrong? It's been a long time ago, but it was still there. And then with time, it kind of softened, got better. And I feel like always looking at bigger picture for both of us worked well.
Seems that she's acknowledging the consistency of the coaching team. They are a small unit, as she said there right now, but it's obviously working wonders. There was a question in the press conference as well about whether she prefers clay or grass, having recently reached the semi-finals in Paris. For now, she said it's clay, but she did say she might want to get back to us on that one, and you can understand why.
Well, so much to admire and enjoy in the tennis of Marta Kostyuk at the moment. I love the way that Sandra Staniewska has found the magic formula, I think, about combining the personality of the player, which can be combustible on court, Marta. That makes her the competitor that she is, but not letting those explosions derail her in key matches, and that's quite important too.
Yeah, I think that's always a challenge for a player. Actually, just kind of you get stuck living in the past. You're thinking about what if a bad situation comes up in a match, you're not able to problem solve at that time, and then that can start bleeding through into your game and it affect your game. You ultimately lose, but doesn't seem to be the case at the minute now, does it? I mean, the clay court season was incredible. I think she was even surprising herself during that period, and what she was able to do in Madrid and obviously Roland Garros, and then to amazingly think that she didn't have the game for grass either. To think that when you look at her game, she moves incredibly well. You know, her forehand and backhand are so good, incredibly aggressive on the forehand side, and you're thinking, well, this game translates on every surface, surely. And it took those words from her coach during the practice week before, when she was apparently losing every single practice set she was playing, for her coach to say, when she said, do you honestly think I've got a good cross-court game? And her coach said, yeah, I truly believe you can play. And then suddenly a switch just was switched on, and she was like, well, if you believe, then I'm going to believe as well. And we've seen that this week. Whether she can keep that aggression up, that level of aggression up today against her opponent, who's going to be kind of fighting fire with fire, Noskova, because yesterday she had a little bit more time on the ball. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure off the serve because she had so many opportunities to break serve against Paolini. She was attacking the second serve. I think she has to come out like she did yesterday and make a few early statements. Big returns, big plays, and that kind of will set her up in that mindset.
Well, let's focus a little bit on Linda, because yesterday she obviously had that really impressive win over Elisa Mertens, who was struggling a little bit with a calf issue. But again, she gave the post-match press conference afterwards, and again, Lindsay was there listening to what Linda had to say.
Yes, the 21-year-old beat Elise Mertens to reach her first Grand Slam semi-final. She's the youngest semi-finalist since Yelena Ostapenko in 2018. And in the last 2 years, Noskova's won more matches on grass than any other player on tour. That includes winning the warm-up event in Berlin. And she started by explaining why she's been thriving on this surface.
I feel like I can use a lot of sides of my tennis. I can use a lot of drop shots, some slices, some approaches on the net. I can use my serve a lot. And just my game style helps me throughout all the tough times. So yeah, I feel like I started to feel comfortable on grass last year, and now it's just me looking forward for the next year on on the grass season. So it's good. I'm looking forward for something. Then you feel comfy on court.
So as you heard there, it's a surface that she's really loving at the moment. And we've seen so many Czech-born players before her who've conquered Wimbledon. She could be the latest. Martina Navratilova in that list, of course, Barbara Krejcikova, Petra Kvitova, Jana Novotná, Marketa Vondrousova. It's just a wealth of Czech talent. And I asked her, of all of those, where does she draw the biggest inspiration?
I would say the history, that the players before us have always been great. I mean, the Czech tennis female players have always been incredible. If you look at 10 years back, 20, 30, there's always just been someone. So, and we kind of still keep on going and keep on having great juniors and youngsters coming up. So it's great to see that the country is not stopping at tennis. But I feel like for me, it has always been the fact that us as such a small country, we can definitely do big things in the world if we look up to the people that did it.
Next up, she's going to face Marta Kostyuk. They're both big hitters. They have played each other before, and she was asked about her semi-final opponent.
Well, she's a really tough one. She doesn't really give up. She's trying to play as fast and as aggressive as possible. We've had a match in Madrid which did not really go well for me. I was not really feeling too comfy on court. So I will definitely try to change some things this time, and yeah, she's on a pretty good match streak, I would say, now, so it's gonna be a tough one.
Yep, so many of us going to be looking forward to that encounter. As I mentioned, both big hitters. They're going to be starting and going in an attacking nature in that match. It's going to be a great one to see.
Yeah, I think it's going to be some battle, Gilly. There's a little bit of me. I love both players, so I'd be delighted for either to make it through to the final, because I feel they both deserve it with the quality of tennis they produce and the hard work they've put in. But there's a little bit of me that really feels a bit for Linda Noskova, because she lost her mum 2 years ago, just before Wimbledon 2024. She's such an understated character on court, doesn't really give you a peek behind the curtain emotionally, but there's clearly plenty going on. So there is that little bit of an extra dimension, I think, to Linda today. It'll be a special moment for her to make her debut on centre court today, and she'll be certainly thinking of her mum and wishing she was here to see it.
I would think so. Yeah, it was tough. She was only 19 years old when she lost her mom, and that is really hard to deal with. But I agree with you. I mean, you do have to feel a little bit emotionally for her, and you get the sense that when she walks on center court, I'm sure that's something that she would have spoken about with her mom as a kid, just dreaming of that moment to come. So I agree. I think she would have a lot of backing, a lot of followers when she walks out there. But what a moment that she can obviously embrace and try and keep the emotions in check. But I agree with you. I'm a big fan of both. I'm actually a big fan of all four semifinalists. I think it's exciting. It's four players that you can really back. I think that represent the sport incredibly well. And it is going to be a lot of power. I think I agree. I think Arv said it a little bit earlier, how well Kostyuk's going to handle the Noskova second serve, because she goes after it. She goes out for a lot of pace. She does take the risk sometimes on that second serve, and she's going to pick and choose when to do that. I think is maybe when Kostyuk starts to get a little bit of a rhythm, she'll go a little bit harder to try and surprise Marta. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be a big challenge, and I do think Noskova, it sounds to me she's feeling much better on the grass.
Hold that thought, Gilly. Match point on court 12 with Barry Mills.
We did have a match point, but currently at deuce, and in fact it will be advantage Oliver Page, the British wildcard who hails from Swansea in South Wales. He is trailing by a set and 1-5 against Thijs Boogert of the Netherlands, who is the 11th seed. Really does look like the real deal. He already resides in Monte Carlo, this lad, and he has got a big game. He's got strong serves, he's got good ground strokes. He just looks a kind of a step ahead in his development at this stage of their respective careers. But take nothing away from Oliver Page, who's done a really good job, Sue, to get to this quarterfinal as a wild card in the draw. He's perhaps a bit lightweight by comparison. He's certainly got to do some more growing, you feel, to beef up his game, give himself the chance to mix it with the best at his level. But it's early stages, and I'm sure he'll take the experience, whatever the outcome of this match, to to the future, and wish him well on that. Can he come back in this? I'm not so sure. He's just hit another forehand. Unfortunately, there have been 17 unforced errors from him now, and a lot of those have come off that forehand wing. And he's up against a guy who has been cracking big serves, 8 aces. He's had 19 winners in total, Thijs Boogert, and here he is at another match point with Page serving down the centre, return to the forehand. That's a strong forehand for once from the Briton, but he has to check back, hits a two-hander down the centre, hits another one, doesn't hit it cleanly, but then Boogert finishes him off with a big backhand winner that time. That was an impressive display by the 18-year-old from the Netherlands. Oliver Page's hopes are done. This British wildcard won't go any further this year. But as they shake hands, acknowledgement from one to the other, and now shaking hands with the umpire, and it is Thijs Boogert of the Netherlands, a seed still in the draw. Most of them have been knocked out, but he's knocked his way, forced his way into the semi-finals of Junior Wimbledon, and he's done it 6-3, 6-1.
Yeah, that's a name to just bookmark for the future. I think Thies Bougaard going very well here at Junior Wimbledon in the boys' singles. You are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. The time, 9 minutes past 12.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
Well, it's a glorious day here on the broadcast roof at Wimbledon. It is day 11. Is it day 11?
I believe it is. It's day 11. I can't believe it goes by way too fast all of a sudden. Yes.
I feel like it's Friday. Every day I wake up, I feel like it's a Friday. I'm going through this weird thing. It's
you
a
get
Friday.
that Friday feeling.
I don't know why.
Like it's not Friday
But
yet.
Friday normally
But
is a fun day, so maybe that's a good
No,
thing.
tomorrow's Friday.
No, I know.
wait,
but
yes.
The last 3 days I've woken up and thought it's Friday, but it's not.
Is that because you're just really excited to come down here?
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I don't know what day it is when I wake up, but I just know it's a Wimbledon day. That's all you really need to know.
Yeah, until someone tells you it's over.
Until someone, yes, and then you're like, I wish it was
then you're
starting
like, well,
all
I can't
over
wait for
again.
next year.
I can't wait for it. Yes, but then we'll head up to the Open and get sunburnt up there. It seems next week. So there's that to look forward to as well. I wanted to ask you about Kostyuk and Noskova. We had to dash off and do other things, but I didn't really get a chance to drill down on how you think that's going to go today.
Yeah, it's actually, we're talking about kind of Noskova not playing on the court yet, Kostyuk having the experience of playing in a semi-final already at Roland Garros and playing on it yesterday, playing on it so well too. But Noskova, there was a nice little touch there, which I think it must be the first year that it's happened actually, that the two of the semi-finalists have not played on centre, so they're allowing them to warm up on centre court today, Mukova and Noskova.
Has Mukova not played on centre before?
Mukova has not.
I
That's remarkable.
Yeah.
So I thought, you know what?
I think that's great that they do
Kostyuk
that. Yeah.
being brought out by her coach yesterday, 2 days ago, to have a little look at the walk, and she's just been trumped with, well, you've walked out and sat on the court and had a little look. I'm actually coming out and hitting on the court. So I think that will help her. I think that's going to be a huge plus for her. And there'll be a few people milling about on that court as well. They like to get on there early and have a look and take their photos and everything. So that could definitely help her just get settled into what to expect. Because you step on a court like this, I mean, Jill, you played on many big courts in your career. There's just a different feel when you're on a court of that size, as far as just looking at the court dimensions. Obviously it's the same court dimensions, but it can just, with the surroundings in play, it looks a little bit different, and the court is going to be a lot closer to her than it was yesterday, the fan should I say, than court one, where there's a bit of a gap between the court surface and the kind of grass and where the fans start. So I think
that's what I was going to add is I think it's great that they're letting them do that, because it does make a difference. But it's a different feel when the fans are there too. It's definitely more intimate when you walk out there. Now they come out the center. They used to come out on the side, and as soon as you walked out, you felt the intimacy of the crowd right away. Now they come out the center, but it's still an overwhelming experience when you walk out and all the fans stand up and start cheering. But it does help a little bit to be able to hit out there. But it's a whole different feel, actually, when it's completely packed and you walk out there to start the match.
When you played those matches on big courts, and both of you, I know, Arv, you played on number one court, the old number one court here, and on court two, and the big courts here, the show courts here. How much extra does it add in terms of nerves? Because I'm assuming you were both nervous before every match in some way or shape or form. So what's the extra percentage of nerves when it's on a bigger court?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the occasion. A lot of the times, I think if the occasion is huge, then you feel a little bit more nervous. I think if it's, you know, a first or second round on any court, you're nervous, but you're kind of thinking that we're not coming to the conclusion of the event where you want to be playing your best and dealing with the nerves and all of that. And then you can sometimes get a bit frozen out there. That's happened to me a couple of times. An event, smaller events, you then suddenly step out on a court, you're playing Davis Cup or something like that. Then it can affect you. But that's where, being a Brit, you know, in this environment, you can use it to to your advantage. You know you're going to get the support just through default, really. And that's where you've got to get into the match. You settle those nerves pretty early on. You hold your first couple of service games, and then you've kind of, it's just in the background after a while, and then you use them when you feel like, okay, getting a little bit louder here would be helpful, like Ferry yesterday, and against Dimitrov. You know, he starts waving his arms around. Come on, give me a little bit more. Then he gets loud, and that's a lot of pressure on then the opponent, and that gives you a lift as well. So yeah, it can hinder you, absolutely, if you're not in the right frame of mind, or if the match isn't going the way you want, because then you start hearing the tuts and the oohs, and you know, you kind of, oh no, this isn't going great. Or it can lift you to another level when they're with you and you're playing great.
We're going to dart, Gilly, I want to ask you that question as well, but dart to court 2 first, because Abigail Johnson has an update for us. Hello again.
Hi, Sue. You might want to stick with me for a few minutes because it's quite extraordinary scenes out here on the number 2 court, and a story of resilience for the number 10 seeded pairing of Kristina Mladenovic, a mixed doubles champion here as a teenager back in 2013, and her Chinese partner Hanyu Guo. They were fighters in the middle portion of this set. Mladenovic had to fend off 7 break points for the 4-3 holds. They have gone stride for stride with top seeds and former champions here, Katerina Siniakova and Taylor Townsend. And those 2024 winners might be shocked that they are still out here in this first set with 1 hour and 2 minutes played. They were 5-1 up in this first set tiebreak. A surge from Mladenovic and Guo to hold set point on serve at 6 points to 5. They were just forced into a volley error long from the Chinese women, so at 6-all, Mladenovic rips a forehand down the line, and their energy is palpable. Clenched fists, upbeat. They're really winning the crowd over here on the number 2 court. Just with the length of the set, it is filled up in the stands. Maybe just getting an inkling that something is going on one of these stadium courts here. Siniakova and Townsend targeting a 3rd straight semi-final on the grass courts of Wimbledon. Fell at the last 4 stage last season, but triumphant overall just 2 years ago, and now facing another set point here on the Siniakova serve. 6-7 in the tiebreak. Oh, it's just long on the return from Guo. It looked for all the world like she was going to clip the baseline right in front of the woman from Czechia, whose left leg is heavily bandaged. She's not entered the mixed doubles this year, Siniakova, which she triumphed in alongside Sem Verbeek 12 months ago. I remember in that edition of the championships, she was looking a little weary, an incredible doubles player. So maybe just being a little more cautious this time around, and it's a brilliant serve, well placed out wide. That's not the strength of the Siniakova game. So to land that delivery at this moment, very impressive for 8-7 in this ongoing tiebreak. What do Mladenovic and Guo have left? 7 deuces, 7 break points fended off for that 4-3 lead, but they have been the team under the more pressure, required 5 straight points to stay alive in this tiebreak as Siniakova and Townsend pushed for the set point. Now they finally have one at 8-7. And this is 7-8 second serve from Guo Hanyu, the 28-year-old from China. Back-to-back Grand Slam quarterfinals for herself and Mladenovic. She's having to play off her shoes. Guo, interception from Townsend. Brilliant reflexes from Mladenovic and sends Siniakova into the net. So I'm not sure how long you want to stay with me, because we could be here for another 5 to 10 minutes with the tenacity from both ends of the court. I might just give you a heads up if we look close to the end. For now, 6 games apiece to force a tiebreak and 8 points all in the breaker here on the number 2 court.
Excellent. I'll tell you what we'll do, Abigail. We will come back, because you're right. We could be with you for the next half an hour non-stop. That sounds very much like the Titanic tussle that you have in front of you. So we will come back. Now, Gilly, we were talking, weren't we, about the big match environment on a big stadium and how you dealt with those nerves. What did you do? Were you a player that... I know you were, because we talked about visualising a lot, didn't we, the other day?
I know you were.
I know you were, because we had a really good chat about that. It was very interesting about visualisation techniques and how that helps you in key moments in a match, but also just generally playing on a big stage like that.
It does. It makes a big difference. And I did play on center court here. And I remember coming even before the tournament, or before the tournament started, I should say, and just making an appearance and walking out even when center court was empty. And I think there's been quite a few players that have done that, just to get the feel, to get yourself used to kind of absorbing what it feels like to walk out there. And so I think a lot of players have not played on center court are doing that, and it definitely helps. That's why going out and practicing for sure is going to make a little bit of a difference. How do you deal with it? Yeah, I mean, everyone deals with it differently, whether it's visualization, whether it's when you walk out there and you have breathing techniques. I think routines are huge just to be able to calm the nerves. But I think all these players are trying to utilize different tools all the time to try and get themselves in a good space, to try and lower the heart rate, try and stay calm and breathe. And it's different things for everybody. What they decide helps them the most.
Is it one of these things, though, a bit like a penalty shootout at a World Cup? You can't replicate the conditions of that, can you? Is it something that you're trying your best to give a sense of, a flavour of, but you can't really replicate it in quite the way that you need to?
Potentially. I think you also, if you've never played on a center court like that or a big stage, you also don't know how you're going to feel when you initially walk out there. So I think you have to try and figure out things to do to adapt to all of a sudden what comes at you or what you're feeling, or different thoughts that come in your head. So I think sometimes you don't know how to react, and it is hard to replicate the type of pressure and stress and tension you're going to feel when you walk out there.
Yeah, everyone's different as well. Everyone kind of deals with pressures differently. I mean, Arthur Ferry just a couple of days ago against Dimitrov never played on centre court, never played on a stage like that before, and he walked on and he played his match, and I looked at him throughout the match, I was thinking, you know, it looks like he's done this 10 times before.
Yeah.
Like he's a veteran at this.
Yes.
Some players just have the ability to say, you know what, yeah, it's just another match. They're able to compartmentalize. That's how you want to be as a player. It's just like, well, it's just another match. I'm playing the ball and not my opponent, and have the ability of using the crowd when I need to, which he did, and actually blocking it out when he needed to be super focused. Everyone's so different, aren't they? Others need to know every blade of grass on that court. How's it? We need all the data on this court. Is it higher bouncing? Is it lower bouncing? Because that's a big thing as well. Every court's the same here. It's a grass court, but actually every single court plays slightly differently. So that's where hitting on centre today for Noskova is a massive advantage, because it will be playing slightly differently to court one, and how you're going to be able to move on the court, what's the wear behind the baseline, what is it to the sides of the court, how much room have I got to the side, to the back, all slightly different, and I think that's, you know, a fascinating side of players that we don't sometimes understand. Sometimes it bothers them, others it's no big deal.
So, one word for each semi-finalist. Who's winning today?
Oh, I'm going Kostyuk and Muchova.
Arv?
I'm going to go Muchova, and I'm going to go Noskova.
Oh, love that
And
from
you?
you. Different. Do you know, I think I might go Muchova, Noskova. I'm going the all-Czech final.
Okay.
Because I just got a funny feeling about both of those matches today. But hey, what do we know? Nothing. Nothing. It's lovely to see you guys as always.
Nice
Thank
to
you
see
so
you
much.
too.
See you up on centre court a little bit later. Jill Krabus and Arv Palmer, thank you very much indeed. Peter Marcato has news from court 3. Hello again.
Hello, Sue. Yes, we've been a little more sedate than what's going on court 2, but it's Alfie Hewitt who's heading towards victory in this quarter-final of the gentlemen's wheelchair singles. He won the first set 6-4. Now, you might remember our last cross. He was playing Ji Shen-Shu, and Hewitt was cruising along in that opening set because he's had the head-to-head record over his opponent, and by some big margins as well. But G did a good job of fighting back in that set, winning 4 games or 3 games in a row to get himself into contention. But it's been all Hewitt in the second set. 5 games to love, but he's about to hold here, G, and force Hewitt to serve it out. But looking pretty comfortable at the moment. 1 hour and 18 minutes in for our 2024 champion and second seed in the event. So I'll keep you updated with what's happening here on the number 3 court. Good crowd in as well, considering the warmer conditions today, and they're enjoying what they're seeing so far. Plenty of fans out and about around the grounds as well, and Ellie Collins is catching up with a few of them now.
Well, it is a big day, women's semi-finals day, and I've just come over and joined a beautiful group of ladies who have all come together courtesy of one of the friends that is a member. Is that right?
That is right, yes. I have the privilege of inviting 4 friends, which is a great privilege.
Amazing. It's a big girls' day out. So what is the plan for today?
The plan is coffee, lunch, maybe a glass of wine, and then some wonderful tennis to watch. And we're looking forward to seeing 2 singles plus the mixed doubles final. So a great day.
A great day indeed. And one of your friends, what was your name, sorry?
Tracy.
Tracy is over from New Zealand. So have you been to Wimbledon before?
I have. I've been very lucky. Yes, I have been a few times.
So you mentioned you've come over to see the girls, but Wimbledon is just an extra perk. What are you most looking forward to today?
Well, same as Jill, seeing Coco Gauff and the mixed doubles as well. Yeah.
Incredible. And what do you guys think is the most underrated part of Wimbledon? What have you experienced before where you're like, oh, I can't wait for that today?
I think it's just the whole experience of being here, you know, wandering around the grounds, even if the courts are not being played on. You haven't been for a few years, and that's what I notice the most. And that's what I enjoy the most, actually, this incredible place and the atmosphere that it brings with it.
Well, one of the biggest things about Wimbledon is everyone's outfits. They plan months in advance. Is that something you guys have done?
You are so right. You are so right. I come because it's the best day of the year and I'm lucky enough to be invited, and I love looking at all the dresses.
Well, you're looking absolutely phenomenal. Lots of colour popping here. When did you plan this outfit? Was it a couple of days before, or have you been thinking about this for months?
I planned it a long time ago. I like colour, and we have colour at Wimbledon, so it's wonderful. Yeah.
Well, you guys all look amazing. Just a last word, what are you most looking forward to today? We've not heard from you yet.
I'm looking forward to seeing Mukova and Gauff. That's the main one, but particularly Mukova. I'm rooting for her.
Have you got an eye on a potential winner of the women's tournament?
Well, I would like to see Mukova. Mukova, I think I would like to see win.
Okay, there we go. Well, fingers crossed, and I hope you guys have a lovely day. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Yeah, they will certainly have a great day, and those matches look fantastic this afternoon. Been a fantastic tussle on number 1 court. Abigail. Or number 2 court.
Third set point on the return for the number 10 seeds. It'll be Guo Hanyu just hovering over the far sideline. Gets a look at a second serve here from the left-handed American Taylor Townsend in intense discussion with Katerina Siniakova, who is squatted low at the net. One half of the Roland Garros champion pairing watches the return, ripped cross-court. It's another double fist bump from Guo and Mladenovic. The Frenchwoman turns and beams across at her brother in the coaching box as they claim a hard-fought set of tennis in 1 hour and 6 minutes from 5-1 down in the tiebreak. It is Mladenovic and Guo putting the campaign of the top seeds under threat here on the number 2 court. Townsend and Siniakova with it all to do under the midday sun.
Well, another match at Wimbledon that has got twists and turns like an alpine mountain track out there on court 2. Olga Savchuk, how are you? Barry Cowan, how are you?
I'm great, Sue. I just didn't understand anything.
Anything that you said, lovely.
Yes,
we're off to a flying start.
Well, if you were talking about an alpine track, it would have been already on my bum 4 times.
Well, indeed.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
Good
who wouldn't, though.
afternoon,
Good
anyway.
afternoon. Yannick Sinner wouldn't, would he?
No.
He would be very good
or
at
Novak
that.
Djokovic.
Oh, indeed, Novak, yes, he likes this. And Andy Murray started skiing now he can, can't he? Because
but
he's not playing tennis.
But I do think it's really, really important when you are younger to embrace yourself into a sport like that. You know, whether it be skiing or whether it be a gymnastics or some sort of martial arts.
Yeah, I agree with you. Especially contact sport, I think for guys is great, and for girls too. And the ski is the only sport is a bit tricky, right? A lot of contracts with players, they're not allowed to
But
do
if
that.
you ski from a young age,
then you're really good
that's
at it.
what
You don't fall
you're-
over.
Yeah. I mean, I reckon Arthur Ferry must have skied because the way he was sliding around
It was
yesterday
balletic,
and
his
never
movement
lost balance.
sometimes. Yeah, it was. Did you play other sports apart from
Oh,
tennis?
I did karate, I did gymnastics. Gymnastics I was kicked out
She
from.
did karate, Barry. You do
Yeah,
not
so
want to
be
mess with Olga
careful.
Savchuk. She is.
I did swimming.
She's got moves.
Track and field, so all kinds of.
Eva Jovic, boxing.
Yes, that's true, actually. I mean, Coco says she could have done any sport. And actually, she did say once, because her mum Candy was a track athlete, wasn't she? There's part of her that would have loved to have tested her speed over 200 or 400
I think
metres.
she
But
will
I
be
think we can
great.
say it would have been phenomenal.
If Coco Gauff had wanted to play golf, she would have 100% been one of the best golfers as well.
Do you think?
Because of the mindset.
Yeah, maybe.
It's that
She could have done any
mindset.
sport.
Yes.
What did you do? Football, Baz, or anything
I
else?
played football. I was useless.
Left-footed?
My left foot was useless,
Oh,
and
was
I was
it?
left-footed.
That was your planting foot. Oh,
Yeah.
I was going to say your planting foot, but maybe
So
not.
hockey was. I played a lot of hockey when I was
Did
when
you?
I was younger. Yeah,
What?
loved hockey and loved cricket, but
Now, let me know. Don't tell me. Let's try and guess whether Barry was a midfield general, a striker, or a defender.
He was a striker.
Oh, I think maybe a glory hunting centre forward.
You know me all too well.
Is that what you were? That's made my day. Let's talk about the semi-finals today briefly before we bring in another guest. What are your initial thoughts? I'll ask you about Marta because I know you're obviously close to that camp. What are your thoughts? Are you excited about today for her?
Yes, I am, and I think she will probably feel much better, today than she probably felt at French Open against Mira Andreeva, her first ever experience at semi-final of Grand Slam. So I think she feels much more confident. She's been in that position. She's playing great tennis. I feel everything kind of in balance for her during these 2 weeks, and she's in a good mood. And she said that she didn't have a lot of expectations from her coming to this event. And she lost all the practice sets on the week before. And she was not sure that this is her surface, but her coach Sandra Zaniewska, who's been our consistent guest here.
And a very good one too.
Yeah, and I'm hope that we're going to see her tomorrow as well. But yeah, so I think everything works out well for Marta. She's in a good spirit. She had the match on center court yesterday. She dealt with it brilliantly with nerves, being first time on center. So I think she can go all the way.
Agree, Barry? Disagree?
I do. Yeah, no, I do agree. I think her all-round game, I think she has the ability with the variation. She likes to come forward as well, Kostyuk. So I am full-on Ukrainian, and I'm full-on Czechia in the top half.
I agree.
I've been Mukova for a long time in that top half. Since Sabalenka lost, nothing makes me think that Goff can win that match today.
Really?
No, but you know what? The beauty of it is we just don't know, because it might just come down to who handles that situation better. And Coco Gauff, we know, can get it done even when she's not playing her best tennis. So that for me is the fascinating part. If we're talking purely tennis,
yes,
and purely tennis quality, everything points towards Mukova. So who's going to win? The better tennis player or the better mentality?
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out in a few hours. We'll drill down a little bit more on the semi-finals in just a second, but I want to bring in our next guest as well, because we've got a steady stream of guests up here this morning. Matt Perry joins us, Director of Education for the International Tennis Integrity Agency. Very good afternoon to you. Oh, hang on a minute. Are you on that microphone? Let's try that one. Or is it that one? Say it. Speak again, Matt.
Good afternoon.
Ah, there you go. Lovely stuff. How's your Wimbledon been so far?
It's been great, thank you. Enjoying my 10th Wimbledon in the role.
Mm-hmm.
And the team and I have been working with players, delivering education from juniors all the way through to the main draw players. And yeah, great experience.
So tell us what you do and tell us about the agency and the work that you do with players.
So the ITIA principally is to safeguard the integrity of the sport. In practice, that means delivering the anti-corruption and the anti-doping programs, and our strategy is there to both enforce those rules, but from my side as Director of Education, is all around prevention, is to support players in the decisions they're making, make sure that we give them the tools, the information to make smart choices, and ultimately we're there when they face a tough decision to come and seek that support and make sure that we're delivering the sport that everyone wants to come and see and can trust in.
I think you worked with Coco, didn't you, when she was 15? Yes. Am I right in thinking that?
Yes, yeah. So back in 2018, young Coco coming through qualifiers at the US Open, and we worked closely with both the tours in providing education at key milestones in their career, and clearly that one, the start of a fantastic career, and I had the pleasure of meeting with her and her team following the match, and giving her the pointers that were relevant to her at that stage of the career. Subsequently, she met with other members of the team, going through her whereabouts requirements and other kind of top-up sessions through their career. So yeah, fantastic to have those opportunities to speak with players, but also really important that we impart that information, give them those tools, talk to them about how we can support them.
What sort of things are you saying to a 15-year-old, not just a 15-year-old who's made a big breakthrough at a Grand Slam, as Coco did, but a 15-year-old who's rising rapidly through the junior ranks, for instance?
Yeah, so we had the pleasure of sharing stage last weekend with Billie Jean King for the juniors over at Roehampton, and talking to them about some of the pointers that generating some awareness of some of the risks, some of the challenges that they'll face in their career. And at that point, it's about their transition to becoming a professional. What are those responsibilities? What are the things that they have to do every day? What are the things that they have to be conscious of? And what things, we hope may never happen in their career, but if they do, how can we help them? How can we help their team to come through?
And it's also not just dealing with the player, but making the player aware of the challenges in and around them as they move through the ranks of tennis, and coaches, other players, the influences that they might bump into. It's a general awareness as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. The team around the player is so important, and all of those influences, making sure that, again, back to the people coming to watch the tennis today, you want to see that fair competition and believe in what you're seeing, and that really is so important to us, that we generate that feeling amongst the players that they've worked so hard to get here. And really we want to make sure we support them with their obligations and understanding the challenges they might face.
And is it only anti-doping, or it's other areas?
So anti-doping and anti-corruption. So on that side is an obligation for players not to be able to bet on the sport,
yes,
or
that's
give
what I wanted
any
to know,
any information, or obviously fixed matches, which again we're preparing players that should someone come to them and present them with an offer, to know what to do with that information, how to report it to us, how to protect themselves, protect their team, and ultimately, again, ensure that we have that clean and fair environment around the sport.
Is that still as big of a problem, the gambling issue, as it has been at lower levels? Because you don't really hear very much, or if ever, actually, the higher up the food chain you go with the tours and obviously the slams.
Yeah, absolutely. It is something that you'll see with our sanctions that are all published on our website, that predominantly that's where some of those challenges are faced. But it's equally important that we make sure that players are under obligation to keep those really high standards at the top end of the game too, and hopefully being those role models that they are for the players that are coming through, to make sure that they live by those values that they hold, and demonstrate those at every level of the game, which is again why our pathway approach takes those key messages for the right age and stage and builds them so that when they get to this level, they have that full picture of their obligations and responsibilities.
Couple of questions. First of all, how do you manage a 15-year-old in terms of understanding that tennis is not just 4 hours on the court, and actually it's a 24-hour day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year?
Yeah.
It's the first question. And the second question, obviously, that the news before the tournament about Marketa Vondrousova, in terms of her ban. Can you just explain why she got 4 years and some of the other players maybe got less?
Sure. So, to take your first question, we talk about decisions. Tennis players are fantastic at making decisions on court. They make hundreds of decisions in that match, and off court, we want to take, when we talk to a 15-year-old, when I was there talking to Coco and the team, use those same decision-making frameworks. You've got your coach in your box, you've got your team around you. Use those people to help you make those good decisions, as you say, 24/7, 365 days a year. And to sort of move on to the second part, some of those decisions that they have do come with consequences when it concerns the rules that we uphold and that tennis has brought around these two issues. And so that's really important that they have that understanding that, this happens off the court. Their off-court decisions are really, really important. In relation to Marketa, first and foremost, 4 years is a really long time. It's a huge impact on a player's career, on a person. And the facts behind that case are different to those other bans. And in that respect, each of those cases revolves around the facts. What happened? What's the sanctioning framework? And where do those, ultimately, the decisions lie with the independent panel? And where do they deem that sanction to be? In Marketa's case, the principle there revolves around refusal. So the rule is there, again, to protect from someone who is intentionally doping, who could choose to avoid a test in the pursuit of getting a shorter sanction.
So in other words, actually you're worse off if you say no than actually if you say yes and you fail that test.
Yeah, if those circumstances allow, and in the cases that the other previous cases where there have been high-profile players, and indeed players up and down the tours, we've seen very similar cases where the player's defence and the mitigations, the reason how that substance came to be in their body has been able to be explained and evidenced, and those mitigations have led to a shorter ban in those circumstances.
Do you understand the optics, though, when people are critical of comparative lengths of ban for players who have taken substances and those who haven't, that sometimes that does cause a little bit of controversy?
Yeah, I think we've seen that in the last week, and in other cases, it's natural for players to have a reaction to that, for the public to have a reaction to that, and indeed it's something, I've got a session coming up with WTA players ahead of Cincinnati, where we talk. They're coming through a key milestone for them as new members, and we talk about these things. We talk about, well, if you were on the panel, how would you interpret this? How would you look at the facts, and then apply these sanctioning guidelines that we've all agreed as part of the rules? But yeah, on the face of it, the numbers attached at the end, the outcome, can look vastly different. But it's then inherent in the rules and the process that we've followed those facts and understood that those cases are different, and comparing them can often lead to a contrast.
But then I guess the main point there is then education is super important, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you know what the outcomes are going to be and you know what the protocols are, follow them, and then you're not going to get in a mess.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's something that we speak about so often in our education sessions, whether that be with a young Coco or with the juniors here or at other events, that understanding the importance of these things, and back to the point about the 24/7 nature of it, when they're selecting a supplement or a medication, and the risks that could be coming from that, and the consequences of getting a decision like that wrong are so impactful on their career, and making sure that we equip them to make those good decisions and ask us when they're not sure.
And my question is, you said it's been 10 years that you have this program, right? Because when I played, it wasn't anything like that. So it was purely, being blind in a dark room. Like you just had to. We had zero kind of education. Only education you would receive only after something happens. So it's amazing that you do that for players now. For young players, I think this is like crucial, because I remember being completely psycho about anything I take. I was scared to even drink water, and I think a lot of players will agree with me. So I think it's like a super mega important what you do. So it's been 10 years, you said, or it was?
Yeah. So this is my 10th Wimbledon in the role, and as you say, So I began with the remit to establish the education team and the strategy. And really, that focus is to support players and empower players to make good decisions.
Not to scare them, but support.
No,
because
absolutely.
like I remember my generation, we were scared of everything.
I remember going when I was the Olympics in 2000, and I got the list. I was so scared, and I used to take hydrofuel. Hydrofuel was sort of an energy drink, and I got so spooked out. I even didn't take that, because I was in a position. That was my next question. I was in a position that, heavens forbid, something that was contaminated, that was totally not my fault. I was never in a position to fight it legally. I just didn't have the money. So is there something in place? I mean, it's all well and good. I'm not going to mention names, but it's all well and good for a player who's ranked 15 in the world, or 10 in the world, or 5 in the world. They've got the money to fight that case. But what about a player who's 300 in the world?
Sure.
Who doesn't have
you
the money?
You don't even know who to go. Like, what you do? What's your
what's
steps?
in place for that unfortunate situation?
Yeah. So your point about contamination is a real risk to players around supplementation. So from the education side, we're equipping them with the tools to look for products that have been batch tested. So here I just walked past the gym on my way through, and there's a couple of protein bars, and on that protein bar, on the back of it, is a logo that says this product has been batch tested, is suitable for athletes, and they can test that batch number, go on the website and check, so they have that assurance that it won't be. But to your point, when on the other side of that, from a a sanctioning position, we do actually have a player support fund that helps players if they have been charged, if something's been in their system, to support them with that legal burden. Because, as you say, that is something for those players which would be financially really difficult, as well as the complications of being sanctioned as an athlete. So that's there to help them, support them. They can apply for funding to seek the source of that contamination, to test their supplements, and to investigate where that source would have come from, to be able to defend themselves properly.
Matt, I'm curious how you get into the job that you do. How did you get into this?
Good question. Yeah, looking backward, it makes more sense than perhaps coming out of university with a sports science degree and looking forwards into the world of sport. And how do I get here? Having queued up on Church Road when the queue used to run up the hill there, how do I get behind the ropes? And I started off as a PE teacher, so that's the education side covered. And then ahead of the 2012 Olympics in London, got a role for UK anti-doping, so delivering the actual doping testing as a doping control officer. And then combining those two worlds, found a job that was...
I bet you could tell some stories about that. I'm not sure you should broadcast them, but I bet you could tell some stories.
Yeah. Not for today, maybe.
No.
But yeah, and then to bring those two together and be able to, understand those risks and see players, within that situation. I'm sure you'll both remember, your first test or a test after, a big match, a big loss, and the last thing you wanted was to see that doping control officer. And so for me, understanding where a player comes from and showing that empathy in our program to say, look, we know this is sometimes inconvenient, it's a big burden, but how can we support you? How can we make this process easy and give you that, that sense that actually you are taking the right thing. You can have that glass of water, you can have that protein shake ahead of a huge monumental match at the Olympics, and taking those things away from players so that ultimately they step on court and all they're thinking about is their performance, and they don't have that in the back of their mind.
Well, that is remarkable. Well, we
It
will have to
is.
pick your brains about some of those stories. I would love to hear them. I really would.
I'll tell the story. I'm not going to mention the name.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not going to mention the situation.
No, let's mention the
No, I'm
names.
not going to
No.
mention the name. I'm not
No
going to mention
names.
the situation. But I remember it was that I was after a practice session in the middle of the day, and someone said to me, "You need to watch this person practice, the intensity." And they had a match later on that day, and I watched them for an hour. They had to play a match later on that day. I just looked and went, no. Just my sense is, this is not possible. Needless to say, further down the line,
There was an issue.
there was an issue. So
Wow.
the eyes tell you something. Been around the sport long enough.
He knows the tricks. You know all the
But
old
you never
tricks.
reveal your sources.
You never do.
And
no.
you never reveal the situation.
Nor
But
indeed the names.
it's- Yeah, it was interesting. And actually had a negative effect because the person who done, I was like, I can't do this. It's impossible.
Really?
What he was doing.
We'll be asking you about that off air later.
Yeah, and look, from our perspective, people coming through today, they want to watch a match and believe in what they're seeing.
Yeah,
and,
it's so important.
And equally, just as important when I'm talking to a player, they want to believe that over the other side of the net, that they've had to go through those hard yards. They've got there with exactly the same level of determination and effort. And our program is designed to to deliver that, to make sure that we can trust in what we're seeing, and the physicality of tennis is there to be enjoyed and and respected without those question marks that exist, and hopefully that's something that we're able to deliver with players and give
But
them those
definitely
assurances.
take Barry Cowan with you.
Yeah.
To spy. To spy.
To spy, yes.
Just knew.
I'll put you in touch.
There was another situation as well. I just knew. 2 for 2 I was.
Well, Barry, we have a we have
open space.
Yes.
Yeah. We have an intelligence team, so we'll
I mean,
we'll
this
fix
was 20 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
this is
Yeah.
not.
Not
This is
Now
not
he's just making it up.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to tell Matthew off air,
Off
as
air.
I'll tell you off air,
Definitely.
the two situations.
Matt, it's been so nice to see you. Thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you.
up. Are you going to get a chance to watch any tennis, or are you too busy?
I did have a chance, a rare opportunity delivered to me to watch last Friday, and not just because I'm here. I had my earpiece in the whole day listening to Wimbledon radio, so
and I think I heard you say it was very good coverage. Is that what you said? I think I heard Matt say that.
I remember that.
I think that's what he said.
It was indeed.
It's great to see you.
Thank
you so much. Maybe come back and see us next year.
I'd love to. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
That is Matt Perry, who is involved, Director of Education, in fact, for the International Tennis Integrity Agency. Lovely to see you, Matt. Thank you very much indeed. While we were chatting to Matt, there's been a match point on court 3 with Peter Marcato.
So match point for Hewitt. His second one and a second serve. A 5-1 in this second set. An hour and 13 minutes on court. And the second serve. Onto the backhand. G going cross court at the line. That's a clean winner from Alfie Hewitt. And he moves through to another semi-final here at the Championships. A great performance, 6-4, 6-1. These two are going to be playing on opposite sides of the net in the doubles a bit later on today. But it's Alfie Hewitt who gets it done here on court 3. 6-4, 6-1 and through to the semi-finals.
Well, that is an excellent performance from Alfie Hewitt out there. Really, really good stuff on an absolutely boiling day. Olga Savchuk and Barry Cowan alongside me. Olga, we started talking about the women's semi-finals today, didn't we? And we never managed to get quite through it. Talk about Linda Noskova a little bit, because she is going to be a threat today. And my wonder, and this is the question I wanted to ask you, is temperamentally she's so calm, isn't she? Doesn't give anything away on court. We know Marta can be a little bit combustible, but she's done a great job of getting on top of that. And I think part of it is, well, a huge part is Zandra. And a huge part, I think, is the shot selection. Seems to have got better and better. But I just wonder, oh, no.
It's
no,
that word
it's
that
starting.
I was trying.
It's starting. Temperamentally.
You notice how none of us said him. Just
no,
sit
you
back.
just sat there. She'll get there in the end. I wonder if that might be an issue today, if the scoreboard starts to tilt against Marta.
I think she learned her way to deal with those pressure moments, and her temper as well. I think she's managing this year it so well, and I actually think that if it gets to a tight moment, her temper, her being her fired up, I think it will help Marta actually more than Linda Noskova. But Linda talked about herself on a press conference after yesterday's win against Elise Mertens, and she said, yes, I look like not the most reactive player out there, but I do react, and I was nervous in the beginning, and I was doing actually that match yesterday, and you could spot that she was nervous, she was tight. She said it's because I haven't been into that position. You know, she's been once in the quarterfinals earlier in Australia, but it's still something new, and she's still so young. Also, I met her coach after that, Thomas Krupa, and he was saying that
they've been together a long time,
yes,
haven't
and
they?
very successful. He said how nice of a girl she is, but quite quiet.
Yeah.
So he said it does help because she doesn't have those dips and ups and downs like some players do. He said he actually compared her to Karolina Pliskova, who is quite stable all throughout the match. So, you know, he said it's a positive thing, but at the same time, she's so young, she still have a lot to learn.
Do you agree with that, Baz, in terms of temperamentally, that could be a battle that Linda Noskova might just win today, and it could be a crucial one?
Yeah, it's always that toughest part, isn't it, when you're a young player and when you're a coach, is you want to see the player have a fire in the belly, but you want to nurture it, but you don't want to kick it out. So Federer was, you know, that was the well-known one, that he found it really difficult when he was younger, because he went from one end of the spectrum to the other. You know, he was too fired up. He lost his emotion. Then he was too flat. So I think sometimes some players it comes absolutely naturally, like Nadal at 17 had no problems with controlling his emotions. I mean, look at, currently Djokovic.
Yeah.
I mean, even Djokovic the other night, as great as that match was, and it was phenomenal, he dipped
He was
up
a
and
bit
down.
grumpy at times, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then he went through a stage. I remember one shot in the 5th. I thought, hang on, Novak, you've checked out here. But he only checked out for 1 point.
Right, at the age of 39, playing 5 hours 15, I think we can probably excuse that.
There's always bumps in the road.
There are.
And it's just a question of how you deal with those bumps in the road and how long those bumps in the roads last for. Don't have a grump. You end up losing the match. Feel frustrated for 1 or 2 points, but
and then
the
get back on the pony.
beauty about tennis is it's not like golf. If you have a grump, which our next guest can vouch for, you have a grump, that could be the round. That could be, if you go on to the first tee of the Open next week and you're in a bad mood because you had a fallen out with your caddy or something, and you go out of bounds, and you're 5 off the tee, that might be it.
Well, it happened to Rory McIlroy, didn't it, at Royal Portrush? Not last year, but when it was back there in 2019.
In tennis,
it ruined his Open.
in a best of 5 set match, you have a grump, you lose the first at 6-love. Okay. Doesn't matter. Reset.
No. Yeah, exactly. You teased our guest recently, and I'm going to introduce him now. I'm delighted to say Alistair Petrie has joined us, star of stage, screen and film, and of course the night manager, which you're brilliant in, by the way.
Oh, you're very kind.
Oh no, well I mean it, you are.
Oh, that's very lovely.
How are you?
I'm very good. I understand you have my sex education big brother here yesterday, Jason Isaacs.
I did. I still haven't got over it, Alistair, I've got to be honest.
Well, I have to say that he had a really lovely time, and he's very fond of you, I have to say.
Oh, is he?
Yes, he is.
Oh my goodness, I'm never
There we
getting
go.
over that. You all heard it. You all heard it. I heard him say I was his favourite.
But Baz, to your point, Baz, to your point you were making about sort of the dips and ups and downs over a match that can last 5 hours. I mean, watching that Arthur Ferry match, I mean, he didn't seem to have a single dip. It was like watching someone with a kind of, I don't know, a freedom. He just seemed to go for everything. Mistakes seemed to be minimal, and he just bulldozed through it. How, given the pressure he was under, did he not feel it? How did he? My question to professional tennis players: how did he manage to do what he did, given the pressure, scrutiny, all of those things he's under, to seemingly play with such freedom and an astonishing, natural talent? I mean, it was incredible what he pulled off.
Great to see you, Al.
Hello, mate.
But I can't look past you and thinking you're a baddie.
I know.
Well,
Very believable.
Yeah, very good acting.
Great question. And I think for Arthur, he doesn't feel the pressure. This is just, he's like a little kid in a sweet shop. This is just a whole new beginning.
Is it that kind of youthful thing? That kind
absolutely
of
do.
Big shrug of the shoulders, and it's a bit like what you were saying. What was the word you couldn't get out?
Oh no,
Pacific Rim. But
what is it like if you can't get your words out? When you
well, if you're doing film and telly, get another go.
But what about on the stage, darling?
On the stage, you sort of stare at someone else, and hopefully the audience think it's their fault. It's their fault, not yours. But yeah, that freedom is a kind of a glorious.
Because did you see his match against Dimitrov?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So that was a classic case of someone with no experience who handled it unbelievably well against someone with all the experience, who I have to say didn't handle it very well. And he's had a few issues in some of those bigger matches, and he was the one who had all the pressure. He was the overwhelming favourite, where Ferry could just, go about his business and in a very calm and calculated and impressive way.
But don't you think some of it, Baz, is scar tissue? So those players, he's just burst through, Arthur Ferry. He doesn't know anything other than joy, like a bouncy cat around Wimbledon, because everything's fallen his way, it's gone its way, and he hasn't had an awful, painful, 6-love, 6-2, 6-3 defeat on a show court here at Wimbledon. When he has that in his locker, that's, I think, when the ghosts of that start to swirl around your mind like a madman when you find yourself in a tight position again.
And that's top-level sport. I was talking to someone quite up in sort of the Formula One world, and I was kind of marvelling at the same thing with Kimi Antonelli. Yeah. And he sort of was sagely nodding as I was giving my 2p's worth about why Kimi Antonelli is so unbelievably successful, not least his youth. And then I paused and he just said, well, he hasn't had a big shunt yet. And how you respond to, which is, I mean, okay, you don't want to put a car into a wall. You certainly don't want to see it. But if you were to have something like that happen, God forbid, how does that, so scar tissue to your point, I guess it's across all sports. I mean, you know that, I guess.
I suppose that is true, actually. Who's your favourite tennis player this year and across the piece?
Well, this year, there's no question, it's Henry Patton, because I'm going to watch his double semi, which I'm very excited about.
Oh, very good.
There we go.
Former champion, I think.
Exactly, and reigning Australian Open champion. This year, I've loved watching. I've watched a lot of women's tennis this year, and I just think the strength and depth in that is just phenomenal. I've loved watching, Coco Gauff. It's also been quite a few spiky games as well. A little bit of lack of handshaking going on. A few kind of,
we like that.
Good needles.
We love that. A little bit of drama.
A little bit of drama.
A bit of tea, as the young people would say.
I mean, obviously, watching these epic matches that you start. Obviously, Djokovic is. Does the man sweat?
No.
Has
He might if he came and sat up here for a
Has he
couple
ever
of
been
hours.
to Pizza Express and Woking? That's a separate question. But phenomenal. I mean, that athleticism is phenomenal to watch. But yeah.
Athleticism.
Athleticism.
That's the word I'm struggling since yesterday.
Athleticism. Try temperamental.
Temperamental. So easy.
What? Temperamentally. Oh my goodness me. So who's winning our semi-finals today, Alistair?
Oh, I am not equipped. I'm not equipped
We
to...
guess, so why don't you?
Kostok.
I'm going to go with Kostok.
Are you?
Yeah.
And why would that be?
I think an amazing forehand.
Very good.
Amazing forehand. As long as you don't get too carried away with the drop shots, which is tricky. But I don't want to see anyone get blown off the court. I mean, obviously we remember was it last year's final that was
Rapid, yes.
Rapid.
Double bagel.
The double bagel. So I think any competitive... the nice thing is to watch two semi-finals of which I don't have a sort of dramatic emotional involvement in. So as a punter, you want to watch some really fantastic tennis and let the best person win.
And were you also saying Kostyuk because Olga is sat next to you and she was a brilliant tennis player, but she has also revealed that she did karate to quite a high level. So you felt a little bit scared.
Yeah, I will totally agree with
Move back.
whatever it says.
She is quite terrifying at times. And the other semi-final? So Kostyuk taking on Linda Noskova. What about Coco Gauff taking on Karolina Mukova? I
mean, that's a headline. My gosh,
It's
that's
box
a headline.
office,
It is box office, and to see someone who, any of them can obviously win the title for the first time. I remember watching... I'm about to call her Coco, like she's a friend. She's not.
Listen, we're all first
Coco
names
Gauff.
up here.
Okay.
We're all first names.
Ma'am Goff. Watching her I mean, you all start so young. Watching her play again with that kind of joie de vivre. And she's got, am I right in saying she's got one slam? She's got the US Open too. It would be quite something to see her win here. I think that would be kind of a remarkable story. And once you start sort of spreading your brilliant wares across different surfaces. But, first time win is obviously fantastic. But yeah, my kind of heart goes with to see Coco Gauff win would be amazing.
If you were to act, which tennis player would you want to act?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, I'm gonna take you back a bit. I was very lucky. In 1991, I came on Sunday, to the first People's Sunday. I was living in Fulham at the time, and I was a young man, and I'd been out late the night before, and I decided I'd like to come to People's Sunday. And I think the night before, that you probably remember this, but they'd announced, please don't come. It's going to be chocker. It's going to be bad weather. So just don't bother turning up. People listened for the first time, and they didn't turn up. So I arrived at one of the gates here, and there was nobody here. And I said, can I come in? And they went, yeah. I said, well, how much is it? And they said, it's 10 quid. I went, okay, can I get onto centre court? And they went, yeah. Anyway, so I saw McEnroe throw fits, I saw Lendl, Jimmy Connors. I mean, we had an amazing day, and it was the carnival that it was. It was flags and bunting, and there was not a bench holder in sight, and it was, God love them, but it was an amazing time. So I think if I had to, Baz, to answer your question, I think, I mean, yeah, you want to shove on a headband and a curly wig and play McEnroe a bit, but I think also the kind of the ice coolness of Lendl as well.
And Bjorn Borg, maybe?
He's my wife's favourite tennis player, so...
That's a no from you.
I was about to go down a very weird way. Just give us the outfit. So Borg, but I think. Well, actually, no. I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to go Ivan Isavic. Ivan Isavic athleticism in 2001, because I love the postscript to all of that was when he got called the next day, and he was hungover as hell, lying in his bed, and when he was doing a radio interview, I think with 5 Live. And there'd been the good Goran, bad Goran, and good Goran said, "Oh yeah, the bad Goran," or whatever it was. And I just was totally charmed by that. And what a story that was. And who knows, maybe Arthur can
do it.
make that magic.
Before we let you go, what can we see you in next?
Well, I'm very much about to start rehearsing a new play in London, A Month in the Country with Sophie Oconido, which I'm frankly slightly frightened about, which is a good thing to do, I think, in life, run towards things that generally frighten you. I've got a brilliant film coming out that I'm in with Martin Freeman called Oddly Flowers, which is in post-production, and then next year we will be shooting Night Manager Season 3.
Great excitement.
I know. So Can you
give us any indications where it is?
There'll be, I think it's fair to say, because Season 2 finished in the UK, so I think that's where we will begin. And of course, as actors that like to travel on someone else's dime, we're hoping for somewhere irresponsibly glamorous. But I currently, I don't know.
Oh. Well, we can't wait for that.
I know.
Have a lovely day today.
Thank you.
And
It's
thank
a
you so much
privilege
for
to be
coming
here.
up here and having a chat with us. We're very grateful.
Not at all. Thank you for having me. I love tennis, mad for it, and I can't wait to see the matches.
And we want Jason. back.
I think he's coming back.
Oh, he'll be back. You try and keep him away.
Oh, yeah,
he's
that is
probably
true.
here now.
He probably is.
With his wand.
He's already in the presentation booth on
He's
centre
probably,
court,
yeah.
waiting
It wouldn't
for you,
surprise. It
Sue.
genuinely wouldn't
rehearsal.
surprise me if suddenly to present the trophy to one of the champions here, it'd be like, oh my God, it's Isaac. How did he manage that?
Anything's possible here,
Yeah.
Alistair.
Yeah.
It's lovely to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much indeed. That's the lovely Alistair Petrie coming here to talk about tennis and much else besides. To court too. Plenty's been going on over there with Abigail Johnson.
Well, it's the trademark tenacity of Kristina Mladenovic and Hanyu Guo on display yet again. The number 10 seeds faced 10 break points in an opening set that they took on a tiebreak after an hour played against the top seeds. Katerina Siniakova and Taylor Townsend, winners here 2 years ago, but on a stumble now on the number 2 court. They had back-to-back set points on the return, and they were handily saved by the French-Chinese duo, whose upbeat tenacity is just capturing the crowd here on the number 2 court. It is a lasered return from Mladenovic into Siniakova, who's shrugging, who's throwing her arms. The incredibly accomplished Czech, 11-time Grand Slam champion, trophies at all 4 majors. 3 times in the last 3 seasons, herself and Townsend have triumphed on the major stage, but their campaign is truly under threat at 5-all and love 40 in this second set. Let's just see then if Hanyu Guo, the lowest ranked player on court, the world number 22, awaiting the serve, can break through against the 30-year-old from Czechia, who, it should be said, her left knee leg area is quite heavily taped. I'm not sure if she's at full physical capacity today. Siniakova takes nothing away from Mladenovic and Guo. It's the return into the net, so 2 break points still remain. They would see this duo serve for the match and for the semi-finals. So I'm going to keep eyes here on the number 2 court with Siniakova and Townsend gripping white knuckles here as they try to make it a 3rd straight semi-final. In the meantime, we can check in at the number 3 court. Peter Mercato, I believe you're there. I haven't actually seen you this tournament, but I've heard you.
I exist, Abigail. Here I am. Yes, we've moved from gentlemen's wheelchair singles to ladies' wheelchair singles, and we have edition 51 of the rivalry between Deirdre de Groot, the second seed, and Aniek van Koot. They're all Dutch matchup, this one, but 51 times they've met. De Groot leads quite handily, 43-7. Because a 24-time major champion. She's won the Grand Slam. That's all 4 majors in the one season, 3 times in her career, and has amassed a massive resume. Such an impressive resume to be right at the top of the sport here in the ladies' wheelchair singles. Although, having said that, she's in as the number 2 seed in this event this year. So we're at deuce in game number 5 of this encounter, 20 minutes in. De Groot leading 3-1, so has an early break of serve here. And you suspect that De Groot will be too good again today, based on, of course, their previous meetings and what we've seen the body of work across this year as well. So edition 51, it's going to be one of the longest rivalries in world sport, these two, because they just keep meeting at most tournaments that they're at. So that's what's happening here on court 3. Sue, are you, I hope you're going to still talk to me now that you're hobnobbing with all of these celebrity types and they're fawning over you. I hope one day you'll be able to talk to me again.
Do you know what, Peter? Sometimes times just change and things move on. Do you know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. Of course I will, darling. We'll have a chat a little bit later on. Peter Mercato reporting for us on court 3. A reminder, you're listening on day 11 to the Wimbledon radio channel. It is 8 minutes past 1.
Head to the Amex experience in the Southern Village, where you can capture core memories, customize your own tennis ball, and send a postcard anywhere in the world. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. 18+, terms and conditions apply.
Well, it's just a steady stream of stars up here on the roof today. We are very, very lucky and grateful now to have former Wimbledon finalist Agnieszka Radwanska join us. How are you?
Hi. Good. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's a pleasure and a joy. How's your Wimbledon been so far this year?
Very good. I'm here actually already 2 weeks, so really enjoying the Wimbledon vibe from the beginning. So I'm very happy to be back.
Can I just be really shallow and say you have not changed a bit since you made the final in 2012?
Thank you.
You haven't?
Really? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm really, really trying to stay fit and still playing tennis and, now with the Pilates, everything that I, couldn't do before, now enjoying different sports, so trying to stay fit.
Do you, when you come back into the grounds here, and I know you have come back obviously in the years since you stopped playing, do you always at some stage on your first day back here think of that Serena final in 2012?
I think so. I think, I had great memories from that place. Also, not only from the final, but other years that I did the semis as well. So a lot of good years here, even from the juniors time when I won in 2005. So every year it's different experience, and every year I'm the same happy person to got that getting that email with the invitation for the playing legends. So it's always great to be back here.
And when you think about that match, what do you focus on? What goes through your mind?
I think the first thing that is in my mind is how tight I was and how nervous I was coming to that final.
That was exactly my next question. How did you feel before that final?
So nervous. I can't even remember the first set. It was, I think you cannot really compare any other final. I played a few other big events.
Yes.
But, rural box and the corridor and everything, what was happening the last 2 days, even before going out to the center court, I was tight. I was
Did
just
you sleep the night before?
Not really, and I couldn't really eat.
Yes,
my throat was like just stuck. I couldn't even turn around. I couldn't even turn my head because I was just so nervous. So
you didn't look though. Like I remember watching that final.
But I was, I was really struggling to eat before. So yeah, so that was the first thing in my mind. After the first set, it was better. I kind of cooled down a little bit.
And after the second set, it was even better.
Yes, and I think it was already good. Like good tennis, I could control myself and the shots and everything. But the first set was really tricky for me and really challenging.
Is it just simply as obvious question is that it was a Wimbledon final and it's what you were playing for, or were there other circumstances that contributed to you feeling as nervous as you did? Because you played great. You would have played there in the semi-finals.
Yes, but I could really go on court many times on that center court. I played so many good matches and I enjoyed every single of them. But I never felt that nervous before any other match. Just this final was something different, was something bigger. And
was it Serena? Was it also the Serena factor?
I think the final, not even Serena, I think, because I played Serena so many times. And I think it was just the final. I think it would be anyone else at the final, I'll feel the same way. So obviously I played with the legends, and I think the best player at the time, she was on fire, and she was playing unbelievable tennis those years. But I think it was just the Wimbledon final.
Because Marion Bartley was talking about you very nicely on the radio yesterday.
Oh.
She was saying that there are head-to-head certain game styles that just don't really suit your game style, and she said that you were the player. She could beat all of the top players in her generation, but absolutely never could beat you.
Yes, we were talking about that a couple of times, and yes, I think also playing her, I could feel like I could control the match. Yes, and also I think I couldn't really do that against Serena. She was really dominating.
Too much
and
power.
I only beat her once at not the United Cup, Hopman Cup, that we played in the final over there. But every match on the Grand Slam on WTA, I lost, and I couldn't do more than that. So, but yes, there are some players that I never lose to. It was Ostapenko as well. Like I didn't have that much, trouble playing her, or actually Pliskova I beat so many times. I think I just lost the last match, which it was my last season. Was really struggling with myself. But also there was also one player that I like to play. I was really also comfortable with that tennis because she was hitting so hard and so good flat, and that was this kind of style that I like to play because that suits me. It was everything low and fast.
Drop shot every
exactly.
second point.
And I was mixing up everything on court. So definitely yes.
You were always such a popular player, both with the public but also with the players. But also by the same token, when they saw your name next to theirs in the draw, you could almost see them go, "Oh no, oh no." Because you made everybody generate their own power, like repetitively. You were so good at absorbing and redirecting.
Yes, and I think I was really trying to, make them life harder for sure. And
you succeeded.
Yes, that's I couldn't hit the ball as strong as the other ones. I couldn't serve 190. So that was my game, and I just had to always find a way to win the points, to win games, to win matches. So that was my style, and I know that a lot of people really didn't like to play against me. But also I had also those kind of players that, for example, now I'm playing with Caroline, but I didn't like to play against her, on the tour. I knew she was the one that every ball is going to go to the other side. I have to work on every point. No, even 1 point for free, during the match. So, and against those players like Angie, Caroline, Simona, you knew that you have to prepare yourself mentally, especially because you knew it's going to be 2-3 hours match with really
no matter what.
Exactly, and with that really high intensity and no easy points, always rallies, a lot of running, and that was tough. That was tough because you already preparing the day before that you're gonna have a fight, a big fight, and that's gonna cost you a lot of energy.
What age did you realise that you made life really difficult for your opponents?
I think from the beginning,
As a junior?
As a junior, because I was always the tiny one, small one, and I was playing from the beginning with, and I grew up actually playing with Venus, Serena, Sharapova, Safina. There were, big players that, hitting the ball so hard, and I couldn't do it. So for me, I was always using their powers, So for me, playing such a strong players was something normal, right? Because I think in my style it was a little bit Belinda, had that style. Obviously Martina Hingis. So first few years I was on tour with her, but not so many, right? So for me, playing those strong ones, there was something, like another day in the office.
How do you feel that your game style would match up against the top 10 now, today?
Well, I think I was similar because, they all can hit the ball. I think it's all about athleticism also these days, and they're also serving around 200 kilometers per hour. I was watching Andreeva, obviously, at other days. I mean, for such a young age, and you're serving, 120 whole match. That's something that, I couldn't imagine myself, right? So, but I think it's all about staying there and make them work, and always find the way to be better in those important moments, right? Because that's all about, especially the top level matches. So, yeah.
Tell us about your involvement in tennis these days. I know you've been doing some work with Magda Linette, haven't you? And yes. Tell us about other things that you're doing and you'd maybe like to do moving forward.
Well, yes, I'm working with Magda now 1.5 years, and I'm really enjoying that. Obviously, I'm not full-time on tour. I have a family, so it's hard. But doing the big events, and I'm really enjoying it, watching tennis from different perspective. And obviously, I think now, doesn't matter what you do, everything is with less pressure, because when we were on tour was everything right about pressure and being stressed and always prepare for the next day, for the next match, and you sacrifice everything, and the tennis was always a priority. Now obviously it's a little bit, with really big distance to the sport, and I can watch everything, from different perspectives. So I'm really enjoying that, and I'm really having fun now on tour, much more than it was. So it's fun.
And have you been playing in the Legends here?
Yes.
And how's that been going?
It's so nice, as always. It's my 5th time. So I'm really, really enjoying, like I was saying before, every time and every year, whenever I, getting the email with invitation, I'm so happy that I'm going to be back here, and almost for 3 weeks. So it's a really long trip, but I'm really enjoying every day on court. Always trying to watch the central court as well. So now, you can do everything, like coaching, watching, and
talking to people.
Exactly. Have
Yeah.
a coffee, have a conversation, have a really nice tennis conversation with everyone. It's just so different. So I'm really, really enjoying that.
So now the really tough bit of the interview, Agnieszka.
Okay.
I want you to pick your 2 winning semi-finalists today, and
Oh,
then
wow. Okay.
I want you to pick the champion.
Oh, wow.
So first up,
It's a tricky one.
It is tricky. Kostyuk and Noskova.
I think I'll go with Marta. I
why?
think she's really
To support the Polish coach.
yes, as well. But I think she's playing every match better and better. She was a little bit struggling in the beginning of the tournament,
Yes.
playing some really tough matches, really, 3 sets of battles,
Yeah.
and you could see, she was struggling a little bit. But then you can see she's more confident and playing really good tennis. So I think I will go with her.
And the other semi?
And the other semi, I think
Coco or Mukova?
That's the tricky one.
Pressure.
That's
the
the pressure. I think with Coco, but that's 51%. That's it's. I think it's going to be a really long match here, 3-setters match. But I think I'll go for Coco.
So then if it's a Coco Marta final, Agnieszka on the spot here.
I think because Coco has I think much more experience in Grand Slams, especially in the finals. I think I'll go for Coco. So let's see, but that's really a guessing.
Yeah.
It's really, really.
It is.
I think all those 3 matches, they'll be really good and tough battles.
Well, it is so lovely to see you. Thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
dropping by. It
Thank
really
you.
is lovely to see you. And enjoy the rest of your Wimbledon. Are you on centre watching today, later on?
I will try, but also I'm playing today, so yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I was being talking to you. You're playing, did you say?
Yes, I'm playing today, so I'm TBA, so I'm not sure which court yet, but I'm playing.
Quick matches and a quick mixed doubles.
Yep. Okay.
Centre court, maybe.
Don't want to put any pressure on you, but we might send a reporter and a commentator out there, Agnieszka. How do you feel about that? Cover it later.
Well,
ball by ball commentary.
Yes, that now is the pressure. But yes, I'm second TBA, so yeah, we'll see. I think it's all about the show courts now, and where it's going to be available, we are on.
Oh, well, look, good luck with that. And
Thank
thank
you.
you again.
Thank
It
you.
really is gorgeous to see you. Thank you very much. Former finalist there in 2012, Agnieszka Radwanska, giving her thoughts and tips on who might make it through today. So I think we are heading off. I think I heard lovely Connor, our producer, say Richard Connolly, but I'm not quite sure, so I'm just going to say that. I think we're going to have a chat with Richard. Oh, and Jill Krabus as well. How could I have forgotten that? Hello, guys. How are you doing?
You get both of us, Sue. Lucky you. Yes, we are well, and we are here in our centre court commentary position. The Royal Box is starting to fill up. The famous green seats of centre court are starting to fill up. The umpire's chair there is there, the net is there. We're almost ready for ladies' semi-finals day. And of course, that's going to begin with Karolina Mukova against Coco Gauff. A really intriguing matchup. Of course, all 4 players today are competing in the Wimbledon semi-finals for the very first time. 2 of the 4 players in Noskova and Mukova are appearing on centre court for the first time. So regardless of the tennis, there are new feelings, new emotions that are going to come to the players bodies, their nervous systems today. Jill, how excited are you about this, and what's your instinct for our first match between Mukova and Goff?
I mean, how can you not be excited? We're going to have a brand new Wimbledon champion in the ladies, so that's really exciting to start. But yeah, a new experience for a couple of them, like you said. So it is going to be about the moment, who can handle their nerves the best. Obviously, between the four, Coco the most experienced, having a couple Grand Slams to her name already. So, and she's going to feel that she rises to these occasions so often, as we've seen. This matchup, I mean, they've played so many times. The head-to-head such in favor of Coco, but they've never played on the grass. This is the first meeting on the grass court. So this is going to be interesting. Mukova has gotten to a final of a slam before, so she does have experience at this stage. I think she's got, in my opinion, the better game for the grass courts, but Coco's going to come with a lot of confidence, knowing how many times she's been able to come ahead against Mukova.
Mukova's service numbers during the course of this fortnight have been excellent. Is that at the root of why you say her game for grass is better suited?
I think that's part of it. I think, you know, she likes to use the slice. She likes variety. She likes to come into the net quite a bit. I think she has a lot of tools that can work and be very effective against Coco, and I think you're going to see her try and use those as much as possible and try and put pressure on different ways. Yes, the serve is going to be big, I think, but I also think it's going to be how she's able to put pressure on Coco's second serve and just the different variety she can bring.
We are very excited indeed for the opening semi-final here, ladies' semi-finals day. The players due in around 5 minutes from now. Will it be Mukova or Goff who reaches their first ever Wimbledon final? We'll find out soon.
Oh, wow. Cannot wait. Cannot wait for both the semi-finals today. Guys, we're almost at the end of our show. It's raced along, hasn't it? It's absolutely raced along. What are your final predictions and thoughts today? Barry, I'll start with you.
I'm going to go with Mukova. I think her brand of tennis, I think that she'll be able to... I'm expecting to get under the skin of Goff, but obviously the longer that match goes, the more I favour Goff.
Okay.
Because of her mentality is like I haven't seen before. What a competitor. I think the bottom half, the Kostyuk-Noskova, as I've said, I've got a feeling for Kostyuk. I just like her brand of tennis. I think she's her all-court game, but with power and confidence. I think she's ready to make that next step.
Yeah, she seems fearless to me this year.
She is. She's seeing the ball big, and I feel she's flying, and she found the joy. I think there is no hesitation playing on center court and at this big stage. I feel she will go for it.
And I watched, actually, did we do it together, Olga? We might have done. Did we do Madrid together on the WTA?
Yes.
And so we saw a lot of her.
Yeah.
And that, for me, was a big change because she was unbelievably aggressive. We know she's got power in her game, but she was unbelievably aggressive in the Spanish capital and attacking the second serve, almost standing, and I'm not exaggerating, by the service box.
Yeah, and I think she's always kind of done it, but now she's doing it with conviction and with real trust. And actually, she spoke yesterday about, after the match, that she doesn't put the results on the same level. She doesn't identify herself as a person with how well she plays, and I think this is so important. And so many players do that. You know, if you win the match, you're a great person. If you lose, you're not. I think that's a problem of a lot of athletes, because it's just such a big part of your life. It's your life. It's a lifestyle. It's not just a work which you do and then you put it on the side when you come back home. It's, you know, it's everything. So I think to understand that so early in her career, I think it's a great thing, and that's why it helps her to keep her on the ground. And
I think her experience at Roland Garros will help her. So she's had the semi-final when she lost to Andreeva. So I think she can learn from that, because the great tennis players are the ones who learn from the experiences. So I think that will help her as well.
And I also like the fact she said about the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place on grass this year. But she said before this stellar run started, maybe 2 matches in, she said, I'm already excited about what I can do next year.
Yeah. I mean, she's hardly lost as well.
I know.
Months.
So it's taken the pressure off, I think, and that is a huge element, I think, for her going into a semi-final, another big match in her career. But yeah, do you know, they're all so close, and you can make an argument for all of them. I don't think I want to dip my toe in the water.
But wasn't it so fascinating to hear Radwanska talk so openly about when she walked out for the final?
Yes.
And
the nerves.
The nerves. And I guess you just never know when those nerves are going to hit. And when they do hit, can you deal with it?
Well, I tell you who we do know who can deal with nerves when they hit. Marcus Buckland. I'm being nice to him. I don't really feel like it, but I'm going to be generous. He's over on centre court waiting for us right now. So I think we're going to head over there because before too long the players are going to be out. So Buckers is in the hot seat ready to take us through that. It's been a fabulous last 2 hours. Yeah. Guys, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
You are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. The time is 1:29 and we'll be heading over to Marcus Buckland.
Miss T, before you go, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Now, I didn't hear the start of your interview with the brilliant actor Al Petrie, who I've known for a long time for golf reasons. Did he have a message for you?
He did.
About your guest from yesterday?
He said he was very fond of me. You didn't get a mention, Marcus. Not at all. It was absolute crickets when your name was brought up.
Yeah, well...
But apparently, I made an impression.
Yeah, I bet you did.
So much so, he's coming back on Saturday. So I might introduce you to my friend Jason, I might not.
No, that means probably I'll be told at about 11:30 that I'm not required for the rest of the day, as was the case yesterday. But, anyway, thank you, Sue. I drove home in fits yesterday. I got an early call to leave because Sue... he's magnificent. Claire Curran's alongside me, and Sue, you know...
I elbowed him out of the way.
You've got a bad back, Marcus. You need to go and rest up. It's a big weekend coming up. That's really caring. And then I hear that Jason Isaacs is coming up to spend the afternoon with her in the box. Thank you, Sue. Here's the roar for our first two semi-finalists. Coco Gauff is travelling heavy, 2 massive bags. Karolina Muchova, by contrast, just the one bag, a little more old-fashioned. She's a no-nonsense sort of player. Afternoon, Clarice.
Good afternoon. Have you had a nice day, Marcus?
Very nice. Very nice day. Actually spent a little bit of time with Marion Bartley, the 2013 champion, who tells the most fantastic story. If I was to say one actor and Marion Bartley, would you recall the one that really inspired her?
No idea.
It was Pierce Brosnan, who was 007. In 2007, Marion got to the semi-finals, and it was the second semi-final, and she said, as is often the case, at the start of the match, there was hardly anybody in the arena because everyone had gone off for a cup of tea or whatever, and there was next to nobody in the royal box, and she played terribly, and she lost the first set 6-1, at which point people started to come back, including one of the guests, Pierce Brosnan, and she had a soft spot for Pierce Brosnan, and he started to really get behind her. Lo and behold, she wins the match. He's waiting for her afterwards and says, "You were fantastic. I'm so sorry I can't come to the final, but there will be a gift waiting for you tomorrow." And she turns up at Wimbledon the next day, and there are 100 roses waiting for her with a signed message from Pierce Brosnan. And she says, well, the bottom line is I went and lost the final because he wasn't there. Roll forward to 2013. She's on a flight from London to LA, and she gets a hand.
To be shown on the boards, and we have video review. In regards to the towel boxes, Coco, if I can ask you to use the green, please, and the purple, please. Okay, do you have any questions? Just a reminder about the grass court surface. Okay, do you want the championships or rackets? Championships. The championships? It is rackets. You'll serve? Yes. Okay, perfect.
Coco Gauff
Ice towels and ice bags. Every change over.
won the toss and elected to serve. There's always a question about towels, but this time from Coco Gauff, it was a question about ice towels. The heat is beating down on Wimbledon today. We're in the low 30s again, but it's another hot one. This is seriously hot for this part of the world. Richard Connolly with you. Former WTA star Jill Krabus is with you as well. Jill, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is truly exciting for all the fact that you sometimes, with the big matchups, and we've got Sinner Djokovic tomorrow, of course, there's a thrill that goes with that as well. The big rivalries, which player's going to come out on top this time. But for me, this is going to be every bit as exciting, if not more so, because here we have four fantastic players, one of whom is going to take the giant leap forward into superstardom, is going to have a life-changing couple of days and win Wimbledon for the very first time. And that's a thrill, isn't it?
Absolutely. You're making me nervous about this, but yeah.
That's the job.
Yeah, it's exciting because I just start to think about the emotions that they're going to feel for one of these players to have that moment out there to be able to lift the trophy for the very first time. Of course, we've been looking forward to this, all 4 players. What an opportunity. And I think as good as Goff is, she has 2 Grand Slam titles to her name, and as good as she is, she didn't even think that she would be at this stage on grass. It's one of the surfaces she struggled with the most, I would say, out of all the Grand Slams, but she's shown so well. It hasn't been an easy road for her. She's had a lot of tough battles out there, but that says a lot moving forward, how much she's had to dig and fight. And Muchova, to me, has always had the game that I feel like can expand any surface. I love her game. She uses so many different tools. She's got so much variety. I do think she has a little bit of an edge here on the grass. They've never played on the grass before just because of the style she brings. She can chip, she can charge, she can be aggressive. She's a great volleyer, and that's the type of a style of game that is really suited for these grass courts. So it's interesting because it is a contrast of styles, and that's what we love. That's what brings so much flair to the court.
This head-to-head record between the two is fascinating because they've met 7 times. And actually in these 7 matches, some seriously big ones as well. A couple of finals. Cincinnati, 1,000 level event in 2023. Beijing, same for the women. In 2024, enormous venue. Couple of semi-finals. US Open 2023. And Miami earlier in the year. Now, all 4 of those big matches, each of those on a hard court, all went Coco Gauff's way. She extended their head-to-head to 6-0 this year. They met on the clay in Stuttgart in April, and Muchova beat her for the first time. In the context of today's match, how important is that, do you think?
Yeah, because it was very recent. Yeah, and I would say that will give Muchova a little bit more confidence, especially, you know, if she didn't have that win, then she would have never had a win against Coco, and so that could potentially play a factor. But the fact that she beat her in Stuttgart, Coco is very, very good on the clay. Potentially people that could be her best surface because of the way she moves and the way she plays. So that's a really good win for Muchova. Like I said, I do think Muchova style of game is good on any surface. And you go back to when they first competed, you know, on the big stage, Cincinnati US Open, you mentioned that was a few years ago. That's when Coco was on her massive winning streak, where she won DC, won Cincinnati, won the US Open that year. So, and those were pretty straightforward 2-set wins for Coco. And Muchova, we have to remember, it's been a very, I guess, truncated last couple years. She's been on and off, hasn't had a very, I guess, sustainable season with injuries on and off, so that's been a struggle for her. And this season is finally the season where I feel like she has been able to play a pretty full season, and she's done well. So it's great to see that she's healthy. Maybe she figured something out as well against Coco, but it's good to see that she's had a full season.
Well, there are lots of factors with Muchova. I think this time last year she was suffering from an injury to the right wrist, wasn't she? And she was having to hit single-handed slices on the backhand.
Surgery.
Right,
Yeah.
she couldn't hit over the backhand at all. Now, when you have that kind of medical treatment, it's a serious worry as to whether you're going to get back to your best. But here she is on the centre court at Wimbledon now. Huge excitement here on centre court. The players are out for the very first point. It's Gauff who won the toss to serve from the royal box end, and she puts the first ball of this semi-final into the net. Bright sunshine baking the centre court. It's dry out there today. It's hot. The ball's going to fly quickly through the air, and we're into our first baseline rally with Gauff changing direction off the backhand, going up the line, getting Muchova on the run, and the Czech player finding the net. Of course, we've had Czech players in the recent past, the very recent past, having success here with Vondrousova and then Krejcikova as champions. 2 and 3 years ago, respectively. And we've got 2 Czechs in the semi-finals again today with Mukova and Noskova. In theory, they could meet for the title as Goff attacks, and Mukova returns with a forehand cross-court, and Goff puts the forehand into the net. We were just talking about Mukova's injury this time last year, a serious wrist injury which seriously slowed her down, and the worries that she might not get back to her best at all. But here she is now, playing with such confidence again. A terrific season, a couple of titles on tour as Goff gets a short return. Tries to wrong foot Mukova, but she's good enough to put up a lob, and that just long lands beyond the baseline.
30,
and her confidence is such that she was asked this week, Mukova, are you playing the best tennis of your career? To which she replied, well, I hope not. I think there's more to come, is the underlying feeling from her answers. So she's got confidence in herself, and she's got confidence that there is more to come. Backhand slice from Mukova here into the backhand of Goff. Mukova hits over the backhand. Goff goes back with even more speed. Mukova goes down the centre of the court, now goes backhand down the middle again. From the northern end, as we look to our right-hand side, Mukova changes it up with a drop shot, but there's too much air underneath that. And when you've got an athlete like Coco Gauff steaming forward, she was always going to make that with time to spare.
Well, I do like the attempt from Mukova, and I like already that she's looking to try and use that drop shot. It had a lot of height to it, and with Coco's speed, that drop shot has to be so precise and hit with such perfection.
She's up 40-15, Goff, with that broad headband. She serves down the centre of the court. Mukova returns into the net, and that was a highly competent start from the American. Jill?
Well, I like what you were saying when you were talking about Mukova and how she was in the press conference, and I like her response as well, saying, you know, I'm not satisfied necessarily with me playing my best form. I thought that was a great response that she had. I think this is the best she's played on the grass, but like we were talking about, she had that wrist surgery last year where she couldn't come over a backhand. She was resorted to hitting the one-handed slice, and I think it's no surprise to me that she's gotten to the semifinals here at this stage, because in the past she hasn't really had a lot of matches leading up because she's had to deal with so many ups and downs and injuries and not being able to play a full year. And like I said, it's great to see her finally healthy for this season.
Won a title on the grass in Bad Homburg coming into the championships. Mukova, who serves from in front of the royal box now and misses for the first time. But remarkably, when you look at her now, had lost in the first round at the championships in each of the last 4 years. Fourth round, either side of the COVID interruption in 2020, was her best at the championships coming in here. And now a heavy forehand from Mukova, just pushing Goff back and winning her a simple point. She goes up 15-love in this second game.
That was excellent depth on the forehand, a little bit more injection and pace too on the forehand.
Goff returning serve here from about 2 meters behind the baseline, rocking slowly in the bright sunshine. Mukova with the ball toss quite a long way in front of her, looking to get momentum coming forward into the court, but strikes that first serve into the net. There's not a seat to be had in the royal box, it's packed. Centre court is 95% full at this stage. Big off forehand return here from Goff to the second serve, then good length from Goff into the Mukova backhand, which is being tested at the moment. Goff hits through the backhand cross court, and that was too hot to handle. That was serious firepower from the American.
And I think that cross-court backhand rally is going to favor Goff, and I'm sure Mukova is looking to try and open up the forehand corner as much as possible. But I feel like when Coco just gets a clean strike on that backhand, it shoots through the court so much, and it can be effective on the grass where it can just rush the opponent.
Goff, of the 4 players in the semi-finals, of course, is the only major champion. How much will that play into proceedings? She's got 2 of them under her belt, and she's looking at Wimbledon this week to grab the 3rd part of the career Grand Slam. Forehand return here from Goff is a little wild as Mukova got her moving out to her right-hand side.
Well, I like that change-up. Not every player feels natural to take that kick serve out to the forehand corner, but Mukova's got such a nice service motion, and I think you're going to look to see her try and use that more often, try and kick it to the forehand of Coco.
Mukova hasn't landed a first serve yet, but does that time. A short-angled return from Goff. Short angle goes Mukova, and Goff nets, running forward, looking to go hard cross-court.
It's the easier shot to hit when the ball lands really low, is taking that backhand cross-court, and Mukova did well to cover that shot. And Coco, I think, saw her out of the corner of her eye.
So Mukova to 40-15. Royal box end. She serves into the net. Of course, her recovery from injury, the fact that she's fully fit, is one part of the reason why she's here. Perhaps a change in coach is also a part of that story. She's been working with Sven Groeneveld since the start of the year. Goff with the forehand cross-court return goes out. Both players have held to 15 at the start of this first semi-final.
A good start, just getting on the board for Mukova. You mentioned, Richard, of course, just to reiterate, her first time ever playing on this center court at Wimbledon. They did allow her to at least come out and warm up just to get the feel and the sense of the court. Same with Noskova as well, who hasn't played on center.
Goff puts a first serve into the net at 1-all. Yes, Mukova has moved through the show courts during Wimbledon this year. Started on court 12 in the first round. Second serve here. Mukova moves around to hit a big forehand up the middle, and she's really putting the pressure on here with heavy strikes into Goff's forehand, and Goff nets, and Mukova's on the board. First point of this third game.
Again, just getting a lot more aggressive off that first strike and into that corner for Mukova.
Czech played court 12 first round, number 3 court in rounds 2 and 3, number 2 court in the 4th round, and number 1 court in the quarterfinals. So she's made her way steadily to centre court for the first time. Big serve there by Goff to the Mukova backhand at 120 miles per hour. That really made the Czech stretch. Nothing she could do with it.
Well, actually, before this year, she had never even played on court 1 either. So she had never played on the 2 biggest courts here at Wimbledon. She said it felt like a different experience.
And it will feel different again being out there on centre court. The atmosphere is unique, as we know. And Mukova moving forward there. Gets the ball through Goff on the forehand side. And she's got her first little opening in an American service game here.
Well, I like right now with Mukova, any time Coco's lifting up on the ball or giving a bit more height, Mukova's been inside the baseline, looking to take it on the rise.
First serve into the net at 15-30. Goff played her first round match on the number 2 court, 3 times then on the number 1 court, and they were all close run affairs. And then her quarterfinal here on centre against Jessica Pegula. She served a double fault. It's her first of the day. Most likely it won't be her last. And she's down 15-40 here. A chance for Mukova to strike first in this first semi-final.
Goff has impressed me, though, up to the semi-final with how well she's bounced back after those double faults. I think even better than in the past.
This is the first serve going down the centre. She's been taken to 3 sets in each of her last 4 matches at the championships. She came from a set down in round 4 and the quarterfinals. Second serve here is in. It's a forehand return cross-court from Mukova. Goff gets Mukova on the move. She slices. Mukova then hits over the backhand into Goff's backhand. Goff hits hard cross-court and saves the first break point.
Yeah, I just felt like Mukova went one too many times to that backhand and took some pace off that last shot, and it just gave Coco so much time to get balance set up and really lean into the backhand. Had a lot of pace on that ball.
Still break point. Mukova maybe 3 meters behind the baseline for this first serve, giving it all the respect, giving herself time. Goff didn't land. Mukova hasn't really moved for the second serve return. 30-40, 1-all. It's a kick serve. Mukova mistimes it, but it's in, and it was awkward. And Goff looks to the skies as she misses the forehand in the net. And it's the Czech player who gets ahead. A break of serve in the third game of the match.
Well,
just the start you want.
Yeah, and I like, we already saw quite a bit of variety with Mukova. I mean, the return, it was a very conscious choice to go high and heavier. And I think that's part of the reason why you mentioned, Richard, she stayed a little bit further back on that second serve. She knew exactly the shot she wanted to hit on that break point opportunity. And it just forced Goff to hit down on the ball and got the break. You mentioned Mukova just getting a new coach this year. Sven Grodfeld, very experienced coach. He's been on the tour for a very long time. They just started working together a few months ago, really. But Mukova's really praised him with, you know, not only being a nice guy, but the experience that he has. She likes his approach a lot of just kind of being open. There's not one way to do something. So, and I think she likes that style, likes being able to explore and be open to different ways to progress and get better.
She's been a little cagey about the specific improvements that they've made together. But nonetheless, she's a much improved player this year. She's in the Wimbledon semi-finals, and she's got the lead, a break of serve, leading by 2-1.
Thank you, players ready.
So, on we go in the bright sunshine. As always, the first 3 games in, big influx of spectators into the centre court, many with trays of drinks, cold glasses of Pimm's, beers, waters, you name it. And everyone finding their seat, and sometimes finding your seat when you've got a big tray of Pimm's, as I can see the gentleman has down there in front.
Is that what you're spotting?
Great four large glasses with straws, the fruit inside, the ice cubes. They've got seats in the shade down there as well, so I think they're in business. They found their seats just about, and Goff's won the opening point of this game, love 15. Goff, by the way, with that double fault in the previous game, to 30 double faults for the tournament. That's the highest number of any player in the ladies singles this year. Forehand return is good and deep there by Goff, spinning down onto the baseline. Mukova on the defensive, a short slice from her. Goff coming forward. Mukova slices, but Goff's there and just planted the volley solidly back behind the Czech. Love 30.
That's very well handled by Goff on that low ball. Was forced to go for a slice because of how low it was, but she caught Mukova in the middle of the court, got just enough depth and closed the net very well.
Goff didn't have any winning form on the grass coming in this year. Mukova had the title in Bad Homburg. But that wasn't the Goff story. A good serve out wide there from Mukova to the forehand. Gets an error on the stretch from Goff. She lost a prep match in Berlin, first round to Paula Badosa. Last year, she lost first round in Berlin and lost first round here to Diana Yastremska, you might recall. So she hadn't won a grass court match since the round of 32 here 2 years ago when she beat Sonny Kartal. Forehand return here from Goff, short in the court. Mukova misses a ball that she would not expect to miss, and that means Goff has a couple of break-back points.
It almost looked like she second-guessed herself and was going inside out on the forehand. That is one of her favorite shots, but almost looked mid-swing that she knew she probably should have been taking it to the other corner.
Can Goff strike back instantly here on centre court? 15-40. Mukova from the far end. Goff's return creeps over the net. Short slice from Mukova was a smart move. She follows it in and volleys cross court beyond the American. That was a really clever point of the kind that Mukova has become renowned for.
It was very quick thinking after the drop shot, just inching forward, making the court seem smaller for Coco, making her seem like there was a lot less space.
Mukova also with a headband. A little thinner strip of white than Goff's broader version. 30-40 and the first serve missed by quite some margin. That was why there was a little bit of a whisper around centre court. Mukova will have heard that and will have recognised that that did miss by a long way. The second serve is in. The forehand misses by an awful long way from Goff. That was a total shank, and it sailed out of court.
It was a big miss by Coco. Just the ball got a little bit too close to her in that case, and Mukova did well to be able to get that ball into the body, but more in body forehand. Good spot from Mukova.
Deuce then. Mukova has done what Goff could not do in the previous game and save a couple of break points. Mukova serves to the forehand again and gets the error from Goff in the net. She's going to serve to the forehand side more often than not, isn't she?
The majority of the time, yes. I mean, sometimes you want to change it up and surprise them, but the majority of Mukova's serves, especially with how well she's been serving, how accurate she's been, should be going to that wing. It's just going to give her more opportunity to attack the next ball.
So game point to the Czech, who serves down the centre. It's a forehand return from Goff, a good forehand return, and then a hard hit forehand which misses the target. So from 15-40 there, 4 points in a row for Karolina Mukova, and she does back up the break to lead 3-1. Just to say, to back up what Jill was saying about Mukova's serving, before today, 36 aces in the tournament, second behind Naomi Osaka. 79% of points won when her first serve lands, by far the best of the remaining players, and 60% behind the second for Mukova, who launches a forehand return up the line there at Coco Gauff, and she just seems to be in a good moment here, Mukova. Having established the break of serve, got out of jail a little bit in the previous game, trying to put the pressure on here early in the first semi-final. Flick of the net from the ball as it left the racket of Goff there at love 15, Royal Box End. Goff serving from here. She serves to the backhand of Mukova. That lands on the baseline, an awkward ball. Goff couldn't do much with it. Drop shot from Mukova. She read that perfectly and this time executed the dropper just as you would wish.
But she disguised that so she approached the ball like she was going to be really aggressive. Her body language looked like she was going to attack it, and then all of a sudden just changed her racket head. Beautiful touch.
Love 30 here. Goff serves to the forehand, a blocked return. Goff has time on the ball. Forehand up the line from Goff. Scorched the grass.
There's that fight, we know, and we saw it in the body language, just a big fist pump after that forehand. Something that she's done great the last couple rounds. She's gotten so much more aggressive on that side, or looking to be more aggressive.
She's a player who knows that occasionally she has frailties, but accepts herself and loves herself for who she is and where she is right now. And that's a skill in itself. Backhand reply here from Mukova. Well, that was very awkward. Goff with a miss hit, landed over the net, and Mukova handled it really well, actually. Mukova's ball landed on the baseline. Goff off the back foot, totally mishit one, but it dropped just over the net. Could have been awkward, but Mukova made no drama of it.
That was just a strange point, because the ball that coming over on Mukova's side, she adjusted well to the flight of the ball, and Coco did as best as she could to try and get that ball over the net.
15-40 again. 2 more break points for Mukova. Goff going for the ace out wide, misses. Double break would be trouble for her in the opening set. She serves. Mukova gets well to get a forehand return in. Big off forehand from Goff. High ball from Mukova, drops in. Goff has got back there, hits a hard forehand. Mukova's defending again. Goff moving forward, nails one up, goes the big topspin lob, and that's out from Mukova by a couple of meters. That was a very good point from Goff.
Very good, yeah, just very aggressive, committed, didn't doubt herself throughout that point. Mukova going for the lob. It was a tough one to lob because of the depth and the pace from Goff.
So 30-40 feels like a big point in the context of this set, maybe even the match. 1-3, 30-40, wide serve. Mukova gets a racket on it, but Goff's got time. Mukova gets another racket on the ball, and Goff misses a basic overhead from inside the service box. And there's the double break for Mukova, and Goff strode to the chairs there as if rather unhappy with herself.
That's very frustrated for Goff, and that was a point that she will win 9 out of 10 times, and is good defending from Mukova. I was actually surprised Goff missed that overhead. Normally she's so secure with that stroke, but just let it drop a bit too much and trying to end the point so quickly. It was a big miss from Goff and threw the ball with frustration after that point.
Yeah, that was a bad one. There have been a few mishits from both, but perhaps particularly from Goff. The backhand-to-backhand exchange looks good for the American, but Mukova is pushing into that forehand wing a lot and is trying to bring Goff forward from time to time, using the short slice, the drop shot to good effect, bringing all of the variety that you've said throughout the build-up that she would, Jill.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, there were those last couple points, I would say Goff was better on the forehand, but overall Mukova, her strategy tactically has been spot on.
Yeah, very encouraging for the Czech in the opening 5 games, just 21 minutes played. And I think what's maybe most encouraging from Karolina Mukova, given again that this is her first match on centre court, is that she is playing her game here. This is not a difference, this is what she brings. She's executing with the variety and causing big problems for Coco Gauff. She's thinking, she's playing really well. For your first match on centre court, it's everything you'd hope for. A double break to the good here, Mukova from the royal box end at 4-1. Forehand return, though, to the second serve from Gauff. Speaks of the competitor that we know she is. It's a clean winner.
Cut into court there, expecting that out wide serve. And Mukova, as much as she's going to want to target that forehand, once she feels like Coco starts to get a rhythm, starts to get on top of that ball, that's when you maybe can change your mind, start to change up the accuracy or where you're going to hit the serve.
First serve into the net from Mukova, whose first serve percentage is hovering around the 50% mark at the moment. She saved a couple of break points in her previous service game, remember. Second serve to the backhand this time. Gauff hits on the angle and Mukova slices into the net. Love 30.
Oh, I like the shot that she was going for, that low slice, but very short in the court, trying to make it difficult and force Coco to hit up at that time, just cutting it too fine.
Missed both first serves in this game so far. Just 23 minutes in here. Haven't had too many long exchanges. Love 30. But Mukova 4-1 to the good. Misses another first serve. Gauff giving herself plenty of space here. 2 to 3 meters back behind the baseline. Mukova serves to the Gauff forehand. It comes back hard at Mukova. She deals with the pace well and goes with the forehand into the forehand corner. Then the forehand the other way, which catches a big piece of the net. Mukova reaching volley is wide on the angle. And Gauff will have 3 chances here to reduce her arrears in this opening set.
Well, it was the right move, actually, from Mukova. She got the let court and knew Coco was going to be in trouble. I was a little bit surprised Coco was able to get the slice past Mukova at the net. Normally, she covers exactly where she needs to be, and she ended up being on the full stretch on the volley.
So, love 40 on the Mukova serve. 4-1 in the opening set. She goes down the middle. It's a forehand return from Gauff. Slice to the baseline from Mukova's backhand. Now she hits over the backhand and now moves round to hit the inside-in forehand from that spot. And that broke the pattern.
Yeah, it was just slightly shorter on that last backhand from Gauff, and Mukova did well to take control of that. She played that point very well at the backhand, and as soon as that forehand corner opened up, Mukova took it.
Yeah, good hitting from the Czech. 15-40. Live here on the Wimbledon radio channel from centre court all around the world. Mukova misses the first serve again. This is causing her some difficulty. If Coco Gauff gets nothing but second serves, she's going to get you sooner rather than later, and she might do here at 15-40. Gauff with the backhand return central. Mukova with the off forehand and made Gauff move there to the backhand wing. That was smart from the Czech again.
She controlled that well, because that was a very good return from Gauff. It was deep down the center. great hands from Mukova to be able to guide that more of an angle off the court.
She's playing very calmly, isn't she? She's not affected by the situation, by the occasion at all to this point, or so it seems. 30-40, Mukova serves and misses the first serve again.
Really low first serve percentage right now for Mukova, 44%.
She made one in this game? I'm not even sure she's made one. Break point for Goff. Out to the backhand it goes. It's a short return from Goff. Mukova attacks it. Up goes the high ball. Backhand volley away from Mukova, just above shoulder height. She was calm there again.
Very calm and very brave second serve as well. Went for a little bit more kick angle. The accuracy was closer to the line, to the point where Coco could not get depth on that return.
Yeah, 60% of points she's won behind the second serve in the championship so far. 6 of 11 for 55% in this match to this point as well. If you can keep winning more than half of your points behind the second serve,
that's pretty good.
you're doing fine. Back to deuce from love 40 here from Mukova. That's 5 break points in the set now that she's already saved. She serves another second serve. Goff hits it back hard off the forehand, but again, Mukova deals with the pace, and the error comes from Goff.
As she dealt with the pace very well, got the leg nice and low to the ground to just fend off that pace, and Coco just pressing a little on that last backhand.
It's funny, Goff's been in these Mukova service games, but if Mukova takes this point, it'll be 5 games in a row for the Czech. And that won't feel good for the American. Mukova misses another first serve. I mean, Goff must be thinking, I should be breaking here with a number of chances I'm getting.
I'm surprised she's not moving up, actually. Coco's still, her return stands pretty far back.
2 meters, do you think? 2.5 meters, maybe back behind the baseline here still. She's going to move forward to try and hit it. Gets the off forehand return. Mukova, though, with a lovely deep cross-court backhand, and Goff is forced into the error there. And Mukova from love 40 did a magnificent job there. Holds for 5-1 in the first set. Well, if you're in the Goff camp right now.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I just was watching Mukova because she's by her coaching box as well, and she actually motioned the service motion, just wanting some advice on what to do, how to correct, because her first serve percentage is so low, and it's pretty impressive. She's at 5-1 right now, but she's had to work hard, as you said, on her service games.
1-5, Goff serving to stay in the opening set already after 28 minutes. Goes backhand into the backhand corner, and then again, Mukova's on the stretch, digs one out, but it drops beyond the baseline. Yes, further to that point, Mukova has landed 8 of 21 first serves in this set for 38% and is up 5-1. So she's got her doubts, even though the scoreline says she's in control, which would tell you that the match is not as one-sided as the scoreboard makes it look.
Exactly.
Champagne cork pops as Goff was about to serve there at 15 love, but she didn't seem to be put off. A short slice cross-court from Mukova. Goff's there, gets it deep into the forehand corner. Now goes the other way. Mukova's there, slicing. Goff with a forehand into the net, trying to move forward. And again, just the different looks that Mukova gave her there, I think, was the problem.
Yeah, well, she's not threatened by that shot either, because as long as she can keep that slice really low and more to the forehand side of Coco, she can produce great shots from the forehand, but that is difficult for anyone on grass. You have to lift up, you have to make sure you accelerate.
15 all, a serve down the middle from Goff, which was hard at 122 miles per hour, and Mukova was just defending that, and it was out of her control. 30-15, Goff looking to get on the scoreboard for the first time since the opening game of the match. She won the toss, chose to serve and held, and now she's going drop shot after a short return, and that was a thing of beauty. That landed like a butterfly on the court.
That was really good touch. And in that, when you're in that position, when she's so close to the net, the drop shot doesn't have to feel like it's that much of a risk. She just kept it in front of her. It's really about executed.
40-15, serve to the forehand. Oh, and Mukova absolutely destroyed that. Goff was thinking about moving forward, but didn't get very far.
She was thinking about serving and volleying, but she hesitated, but still it was just really good connection from Mukova.
Maybe she had a little look into the future and saw what was coming off the return. Maybe she just felt that the serve hadn't hit the spot. It was in the strike zone. Second serve coming here at 40-30 for Goff. Mukova threatening to take this first set in a hurry. The backhand return onto the forehand of Goff. High spinning ball from Goff. Flatter strike from Mukova, who goes into the backhand again. Miss hit from Goff. Mukova moves round to hit the off forehand. Wasn't a winner. Goff's missed the baseline, and she's been pulled back to deuce again here.
Well, she got Coco guessing a little bit in that point because she had so much time on the forehand. She sets up. I feel like she holds her backswing for so long that you sort of freeze at the baseline. That's what it looked like in that point. Just Coco unsure of where Mukova was going to hit the forehand.
Deuce at 1-5. Goff misses the first serve. Mukova 4 unforced errors. Goff 10 at the moment. Goff with a serve down the middle. The backhand return from Mukova, who now goes with the slice central. She's got a short ball here, goes with a shorter slice, bringing Goff forward. That's awkward. Goff's made the volley at the net, and she's won the point. It was a reaction volley. It didn't come out of the middle. Mukova had really nailed the pass. But sometimes you just got to get anything on it and hope for the best.
Exactly, because I don't think that was a very cleanly struck volley. I think it was a little bit of a mishit, but it actually helped the ball off Coco's racket just have a little bit of backspin off the bounce. What a stretch volley.
Game point for Goff. Mukova really did nail that.
She did.
Backhand up the line, didn't she? She really hit it hard. Hard first serve from Goff. Again, it's coming back with interest from Mukova, and Goff's gone long. 119-mile-an-hour serve, Jill. Sorry.
No, it was a great serve, but I mean, the way Mukova was still able to direct that and guide it down the line, she just used the pace off the serve to her advantage.
Everything's working well for Mukova at the moment,
is.
apart from the first serve.
First serve percentage, yeah.
That's the only thing. Goff misses the first serve at deuce by a long way. Bouncing the ball, looking towards the royal box. Second serve, Mukova's onto it, but just misses her return. She hasn't missed too many, but sent that one long to the second serve.
Yeah, I think Goff maybe recognized Mukova sneaking forward a bit. She did put a little extra on that second serve, 101-mile-an-hour second serve.
Game point for Goff. I think we'll hear a reaction if she wins this game, Goff. It's been a while since she got one. But second serve coming again here. That creeps into the box, but Mukova was maybe just disturbed by the lack of pace and went long with her return. So Goff does hold, ends Mukova's run of games at 5 and pulls back to 5-2 in this opening set.
Still a tough service game to get through for Goff. Felt like she handled the pressure of that moment very well, just kept fighting like we know she has. But yeah, that first serve percentage is going to be big for Goff as well right now, just at 56%. But Mukova below 40, and I don't necessarily feel like she feels, I mean, she had got through a couple tough service games, but you know, she knows she can make her life so much easier if she lifts that first serve percentage.
Both having a little bit of a snack at the sit down. Goff's got a little fruit box that looks like somebody's prepared for her. It looked to me like it might have some watermelon in it or something like that.
She usually has grapes.
Grapes?
She's been
okay.
having the green and red grapes.
Okay.
On the changeovers.
Signal here
Yep,
for
I
Mukova,
saw.
is
Yeah,
there?
it was Sven just giving her a little advice on the serve again to keep reaching up for the ball. I did notice her toss in particular was going a little bit forward, but I thought maybe she was going to attempt to serve and volley. Sometimes you do that, but he's just reminding her maybe not necessarily reaching up enough for that toss to get that extension.
Mukova
See if it makes a difference.
Her fruity snack was just a plain old banana. No prepared.
Very popular.
Prepared fruit box for her, just the regular banana.
Thank you, players are ready.
Well, The crowd taking a little time to settle once again. Understandably, people taking breaks from the sun. It's what you've got to do on a hot, hot day like this. 5-2, Mukova here is serving for the opening set. Looking towards the royal box. She's played really well. The one thing that's been missing is the first serve, and she missed her first serve in this game as well. Goff approaching the net here. Ooh, Mukova tried the passing shot. Goff seemed to have time on the volley. The only thing maybe was that the pass ended up being straight at Goff, and she just had to adjust and missed the forehand volley in the net. Mukova searching for first serves here. She's going to have to improve that, surely. She's found one at last. The off forehand return from Goff. Mukova hits the baseline, forcing Goff back, and then really went for a forehand. It was a little bit wild.
Well, she did have time for Goff. I think you just continue to take that strike on the ball. She had enough time to execute that, just went for a bit too much.
Sign the adrenaline's pumping a little bit,
That seemed
maybe?
to go faster, right? That seemed to be a little bit.
That was a real whistler. 15 all, 5-2. Mukova serving for the opening set here in this first semi-final of the championships. She has been to Grand Slam semi-finals before. This is her 5th, Mukova. Her record 1-3 at this stage of the majors. A couple of lets here for the Czech.
Still looks like a very low toss. I'm wondering if the sun is playing a factor, because sometimes you adjust your toss if the sun might be in your eye.
And then that would have a knock-on with the technique,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
15 all. She finds the first serve, swinging it out wide, but it's another excellent return from Goff, who then strikes the off backhand beautifully. She got down low, drilled that over the low part of the net.
What a great return, just deep down the center of the court. Takes away any angle from Mukova.
Well, maybe the secret is just keep missing the first serve.
I think she should maybe try a kick first serve. She's got such a good kick first serve, and Coco is still standing pretty far back.
15-30 at 5-2, Mukova. Went for the flat one to the backhand. Missed it, as you heard. So here's the second serve again. Goff again still hasn't changed really the return position. Kicks it to the backhand. Goff is there, goes cross court. Mukova changes direction. What a shot! The backhand up the line for a clean winner.
Wow, that was fantastic. That must have just caught a small part of the line, but very brave to go for that 15-30 down.
Fortune favors the brave, they say. She's 2 points from the opening set. 5-2, Mukova misses the first serve, looking to go wide. She's standing a good meter to the right of the center mark, so she's got room to get an angled serve across Goff. But it'll be the second serve again here. And she serves to the Goff forehands. Hard hit return. Mukova picks it up well on the backhand, and Goff sends hers long. The +1 from Mukova, her ability to react and respond to the pace on return, has been a real feature of this set.
Yeah, it's super quick. I mean, that first step off the serve, her serve in particular, has been very fast. She's also very strong with the wrist, so even when she's on the stretch, she's able to still get enough pace off the return.
Set point for Karolina Mukova here on center court. The Czech serves. Oh, would you believe it? It's an ace. She's barely landed a first serve in the last 15-20 minutes, but she seals the opening set with her first ace of the match and will sit down, I think, feeling $1 million. She's taken the opener after 39 minutes by 6 games to 2, and Goff is going to depart the playing surface.
Well, an excellent first set from Mukova, really, despite the fact that, you know, she still wants more and wants more perfection on that first serve in particular, but the way she played off the ground, her quick reactions off of some of these great returns from Goff have been outstanding. We've seen some variety, not as much I would have expected, but she's being smart about when to change up the pace, when to change up the rhythm. Both of them doing a great job using the ice towel. It's a very, very hot day. And just looking over the numbers, we've been talking about the serve. Goff actually better first serve percentage, but Mukova is better off of both first serve points won and second serve points won. Coco around the 50% mark in both, and a few more unforced errors from Goff, 12 to only 7 of Mukova. And only not that much difference between the winners, actually 9 for Mukova and 7 for Goff. And the reason some of these numbers are not that far off between the two, despite a 6-2 set, is because some of these games have been so tight. They actually, you made a great point of it didn't feel like a 6-2 set. It felt much closer than that, and the numbers prove that.
I agree, yes. Mukova has missed a lot of first serves, but when the second serves again have come back at her, it's an attacking return from Goff, but somehow the first ball after the serve from Mukova has turned into an attacking stroke itself because of her ability to not only use that pace but redirect the pace to a part of the court that Goff isn't expecting.
And to do it with the accuracy that she's doing. It's one thing to redirect the pace, and because you feel like okay, you want to still keep that margin high because you don't necessarily feel like you have that much control off of something that's deep and hard into your racket. But the way that Mukova has been able to still find such acute accuracy and to change that and all of a sudden put Goff on the defense in that case has been very impressive from Mukova. The area of her game that I was surprised some of the points that she lost was when she came into the net, because as soon as Mukova comes into the net, I feel like, okay, it's her point. It's on her racket. And actually, Goff has been winning a couple of those points. We haven't seen Mukova at the net that much, just because the Coco's been trying to keep that depth and keep her away from that part of the court. But I love that Mukova is still, throwing in the slice, some off pace. We just heard time because Goff is, of course, back on the court. So a very short break for Goff, quick turnaround. But really important for Goff to get off to a strong start.
3 juice games
Second set,
in that first set, and Mukova won them all. She was broken, Goff, in the 3rd and the 5th games, but in the 4th and the 6th, she had break points, the American, and couldn't take them. She's 0 for 5 on break point chances so far. Mukova's only been broken on 5 occasions in the tournament to this point. Goff now 14 times. Mukova doing an excellent job fending off break points throughout her Wimbledon campaign so far. We go into set number 2. A couple of high top-spun balls from both players. Goff coming in behind an excellent approach to the backhand and puts a really good low volley away on the cross court.
Well, it was a very interesting first point, because that was one of the highest trajectory balls I've seen from Goff on the forehand, and Mukova was unable to get a clean strike, and it set up the point perfectly for Goff to attack.
Sign of things to come?
Potentially. I mean, it worked, so she'll pay attention to that point.
15 love. Goff serves down the center, missing at 118 miles per hour. One of the hardest hitting servers on the women's side. Mukova returns with a cross-court backhand, and then Goff absolutely crushes a backhand up the line. This is a promising start to the second set from Goff, albeit a small sample size.
Such a world-class backhand from Goff. It has so much pace behind it. She strikes it with such confidence.
Sun just dipping behind a cloud for a moment or two as Goff serves down the middle, and then she puts a forehand into the net. It's a little bit of a letdown after the thumping strike at a previous point. Worn patches behind the baselines, the colour of straw, the rest of the court still holding up with a dark green, light green stripes, but Goff cutting one through the grass there at 180 miles per hour for an ace. That's her first. And she's got to 40-15. Try and get herself ahead in this second set. Although she did win the opening game of the first set and then lost the next 5. Second serve here at 40-15. Goes to the Mukova forehand. It's an ace. It doesn't go to the Mukova forehand at all. It goes right past it.
Second serve.
Right into the corner of the box. And Goff holds to 15, and that may feel a little better.
It's a confident game. I know she held in the first game of the first set, but that one just looked like she went about it with a little bit more authority and confidence. It was a great response. She's already running to the opposite side of the court, just trying to show that positive energy to Mukova.
And this is where Coco Gauff has some locker room power, right? She was in serious trouble in the second round this year against Solana Sierra, down several points in the match tiebreak at the end of the match. Eventually came through. She won in 3 in the third round and was a set down in the fourth round and the quarterfinals. As Mukova serves in at the body here, second game of this second set. She's coming in and plays a forehand volley very cleanly away, using some quick feet to get around the ball.
She was so fast that the ball actually started drifting more upward on that volley, but she handled it well. She actually had to leap up off the ground with how much height that ended up having.
Nice slow-mo on the monitors of Mukova in midair to play that. That was highly athletic from the Czech player, the 29-year-old, 7 years Goff senior. She serves down the middle, and Goff makes an excellent forehand return, sets up a shorter ball for her to attack. Mukova defends it well. Goff goes the other way. Mukova's got herself back into the point. Good counter. Goff right onto the baseline. She's hitting well without reward at the moment. This is terrific striking from both, and Goff has just missed with an off backhand from the middle of the court, and Mukova wins the point.
Very high quality, but I think that's a better point from Goff, just showing a little bit more consistency, making Mukova work harder.
It's great, isn't it? You get to the closing stages of the tournament and you realize why the players you're watching have made it this far.
Yeah.
Because they are really, really good, and they are playing really well. Mukova puts her first serve into the net, has a little shake of the head. Her percentage has improved to 45 on the first serve, but it's still not at a place where she wants it. It's not a helpful question mark to have in your head in a Grand Slam semi-final. And Goff there nails the forehand return back at Mukova, who this time couldn't quite manage the speed.
Excellent returning. Goff taking some energy from that, just jumping up and down, fist pumping. Definitely looks like she's playing with some more positive emotions, Goff.
30-15. Yeah, she's come out, reset Goff. You can't do what she's done in this tournament without having that ability, right? She's mentally a significant force, and everybody knows that. They know that she's not going to go away. Mukova knows, even at a set to the good, this is by no means won. We all know it. Mukova into the forehand corner here. Goff onto the back edge of the baseline. Now with a big forehand that doesn't spin down in time. And Mukova is more than matching her from the baseline here.
But you're right, Richard. I mean, it's just something she said in her press conference. Mukova, she knows that Goff, she considers her one of the biggest fighters on the tour. So she knows she has to continue to keep focused.
You can't let up for a second, and you should expect her to keep improving. Mukova serving to the forehand, coming in, but misses the forehand volley in the net. That was just the sheer force of Goff's return.
Yeah, I think with how in she took it a little bit earlier, I don't necessarily feel like Goff knew she was going to serve and volley. Mukova was trying the surprise tactic there, but she was able to get just enough pace right into the body.
That was a rocket of a return.
It was.
You don't want to be moving forwards towards that, do you? Health and safety. 40-30. Sunshine breaks through just as Mukova was about to toss the ball. You can see her shadow on the court. She serves down the middle. Goff makes the return off the forehand side, then gets down low to hit a backhand. And the slice from Mukova goes into the net, and she turns around a little bit frustrated with that miss. She's been pulled back to deuce.
Well, I feel like Goff is actually hitting the ball a little bit harder already in this second set, especially on the return game and off the very next ball, just trying to up the pace.
Without any real loss of percentage in terms
Right.
of ball going in. Deuce. Goff hits the return hard. Mukova gets down well and copes with it this time. Goff to the baseline again. Then an off forehand. Mukova's defensive ball. Goff's coming in. Backhand volley on the angle is too good. Goff is upping the pace here. Goff is fighting back.
Advantage, Goff.
What a great push here from Goff, and just starting all of a sudden to rush Mukova a couple times on the baseline.
Her competitive instincts are just radiating out from her at the moment. All of centre court can feel that Goff is upping the stakes. Mukova misses the first serve. She's break point down here. Remember, Goff has not broken her serve yet in this semi-final. And a second serve for Goff to return. She's going to go hard at this. The backhand return's not the hardest. Mukova off the back foot, good length. Goff has shanked a forehand, and that was not the time for that to happen. And she puts her fingers to the bridge of her nose as if to say, what on earth?
And Mukova again showing the service motion, obviously still flustered. She's not getting quite a few of these first serves in the court.
It's one of those days where you're going to have to win without every weapon at your disposal, maybe. Goff misses the forehand return on the stretch. That was a really good second serve from Mukova, wide out to the forehand.
With a little bit more slice, yeah, I was just able to get Goff a little bit more stretched out wide. It just makes you feel like you have to go for so much.
Mukova's played more points behind her second serve than her first in this match. She still hasn't served a double fault. She misses the first serve again, not by much. But the point is, her second serve has been excellent.
Yeah.
It's really been a friend to her. Defending your second serve is just a vital part of winning matches. And Mukova's doing that at the moment, and she's got a miss-hit return here from Goff, albeit one that lands awkwardly in the backhand corner. Shape from Goff into that backhand side. Now Mukova goes to the forehand, slicing low across the net. Goff picks it up well. Mukova whips it cross-court, and Goff misses the volley. She'd read the play, but she couldn't finish it off, and Mukova fends off another break point and holds again, this time for 1-1 in the second.
Yeah, it's amazing because Goff was there. She almost overran that volley. She had that ball right on her racket, and Mukova, she had her off balance. That was a big miss on the volley from Goff.
Both players doing an awful lot right. The baseline exchanges have been exceptional at times, sprinkling in the odd miss. Goffs are coming at more inopportune times. Mukova, for all the missing of the first serves, is making up for it with her second, and it's not costing her dear at the moment. Goff serves to the Mukova forehand, didn't quite time the return, an off-pace serve. She didn't really get forward and across.
It's good depth, though. It was right into the corner. I think you start thinking about the open court too, so sometimes you're rushing, you're not finishing your shot. Mukova already trying to think about the open court that she was giving Goff.
Goff at 15 love. Central return from Mukova. Goff gets her on the run. Mukova nets with the forehand slice.
That's a great combination. Good accuracy on the serve to open up the backhand down the line for Goff. That's the shot that she's been striking so well today, when she's been able to open up the backhand line.
30 love. Goff serves heavy down the middle at 123, but misses. The brightness gets turned up again. The sun beating down. Second serve on the angle. That was a really good slice serve again from Goff. Cutting through the sideline of the court, and Mukova couldn't reach it.
Yeah, this game on the serve, spreading the court well. Every single serve's been out wide, hoping for a short reply, hoping to open the court.
40 love. Mukova serves to the, Goff serves to the backhand. And Mukova late on the return. Heavy first serve that time from Goff. And she holds quickly. That may be the best service game she's had in terms of the result, at least. 4 quick points for Coco Gauff.
And over the course of a match, sometimes those quick service games add a pressure of their own. When, say, you're maybe struggling on your serve, when the opponent's serve is a little bit tighter to hold, tougher to hold, and then all of a sudden, in this case, Gauff has 2 quick service games. If that continues, that can add some pressure and tension. Especially, we've seen a few instances where Muchova is getting a little bit flustered. I mean, she doesn't show much frustration anyway, but a little bit flustered that she's not hitting the first serve as well as she has in the previous matches.
Can her second serve stand up when we get towards the business end?
Right, because it has so far.
I mean, her first serve percentage is 46 at the moment. She's serving more second serve points than first serve points. If we get to the crunch in this second set and she's close to winning the match, that feels like a point of serious tension.
It depends, right? It depends how well Coco returns. Yes, I think it can, but it depends. And already Coco's getting a lot more aggressive on these second serves in this second set. So it depends if Coco continues to be aggressive and have that consistency.
Well, she's come 3 times. She's had at least 1 break point in a Muchova service game without getting the job done. So Muchova has felt it. She leads, of course, by a set to love. The first set, 6-2. And here we are, 1-2 in the second on serve. Still potentially a long way to go in this first ladies singles semi-final from the championships. Live here on the Wimbledon radio channel. There's a good return from Gauff to another second serve. Central and deep. Muchova has dug it out and has got herself into the rally and is now hitting big forehands and a big backhand. Gauff drives through a cross-court backhand, though. That was the shot of the bunch, and it wins the point.
And I think Coco knows, too, when she has the opportunity on the backhand, she's taking a much bigger strike because she understands Muchova's strategy. She knows Muchova's going to want to go to the forehand as much as possible. So now when she's getting a backhand, she's going after it even more in this second set.
And it's impressive when it comes off, which is most of the time on that wing. 1-2, the forehand return, but no, it's a fault from Muchova again. This will be just gnawing away at her. It's a big plank of any player's game, the first serve. When it's not in, you know it. The second serve kicks it up to the body of Gauff. Another hard hit return, and this time Muchova misses, and here she is at love 30 again. This pressure's got to tell at some point.
And that time, just trying to guide the backhand into that forehand corner from Muchova. Wasn't quite in the best position to be able to do that effectively.
Love 30. Gauff a couple of meters behind the baseline. The first serve's in. It's a defensive return this time. Muchova's got a chance to attack, and she misses. Going inside in. Gauff had guessed and was heading in that direction, and it's love 40 on the Muchova serve.
And that caused the miss. The fact that she was heading in that direction made that corner look that much smaller.
The movement of Gauff. It's a serious weapon. Love 40 at 1-2 in the second set. Is this the moment that Gauff gets the first break of serve? It's a good return. Muchova onto the baseline with her +1 strike, and Gauff mistimes it as a result.
Wow, that must have just caught the back of the line barely. Great pickup off the baseline. She was falling backwards, Muchova.
She was love 40, wasn't she, in the 6th game of the opening set, and got through it. 15-40 here now. And this is the first serve by a long way. Takes her time, bounces the ball a few times. Gauff is almost motionless, ready. Muchova serves. It's a forehand return into the net from Gauff, who cannot believe it. And actually, the missed opportunities are telling on the American here.
Yeah, that was a surprise, actually. She struck it well, but I kind of like how she looks right now, even after that miss, just getting ready for the next ball.
0 for 8 now on break points, Gauff, and she's got another one here. 30-40. 1-2 in the second set. Mukova leading. Serves to the backhand. That's short. Mukova's gone drop shot, but it's floaty. Goff is up to it, and she puts it away. And she punches the air and roars with delight. At the 9th time of asking, she's broken Mukova's serve. That, to say the least, had been coming.
Love that response too from Coco, just screaming in the air. It wasn't the best drop shot from Mukova, had so much height to it, and she knew it as soon as she hit it that she was in trouble.
She'd almost turned away before Goff got to the loose ball, hadn't she? So Goff 3-1 with a break. Mukova makes the off backhand return. Goff attacks. She's at the net. Goff plays the volley on the cross court. It's a good one this time. She took the pace out of it and killed it.
15 love. Smart, great angle, good slice on that volley. She's so good at the net as well. We're talking about how well Mukova can handle that part of the court, but Goff, a Grand Slam champion in doubles as well.
15 love. She serves to the backhand of Mukova, just blocking it back centrally. Now hits over the ball on the cross court. Mukova changes the direction. Oh, she changes the direction so well.
15.
Just lent into that and just seemed to guide it. And the ball whizzed off the racket.
I like that combination. Mukova a little bit higher on the backhand side on the previous shot on the cross court before opening up that down the line.
Yeah, it is the combo that's the thing. 15 all, 3-1 Goff. Has the comeback begun, or can Mukova stop it dead in its tracks? The backhand return here from the Czech. Now the slice bouncing low. Goff finds a slice of her own. Mukova attacks. Goff defends. Mukova at the net finds the put away. The off forehand into the space. Both players showing us their range of skill.
15.
Yeah, Goff handled the slice well. She kept it really low, trying to force Mukova to come forward on the forehand, but she accelerated very well and got Coco on the defense.
I think it's one thing to handle the low bounce on the court. It's another thing to handle the pressure that the crowd put on, because when the ball just grazes the net, there's always a big whoo from the crowd. Stay in the moment. 15-30. Serve to the backhand. It's central and short. Goff's, yeah, she's done enough with it. Mukova was on the run way back behind the baseline and couldn't control it.
That's really good recognition from Goff to notice how far behind the baseline Mukova was, and that's exactly why she went for the shorter part of the court, the more angle on the forehand.
These are two brilliant athletes with a range of strokes and skills and super tennis IQs as well. The block return here from Mukova, the cross-court ball from Goff, and Mukova had a look at her pass up the line, and she didn't make it.
It's good pressure from Goff, though, this game. She's just continuing to really put the pressure on by coming forward at any opportunity.
Game point for Goff for a 4-1 lead in the second. 4 of her 5 matches she's won in a third set, Goff. She's going to have to do it that way today if she's going to reach her first Wimbledon final. She's more than capable. 40-30 at 3-1. Goff serves the backhand from Mukova to the forehand of Goff, who goes back into the backhand side. Slice from Mukova. Goff mistimes the backhand, rather reaching for it.
Yeah, the ball didn't come to her in that case. That off slice, that's where it can work, where that ball just doesn't skid through the court, and you saw Coco motioning that she could have been up on the ball slightly better.
It's good, this, isn't it?
It's great.
It's good, it's tense, it's high quality. Everyone's enthralled in centre court. Short return here from Mukova. Ooh, Goff to the back of the baseline and the high ball, which she'll put away. That was playing with fire there.
Advantage, Goff.
Every time she sets up for the backhand, though, I don't expect her to miss it. She strikes that so well. It's probably one of the best backhands on the tour.
Goff currently at 15 winners and 19 unforced. Mukova 12 winners and 11 unforced. Game point Goff again. Serves down the middle. Forehand return in the net from Mukova. Goff holds. She's got a clear margin now in this second set. Are we heading the distance, Jill?
It seems that way. I mean, it's just incredible the turnaround that Goff can have in these moments. I mean, Mukova, I felt like had the perfect strategy in that first set. And it's just incredible how Coco can not only dig deep in her game, but dig deep inside to find another level.
We are live here on the Wimbledon radio channel, admiring the skill and the athleticism and the intelligence of both of these players in the first of the ladies' semi-finals. To follow this, of course, Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine, trying to become the first Ukrainian finalist. And we've got the fellow Czech of Mukova's Linda Noskova as well. On the number 1 court, a men's doubles semi-final currently underway, and the number 6 seeds Aravalo and Pavic have what appears to be a winning lead against Kravitz and Putz, the German combination. 7-6, 5-2, that scoreline currently, and there's ball-by-ball coverage on our dedicated feed from the number 1 court today of the men's doubles semi-finals. Here on centre court, though, of course, you know what it's about. And, well, let us know where you are listening to this enthralling tennis match, and another one to follow, and then the mixed doubles final, of course. Let's not forget that on this first Thursday. Yeah, it's exciting stuff, this, it really is. And Coco Gauff has come out striking the ball incredibly hard, and for the most part incredibly accurately in this second set. She's got a break to the good. Mukova missing too many first serves, and we just had a feeling that it was going to catch up with her at some point. Eventually Coco Gauff with the breakthrough in game 4 at the 9th time of asking. So Mukova 6-2 the first set, but 1-4 down in the second, missing a first serve again at the start of this game, and then missing a backhand. And just feel of the two players at the moment that Gauff is the more chirpy of the two.
Definitely gotten more consistent compared to that first set, and she's attacking a lot more, like we mentioned in the beginning, just putting more pace on her shots, really just trying to press a little bit more, put power through Mukova a little bit better.
Love 15, the first serve to the backhand of Gauff on the stretch in the net. Gauff can't quite believe that she's missed a backhand, but she has.
And I think also on the second serve, it's been consistently that Gauff's been getting a lot of second serve looks, and I think she's doing more with the second serve return. Not only the pace, but getting it out of the center of the court better, getting Mukova on the defense a bit more.
Coming in a little bit.
Coming in more, yeah.
Playing a couple of good volleys. Forehand return here from Gauff off the tape. Mukova handled it well. A running Gauff gets the ball back off the backhand side, though, and now starts to take a charge at the point. The backhand up the line. Mukova, brilliant defense. Gauff coming in behind the ball here. Slice backhand from Mukova. Brilliant volley from Gauff. An outstanding point. She's taking charge.
Wow, that was incredible. And just no hesitation. And she's just being so decisive about just coming forward out of nowhere. And you can feel that Mukova's feeling it. She's feeling how much Coco is pressing more.
This is a brilliant response from Gauff to losing the first set, 6-2. There were a lot of close games in that first set, but she's definitely up the level in the second. Mukova at 15-30, and that's a 30 miss-hit return into the tram lines from the American. Mukova just nudging up her first serve percentage here, close to 50. It's been in the 30s and the 40s for much of the match so far. But if she could lift it yet further, that would give her, I think, her whole game a big boost. 30 all. She serves at the body. Gauff makes a comfortable return off the forehand side. Now goes into the backhand wing. Short slice from Mukova. Gauff picks it up on the forehand cross, and Mukova rather wild with the pass. She was the one who brought Gauff in, but Gauff handled it.
I think just overall, Coco is faster. She's faster up to the ball. She's reacting much quicker. She just looks more ready to attack.
Is she more ready to reach the Wimbledon final? Mukova at 30-40, on the verge of going a double breakdown in this second set. She serves into the net. Slowly retreats to the baseline. Pulls her back leg behind and moves into the service motion. Second serve return from Goff is deep into the forehand corner. Now she attacks cross court. Mukova is there, goes middle and hard. And that was a good counter from the Czech.
Oh, that was good play. Middle down, right down the center of the court. Hard, but to the forehand from Mukova.
Saves another break point. She's saved 9 of 10 in the match so far. Had to face 10 break points today, Mukova. She'd only faced 20 in the 5 matches that she'd played prior to today. Here's an indicator of the step up in level, and maybe the step down in terms of Mukova's own serving. Deuce, 1-4. She serves to the forehand. It comes back hard. Mukova has to bend down low to defend it. Goff up the line. She's come in again and plays the volley cross court on the angle. She's starting to take charge of the forecourt, Coco Gauff.
She's falling exceptionally well right now. And most of the volleys are on her backhand side. Mukova's been trying to go down the line. Coco's been approaching to the forehand, covering the line really well.
An 11th break point of the match. Mukova under pressure again. Goff poised, looking towards the royal box, makes a forehand return. Mukova attacks and misses. She misses with a forehand. And Goff breaks for the second time in this set. It's like the first set in reverse, really. 4 games in a row now for the American. 5-1, and she's going to serve for it, Jill.
Wow, I mean, she's just playing fantastic. How she was able to just basically flip a switch and start getting so aggressive. She's been upping how much she's been attacking in this second set.
There's a buzz around centre court. They know that we're heading to a third set. And they think they know that Goff right now is the favourite for this match, even though she hasn't yet levelled it at 1 set all. Second serve coming, 5-1, Goff's lead in the second set. Mukova steps around to hit a big forehand return. She's got a short ball here off the backhand. Goff gets there and forces the error off the forehand volley from Mukova.
15 love.
Well, she didn't back down. Even though Coco felt like she was in trouble, she did not back off that baseline. She took the approach on the rise, rushing Mukova on the volley.
She'd have expected to make the volley, but the Goff footwork, the speed is such a key factor there. And the speed of the serve was the factor there, and the placement. Third ace of the semi-final for Goff, who moves to within 2 points of levelling the match up on the Wimbledon radio channel here, live from centre court. Sun beating down hard again. Goff missing the first serve to Mukova's forehand. The fans are a-fluttering down below us. There's no breeze of any description unless you can generate it yourself. Second serve wide from Goff there, and the big miss on the return from Mukova, who is strolling across the court in contemplative fashion. I think she knows this second set has got away from her. Goff's about to win it. 5-1, 40 love. 2 fairly quick sets, 1 hour and 14 minutes. Goff misses the first serve. Ball comes back off the surrounding wall and bounces into court. Ball boy is quickly on it. Second serve for Goff at set point. Kicks it to the backhand of Mukova, and Mukova's not in control of the return. And Goff clenches the fist, but she knew that was coming. She's turned this match around. She's turned the second set around for sure. Feels like all the momentum is behind the American here. She lost the first 6-2. She's taken the second by 6 games to 1. Wow, that's a hard set for Mukova, and wouldn't you know it, she's decided to take the magic break away from court after losing that. So we'll have a little pause in the action while she departs to gather her thoughts.
I think especially after her first set, where you feel like you've been dictating. I mean, that's what we were saying. And even though Mukova wasn't necessarily serving her best, once the point got started, she was definitely dictating the points. And now it's been a complete switch. Goff, 83% first serve points won. I think she was about 53% in that first set. Only 43% for Mukova, and she was in the 70s. And second serve points won 78% now, Goff, and only 50% for Mukova. But the winners, 11 for Goff and only 3 from Mukova. Unforced error is pretty similar, just one difference between the two. But I mean, it's just been Goff that's completely attacked. I saw a graph a little bit earlier that popped up on our screen that was very telling. In that first set, Goff was only attacking about 23%. It jumped up to 41%. That's how much she started taking control. She was much more aggressively on the baseline. And the thing that jumped out to me as well is there was zero hesitation with anything short. It was almost like she was flying into the court and coming into the net a little bit more. And that was a massive difference. And not only hugely more aggressive, but I mean, you feel that on the other side. I mean, Mukova all of a sudden defending way more in that second set.
Is Mukova not returning as well, or is it simply that Goff's game from the baseline is so much better that she's just taking control of all these points?
Well, once she started hitting a lot harder, and because I don't think she started attacking first, I think she actually started hitting harder first. And then when she started hitting harder, she was creating more short balls. So then she felt like she could attack more. So she was definitely giving herself more opportunities. But also it's about having the mentality of having the intention of looking for a short ball. Because sometimes if things are going well, you get comfortable just being where you are in the baseline. But it's a much different thing mentally to have that intention, okay, anything short, I'm going after it. And I think Coco did that very well, even when maybe she wasn't feeling the most comfortable to do that. You almost can't wait to feel comfortable. You have to do it first. And I think that's what Coco did exceptionally well. She just was very decisive and be like, okay, this is how I have to play to make a dent in the Mukova game.
That's a fascinating sentence. You can't wait to be comfortable. You have to go and do it first. That's tremendously courageous in a match of this size.
Yeah, absolutely. But she's done it before. I mean, she said when she won the U.S. Open, her first Grand Slam title, she said she didn't feel like she played her best tennis, but just always she's going to fight hard and dig deep, and that goes a long way.
Is she the best in the women's game at winning when not everything is working right? Because a lot of people talk.
A lot of champions do that, yeah.
Yeah, but is she the best? I mean, people talk about her flaws almost as much as they talk about how wonderfully gifted she is and how much she's got that is magnificent.
When you can, you go, you fight. You're doing great.
Boy, that's JC Farrell, the coach of Coco Gauff. I'm not quite sure you have to remind her to fight. I think I think that's always in her. But what he was saying, another thing he just mentioned was, you go middle, hard middle, and then open up the court. And so that use of the middle ball, I think a lot of players utilize that to some degree, especially if you're having trouble, getting the consistency. But when you go hard middle, the opponent doesn't have time to think too much. You're kind of reacting, and also it takes the angle away. It allows you to maybe get that first strike on the ball if you can cough up a shorter ball. I interrupted you earlier. I'm sorry. I just got so excited.
That's, fascinating analysis as ever from Jill Krabus. But a real insight into the mentality of elite athletes,
Thank you, ladies
elite
and gentlemen.
players. Jill's been
Right,
there,
please, thank you.
and you can feel that listening to what she's been saying. We've only been playing for an hour and 20 minutes in this match, and here we are at the start of the deciding set. Well, buckle up, everybody. Here we go. Mukova serving, looking towards the royal box, getting a good wide serve in to start the set, and hitting a good backhand cross-court, having created the space for that. She took pace off the first serve there, first ball of the third set.
Well, I think that was a good example of why go hard middle. I mean, that time Coco went line and it opened up that angle for Mukova right away.
15 love. Mukova serves hard down the middle. The off forehand return and the dead net cord from Mukova, who sends a big apology down the court to Coco Gauff. Mukova will be thinking, right now, I think I need all the help I can get. I'll take it. You always think like that, don't you, at any stage? 30 love. Mukova only won one game in the second set, remember. Good serve there, and the forehand and the backhand volley. She hasn't won a point at the net for a while, Mukova. It felt good.
Yeah, that was a very good approach shot. It wasn't as low and flat and hard. It had a little bit more trajectory, and so it disallowed Coco to have a cleaner strike on the ball, so it set up the volley better.
40 love. Mukova serving and into the net. Looking up net points won. She was 7 of 11, Mukova, in the... Oh no, that's Gauff in the first set. Second serve, Gauff completely misstrikes the forehand, sails long. Mukova's on the board immediately at the start of the third, which will have been of some relief to her, given Gauff had won the last 5 games of the second set.
Well, that whole game right there, Mukova took a little bit off every single first serve, maybe just to find her rhythm, her range, but it actually helped her just give her extra time off the return to get in to the point. The other thing I feel like the reasoning of, oh God, that's funny. Both of them, I was just distracted because both Gauff and Mukova at the net trying to let each other go, and then they both stopped and started and tried to let each other go again, and then stopped and started. Both very polite players. That was funny. But the other, I think because of Gauff's court position and how much earlier she's taking the ball, it actually has taken that short slice away from Mukova, that part of her game plan.
Gauff's first service game of this deciding set, love 1. Mukova just chips the forehand back, but it's floated along. It's a good body serve from Gauff. Gauff's been to the net a lot more than Mukova over the course of the match.
But mostly in the second set, I think.
18 of 23 points Gauff has won at the net, 6 of 9 for Mukova.
Another good body serve right there from Gauff, so 30 love. Yeah,
a huge percentage of points she's won.
But it was definitely, she upped it, I think, more in the second.
In the second set, 11 out of 12. Ooh.
Wow.
30 love. Gauff in the bright sunlight, serves hard to the backhand. It's a good return from Mukova, but a forehand up the line from Gauff. The lob is floating along from Mukova.
40. Again, just flying up to that ball off the return from Mukova. Just really giving Mukova a lot less time.
Seemed like a sea change, like the attitude changed in between first and second sets. It was, she came out firing, didn't she, right at the start from the first ball of that second set, and she hasn't let up since. Second serve here, 3 game points. Mukova's backhand return down the middle, forced into the backhand side now by Gauff, but there's a backhand error on the stretch by the American.
A little bit of a slower angle way off the court there from Mukova. Good control.
Which of these first 2 players, which of these 2 players will seal a place in their first Wimbledon final? We've got 2 more first-time semi-finalists to come later in Kostyuk and Noskova. New champion guaranteed. Short slice return here from Mukova. Goff to the baseline and just beyond the baseline. She was again coming forward to take the time away, but just missed with her approach.
Oh, I still like that play. I think she just got a little too close to that ball as she was approaching it.
You're not going to win them all. 40-30. Mukova way back to return serve here and makes the forehand return. Goff goes drop shot, but Mukova's got all the time in the world. Goff goes lob. Mukova's in trouble. She hits it back over her own head. This is bouncing in. Goff has an overhead and she's missed it on the angle. What a defensive rally from Mukova.
Deuce.
Over her own head. And Goff, well, it's a big miss on the overhead.
It was a big miss. I mean, it was an excellent defensive lob, but Goff, you could see it off the bounce. It seemed like she was in good position, but it bounced actually a lot further away from her than she was anticipating.
Please.
Ended up getting pushed pretty far back.
Back to deuce then, and that just adds a little extra stress onto this service game. Particularly given Goff has just missed the first serve. So a second serve coming here. How forceful will Mukova be? Well, she didn't really get all of the return, but it was awkward and high, and now she changes direction with a short angle. Goff goes up the line, Mukova into the space, Goff defends brilliantly, Mukova attacks, but Goff is there. Mukova goes hard at the forehand, Goff is there again. Mukova goes the other way and misses. And Goff's athleticism and her defense won her that point.
Advantage, Goff.
Yeah, she was able to get back into the court so quickly when she got spread and just hit a really good forehand slice, but kept it so low. Mukova played a good point, but just the pressure of the speed of Goff on the baseline.
Mukova was thrashing at the ball, and it never seemed like Goff had a hair out of place. Point for the game for Goff. She goes drop shot. Mukova's up at this one again and misses going up the line. And Goff, having been under some duress, takes the game.
Well, right now, Goff in that game throwing in quite a bit of variety. 2 drop shots in that game. And again, covers herself so well by just staying up in the court, making it difficult to know for Mukova to know exactly where to go. Great defensive skills from Goff.
She came here first as a 15-year-old qualifier, Coco Gauff. It's only 7 years ago. She's still only 22. Twice a Grand Slam champion. 1 game all. Forehand return here from Goff. Mukova goes the other way. Goff, quick steps, drop shot from Mukova. Goff's forward and to that. Chips it and chips it long. That was a shame.
15 love.
Yeah, it almost felt like it had on her racket. I think just a little drop shot in front of her would have been a better shot selection there.
Every service game is a big one for Karolina Mukova. But she's won the opening point at 1-all in the 3rd set. Misses the first serve. First serve percentage now at 52 over the course of the match. She's making more than she was, ironically, when she won the first set 6-2. Second serve to the Goff backhand, into the backhand of Mukova, and she's missed going up the line. She's making more errors from the baseline.
Yeah, and because that was a pattern that was really working, but now that Goff has upped her speed and her defense on the baseline, it's a few more errors coming from the Mukova racket.
Each of her 4 previous Grand Slam semi-finals, Mukova, has been a close match. She's won just 1 of the 4 of them. Goff's made this one close. Hard hit from Mukova here to try and take charge of the point. Goff's defensive ball sails long.
Good response. Mukova, now she's the one not hesitating forward to that slightly shorter reply from Goff. Both teams constantly on their feet.
Yeah, trying to give their players what they need from afar. Trying to give them the energy and the calm that maybe they need at these moments. Mukova misses a first serve at 30-15. 1 game all in the 3rd. Just past 3 o'clock in the afternoon local time. Currently underneath a cloud. Mukova serves down the centre, the forehand return from Goff, and the off backhand from Mukova drops onto the sideline. Goff thought that was going wide.
I think Mukova did too. Just seeing a close-up, she even gave a little smile. I think it was a slight mishit, but maybe just a sigh of relief that that one caught part of the line.
40-15. Mukova in front of the royal box. Serves to the Goff forehand. It's a good deep return from Goff, who goes backhand down the middle and then misses with a backhand into the net. And it just feels like maybe this semi-final is poised now, that neither player has quite the significant advantage that one had in the opening set and then the other had in the second set. It's a bit more back in the balance, Jill. That's the feeling I've got.
Absolutely, yeah, because now you get the sense that it feels like it's Mukova's turn to have to try and adapt to how well Goff approached that second set with just a lot more aggressive mindset, more attacking style. And I feel like we saw that a lot, especially in Goff's previous couple rounds, because of the opponent she was playing. She knew she had to step up against Bencic. And the same circumstance in the quarterfinals against Pegula. It's almost like those two matches actually forced her to get more aggressive, which I think helped her in that second set to realize, she knows she can do it. Of course, she knows she can adapt, but to be able to do it in her first semifinal at Wimbledon ever. And I think those couple lead-up matches really helped her because she had to learn how to adapt.
Mukova won 4 of her 5 matches coming in here in straight sets, albeit the Naomi Osaka match on the #1 court were close sets, 7-6, 6-4. She was taken to 3 in a mammoth 4th round match by her compatriot, the former champion Barbora Krejcikova, won 7-5, 5-7, 6-3 in 2 hours and 45 on the #2 court. The first 3 rounds were considerably more straightforward.
Thank you.
Crowd settling once again after 3 games of this deciding set. Now's the time to get back in your seats because the really important action is in front of us. This is where the first place in the Wimbledon final is going to be decided. 1-2, second serve here from Goff. Mukova misses the return. She wasn't missing those in the first set.
That was a big change up on that second serve. It was shorter in the service box, but it had a lot of height to it off the bounce, a lot more kick.
Sunshine just breaks through the clouds as Goff rocks into her service motion. Mukova makes a backhand return off the top of the net. It's awkward for Goff, who's rather stranded at the net, and Mukova finds an angled pass. That was still well played from the Czech.
Wow, it's excellent feel on that passing shot, especially when you know Goff is going to close the net and look to try and take the ball at the height, above the height of the net. But she found just enough to be able to use that angle cross.
15 all. The sun brightens. Mukova, good 2 meters back behind the baseline here for this second serve return. It goes to the forehand of the Czech. She goes middle with her return. Good depth on it though. She's in charge here. Goff's defensive ball. Mukova's right at the net and puts it away comfortably on the cross court. It's got half an opening here.
15-13.
That was really good focus too for Mukova because she knew Goff was already running in the direction on the cross, but she didn't let that distract her, just picked her spot in the court.
Some rather worried cries, I think, from Goff supporters on centre court. 15-30. She serves down the middle and misses. Few looks at a second serve in this game for Mukova. Can she make that pay? She's on the move forward here. It's a forehand return. Central. Goff moved off the baseline. Mukova attacks down the forehand line. Goff sends a forehand long. Here are the first chances, the first real chances of the deciding set.
And for the first time in a while, Goff just taking us a little step further back behind the baseline, just opening up the angle slightly more for Mukova.
15:40. Goff at the Royal Box end. Mukova preparing to return, gets the backhand into play. Drop shot goes Goff, but it's a high one. Mukova's there. Oh, she slips, and Goff makes the volley cross court. And I think Mukova's fine, but she had a good position there, and when she got to the net, she didn't do enough with it.
No, she was there. She had so much time. There was so much height on that drop shot, but Goff did well to hold her position and then at the last moment cover the line.
She just read Mukova's intentions perfectly. 30-40, the Czech still has break point here. Goff lands the first serve, it's a high return. Is it dropping in? It's not. 117 miles per hour. Feels like the chance was the previous point.
What a great serve, and what a time to change it up down the tee. She caught Mukova leaning, expecting out wide on the backhand.
So back to Juice. After an hour and 35, Goff serves hard down the middle and misses, not by much, 122 miles per hour. Mukova with a chance perhaps to put the pressure on again on return. Second serve was short, forehand return that didn't have a great deal on it from Mukova. Goff following in, plays the backhand volley beautifully, taking control again, seizing the chance to move forward.
I don't think she's missed a backhand volley yet. She controls that so well, and a lot of, especially the backhand cross court. That's the majority of the volleys that she's been executing, is the backhand short cross court into the court.
22 points won at the net out of 31 for Goff in the match. She's been far more successful in the front part of the court. Game point for her to take this deciding set to 2 games all. She saved a couple of break points. Mukova with an inside-in forehand. Goff goes drop shot again. Mukova's up to that, slices down the line. Up goes the high ball. This should be easy, but Mukova has missed it. A shoulder-high forehand volley with all the time in the world, and her opponent stranded, and she pushed it into the tram lines.
And she just drops her head. Cannot believe she missed that volley. Usually a very routine volley from Mukova, but when you're facing someone that moves so exceptionally well on the baseline, the margins get so small. Or the margins feel so small, I should say. That pressure of the speed of Goff.
Just looking at the close-ups on the monitors, you can just see, I think, a little more stress in the face of Mukova at the moment. I mean, it's understandable. Of course it is. 2 games all in the final set. Mukova from the far side, looking towards the Royal Box. Goff a little late on the backhand return, so a cheap point for Mukova to start this game.
She hasn't had many of those. A little bit more serve into the body backhand from Mukova.
Funnily enough, I feel like the level maybe has just dipped from both a little bit. It's as if the stakes...
The tension's rising.
It is. It really is. 15 love. Mukova misses the first serve. And this is where the 4 first-time semi-finalists, it comes back to the question we asked right at the start. Who is going to have the wherewithal to seize the moment when it comes? A mishit second serve return from Goff sails out of court.
Yeah, just a couple times now in this third set, a little bit scrappy. Just unusual misses is maybe a better way to say it. That return right there, the volley on the previous game from Mukova.
Yeah. If the level is dropping, the tension is rising. 30 love. Mukova serves down the centre and misses the first serve. It's not a seat to be had now inside centre court. 1 or 2 on the far side. People have gone from the sunshine to take a little extended break. Second serve was good and deep from Mukova, but a hard return from Goff. She's got control here, goes into the forehand corner. Good defensive ball from Mukova, and the drop shot from Goff might have been the right idea, but the execution was wrong.
Yeah, not a bad idea. I mean, Mukova was so far behind the baseline because of that penetrating previous shot from Goff. I just didn't execute the drop shot well at all.
Maybe just not quite as loose in the arm as she was in set number 2. 40 love. Mukova serves to the backhand. It's a good return. Mukova hooks the forehand wide. Hard hit return from Goff.
I think Mukova trying to get it to the body again, but Goff moved well, got out of the way, much better on that return.
Straw-coloured patch behind the baseline at both ends of centre court. And little straw-coloured patches where the ball boys and girls bend down to start their sprints at the side of court. A quick point for Mukova as the return flies long from Goff, and she remains ahead in the score in this deciding set. She leads now 3-2 on serve in the decider. Well, ice towels for both competitors. Try and keep the body temperature down. The umbrellas over the top of both on what is a hot, sunny day. An emotionally draining day, a physically draining day. Who is going to find it within themselves to win the last point? It may be that the level from both players is not going to be at its best. But when you were feeling it, Jill, when you were really feeling it, and the tension was on, what were the things that you said to yourself to get yourself through, to get yourself over the line?
I mean, everyone's different. I think everyone has different techniques they use or different routines that they use. I mean, a lot of players think about the breathing techniques maybe they've practiced to try and calm their nerves or any kind of stress or tension they may be feeling. Some people or some players, I think, have probably different thoughts that go through your head that they try and focus on or remind themselves or something. For Goff, a lot of it is like digging and fighting, and just to remind her coach said, just to remind yourself who you are, that you've been in this position, you've been able to fight through so many times. But it's different for everyone, really.
Some take little books onto court.
Yeah, journals. Yeah,
read
exactly.
From pages. Key thoughts.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
When you're not under pressure, you can write down and you can remind yourself. And when you have a tendency to forget, don't you? When everything is all-encompassing. And you're in the middle of the Wimbledon maelstrom of these two are now. Can you go back to basics and reset and remind yourself of what you can do? Goff misses with the first serve of this sixth game in this final set at 2-3 down, looking towards the royal box. The second serve to the Mukova forehand. It was really at the body, but Mukova made the return and Goff dumped a forehand into the net. That was a little hesitant from Goff.
I mean, it's amazing because I don't think she was expecting such an off-pace return, and I think that's what threw her off. But you can't just throw an off-pace because then you might be in trouble, but it's amazing how sometimes how that works.
15 love. First serve crashes through the net and she'll go again with it. Yeah, just make a ball. Make any ball at this moment. It might be enough. Love 15. First serve into the net. This will be a second. Photography pits on both sides of centre court are full. The long lens is pointed in both directions. Nobody knows who's winning this. Forehand return from Mukova was a good one. She's trying to take charge. Oh, she got a big chunk of net cord and it bounced out.
15 all.
I think it was going out anyway.
It looked that way. The flight of the ball looked like it was going to maybe go wide.
She's trying to be more aggressive, wasn't she? She got a good strike on the return, then tried to change direction, as she did so effectively, particularly in the first set. But Goff, from really the start of the second set onwards, has not just hit with more authority, but she's moved with authority. She's read the intentions of Mukova so well. It's like she's known what Mukova was doing before Mukova herself. Good deep return from the Czech, who now attacks with a forehand, but puts it into the net. Another chance for her goes begging. Jill's feeling it.
Her leg. I know, she slapped. Oh, she had the exact shot that she wanted. Just another loose error there from Mukova.
Goes without saying, it's harder to make under the pressure of a deciding set in a Wimbledon semi-final. And now Mukova, playing on centre court for the first time, is maybe learning what centre court matches are all about. Forehand return down the middle, puts Goff on the back foot. Now she goes off forehand, Mukova. Mukova striking hard, pushed Goff back off the baseline here, but Goff defending well, slice from Mukova, and now slice from Mukova again to the Goff forehand. Spinning ball from Goff, shorter slice from Mukova. Goff lifts it cross court, she's at the net now. Mukova dinks it and has a backhand volley to put away down the line, which she does. A really smart exchange from the Czech.
Just great coverage at the net. I mean, Coco's been winning most of these exchanges when they've both been at the net, but I think Mukova just had a smarter play. She kept the ball low, short angle on the backhand, and then covered that last backhand volley. That was not easy, actually, to control.
She was really stretching, wasn't she? 30 all. They're all big points now, aren't they? From here on in. 2-3, 30 all. Second serve coming. Mukova on the stretch, can't get there. What a second serve. Accurate. Slicing it out to the forehand wing.
Wow, it's a great slice. I mean, what brave, too, to go to the forehand side from Mukova. If you don't hit that just perfectly, that's the side she likes to unleash on.
Game point for 3 all in the deciding set. Serve to the forehand from Goff, comes back with interest. Mukova on the run, slices down the center. Goff sweeps the backhand cross court, and it was too good. And she does hold from 30 all.
3 games all, final sets.
For precisely that scoreline.
Well, that was more of an attacking point from Goff. That was back to what she was doing in the second set to be able to close out that game.
Got to 3 all in the decider. Where do we go from here? My instinct is Goff is more certain of herself right now. But Mukova's such a canny player. What can she find from this point? She serves to the forehand. Goff's returns excellent. Mukova redirects brilliantly. Well, that was what we were seeing in the very first set from the Czech.
Exactly, yeah. Because that was a great return, and that's exactly what Coco's coach wanted, was to go hard, deep down the center, then open it up. But it was Mukova that did that exact play.
That was magic from Mukova, getting down low on the backhand, sweeping it cross court. Even the speed of Goff wasn't fast enough to get to it. 3 all, 15 love. Mukova serves into the net and away. Almost total silence. The moments you feel like you have to whisper in the commentary box, even though it's soundproof. Goff attacks with the forehand, the backhand of Mukova. Spinning ball to the backhand again, flatter strike from Mukova. Goff comes back on the cross court. Mukova wants to change that, and does, and then goes back into the backhand side. Now she goes drop shot. Goff's up to this with plenty of time. She goes up the line. Mukova lobs. Goff's going backwards. It's a brilliant overhead from Goff. Her feet were nearly touching the baseline when she hit that, but that was nerves of steel.
Yeah, no hesitation. Her movement backwards were so quick there, and she took a couple extra steps to get even further back, loaded on the back leg. What great speed from Goff.
Just brilliantly put away, and that under the stress of this semi-final. That was clear thinking in a moment of serious pressure. There's a little bit of breeze out there just to add to the conundrum.
30-15.
Mukova gets a quick point, swinging the serve away, forehand return in the net.
But that serve stayed a little bit lower. Just shot through the court. It didn't bounce as high to give Coco a little more time on the ball.
They're fanning themselves in the front row of the royal box over there as well. 30-15, 3 all. Mukova's ball toss a little too far in front, so she just caught it. It goes again. Serves to the backhand. That was a really good serve. Goff got the racket on it, but couldn't wrap around it enough to get it into court. I've had a few more quick points for Mukova on serve in this decider. First serve percentage is actually higher than Goff's now at 54 to 53 for the duration of the match. 3-all, 40-15. Mukova serves an ace down the middle. That was her second ace. The first, you might remember, clinched the opening set. So Mukova stays in front, 4-3 in the decider.
That was definitely her best service game.
Of the match?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think she got quite a few first serves in, which she's been lacking actually the whole match. And so I think what a time at 3-all, such a big moment to be able to come up with maybe I think one of her easiest service games. She's got an ice bag on her head just to cool herself down.
Did you ever get a headache in a big match in the sun?
I never have, but
No.
I can see how that would happen just
Yeah.
with so much heat that you have to deal with. Yeah.
It's an awful lot. Let's see if we can work out exactly where the Mukova serve is going this set. In terms of first serves landed over the course of the match, 54%. First serves in this current set, 13 of 19 for 68%.
Time.
Current set for Goff, 10 of 22 for 45%. Okay,
But we're still on serve, so.
yeah, we are. We'll figure that into the mix, though. Mukova's serving better in this decider. Yes, Coco Gauff to serve next. Royal box end, little patch of shade there, that end of court. Most welcome for everybody. Gauff with the ice towel round the neck at the sit down. Mukova with a big bag of ice right on the top of her head. Blood must be beating around the veins at the moment as the sun pumps down on centre court. A chip return here from Mukova, who now drives the backhand. Gauff's at the net, the volley rather stops spare, but she reads the pass again so well and makes the volley look easy. She's been a wall at the net, Coco Gauff.
I feel like she's been guessing right every single time. And Mukova has tried to hold that backswing to try and fake Coco off, but Coco's been covering the net so beautifully.
3-4, 15 love. Gauff serves in the bright sunshine down the middle and gets a quick point herself. We were just saying, actually, that the service percentage of the two players in this deciding set was interesting because Mukova, we've been talking about her first serve percentage being low throughout the match, but 13 of 19 in the current set for 68%. Gauff is around about 50% in the decider so far. Mukova had the break points, remember, in the fourth game, a couple of break points, but couldn't convert. And here we are at 3-4. Mukova's backhand returns a good one. Gauff, good backhand from the baseline. Drove it through the court, then gets Mukova on the move. Comes forward for another volley. Mukova has a look at a pass, lobs, and Gauff slams down the backhand volley. A high double-handed backhand volley that she again made look pretty easy.
Yeah, but it was the previous volley that set that up perfectly. She got enough depth on it. And Mukova, I like that she was going for the lob there with how well Gauff's been closing the net, but the quickness of Gauff, again, back to that backhand overhead, just really quick to get in position.
40 love for the American. Backhand return short in the court. Drop shot goes Gauff. Mukova's up for it. Gauff lobs Mukova with the attempted overhead, but Gauff is waiting for it, and she's at the net here again. Drives the volley. Mukova's there. Stop volley. Gauff is too good. Mukova cannot find a way past Gauff at the net. It's like one doesn't exist, and she holds for love. It's 4 games all.
Amazing, just amazing quickness and reactions from Gauff after every single shot, just to be alert and ready to get back in position. She's always expecting the ball to come back, and that's what makes her so ready for every single one of these shots off Mukova's racket.
Gauff is a step faster than Mukova, and she's thinking just as quickly. But it's 4 games all in the deciding set, and anything is still possible. Who knows what will be written in the next 20 minutes or so. The first ladies singles semi-final on centre court's got to 4 all in the third. Mukova serves down the middle, and it's a fault. Nothing can be heard apart from the footsteps of the ball girl behind Karolina Mukova. Second serve to the forehand of Gauff. Mukova's ready for that. Goes back behind. There's a tactic we haven't seen much of, but that worked a treat.
We haven't, have we? Yeah. Goff just desperately trying to get to the open court. So smart, quick thinking from Mukova.
Adding to her plan at 4-all in the deciding set. Still thinking about how to reach the Wimbledon final. 15 love. In the bright sunlight, she serves, but off the top of the tape. In comes the ball boy, a one-handed pickup. All in a day's work. They don't miss a trick. Mukova takes her time, no shot clock on the redo. She goes to the backhand, but it's a miss. Flicks away the ball as it comes back from Goff towards her. Goff waiting, she's still quite a long way back behind the baseline. Second serve kicks in at the body. Goff makes a backhand return, and Mukova
15-all.
with a straightforward error really off the backhand wing into the net.
She didn't really reposition herself, Mukova, off that serve, just kind of hung so far back. Just a solid return there from Goff.
Mukova 22 winners, 22 unforced. Goff 24 winners, 26 unforced. Nothing really between them. Mukova serves wide to the forehand. She's got a chance to go backhand cross, but goes down the middle. Mukova now goes central again. Playing with margin here, both of them. Slice from Mukova, slice from Goff. Slice from Mukova to the forehand corner. Goff goes up the line. Mukova changes it on the angle and misses wide. It was a little careful for a spell.
15-13.
And Mukova made the first mistake.
Goff doing well just to target the backhand side of Mukova, forcing her to take the first strike. Barely missed it, but just enough.
15-30. Pressure increasing, frankly, with every point. Mukova moves into her service action and comes in behind it. The forehand volley's not quite away, but the backhand volley will be. What a change up from Mukova. We've seen a couple of little alterations to her strategy in this 9th game of the deciding set.
We haven't actually seen the serve and volley a lot, but what a time to do it. Gutsy play. I actually thought maybe Coco's return could have been flying long, but Mukova did well just to stay with that ball. Love the mix-up. I love the fact that she threw in that serve and volley.
I don't think her volleys have been anything like as convincing as Goff's, though, today. Doesn't really matter at the moment as long as the ball goes in. However you get it there. Just get it there. 4-all, 30-all. Second serve coming. Mukova short in the box. Goff could attack that. Mukova redirects, but it's long. That came back at her quickly. And here's a chance for the American. 30-40 at 4-all.
Nice, just solid return deep in the center of the court, and Mukova just pulled off it. Slight hesitation with that reaction from Mukova.
Can Goff seize the moment? Twice a major champion, the only major champion left in the ladies' singles. Mukova misses the first serve. She's not served the double fault in the entire match, Mukova. She's had to serve a lot of second serves. For the first serve hasn't always been there for her. 30-40. She goes to the backhand of Goff. Oh, it's a rather tight backhand into the net from Goff.
Oh, that was surprising, actually. Wasn't a ton on that second serve, just 80-mile-an-hour second serve and in the middle of the court. Surprising miss from Goff.
I mean, it was the slower ball, wasn't it? It had so little on it that maybe she was just through the shot. Just so hard to wait for it at this stage. Back to juice. Mukova escaped a little bit. And now she misses with the first serve again. How great are her depths of self-belief at this point? She pauses, about to serve, and then elected not to toss the ball. Now she does. Kick it to the Goff backhand. Now the forehand into the forehand corner. Short from Goff. Mukova into the backhand side. Goff nails a backhand. Mukova has to defend it. Goff with a drop shot. Mukova's just there to it. Goff with a volley lob. Mukova's back to it. Gets it into court, but Goff is on top of the net and slams it away. Another point that Mukova was bossing.
Advantage, Goff.
But she couldn't quite finish it off.
It's an incredible feel on the lob from Goff to be able to get it over the head of Mukova.
It was. And to have that touch at this time is all the more impressive. Second chance to break in this game for Coco Gauff here, live on the Wimbledon radio channel from centre court. She's not made many first serves in this game. Chance for Gauff, surely. She's swaying gently from side to side. Now she takes a step forward, makes the backhand return centrally. Mukova hooks one into the forehand corner, and Gauff misses on the forehand. Well, the tension is starting to reach
a little bit, yeah,
unbearable levels.
From both, yeah. That one is definitely a tighter forehand from Gauff. Trying to lift it and loft it high to above the shoulders of the Mukova backhand. Just got too close to it.
You got this, shouts somebody in the Gauff camp. Deuce at 4-all. Mukova serves, not a great deal on that. Gauff with a forehand return. Mukova got her on the move well, then goes backhand back behind. Gauff was waiting and misses with a backhand cross court, and she pirouettes in frustration. That's been her most reliable shot of the match, and she's missed it by approximately 2 millimeters by the looks of things.
Well, Mukova's reaction, it was funny too. She just lifted her hands and head in the air, just thanking the fact that that just missed. I mean, that was so close. A little sigh of relief from Mukova.
Sven Grunewald is sending a smile down the court at Mukova. He's trying to give her something to latch onto here in this moment of stress. Well, there's a service hold for her. A big first serve. Gauff returns in the net. Mukova has saved 2 break points at 4-all in the decider, and Gauff will have to serve to stay in the match. She's held serve, Jill. I don't know how, but she has.
There's just fighting, complete fighting through that game from Mukova. And how steady was she on the second serve? I mean, the break points that she was facing, she missed the first serve, had to come up with a second serve at that stage at 4-all at this point of the match, and just good, steady hands from Mukova. I do like the fact that Sven was actually throwing, just had a little smirk on his face. I mean, that's got to feel, that's got to relieve some stress.
The next point she landed the first serve.
Yeah, that's got to relieve some stress and tension in that moment. I mean, I think he's trying to keep just the fun and the joy in it. Yeah.
He is. We're just seeing a slow motion replay of what he did after she won the game there.
Time.
Big smile on his face. Turned round, tapped his guns, didn't he? As if to say, come on, you got this, you're big and strong. But it was a kind of comedic gesture.
It was, yeah. And he's got so much experience with so many players that have dealt with this exact moment that Mukova is dealing with. I mean, she's been to a final before, the French Open, but this is new territory for her. First time on center court here at Wimbledon, first time semifinals. So he knows what the sense that he wants to get across to Mukova at this stage.
I mean, it's a lot, right? First Wimbledon match on centre court, it's a semi-final.
Yeah.
It's a heck of a lot.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Deep breaths, everybody. Gauff serving to stay in the semi-final, goes down the middle. Mukova chips back the return. We've barely seen that. Now she hits through the backhand. It goes through the net cord. Gauff with a short slice. Mukova's got time. Oh, and she's put it in the net. Whoa.
The amount of points she has not won when Gauff has thrown in that drop shot I don't think she's won one, actually, because Goff's been so efficient at the net.
We talk of
Now it's making her think, sorry.
variety as a weapon for Mukova. But Goff's thrown in at least as much and been more successful with it. She serves down the middle. Mukova chips back the high ball. Goff attacks with a forehand. It's a mishit lob. Goff's all over this. And she almost made a hole in the grass court the way she hit that down into the ground so hard. Be careful with the grass, Coco. 30 love.
She looks very calm right now, Coco. Looks very confident. Good serving so far, these first couple points.
4-5, 30 love. First semi-final. This is with the first serve that time. If you're Kostyuk and Noskova waiting for your time to come out on court, cool, this must be ratcheting up the tension for them as well. Second serve here. Goes to the backhand. Mukova's return is central. Goff misses in the net.
Definitely wanted a backhand, though. She was running around that center ball to get the backhand. Just stayed a little bit lower than she thought.
30-15. How much does Goff want this next point? Mukova hanging back to return serve here. Gets a forehand on it. It's a short ball for Goff to attack. Mukova's there. Tries the pass, but Goff is at the net again. She's all over the net. She owns the net today.
Can't remember the last time she missed a volley.
40-15.
Another good serve just to put Mukova on the stretch to set up short ball so she could come charging forward once again.
When was the last time Mukova made a passing shot?
Oh, no, I can't remember. But that's because Coco's not missing a volley.
40-15. Goff took the pace off the first serve and only just missed it. Mukova's so far back, it's not a bad play. Mukova's giving herself every chance here. The second serve to the backhand. It's a central return. Goff's backhand is central. Mukova mistimes her own ball. Goff holds 5-all.
5 games all final sets.
Now you've got the new balls coming at 5-all in the third. Is this a good thing for the server? Are you happy to see them?
Normally, yes, but Mukova has not been serving to the best of her ability. And sometimes if you're not feeling super confident on the serve, that ball is going to fly quite a bit on you. I mean, normally, yes, it would favor the serve, especially on the grass. But yeah, you would think so. We'll see. I mean, we'll see. She didn't serve that badly in the previous service game. We'll see how Mukova reacts with the new balls.
Both have had a couple of break points each in this deciding set. But we've had 10 games and 10 service holds. 5-all in the third. Return comes off the tape from Goff, and maybe it just jolted the timing of Mukova, who misses with a forehand. Love 15. Goff's body language is a little more positive to me.
I agree, yeah.
But that's not the whole ball game. Love 15. Mukova serves in at the body. It just clipped the net on the way through. Alison Hughes makes it clear. 3:45 local time. Short shadows, the sun high in the sky still. Mukova serves down the middle. It's a miss-hit return. These are still awkward at this time. Mukova's off forehand. Goff was waiting for it. Mukova gets down the middle. Goff with the off forehand. Mukova very deep, forces Goff onto the back foot, but she does well. Mukova injects a little bit of pace. Goff is ready. Hesitant backhand from Mukova. Now the slice down the middle. Goff on the attack into the backhand wing, forcing Mukova back. Goff the other side wins the point. Wins the point. An outstanding rally, and particularly at this time of the match.
That's too good from Goff. The depth overall throughout that rally was really hurt Mukova. She just couldn't get a hold in that point because of the length off of Coco's racket.
She's come from behind in the fourth round. She's come from behind in the quarterfinals. Is she going to do it again today? 5-all, love 30. Mukova from the royal box end serves wide. It's I was going to say it was a great return from Goff. She certainly caught it cleanly, and it's missed the baseline by a whisker. Had it landed in, Mukova was dead in the water. No way she was getting that back.
That was so quick. Mukova barely had time to take her racket away from the ball. She almost hit it on the rise. Still a good strike from Goff.
Goff telling herself to swing freely at these moments. Must be the hardest thing to do. 15-30, Mukova serves well, Goff makes the return, Mukova off the tape, Goff behind the baseline, improvises, but it lands in. Mukova attacks, Goff with a lot of shape, this is awkward, Mukova goes to the forehand side again, Goff down the line, slice from Mukova to the forehand again, the forehand of Goff stands up to the challenge, now she gets the backhand down the middle, moves to the backhand corner and gets it cross court, Mukova slices, Goff attacks with the backhand, Mukova changes direction, high ball from Goff, and off forehand from Mukova. What a point at this stage of the deciding set. Short slice from Mukova. Goff goes up the line. She's got a volley. She turns round. She doesn't make it. Mukova has the pass. And she finds it. It's a wonderful point. It's a win for Mukova. But there's no sense of celebration from her whatsoever. She just looks exhausted. That was an amazing rally.
It was amazing. I think the most physical rally of the match, and I think Mukova just happy that she finally was able to get a pass by Goff at the net. What a great effort.
Well, she's still got 12 seconds on the shot clock here. She might well take every single one. 5-all, 30-all in a semi-final at Wimbledon. How's your nerve? Mukova serves down the middle for a second, for half a second. For half a glorious second, she thought it was an ace. But it wasn't. Second serve goes to the Goff forehand. It's good and deep. Mukova defends it well, pushing Goff back onto the back foot. She attacks with the forehand inside in. Goff slices. The forehand the other way is a winner. And this time Mukova shakes the fist in celebration. 2 brilliant points in a row from the Czech.
40-30.
Has she got a stitch?
Yeah, she's just holding the right side. Was it the right side or the left side? The right side of her stomach. Yeah, could have a little bit of a stitch there. But
let's hope it's that.
Yes, what an excellent point from Mukova.
Game point for 6-5 in the decider. 2 hours and 11 minutes now to match time. Mukova serves to the Goff backhand. It's a mistimed return, but it drops in. It's awkward. Oh, the angle from Mukova was brilliant. She's opened up the court, and she lands the backhand down the line to win the point and the game. What a service hold that was from Karolina Mukova. She may not look the most positive, but my goodness, what courage she showed there under the most intense pressure.
But what a positive response. I mean, those last 3 points could not have been any more secure, I think, for Mukova at this stage to be able to hold her nerve. And after winning that service game, that's the biggest, I think, expression we've seen from her. Just a huge shout out, a look to her team. We just saw Sven in the box just pointing to his heart. I mean, that was an excellent effort to get through that game under so much pressure.
And again, she's pressing down that ice bag hard onto the top of her head. At the change of ends here, the least that she's going to get from this match now is a deciding set tiebreak at 6-all in the decider. I had a horrible thought for a moment that she was just holding the side of her stomach.
Well, she was, yeah.
But that maybe that's why she hadn't celebrated the point at 15:30 when she won that incredible rally, and that maybe she'd felt something, and that was why she hadn't expressed any kind of joy. But the way she is at the sit down, it doesn't seem like there's any anxiety about that from her.
And it was just after that 1 point, so that's hopefully a good sign. I mean, she seems fine. And now we're hearing Goff's team just shouting some encouragement to her. She's now at the royal box end, but now the pressure back on the shoulders of Goff.
Here she is then, serving for the second time to stay in this semi-final. Can she take us all the way to a deciding set tie-break on the centre court? Goff serves in the body of Mukova. It's a good deep return. Short ball for Mukova here. She goes cross-court. Goff is there. She's always there. Mukova goes cross-court with the forehand. Goff nails one up the line. Outstanding.
That's too good. Mukova did not play a bad point there. Really got Goff on the stretch. That's just too good of a shot from Goff.
15 love, 5-6 in the third. Difference between these two is paper thin. Return from Mukova lands on the baseline. She goes short slice. Gave Goff all the time to think about that, and she dumped the forehand in the net.
Oh, that ball just died off the bounce, and that's the exact off pace you want on Goff. Forced her to accelerate on her own forehand, just pulled up on that ball.
Mukova was feeling at the ribcage again on the right-hand side of her stomach in between points. 15 all. Goff serves to the forehand of Mukova. She had a lash at that and missed it.
30-15.
Something's wrong for Mukova. She's still feeling at that same area. 30-15 at 5-6. Goff serves to the backhand. The backhand's, ooh, it's a fraction long from the check.
It's good serving here from the American. All first serves in this game.
It's been hot. It's been hard work. It's been a terrific watch. Mukova the first set, Goff the second. Here we are with Goff with points to take us into a tie break. She goes cross-court with a forehand, a fiery forehand from Mukova from deep in that corner. That was a forehand from the last chance saloon. Goff nets back to 40-30.
She had to. She was so far outside the court, had to go for that corner.
Goff looks the fresher of the two. She serves to the backhand of Mukova. Goff goes drop shot. Mukova has to move forward. She goes with the angle cross court and misses it. Again, reaches for her right side. And we are heading into a tie break. A tie break to 10 points.
I mean, it does look like she's trying to breathe through whatever's bothering her in the stomach area.
As you would.
Taking deep breaths after every single point.
It looks like more than just
a stitch.
A stitch, or indeed some form of fatigue where you're finding that, you know, the lungs are tightening. It's,
right.
It doesn't look great.
Thank you.
This is it then. The best of 3 sets becomes the first to 10 points. That's it for a place in the Wimbledon final. Mukova from the northern end, looking towards the royal box, serves first and misses. 2 hours and 17. Hasn't been especially long. First 2 sets were quick, really. Mukova's second serve. Goff completely mishits the forehand return.
Wow, feel nice for Mukova just to get a quick point. Now she's reaching up to the sky just to stretch that stomach area.
Player who suffered with injuries at various moments throughout her career, had the wrist problem all of last year. Goff misses the first serve. First serve's a gold dust at the moment for both players. Second serve here for Goff. Off forehand return from Mukova, very deep, gets a short ball, attacks with the forehand at the net, and she's passed by Goff. For every time that Mukova comes forward, Goff's got the answer. The same is not true the other way around.
Well, I think because Goff's just really picking her spot. In that time, Mukova just completely covered the cross court. Gave that whole opening down the line to Goff.
1-1 in this final set tiebreak. Serve down the center from Goff. The return's got no pace, it lands in. Goff's off forehand, slice from Mukova. Goff with a forehand, she's at the net. Mukova dips one at her toes, and that was a good plan. Goff was unable to dig out the volley.
I think that's the first volley Goff's missed, but that one was much lower to the feet. It was dipping fast and slow, and Goff unable to get up to the ball on time. I think after every point now, Mukova is holding that side of her stomach.
It's ribs, intercostals kind of area, isn't it? Stomach muscles, something in there. 2-1. She's got the mini break by winning that point. It's a long way still from the finish line, but it's advantage Mukova at this moment. 2-1 in the final set tiebreak, live on the Wimbledon radio channel. She lands a first serve, comes in behind it, and she's made the volley. Goodness me, how did she manage that? Goff's return came back at her like a rocket. She'd barely made it a metre forward from the baseline, stuck the racket down and improvised a volley winner.
Well, that was a great example of just how good her hands are. I mean, it was so low, right at the feet. She was way back in the court. Great hands on the volley.
That was extraordinary. 3-1. She serves down the middle and wins the point quickly. 4-1 Mukova in this match tiebreak. Again, she reaches for the right side of the stomach.
And she's wincing. You can see her face just grimacing. She's really trying to fight through this, and her coach Sven just telling her to loosen up. He's just going through the motions.
He's just standing there making himself as prominent, as visible as he can for her, with a smile on his face, trying to get her to relax as best he possibly can. Chip return here from Mukova. It's not a bad idea. Goff goes central. Mukova goes central. Goff moves it into the backhand side. Slice goes Mukova. And Goff into the backhand side. Slice again from Mukova, just giving herself time. Now she hits over the backhand. Goff with a bit more pace. Mukova onto the sideline. Wasn't the cleanest. Now she goes drop shot. Goff on the run. Gets there. Mukova picks it up. It's long! It's long. She had so much of the court to find. But Goff made a stretch, and Mukova didn't have the answer.
I mean, I do not know how Goff won that point. That was a very well-played point from Mukova. The angle that Goff could find on that drop shot, just enough to cause the error. And even Mukova's coach, Sven, standing up, clapping, applauding that point. It was too good from Goff. Great hustle.
The speed of Goff's movement becomes such a psychological advantage at moments like these. She's so hard to outlast. And this is the final mile of a marathon. 2-4 then. Goff serving, looking towards the royal box. They've changed ends. Goff serves to the backhand. Mukova mistimes that rather horribly towards the umpire's chair. Looks round to the ball boy, looks round to her coaching team, who are just above, down below us to our left, not far from the royal box. You'll be able to hear everything the coaches say in the royal box down there, won't you? Well, yet another of the advantages of being in there. You get such a ringside seat. 4-3. Mukova still with a mini break advantage. First to 10. She serves down the middle. Goff's forehand return is into the court. Now she goes backhand down the middle. Mukova on the forehand, attacking again, pulls it into the corner with the angle. A dive volley from Mukova! She's flat on her stomach on the grass of centre court. She's won the point. Incredible commitment.
Unbelievable effort from Mukova. I thought she was going to get past initially because of how far back she was. She was behind the service line, and she had to dive for that with how much the ball had been dipping. And the racket come flying out of her racket at the last moment.
That's how much she wants it. They both want it. 5-3 in the deciding set tiebreak. And Mukova serves an ace, only her third of the match. Still, she leads only by one mini break, but a 3-point advantage. Goff has been in this position before. Second round, she was down to Solana Sierra. It was worse than this, and she found a way out. She won't stop believing. 3-6. Goff puts a first serve into the net. Looks to me like Mukova is hurting down there, but she's still fighting. Goff serves, the forehand return central, it's a good one. Goff's forehand short in the court. Mukova attacking, Goff just about digs one out. Mukova on the angle, she can't get there, Goff's past her. The cross-court forehand.
6
The net's not been a safe place for Karolina Muchova throughout this match.
Which is amazing, because normally she's so secure up there, but Goff has been loving the target right now as far as producing these excellent passing shots.
What a big point for Goff to win. 4-6 now. She serves to the backhand. That is also in. The high looping return from Goff is into the court just about. Muchova on the run with a forehand. Goff into the backhand corner. Up goes the high ball from Muchova. It's dropped on the baseline. This is awkward. Goff does well to keep it alive. Muchova inside in. Goff with the angle. Muchova's got there off the tape. Goff chips it down the line for the winner. Another extraordinary exchange. The points getting more dramatic as we get closer to the finishing line.
Again, the quickness of Goff up to that short ball. She was anticipating the drop shot coming from Muchova's racket. Muchova actually, for a moment, stopped playing the point. I think she thought she maybe had the point one. Good focus from the American.
Thank you.
Goff is omnipresent. She is everywhere on the court. It's so hard to see where the gaps are if Goff doesn't make the miss herself. 6-5. Muchova just misses the first serve. Moving slowly behind the baseline, trying to take in every breath. A second serve at 6-5. It creeps into the court. Goff's forehand return, backhand to backhand they go. Muchova with a forehand. She's got the net caught. It's out. It's dropped out by a fraction. It looked for all the world like it was a dead net cord winner for Muchova, but it dropped the wrong side of the line for her. The right side for Goff, and we're back on serve at 6-all as they change round.
Wow, what a moment for that to happen. The exchanges have been just outstanding in this tiebreak so far, and just could feel Muchova just holding her breath as that ball hit the net. A little luck there for Coco Gauff at this moment.
How'd you like first to 4 points, win by 2 for a place in the Wimbledon final? That's what it's come down to, folks. Muchova takes a deep breath. We're all trying to take deep breaths, but we can all feel it. 6-all in the final set tiebreak. Muchova serving, goes hard down the middle. Goff's got a racket on it, it's dropping in. Muchova with the off forehand. Goff's backhand is pulled wide.
7-6.
Muchova with the nose in front again. Both teams trying to get a little reaction, change the course of this match in whatever way they can. Don't think there's any relaxing from this point, though. 6-7 in the final set. Goff puts a first serve into the net, Royal Box end. Past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We walked at 1:30. Second serve, Goff didn't like the ball toss. Just the one double fault from her so far today. She's landed it in the court there with the second serve, and Muchova pulls her forehand return into the tram lines.
Wow, it was an opportunity there, that ball. She had so much time on that return, Muchova.
Goff has not been in front in this match tiebreak, but at 7 points all, she's got another point on her serve to take the lead. She goes down the middle and misses at 119 miles per hour. The sun's disappeared behind a cloud. It can't watch. Goff puts the second serve into the net. And there's her second double fault of the contest. It's come late in the day. Muchova with 2 serves now. The match on her racket at 8-7 in the tiebreak. She takes her time and waits for the noise to dissipate. Muchova serves. It took a big chunk of the net. It Bounced away towards the long lenses of the photographers on the far side of centre court. The second serve, it's just in. Goff makes a return, it's short. Mukova pulls the forehand into the forehand corner. Now goes the other way. Goff on the run, but she's on the run and making balls. It's what she does, and Mukova makes the first error.
Well, that's really smart from Goff, just so consistent, just getting the ball deep back into the court, forcing Mukova to feel like the one that she had to take the chance and the risk. Got the mistake.
Mukova looks down the court long.
Please.
Coach Sven Grunewald is standing, applauds her. Every other point's going to be a match point from here. 8-all in the final set tiebreak.
Time violation warning, Ms. Mukova.
She's got a code at 8-all at this stage in the semi-final. She settles again. Can she find the first serve? She can't. Second serve. Goff hasn't moved. She's still 2.5 meters behind the baseline. Oh, and the ball toss is not in the right place. Everything's difficult at this stage. Second serve is in. Goff's forehand return is safe. Mukova's backhand is a mile out. And she stands there with her hands on her hips. Goff is in front in this tiebreak for the very first time at 9-8. She's made a habit of coming from behind throughout these championships. Is she doing it again in the semi-finals when it matters most? Match point Goff. She serves down the middle. It's a short ball. Oh, the drop shot is dumped in the net by Goff. What a shot to try at this point, and she missed it by a long way. Jill Krabus, are you capable of speech?
Well, 2 points back-to-back that were very nervy points, I think, from both, which is completely understandable. The miss, I think, from Mukova, you saw her reaction. She could not believe it. That attempt at a drop shot at that stage where she had the opportunity to just strike through the forehand. I mean, what a moment to try that drop shot. Very nervy hands from Coco as well. Understandable.
Understandable. 9-all. And now it's Goff's turn to misplace the ball toss. She serves hard, but the serve misses the box. That box must look tiny. Can you place a tennis ball within it at this stage? She does. It's a really good second serve. Mukova on the stretch. Goff goes cross-court. Mukova's attempted pass. Goff digs out the volley. Mukova lobs, and it's there! A remarkable series of strokes from Mukova under the most intense pressure. The feel on that lob at 9-all in the final set tiebreak.
Incredible, because she hasn't hit a lob all day when Coco's been at the net, and a time to do that. So well executed, really good steady hands from Mukova there.
2 points against the Goff serve. Mukova has a match point at 10-9. The sunshine is bright. She's taking every single second of the shot clock. She serves hard. It's a short return from Goff. Mukova's forehand. Goff's attempted pass. Mukova's volley. Goff on the run. Oh, she's made the pass remarkably. Cross court. Mukova with a little slip in the forecourt. Was she going to get there? Goff survives. Incredible fortitude.
That is unbelievable. Unfortunate for Mukova, because she hit a great volley, slipped at the last moment where she just couldn't get over to that pass from Coco. But again, the defensive skills from Goff just outstanding.
10 points all. One match point apiece has come and gone. Mukova serves in at the body. Goff's return off the backhand. Mukova hitting through the ball well. Goff gets there. Mukova attacking, forcing Goff back. A looping shot from Goff. Another attacking ball from Mukova, who goes with the off forehand and wins the point. Beautifully constructed at any time of day and on any court in the world. But right now, right here, that was top class.
That was so good. Really confident point there from Mukova. And to also settle herself after that slip, after having match point. Really great job.
A second match point for Mukova on the Goff serve. And the first serve is a fault. 10-11. Second serve, Goff. It's into the box. Mukova makes the return. Goff with a short ball. Mukova attacks with the off forehand. Goff's backhand is cross court. Mukova attacks again. Goff on the run. She's still defending brilliantly. Mukova with a cross court ball. Goff on the angle. Mukova's attacking. Goff makes another ball. No! It's into the net from Coco Goff. And Karolina Mukova is into her first Wimbledon final. What a staggering display of resilience under the most intense pressure imaginable. And now she stands on centre court and takes it all in. Half a smile across her lips. She sends thanks to all four sides of centre court. What a match. What magnificent competitors. Both. Goff departs quickly from the scene, waving to centre court. It's Mukova into her first Wimbledon final. She has won 6-2, 1-6, 7-6, 12-10 in the match tiebreak. And now she sits at her chair, puts the towel over her face, and starts to contemplate where she is and what she's done. And remarkably, she's still holding it together, Jill, because up here I know that we're pretty close to the edge. And that was an extraordinary match. And
an unbelievable match.
And I still thought until the very end that Goff was actually going to come through, that the signs that she was giving us that were that she was the stronger physically and maybe mentally.
Well, yeah, physically for sure. I think especially because we saw Mukova struggling with something, but how she was able to fight through. But that was just incredible match. There was some tension, of course, at the end from both, which you can understand completely, both going for their first Wimbledon final ever. So you gotta hand it to them to be able to hold their nerve. There was some nervy moments, of course. Both had to overcome some adversity throughout that match, but the last few points, I have to say, for Mukova, super bold and brave, especially after the little slip, but to be able to play the confident point she did at the end, it was incredible.
What will she make of this? She walks forward slowly to the microphone. The sun has re-emerged from the clouds. It can watch now. Lee McKenzie to ask the questions of the Wimbledon finalists.
Karolina, where to start with this one? Let's start by saying you are through to the finals of Wimbledon. But there were such fine margins between going through to a final and going home. When you are in a battle like that, do you have time to think, or is it a battle of survival?
Thank you. First of all, it sounds really nice to be in a final. Honestly, it was such a big fight. It was a roller coaster. As you said, you're up and down. In 10 seconds, you have a match point, then you match point down. It's no time to think, but very nerve-wracking. I was, you know, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm really kind of shaking and trying to sink it in, but the atmosphere here, undescribable. Thank you everyone who came and supported us.
At times, it wasn't just a battle on the court. We saw you holding your side, and I think everybody was getting quite nervous. First of all, are you okay? Because we know how tough it's been for you over the years, even to get back to this point.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I just was trying to catch a breath, you know. But no, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
I think you're very good. People might not realize, but this is actually the first time that you have been out on centre court. I think you came down with your team last night to see what it was like to get a photo. You've got the chance to get another photo on Saturday. But just tell us what it was like to come out here for the very first time. It's such a huge moment as well.
Yeah, you know, there is so many of us tennis players, and I don't think many of us get to play on this court, and it's such a history of our sport, and it's yeah, incredible, very special moment. We came here to warm up with Linda actually before these semis, and yeah, took a photo. It's just a nice moment to experience all of this, and this court is beautiful.
Well, you get to do it all again on Saturday because you are through to the finals here at Wimbledon. Put your hands together.
Thank you.
Katerina Mukova.
Thank you.
She's still holding it together. What an incredible competitor. What a tennis player. First match she's ever played on centre court, as Lee McKenzie was only too right to remind us all, against an extraordinary competitor, an extraordinary athlete who must have made the court feel incredibly small at times. But that last point, the winning point, was the big underlining of the task, really, Jill, because she kept going for it. She kept moving Goff from side to side. She kept going for it. Even the point where she'd slipped at match point and Goff passed her. In the key moments, at the absolute crux of the match, she kept being courageous and trying to take it, not waiting for her opponent to miss.
And there's a lot to be said about finishing a match like that and going after it and being willing, even with the nervy moments, being still willing to overcome that and finish strong the way she finished. There's a lot to be said that way. Instead of I think waiting and waiting for your opponent to make the mistake, you're right. She went after it. She took it to her. She played 3 last points like incredibly well, especially after Coco having match point, her having match point, not being able to get it on the first time. But the fact that she stepped up to the plate at a massive moment, and what a match, what a first match to experience for her, and to be able to get the win on her first time ever stepping on center court.
A thought for Coco? Drop shot in the net at match point?
Yeah, that one's going to hurt. That one's going to hurt. She's going to replay that point over and over again, and obviously wish she would have handled it a little bit differently.
Was the shot itself the wrong choice?
I think so. I think so, yes. I think she should have hit it. I think, you know, at that stage, I'm sure within a fraction of a second, 5 million things go through your head, or 5 million shot options go through your head. And that's part of the reason maybe why she got a little bit indecisive, and or doubt, or a little bit of doubt came through her mind about hitting that shot and going after it. And she thought she could. I mean, look, the drop shot had worked for her a lot during that match as far as being able to win most of those points. So almost that is probably what maybe flashed through her mind, is like, this is the one that's been working for me. But it's amazing. Yeah, just that slight hesitation just hurt her in that moment.
I would almost like to stay on with you for another half an hour just to talk the match out of my system a little bit and try and get some closure on what we've just seen, but that's going to have to wait. Jill and I do have to stop talking. Our commentators are preparing backstage for the next semi-final, but we've got a little bit of time between matches. Someone's told me the walk-on time in my ears. In fact, I've got it here in front of me. It's 16:43 BST, so another 22 minutes before the players walk, and that seems like an entirely sensible break between matches. Everybody needs to go and and process what they've just seen. Jill and I alike. So here on our dedicated centre court feed, we'll take a breather. You'll be able to hear from Marcus and Co next door on our main channel, and our commentators will pick up for the second semi-final. That'll be Sue Thurl and, is it Olga coming in for the second semi-final?
I think it's Claire Curran.
Claire and Sue, you're right. Sue and Claire are going to pick up for the second semi-final here on our dedicated feed in just over 20 minutes from now. So from Jill and I, thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Rich.
And bye-bye.
Up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live.
We play Let's anyway, midway through a rally.
This is true. Serve and volley from Patton and Heliovara. They're surprised as the forehand comes back from Kovacevic, but not surprised enough to distract them. Overhead winner from Patton, double game point.
Yeah, he's the stronger server, so no surprise that he's serving first down that far end now. He was serving the near end. You can do that. You can change sides returning. You can also change sides serving. Start of the set. Your first service game.
Second delivery to come from Patton. Kovacevic receiving. Squats low. Just on top of the baseline here. Forehand into the waiting Heliovara. Kokkinakis on the stretch offers the defensive lob, but it goes long. And that's a hold to 15 for Henry Patton. Serving second for his side in this second set, and nicely keeping pace. When they triumphed here 2 years ago, Patton and Heliovara, they were non-seeded. They beat 4 seeded teams. They saved 3 championship points in an epic final with Max Purcell and Jordan Thompson, previous doubles partner of Kokkinakis here, Thompson. They played together in 2017. Genuinely of one of the best matches I've ever had the privilege of being on the call for. Yeah. Electric.
Unbelievable, wasn't it? Yeah, the energy on court, the excitement, the drama.
Centre court was full.
The nerves.
Yeah. There was some incredible coolness under pressure from this year's top seeds.
Yeah, and the story behind Patton was just amazing. Did not expect it.
Centre court debut. Much like for Arthur Ferry when he got the better of Grigor Dimitrov and locked in his quarter-final spot. A rare misstep from Kokkinakis in the forecourt. He's been taking the pressure off Kovacevic on serve nicely, but pushes his backhand volley wide here. So 1-all and 15-all here in the second set.
Those little misses you want to make the most of if you're Patton and Heliovara. Into the game now. They're switching from what was a normal serving position. He's now going into the eye position. Kokkinakis, they've done this a fair few times.
Oh, first foot fault called today.
It was actually the back foot that went over the middle line. That's why that foot fault was called. It wasn't because the front foot moved on the line, it's the back foot. It got quite close to the middle line. And that's still a foot fault.
A lot of movement in the stands here on the #1 court. Kokkinakis moves behind the serve and pushes away the forehand volley, so 30-15. Just a reminder of the temperatures, 34 degrees Celsius. Impressive to see so many people out here locked into this match. Fine margins. Tie-break opening set for Heliovara and Patton. No breaks of serve in this semi-final showdown. Serve and volley winner. Well placed into the Heliovara backhand by Kovacevic, and Kokkinakis polishes off the forehand. He is getting involved in every single exchange up front. The Aussie keeping the ball out in front. Double game point on the American's racket. Alexander Kovacevic misses out wide. There will be a chat in the middle of the court after this one. Thought they'd bin that off.
No, it's back. And the opponents, Heliovara and Patton, no, not blinking at all. It's not bothering them. Great
Patton,
return.
Winner, takes the backhand on, cuts it through the sideline. Fist bump with Heliovara as they move just 1 point away, 40-30.
Well, if you continue talking between first and second serves, that's what your second serve's going to get. That was a beauty. Probably one of the best ones of the match so far. He's got such a good backhand. Patton, the simplicity of his technique, straight back, straight through.
Yeah, tremendous connection out wide with the serve from Kovacevic. And now the ball sings off his strings. Cross-court forehand angle as he plays from the mid-court. A reminder of what he can generate. A very flashy player, Alexander Kovacevic. And we see some sparkles off his racket for the 2-1 hold. Yeah, what do you feel might have stopped him making his singles big breakthrough so far, Arvin? Because I've always been really impressed when I've seen Kovacevic, maybe a little more under the roof when the conditions are more stable, but career high number 54, his peak level is above that.
Yeah, you feel like at times he's better. He's a better player than that, at least a top 50, the way he strikes the ball. You know, his court craft, as I mentioned at the beginning of this match, you know, he's got some good skills, good serve on him for someone his size. It's sometimes difficult to measure what goes on between the head, between the ears, excuse me, in the head. It's sort of one of those ones. Yes, there are moments where he looks so strong, dialed in, and others where he just looks a little bit flaky on a singles court. And it only takes you 5 or 10 minutes to go away, and then you're struggling in the match.
Sure.
And this day and age, you know, you need big weaponry as well. Having that killer shot obviously helps, whether it be a massive serve or a huge forehand. He does everything very well, but I wouldn't say he's got huge weapons as well. So maybe that's holding him back, which is tough. You can develop those side of things, but yeah, it's not easy. He's not the tallest. He's not the biggest. He's certainly got some good skills.
Let first service.
Yeah, he's proven that this year. Semi-final run off the blocks in Brisbane. Wins over Nick Kyrgios and Cam Norrie on that run. Biggest result of the season for him was over world number 5 at the time, Felix Auger-Aliassime, on the way to the semi-finals of the 500 level event on the clay of Hamburg. Now we're running the doubles here at the championships, so a versatile game for Kovacevic, just looking for that consistency factor. Heliovara serving to the body, and yeah, the one-handed backhand does go long. His shoulders slump here, Kovacevic. He has had mixed fortunes on that side, but largely on the negative side today.
It's a tough return, that backhand side as well. That's what he's struggling with at times. Single-handed, going cross-court, and you've got a tiny target as a returner. In many ways, you've got to be a lot more accurate in doubles than you have to in singles. You've got the whole court to aim into as a singles player. 30 love for Heliovara and Patton. Good unreturned serve from Heliovara.
Yeah, got the good platform in this service game. He's got time on the ball. He'll take the backhand, drive through the middle. It's penalized by Kokkinakis because it almost went into slow motion there. Heliovara potentially uncomfortable. Kokkinakis full conviction through the forehand to finish off.
Yeah, do not leave the ball in the slot there for Kokkinakis. Even that in slow motion was quick. He just leathered the ball.
That's what he loves to do, the Aussie. He'll do the same again and force the volley error from Patton. It was strike zone for the Brit, but the ball came in so fast that he didn't find the center of the racket, and we're suddenly at 30 all on the Heliovara serve.
Just looked a bit sloppy to me, actually. Didn't really move the feet. These players are so good at angling volleys away, but just gave that too much into the net.
So a window of opportunity, but Kovacevic again, he can't believe it. The forehand comes loose, goes long. He casts a despairing look almost, agitated look at the team up in the box. From 30 all, we move to game point, Harry Heliovara. Second serve. Will Kokkinakis cook this up? Stands a small pace behind the baseline, now on top of it, and yeah, double fault. There is something about his presence here, Kokkinakis. He's ripped the ball a few times, not always to success, but it just sends that warning, doesn't it?
Well, it's the message, isn't it? How often do you see it when someone's attacking your serve, and particularly a second serve, puts the pressure on. You do see double faults. You go for a little bit more, smaller target,
Serve out wide, and it's another touch from Patton that bumps the ball off the court. Kovacevic with enough on his cross-court forehand. This is just the second break point of the entire match.
He was hesitant to move because that normally is his ball every day of the week, but he was just a bit slow to get across. That is surprising. 2 poor volleys, has to be said, from Patton in this game.
Could this be the first breakthrough of the day? It's Kokkinakis. No, forehand, little touch away at the net from Patton. Under pressure, doesn't flinch. Deuce.
That was what he was looking for about 4 points ago. That sort of deflected type volley. I mean, he's on top of the net. He's got to be careful he doesn't reach over. He's that close.
So stable. Does that reignite the top seeds? T-serve from Heliovara. Backhand lob return is long from Kovacevic, who puts a hand up to his baseball cap in frustration once again. Little look over at the screen, which shows that it wasn't far off from landing. The return just beyond the baseline. But this is a spot where almost is not enough. Game point on the Heliovara delivery. Second serve coming into Kokkinakis again. The Aussie lurking. The Finnish player serving out wide. Patton with the touch volley. Kokkinakis has read it this time. He picks up his forehand. It's a lob over Kokkinakis and he goes, go out! And it does go out. Almost like he wafted it a little extra with his racket flicked in that direction. Back to deuce.
Well, it was the right shot to go for from Heliovara. Just gave it a little bit too much. And Kokkinakis, he's a big guy. He's tough to lob. Should be tough to lob anyway. So just giving not too much. Didn't have enough spin to drop it back into court.
So we're going to rock back and forth in this Heliovara service game again. Serve out wide, long return from, this time it's a full hand on hip from Kovacevic. How long before the missed returns really get on top of him mentally?
Probably is frustrating him right now. So he's got to guard him against himself. He's got to keep trying to give those opportunities for Kokkinakis. That's the responsibility you feel as a right court player. Give the responsibility. Give your partner the chance on those big points, because it's the left court where you're playing most of the big points, the break points, 15-30.
Another second serve that Kokkinakis takes on. Now the forehand off his feet. Push volley from Patton. Kovacevic keeps the ball in play. The off forehand from Kokkinakis into the backhand of Heliovara. And it's a volley winner from Patton. Kovacevic just couldn't get the ball out of the middle of the court. Advantage taken. Game claimed. Slight fist pump from Henry Patton as he helps Heliovara to the hold. 2 games each in the second.
Smashed it right at him. He's trying to go through him. And then Patton just stands there like a statue. Nothing's getting through me. Racket right out in front of him. Just made that reflex volley look so simple. Like he had loads of time to play the volley.
Just as well that Thanasi Kokkinakis is serving in this follow-up game after the missed rare opportunity. He's thrown down some bombs when they've most been required, the 30-year-old. What's he got now? Doesn't have a first serve. It trickles long off the tape. Former doubles world number 15. Both his doubles and singles rankings currently outside the world's top 400 after the latest injury comeback. And the second serve down into the net. He just shrugs out his shoulder, Kokkinakis, after that double fault to open.
Worry when you see that from Kokkinakis. Hopefully nothing untoward there. Trying to just stay loose.
This, the 5th match on the doubles court this tournament, the 6th match of his tournament, in just his 6th event of the season, because after his Australia comeback in January, a year spent at the sidelines, he again had to take 4 months off. So you just never know if you're Kokkinakis how the body's going to respond. Let on the second serve. Even at Roland Garros, he had an epic 5-set win in the first round of the singles. Extreme heat, extreme heart, but had to retire from his second round of singles because the body just couldn't take it. Can Kovacevic step up for him here? Serve into the box. Heliovara just holds the racket in his hands as his return goes into the net. He knows that is a missed opening, 15-all.
Actually didn't have to move to play that return either, so that's doubly frustrating for him. He knows he should have made that. Pretty sure he would have made that if it was into the backhand wing. just smothered the backhand. The forehand, excuse me, backhand so reliable.
Clash of slim margins. Can the top seeds pick themselves right back up? 15-all. Kokkinakis ace out wide. Taking his team towards double digits. Heliavara and Patton already there, largely courtesy of the Brit. Two points from the hold. Kokkinakis. T-serve to the forehand of Heliavara. Now the forehand long. He just fell off that one, the Aussie. Is he waning a little here? Certainly more pressure after the missed chance of the previous game.
Quite a big miss, that. His forehand's normally so reliable, slightly wild. Taking a bit more time here. Big point this. Needs his first serve to work.
Down a set, 2 games apiece, 30-all on the serve of the Aussie, who can't find that first delivery. Down into the net from Kokkinakis. Couple of different hand signals behind the back from Kovacevic. Second serve goes big down the tee. Patton can only put the ball into his partner's back. Such was the accuracy on the second serve. That is game point.
Well, that is rolling the dice there. 117 mile an hour second serve. He really went after it. Feeling the pressure and respecting the return of Patton, forcing him to go for so much on the serve.
It was a weird hand signal from Kovacevic, almost screwing up and unscrewing his hand as if to say fireworks. And he's got another one. Big bomb down the tee from Kokkinakis. Committed to living or dying by his own sword in that 5th game of the second set. Keeps us going on serve. 3-2 the holds. Breaks of serve in the match, none to speak of.
0 from 1 break point for each team. Makes all the difference when Kokkinakis makes that first serve. It is big. Those big moments, that's when you want to make it. But yeah, you look back at that 30-all point second serve and he's gone 117 up the tee. That was brave. Sometimes you've got to take those risks, though.
Is it impressive that he can do that, Kokkinakis? We talk about himself and Kovacevic. They were alternates. They were 5th alternates initially, and they are essentially singles players on a doubles court. But with the trials he's been through, Kokkinakis, not just the last year, but the last several years with physical ailments, he doesn't know how many times he's going to be out here in a match of this prestige on a stage like this.
It's amazing that he's playing at all. Actually, he was crestfallen after his when the pec went again, because it wasn't the first time the pec went. It was the same injury over a year ago, and he just, you know, he just got back to fitness. It looked as if he was playing well and everything was good, and then suddenly another devastating injury. I mean, if you tell me this guy retired 2 years ago, I'll go, well, I'm not surprised after all that he has gone through. He's lost years to injuries.
Yep.
I mean, at his age, he's probably lost 4 years, 5 years to injury, really. You know, if you add it all up.
Yeah, it's impressive what he's achieved despite everything. Career high ranking inside the top 70. He knows he's capable of more than that, but so much stop-start over the past several years. Career best win, probably that one over Roger Federer that he picked up in Miami. I think it was around 2018, late 2010s.
Roger was #1 in the world at the time as well.
Amazing. That's the talent level, the ball striking ability of Kokkinakis, and maybe Patton just fearful of that on the first point of his service game. Flashbacks to the first set and trying to secure his side a tiebreak as he goes down 2-3, love 15 with the double fault. And the first serve's missed again. It's been a mixed bag from Patton, who held his first 2 service games to love. Now a second delivery from one half of the world #1 pairing. Goes into the forehand slot of Kokkinakis. Brilliant hand skills on the half volley, though, from Patton to keep this in question. Touch lob is long, and Kokkinakis had high expectations of himself. Shocks reaction, but 15-all. Light relief for Henry Patton, the home hope. The last British player standing in the doubles, but not in the championships as a whole. The men's singles semi-finals line up tomorrow. The defending champion, the 7-time former champion, the most recent Grand Slam champion, and the Wimbledon wildcard Arthur Ferry. Backhand touch lob onto the baseline from Kovacevic. What a moment, forces the error from Henry Patton, who just had to recover to the back of the court. And still he's on his heels in this service game, 15-30.
A strange bounce smash that he played there. Maybe he was just hoping for the call. He didn't look completely focused on playing the shot. Let's put him under pressure here.
At 4:45 local time, his shadow falling to his right. His serve also falling wide of the service box. He is down on first deliveries here, Henry Patton. Could we see back-to-back break points for the first time? Second serve goes into Kokkinakis, who goes into Harry Heliovara. Brilliant deflection volley. Henry Patton with his own. He's in the forecourt. He goes into the open space. Kovacevic runs, offers the extra ball in front of Heliovara, who pushes it away. Some serious adjustments required at the front of the court from the top seeds, and they respond to the pressure on the board and that of the opposition.
Well, how on earth did they get away with that? The reflex from Heliovara was incredible initially. It was just like self-defense. The ball could have gone anywhere.
He was on the floor.
He was, and he got up quickly, and then they took that strong position at the net, and they became that wall again. Took his time on the final forehand, because I thought he was going to take it out the air, but it was an easy one. These moments where matches, sets can turn, that might be one.
It was a roar from both players, which you don't always see. Patton serving into the body of Kovacevic, and a much simpler point this time around. Double fist pump as Heliovara polishes off the volley winner. Game points.
A less stressful point there, which I think they'll be very grateful for. Good first serve from Patton.
Brief respite, but still a job to do. Patton looking to seal the leveling game at 2-3, 40-30. Kokkinakis receiving. And he was leaning to cover the serve out wide. Patton went tee and long. Signals from Heliovara, who stays in the forecourt. And just bends his lower body beneath the height of the net. Kokkinakis reads the serve, drives the backhand return down the line, suffocates it, and gets his side to deuce.
That was a peach. Again, all these returns landing in the tram lines or heading towards the tram lines, the point is often won. That's how important the accuracy is.
Is this going to be the chance in the set and in the match for Kokkinakis and Kovacevic? Looked like they might have had their moment when breakpoint did not go capitalized on in the fourth game, but here they are again, still present, still pushing, and still getting a look at second serves from Patton. This one goes down the tee. Kovacevic with the backhand, and Heliovara just pushes the volley away. They're so confident going into that one-handed wing of the American to set themselves up.
So tough, isn't it? He doesn't have the power. You just don't have the stability on that return because you've got the one hand on the racket. Just mopping up every time he's not finding.
A ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match.
They are looking forward to this evening. 33 degrees local time. In fact, 35 has been the high today. There's a tiny amount of wind, 3 miles an hour. We wish there was more, don't we, Claire, to be honest, just to cool things down. But that's what the players are going to have to contend with. The heat of the day will just start to dissipate, you would think, a tiny bit in the next hour or two, a little bit. But it's still suffocatingly hot out there.
Yes, I'm finally broken, Sue. I've been for the last 3 weeks. I've said every day I'm not going to complain about this heat because, you know, when a couple of months' time we'll be looking and hoping for it. But no, it's been obviously a very hot,
almost too much,
hot and consistently hot throughout the championships. And the tennis has been hot too, and that's what we want to see more of in this next semi-final.
Well, no one's been hotter of late. See what I did there? The Marta Kostyuk, 23 wins out of 24 is the run, and that win, the win tally, if you like, has blown up all the way through the titles in Rouen. Also in Madrid as well, a first WTA 1000 title won there, with some quite outstanding tennis, really aggressive tennis, but the balance right between controlled aggression and all-out attack. And then she went to Roland Garros and made the semi-finals before running into Mira Andreeva. I thought she was going to win that match, actually. She didn't quite make it there. She might make it here now.
Yeah, she's ticked all the boxes in really the last 12 weeks, hasn't she? And look, it's been coming. What a fantastic junior she was. We all know that. It's taken her quite a while to get to this point. It's been a very, very long journey. But for me, Kostyuk is a player. She's ticked every box along the way. You see some players, and I'm sure Emma Raducanu would be somebody that would spring to mind in her world, who she would have grown up in juniors with.
Her generation, yeah.
Her generation. And then to see her winning the US Open, how many years ago was that?
2021.
2021, of course. To see her doing that, that must have in some way hurt her a little bit. Because obviously players are competitive, and she would see herself like, I want to be there, and that's what I should be doing. And actually, I think that's what's so admirable about her, in the sense that she has kind of just had to put her head down and find a way to get to this journey and this part of her career right now. And as you've just said, she is, I would say, probably in terms of her tennis over the last 12 weeks, I think if you were doing it on ranking points, she must be #1 in the world.
But I tell you what, Linda Noskova wouldn't be far behind, would she, with what she did in Berlin? Fighting her way to the title there, beating Jessica Pegula along the way, and having to deal with all sorts of rain interruptions. She actually won the doubles in Berlin as well. And then coming here and winning 5 matches in a row and making it through to the last 4 at a slam for the first time. Only dropped a couple of sets along the way. And the thing that's really impressed me in the last 2 matches that she's played against Madison Keys, that was losable. She didn't lose it. She won it in straight sets. And Elisa Mertens, who's been playing the kind of tennis that first catapulted her to the very brink of the top 10 initially in her career, didn't lose that one either. Again, won it in straight sets. So mentally, I think she is so strong right now. In terms of the battle today, what are your thoughts on how this might be won or lost?
Look, I think we've got to look about starting the point. The serve is going to be key for Noskova. That's been such a huge weapon of hers, particularly that first serve. She's been winning points by, very, very easily on that. I think the second serve is going to be very interesting, and that is where both players have got to attack in this game. They've got to take those opportunities to step in and put more pressure on the second serve, because if you do that, then you might start to see the first serve percentage drop. So that's going to be key today. I think the backhand to backhand cross court, that's interesting. Noskova's got such an amazing backhand. And I would say that up until this year, that has been the stronger wing of Kostyuk's. But her forehand, Kostyuk's forehand, has improved so much. And that's what I've noticed about her in this championships. The forehand to forehand cross-court rally, I feel that when Kostyuk is in that situation, I feel that she is actually a bit more of the dominant player.
And I would also say the backhand down the line, to add to your brilliant analysis, is one of the standout shots of Linda Noskova's, but she's going to have to pick her moments today, because you don't want to go down the line into that forehand. The running forehand is also excellent from Marta Kostyuk. She's such a great mover. So we are all set.
First set, Linda Noskova to serve. Ready?
Linda Noskova will start this semi-final from the royal box end as the fans filter back into centre court. Missing with the first serve down the tee. That's a serve to look for as well. She loves the tee serve from the deuce court into the backhand of Kostyuk. That will really suit her today. Goes with the body serve. Big return from Kostyuk. Noskova's response is deep. There she goes with the backhand down the line, and there is that running forehand from Marta Kostyuk. It was like we planned it.
Yeah, our job is done now, so we can just sit back and relax. You saw it all there. We saw the backhand down the line. We saw the speed of Kostyuk off the ground, and that forehand running forehand. They are both switched on. First point of the match.
Love 15. Again, looking down the tee and finding joy there with that unreturnable. It's centre 5 local time. You can almost feel the steam rising off the seats in centre court. People have just taken a little bit of a break after that epic semi-final that preceded this. Chip return from Kostyuk, drop shot from Linda Noskova is too good, and that's another facet of her game which could well be pivotal today.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons Noskova, she's only 21 years of age, and she's playing doubles as well. Each week she's playing both singles and doubles, so she's developing that aspect of her game, being able to hit drop shots and volleys. Out on this surface, that's certainly going to help her.
Just a little pause in proceedings as Noskova resets with the serve. Not a player that gives you an awful lot in terms of body language. Keeps herself to herself. Serve is ready, and it's a good one. And Kostyuk went after that and lashed it into the net. She will certainly look to attack the second serve every chance she gets. But Noskova laying foundations with this opening service game. Goes through her routine with the serve again down the tee, forcing Kostyuk to take a hand off the racket, and she goes for the cross-court pass as the Ukrainian and doesn't find it. So Noskova on the board nice and early, and whatever butterflies she's feeling, and there will be plenty of them, able to put them to one side with that. Just asking a question of two, or of orally taught, not quite sure what that's about. But she's never played on this court before, and there was a lovely moment today when she and Karolina Mukova came to have a little practice, just to give Linda Noskova a sense of what the walk through the club is, and then to emerge into the spotlight in more ways than one on centre court. You need to get to grips with that before it happens.
Yes, you do, and she has this personality that, as you say, she doesn't give too much away. She's very, very calm, and she's not. These situations, I don't think, will overawe her. But it's also difficult, and not different. It's different coming on centre court now, the second match of the day. You've been watching it on TV.
Wide serve from Kostyuk, too big on the return from Noskova.
You've been watching on the TV screens the atmosphere in that semi-final, the first semi-final match, and then obviously the court's cleared out a little bit. It's quiet at the moment. It's a semi-final. It's a strange feeling.
Will that suit them a little bit, though? Let them get to grips with their patterns of play and their tactics and just bed in a little bit. As Kostyuk gets to the net, and one overhead doesn't do the job, the second does. And my goodness, there was pace behind that ball.
And there certainly was. I don't know. The answer to that, I don't know. I feel like Kostyuk is somebody who would have liked to have come onto the court with, the crowd there, but she's obviously had that experience as well in Paris, so she knows what it's like, a semi-final of a Grand Slam. Maybe Noskova is somebody who just doesn't give really too much thought to any of those things.
I tend to agree with you. I think she's so dialed in terms of what she's doing. She's serving, I was about to say nicely, so far, the first 2 points. That just clipped the top of the net, though. Ball tosses away, and that goes into the net, and that's the first double fault of this semi-final. They did meet earlier this season in Madrid, and we were looking at the numbers earlier. And the second serve was a battle that was overwhelmingly won by Marta Kostyuk. That serve is not coming back, the first ace of the afternoon. She likes to be really aggressive and bully the second serve with her return position. I've seen her, I think it was against Potapova in Madrid, almost up to the line of the service box. She's no respecter of a second serve. Noskova with a really nice return, but the first strike is even nicer from Marta Kostyuk. And that will do for her too.
1 game all, first set.
And that match in Madrid, that's a good match for Noskova to have played. Even though she didn't win that match, she will be remembering whenever she came off that court, she'll know, gosh, my second serve, it was attacked. I felt under pressure on it, and maybe that's an element that I need to change in this game today.
Noskova serves, it's another beauty right in the corner of the service box, and there was no getting that from Kostyuk, and already we're seeing the variety with the spot serving from Linda Noskova so far today. Bounces the ball methodically, the young woman from Czechia. Goes with the ace down the tee. Keep your eye on that. She loves that serve off both wings.
She's just so comfortable running through her service games, and that's those wins that she's had in the lead up to the championships. That feeling is so nice.
Looking again down the tee. And Kostyuk finding a return that's too long.
I think this is important today as well for Noskova. This game already, she's 40 love up. She hasn't had to hit any ground strokes. There's no rhythm from Kostyuk so far in this game.
That's another excellent serve. And already a little gesture there from Marta Kostyuk up at Sandra Zaniewska, who's in the players' box. A little irritated, the service level from Noskova. Too good right now. 2-1 she leads.
Well, I feel that Kostyuk, and she's going to want to have rhythm off the ground, and that she enjoys on a slower surface. If she was playing Noskova, she would have that. She would be making more returns of serve. She would be getting into the point. She'd be using her unbelievable athleticism to win points, just to extend those service games. But Noskova has this capacity with this huge serve. Not just the fact that it's a pacey serve, but she's got the variety with the slices. She can hit different spots on the court. And Kostyuk's just got to be careful that if she doesn't make returns, if she doesn't in those return games, she's really getting no rhythm on her ground strokes. And then she's got to go and bring that rhythm that she needs for her own service game when she's feeling a bit of pressure.
One thing I would say, I think part of the reason we saw her make a gesture to her box there is because Linda Noskova has nailed 8 of 9 first serves so far. Now, she is a player who does generally generate a very high first serve percentage. And of course, it's not the percentage, but the points you win behind it that really matters. But when you look at her metrics this year, you see how convincing she is in terms of the number of first serves she makes. She's number 3 in the world for first serve points won. Kostyuk is 10. And in terms of second serve points won, in terms of the rankings this year, she's 22nd and Kostyuk is 24th.
15 love.
So that gives you an indication, but then you look at the return numbers for Marta Kostyuk. She's, on this season's metrics, the 5th best first serve returner and the 5th best second serve returner. So you can see how they balance each other out as Marta looks with an inside-out forehand and now down the line, keeping Noskova moving. But the player from Czechia is there. She goes cross-court with her backhand, and again, she goes cross-court into the backhand of Kostyuk. She's hurrying to get a forehand, though, there, Noskova, and she won't make it.
No, she's right on top of the baseline in that point. Kostyuk bullying Noskova back behind her own baseline and using that backhand that we spoke about down the line.
My sense today, Claire, is that the longer the rally goes, the more it favours Kostyuk. And Noskova wins that point there because she hurries the Kostyuk backhand.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that it also, the longer the rally, Kostyuk is so physically strong. I mean, she is so difficult to get the ball past or even behind. She could probably be an athlete in many different sports.
Chipped return is a... Oh, I was going to say an easy put away for Marta Kostyuk, but it wasn't. She's hammered that into the net. And that's just opened up the door a little bit at 30 all. Well, that was a gimme, only it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the pressure she's feeling. She started to have that expectation on herself as well. She just recently made a semi-final of a Grand Slam. Her feeling will be, right, now is my moment to get to that next step into the final.
So Marta Kostyuk at the far end misses the first serve, excuse me. It was long. Her number's pretty decent behind her first serve today, but a few more second serves to look at for Noskova, and just hurried her forehand return and smashed it into the net.
She looks a little bit tense, Kostyuk. Taking a look over at her box.
Yeah. A little anxiety etched on the Ukrainian's face at the moment. That serve is missing by a mile. Tried a bit of kick on that, took the pace off. And now she's not happy with the ball toss. Second serve, that was right on the service box line. Noskova is there with a big forehand deep to the corner of the court, and Kostyuk cannot deal with that heat.
Yes.
And there's Noskova inside the baseline, hitting that second serve return, cross-court deep. Just gives her a little bit more time then for the next forehand, but that was quite a shot. Cross-court with pace
First real test for either of them on serve, and the first serve has disappeared a little bit at the moment. That percentage tumbling all the time, down in the low 60s now for Kostyuk, up at 89 for her opponent today so far. Again, a bold second serve, and she went bold and big with the forehand and landed and yells at herself as if to say, come on, get out of this game.
I actually thought that forehand was going out, but she had enough spin on it, just dropped it into the court.
Game point for Marta Kostyuk for 2-all. Early stages of this semi-final. She's coming forward to the neck. That's another thing we haven't really spoken about much yet, but it's another dimension she's adding to her game. It didn't work there because that volley landed in the bottom of the net.
It was such a smart return of serve there from Noskova. Chipped it short into the box. She actually made Kostyuk come forward there. Not able to do enough with the volley. But the variety again from Noskova on display.
Back at deuce, wide serve with kick, and Noskova can't do anything with that. It's interesting from the coach as well, Claire. I noticed she waited till the court went quiet and then clapped her player so she could hear it.
Yeah,
that's actually really good coaching, isn't it?
Well, she feels that she needs to at the moment. She feels that she needs Kostyuk to hear her. Right now, maybe she's hearing too many other things.
Two really big serves seal the deal for Marta Kostyuk. And she is back on level terms. And Sandra Zaniewska's actually too busy chasing away a bee at the moment to see that Marta Kostyuk is just gesturing up to her box, wanting a little bit of advice. Getting it, so she seems happy, thumbs up. They've split the opening 4 games. And it's been just as we expected it to be. Very, very tight. Noskova serving, royal box end. Again looking down the tee. Not finding it. That distinctive waggle of the racket before she goes up into the ball toss. Phase of her serve. Big forehand inside out from Noskova. That ball isn't making the journey from Kostyuk.
Noskova's ground strokes, they're made for this surface, aren't they?
Yeah.
She serves, she stays up in the baseline. Her swings are compact and she hits the ball so flat. So Kostyuk is just unable to even get her racket really on that second ball in the rally.
She's so economical with her effort as well, Noskova. Just big time tennis. And it doesn't mean, unless you can neutralize it, she has to run too much in the rally. Kostyuk with a lofted return, Noskova with a big backhand off the back foot, and now going cross-court again with the backhand, and now it's a forehand trade, and that's a moral victory for Kostyuk, forcing the error.
Good depth on that ground stroke from Kostyuk.
Centre court basking in warm, hot sunshine today. 14 minutes on the clock, 4 games gone, and still no sign of a breakthrough just yet. Kostyuk slices the forehand return, chips it. Noskova was coming forward, no volley needed.
Well, she's so good at the net, Noskova, that now when Kostyuk is having to play even an attempt at passing shot, she knows that it just has to be that little bit higher quality. Any other opponent who isn't as comfortable coming forward, she might just put the ball back in and think maybe they'll miss the volley.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Chip return again. I think that's going to be a feature today. Landed right on the baseline from Marta Kostyuk. Big backhand cross court from Noskova, finds the net.
This game's been a big improvement from Kostyuk. She's making the returns of serve, using the chip return, just putting it back in the court, starting the point.
Well, it doesn't allow Noskova to feed off the pace. Got to generate your own pace when it's a chip return like that. And the length was so good. Looking down the tee again with that serve. It's so tough to read which side she's going with it. And she's managed on a few occasions now to go tee from the deuce court and make Kostyuk take a hand off the racket. That's how good the serve has been. 40-30, game point. 2-all. Looking for the big flat one out wide from the ad court. Second serve incoming. And it goes down the tee. Kostyuk forehand is the response, and a Really big overhit from Noskova.
Yes.
I mean, she's dragged to deuce for the first time.
She had a lot of time to hit that forehand. Kostyuk played the return of serve with more shape through the middle of the court. That contact point of Noskova's was a little bit up on her shoulders, causing the unforced error.
Only hit the one winner so far, has Linda Noskova. Normally see her really pummeling that particular tally as Kostyuk pummels a return to the net and hops up and down in a gesture of frustration. Kostyuk, incidentally, has hit 4 winners so far. 3 unforced errors, so in that department she's in front at the moment. But not on the scoreboard if Linda Noskova wins this next point. Misses the first serve. Second is good. Kostyuk returning down the middle. As she's chasing a short angle backhand, Noskova is there with a big forehand. They're going through the middle again now. Backhand to backhand. This is some duel, and then Noskova leaks it into the tram.
Once again, it's just the depth that Kostyuk is putting on those ground strokes. And she's physically so strong, Kostyuk, that when the ball from Noskova is hit deep into the court, she has the core and the strength to just be able to stand on that baseline and redirect the pace and power. She's not pushed back.
Big serve needed here at deuce. Goes wide. Excellent serve. Chip return. Kostyuk resets to the centre of the court, looking for the backhand pass. That's wild and long.
And frustrating for Kostyuk. She doesn't look like she likes that. She doesn't want to be behind the court 3 or 4 meters trying to hit passing shots on her backhand side.
But I love the intent from Noskova there with the wide serve, recognising the chance that that first strike will allow her to get to the net. Squeezing the space so well. Game point again. Feeling for that serve down the tee, not quite making it. Second serve down the tee again. That's a pattern that's just starting to show its teeth. Backhand to backhand, and Noskova with the error.
Yes.
And this is becoming a little bit of a test. An uncomfortable one for Linda Noskova, the number 9 seed. Back at deuce. No break points yet. Might not be too long before we see one, though. Serve down the tee. Noskova moving forward onto a backhand. She's at the net. Solid volley cross court. Really nice feel on that.
Advantage, Noskova.
She covers the net effectively there. Again, it's that pattern of play, the one that you will have practiced thousands and thousands of times. Serve and ball 3.
She's got Lucy Safarova, a former Wimbledon semi-finalist, in her box today as Noskova, sitting behind Thomas Krupa, her coach. And they are applauding that hold of serve because it might just be a really important one. Felt the pressure and the heat of the Kostyuk return and lived to tell the tale. So 3-2 on serve. 19 minutes gone between these two. Early signs are it's tight, it's tense, and it's not going to be a battle won in super fast time.
No, it's composure is going to be so important today, and I feel that that's something that comes quite naturally to Noskova. She is the younger player, but the way that she composes herself on the court, and you know, she has the visor on, her eyes are looking down, she's not looking up too often, but she just seems to be so calm in terms of her mentality, Noskova, and she's going to need this today. For Kostyuk, she is somebody who has, in her career, I guess to date, she can be quite fiery. I think she's become a little bit more neutral this year. She's made a lot more improvements in that area, but you just don't know these types of matches. Second semi-final in a row, a little bit of expectation on your shoulders. You're desperate to get to the final, and it's going to be important for Kostyuk that she does remain really, really calm against an opponent like Noskova.
So 5 games gone, still on serve in this opening set as Marta Kostyuk strides down to the royal box end. And she needs to play catch-up in this opening set. She'll make a top 10 debut if she makes it through to this, the final here at Wimbledon this week. So Kostyuk serving. No break points yet. Both players have been pushed to deuce by the other on return. And Marta Kostyuk up into her service action. Chipped return from Noskova. They're trying to do that to each other, but she dealt so well with that first strike forehand. She kind of scooped it from mid-court over the net.
Yeah, again, Noskova's bringing her to the net off the return of serve, just using that variety, the chip return. It's going to be an area that she's going to feel in this match, put Kostyuk in the net where she doesn't necessarily want to be.
Noskova chasing that ball forward, lofted over the head of Marta Kostyuk, who puts up the high ball, but that's not going to make the journey onto the court.
15-all.
It's a smart shot from Noskova, running up for the drop shot, playing the lob over Kostyuk's head.
So Kostyuk will rise up into the top 10 for the first time in her career. If she wins this, she'd go to number 8 as a finalist, higher if she were to win the title. Linda Noskova's highest ranking is 10 in the world, but she too would rise to number 8 by making the final. So new career highs beckoning for both.
Second service.
A lot on the line. Who's going to be number 8?
And I imagine they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about so many other things, but it's a nice bonus, isn't it? To muscle your way into the top 10. Kostyuk 15-all. That's a massive return from Noskova. And she was hurried massively there.
15-30.
Was Marta Kostyuk. And 15-30.
That's big from Noskova. That's a message at 15-all. Stepping in on the second serve, straight down the line with the return.
Kostyuk serves into the net. First serve percentage has just fallen a little bit for Kostyuk. It's still so high for Noskova. 71% of first serves are landing today. Big return on the backhand. Again, Kostyuk is forced onto the back foot. Here comes Noskova into the net. She's there with a volley, but she finds the bottom of the net. Tried to slice that volley with a drop volley, and it didn't work.
Oh, she could have put that ball anywhere in the box, and she would have won that point. Just tried to make it too good.
Just thinking about that Coco Gauff drop shot.
Forehand. I don't think we'll ever forget that.
I don't think she'll never be allowed to forget it. She won't want to. It'll take some getting over. There's no doubt about that. That'll go down in Wimbledon history as a key moment, you would think, as Noskova unloads a forehand return. Now she's probing with her backhand. Kostyuk in defensive mode. She's so good at this. Now Noskova with a scooped forehand down the line, and she watches that high defensive ball go long from Marta Kostyuk. And here comes the first break point of this semi-final. It's been in the post, hasn't it? And now it's delivered. But Linda Noskova looking to take the next step. Kostyuk trying everything to stop her. Serve clips the tape. She's just flirting a little bit with the net, with the serve, the first serve. When the errors come, that's where it is with the first serve. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Walloped serve of 112 miles an hour on break point. That is clutch.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Thumbs up from Sandra.
Yeah,
Zanaevska.
These are the moments that Kostyuk has to bring her best tennis to the court.
Love that mentality, though, as she misses the first serve. A real buzz about the crowd as well is starting to fill right up again as Noskova makes the return, and that first strike is too good from Marta Kostyuk.
Advantage.
And she will feel a real sense of vindication if she can come through this game.
And the big first serve, saving the first break point, or the break point, and then following it up by being aggressive with that forehand, finding a winner.
Well, when she won in Madrid, she limited Linda Noskova to just 17% of points behind her second serve. It was an emphatic victory in that department. That was in the first set, where Linda Noskova had to save 15 of 19 break points. As she fires a return on the backhand, now she's hustling on the forehand, and Kostyuk moving onto a mid-court ball, again makes a little bit of a hash of it.
This should be her game already. Yes. She should be 3-all. She will be disappointed with that.
That's 2 in the forecourt on the forehand, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Just keep an eye on that.
Noskova rewarded there for running down that extra ball.
She was. Back at deuce. Already saved the first break point of the match and thumps down another ace, her third.
You can just hear Kostyuk there screaming after she hits that, and she's trying to stay calm, but it also looks a little bit like she has to get herself going a little bit here.
Game point. Again, the first serve missed in the net. Hasn't quite got the timing calibrated properly just yet. Second serve is good. Big return on the backhand from Noskova. Hurries Kostyuk. She's defending again, counter-attacking with her forehand, but then a forehand lands at the bottom of the net and she turns around.
Deuce.
Almost like a child having a tantrum when they're going, no, please, no. Kind of bent a knee. The body language was very negative.
Just feeling too much pressure. And
that
the
ball
first
bounced
serve,
before it hit the net.
Yeah, the first serve percentage is low. She wants it higher. And Noskova's taking advantage right now.
More pressure for Marta Kostyuk again, looking down the tee herself with that big first serve. And then she had so many options because the return was short and dispatched. Bit of a deep breath as she walks down to the royal box end and has a little exchange with Sandra Zaniewska. Mike James also in the box, who's been providing the data for Marta this week and the analytics this fortnight, I should say. Game point again. Big serve down the tee. Noskova does well to get a racket on that, and that drive volley on the forehand is put away beautifully. And a clench of the fist from the Ukrainian, who survives again.
This relationship with her coach in terms of watching them right now, and Kostyuk is stressed. You can feel that. You can feel that in her body language, the shots that she's making errors on to finish. But Sandra is so calm, and she won't be inside. She'll be feeling it. She'll be nervous, but she's doing what every great coach should do. Is they're not showing any of those emotions. And I think for Kostyuk, that is so important.
Yeah, because she doesn't want to feed off that. Linda Noskova just going very quietly about her business. And at the moment, it feels like this match is kind of on Marta's racket in a good and a bad way. The level of Noskova is pretty level, but it's almost like a heart monitor. There's the kind of peaks and troughs at the moment for Marta Kostyuk. 18 forced errors versus 7 on the Noskova side of the net. But Marta's hit 10 winners today. Noskova can't get near that. Only 2 from her racket, which is actually a little bit of a surprise, but I think it underlines the quality of the Ukrainians' defence. Claire Curran's nodding, that's always a good sign. Noskova comes forward and a little dabbed drop shot, and oh, that just missed down the line from Kostyuk.
It's very difficult, just like Coco Golf. When you're playing golf, it's difficult to get winners past her because they move so well. I think if I was talking about who are the top athletes on the tour, the top movers, you would 100% say Golf, and obviously I think second place for me would be Kostyuk. She might not like me saying that, but
I think, who, Linda? Marta?
Yeah.
She'd like to be first,
Yes.
you mean? Yeah. Sorry. Delayed reaction. It's been a long fortnight.
She's a great athlete.
I'm catching up.
Yeah.
30 love, 3 all. Doesn't like that ball toss. Goes again. That end of the court. Well, they both are in truth. Very dusty now. It's been so dry in London. Ripping return from Kostyuk. Right back at Noskova, who absorbs the pace. Now she tries to come forward onto that ball, but it kept so low. Trying to slice that was a nightmare for her.
It was a smart change up there from Kostyuk, using the slice backhand in defence. First time we've seen her just adding that little bit of variety. But again, when the rally is extended really past the first 3 shots with serve, return, ball 3, I feel that Kostyuk is the favourite to win the point.
I agree. Noskova needs to make this first strike count. To do that, you need a good first serve. She's found one. Where's this forehand going? Inside out, and it's not coming back. That's exactly what she needs to do. Copy and paste.
I think she lost the point there, but it's a good point from Kostyuk. She's put the return back into play, and she's making Noskova hit that winner. Will she hit that winner in the tiebreak at 4 all towards the end of the set?
It's a good question. It was a high-quality first strike. Landed right in the corner of the court. You're not going to make every one of those balls like that. Couple of game points. Looks to take the pace off the serve and throw in the slider. Too much slice on it. 31 minutes gone. Goes to the same place again, the same serve, and misses it again.
30.
So now a little more pressure on this serve. Oh, she loves the tee serve off this wing too, but does she go to the backhand of Kostyuk or the forehand? Let's see, 40-30. Tries to go to the backhand. First serve percentage dropping all the time for her, down at 62%. Second serve from Noskova. Lands it, but she's pushed back by the return from Kostyuk. A miscue for Linda Noskova gives Kostyuk loads of time to line up a big forehand, and she misses it, which will frustrate her. That was a chance to clamber back on level terms in that game, doesn't take it. So we are still on serve after 7 games, and Linda Noskova leads by 4 games to 3. Anything you're seeing out there, Claire, in the patterns that we might have anticipated before the start of this match that is maybe different, or is it going exactly as you suspected it might?
It doesn't feel actually at the moment, Sue, that there's much rhythm to the match. I feel like there's a lot of mistakes are happening. Nobody's really kind of got properly into it. Nobody's comfortable playing their kind of tennis at the moment, their style of tennis. There's a lot of nerves for both players. You maybe would expect that because of the way they both play the game, and Noskova especially, she's playing with serves and not trying to give you any particular rhythm. So it's actually, for me, it's quite hard to kind of read those patterns at the moment. I don't know, you may be seeing it differently.
Time.
No, I agree, there isn't much rhythm. And I'm looking at what happened between them in Madrid. There are echoes of that because that first set went to a tiebreak. The big difference here today, I think, is Linda Noskova's serving better. She's limiting the exposure of the second serve a little bit more. In that first set, she only won 4 points out of 24 behind the second serve. That's how many she had to hit in that set. Today, 5 from 11 behind the second serve. And that's an identical number on the other side of the net for Marta Kostyuk. It may well come down to a second serve point in this set that may well be definitive, which is an odd thing to say, but their first serves are functioning so well. I think maybe that might be the differential, or a moment of inspiration.
Thank you. Players are ready.
Or an awful miss that will haunt you. We wouldn't want it to be that. Kostyuk at the far end. And there wasn't time with the body serve at the left hip for Noskova to really shape that backhand return. 15 love. Kostyuk into the net again. Is that something to do with the ball toss maybe not being quite right? Claire Curran's pondering. And so is Kostyuk. That serve looked long.
30.
It wasn't called.
It actually looks like she's not getting up enough with her legs. With the ball toss might be in the right place, but just looks like she's falling a little bit early. I'm sure Coach Sander would just say to her, like, stay up on this serve, commit to it.
Is that just nerves?
Possibly. Just getting the rhythm, not there yet.
Well, Linda Noskova tried to just slice that forehand return,
40
didn't
love.
make the right contact on an 89-mile-an-hour serve.
The numbers behind the first serves, both players right now are so high, and that's why we're not seeing too many rallies.
Yeah, Kostyuk's won 14 of 18 behind the first serve, 14 from 16 for Linda Noskova. So she's just winning that department. But all of the metrics are so tight at the moment. Serve down the tee, chip return from Noskova, and then a big strike on the forehand, a meaty one from Marta Kostyuk, and a clench of the fist, and 4 games all.
4 games all, first set.
Well, neither of them budging an inch right now. And the longer this goes on like this in this opening set, you're just tempted to feel that maybe Marta Kostyuk might take it. Let's see. Noskova serving. In front of the royal box, goes with the wide serve. Drive volley on the backhand is so good on the first strike.
I love
15
that
love.
play, not just the serve going out wide, but Noskova following it into the net afterwards. So she's taking away the chip return that Kostyuk played on the very first point of the game.
Second serve is wide again, the hand off the racket for the backhand return, and Kostyuk was already marching across to the deuce court for the next return point.
If Noskova goes back into the forehand now, it's going to be for Kostyuk. She's going to maybe start thinking, I need to hit over it, because she's worried about her coming to the net. I think at this stage in the set, that's important.
Second serve, 30 love. Noskova makes it, and Kostyuk attacks the second serve with a backhand inside out. That's the tough return. Doesn't make it.
Doesn't miss by much, though.
No.
And the strike is unbelievable.
And I love the fact she takes it on, because it is the hardest return to hit, that backhand inside out, and she nearly nailed it. Now it's Noskova missing into the net repeatedly. Same waggle of the racket before the ball toss goes up. Big return, monster return from Kostyuk, which required evasive action really for Linda Noskova, who heads to the chair with a love hold and a 5-4 lead. Well, now we are getting down to where the margins close in, and the walls close in on you if you're not careful, and the pressure amps up. And Mike James and Sandra Zaniewska having a little chat in Marta Kostyuk's player box. I wonder what they're talking about. They'll be looking at the metrics, no doubt, and drilling down on the numbers, and maybe having a chat tactically about what maybe is working and what maybe not working at the moment.
Well, I think that what he needs to bring to the coach right now is, where are these serves going? Is there a pattern? What percentage? Wanting to know where are the big points? Where's Noskova serving in those points? But it looks from their reaction and the conversation that they're having with each other, there's not too much in those stats that Marta Kostyuk's coach can get excited about. And I think it's very interesting. Noskova has done such a good job of varying her serve up, using the wide serve and then the T serve, and just changing things up, that it's very difficult to read. I feel at the moment that actually, from the perspective in this match, Noskova's calmness in terms of just her mentality on the court slightly favours her.
I'm just looking actually, as you say that, at the return points won. And at the moment, on the first serve, that is, 2 return points won on the first serve for Kostyuk, 4 for Noskova. So she's making a tiny bit more headway, but it is only fine margins at this stage of a set. They feel like big chasms all of a sudden. Kostyuk will be feeling that as she reloads the ball toss again. That's gone wrong a few times in the last 20 minutes or so. And she misses the first serve long this time rather than into the net. Second serve into the forehand of Noskova, central return. And that's lofted from Kostyuk and long.
Love 15.
That gets the look at the second serve there. Noskova slams that return through the middle, deep into the backhand of Kostyuk, which broke down.
Well, that's been the regular miss. Into the net. Second serve required. Noskova looks very interested, dancing on the balls of her feet. Good return, but now she's hustling to make a backhand. Kostyuk's there with a drop shot. The pass is from Noskova, and it's good, and gets the error from Kostyuk, who was a little stranded mid-court there.
It was the shot that on full stretch Noskova played. Sliced it into the box. Kostyuk had to move backwards. She couldn't hit a volley. She just had to hit a little ground stroke, and she was off balance.
Well, she saved just the 1 break point in this set, the only one there's been, with an ace. Looked like she might be finding another big serve there, not quite. Even more pressure, trying to stave off Linda Noskova with second serves here. A wide one, huge return from Noskova, forcing Kostyuk back and into the error. And where has this come from?
Love 14.
Out of nowhere, really. First untidy service game from Marta Kostyuk, and it coincides with 3 break points, which are now set points for Linda Noskova. And again, the ball toss, not good enough for Kostyuk. Needs to go again and really get going here. First serve is missed. Critical moments in this opening set for Marta Kostyuk. And Linda Noskova just shanks that return into the tram lines. It was a very good second serve.
It needed to be. That's 3 out of 4 first serves she's missed in this game.
Again, she's not happy with the ball toss at the moment. That will be unsettling. First serve percentage just hovering now above 50%. That is leaving Marta Kostyuk vulnerable here. Again, doesn't like the toss. Second serve is long, and that is the end of the opening set. A double fault decides it. And problems with the Marta Kostyuk serve ultimately caught up with her, and Noskova takes the opening set 6-4. Wow. She just collapsed a little bit, Marta Kostyuk, at the end of the opening set.
It's strange watching her because there's such fine margins at this point in the tournament between players, and Kostyuk has just looked slightly irritated from the very start of this match, and it's so fine a margin. I mean, I'm probably being really picky on that, but any type of irritation, and you start to, if you feel bad about yourself at all, you look at Coco Gauff. She never does that. Coco Gauff is the most positive player. She could miss 4 forehands in a row and they could be shanked off the frame, and she will fist pump afterwards. Kostyuk is looking for perfection in a way, and when something isn't quite there, she's slightly irritated. And but when I say that, I mean it's only the finest margin. I mean, probably not very many people would see that. It's maybe what I'm kind of picking up from her. But Noskova, on the other hand, she's kind of reminds me of Rybakina out there, with her mentality, with her calmness, with just there's a lack of almost excitement around her, around the play, as in her personality. But the tennis does all the talking. It's so effective. The serve is that effective. The ground strokes are so heavy that you've just got no time to react. And she's playing this game brilliantly because Kostyuk got no rhythm in that first set because of the quality of the first serves, the 89% of points she's winning behind the first serve. And then they were just quick points. And when it came down to it at the end, the lack of rhythm that Kostyuk had cost her 3 or 4 unforced errors in that last game.
Yeah, the ball toss has just started to go off. She's had a little chat with Sandra Zaniewska just to kind of boost morale and get a little bit of tactical words of wisdom in her ear, because she needs a little more at the moment. Good first serve from Noskova. That's been the story of the match, but it was a good return from Kostyuk and a good reaction there as well. Just sending a message, hey, I'm not going anywhere.
Well, she's down in the scoreboard now. This is when your mentality changes slightly. You're not as tough on yourself. You've got to say, right, come on. I'm 1 set from going out of this championships.
And I don't want to. Noskova, 15 love. Looks down the tee, moves inside the baseline onto a short return, and Kostyuk can't cope with that.
15 all.
It was strange because at 4 games all, they were shoulder to shoulder, it felt like. But then a quick service hold from Linda Noskova, and then that untidy service game, and that was that. Noskova is looking for that wide serve. Not quite dialed it in yet. But the variety with the serve today has certainly caught the eye as well. And the resilience of the serve has also done much. Here comes the second serve. Ooh, when it goes into the net.
15-30.
2 double faults each. And this is where she needs to be careful now, because all the momentum of pinching a tight first set will disappear in a puff of smoke if she gets broken here. And the feel-good factor will vanish. Well, often you see this, Claire. You just relax, don't you? You just relax after winning a tight set, and you open the door straight back open for your opponent. Can't land the return, Kostyuk.
30 on.
Yeah, that can happen with a player. I don't feel like with Noskova, again, I don't feel that's her mentality. She just plays every point the next point ahead, doesn't look too much at the scoreboard. I'm sure she does, but it certainly doesn't appear that she does the way she plays.
It's a great serve. And Noskova's there with a big forehand in the mid-court, and now dancing around to hit another big forehand and waiting for Kostyuk to make her move. And Noskova too good in that point, and Kostyuk already in the return position in the ad court. Desperate to get back into this semi-final quickly at the start of the second set. But Noskova looking to slam the door here, 40-30, game point. Serve is an excellent one down the tee, and Kostyuk immediately spins round and stares at her box as if to say, what's happening now? Whatever she was told, it didn't have the impact she was looking for in that return game. And of course, every little step that you make now for Linda Noskova takes you closer to the finish line.
Well, she's not an easy player to break. That's the difficulty. She's starting off serving first in the set. I'm just getting a look at the Noskova shot placement, mostly, but in terms of a percentage, everything pretty much going out to the backhand.
Well, she's trying to stay away from that ferocious forehand, which has, in terms of consistency, really amped up over the last few months. And it's one of the big reasons behind this winning streak that she's had, but not getting a chance to showcase it as much today. Patient from Noskova in the rally, looking to the forehand there. She's going there when she wants to, dictating the times that she does.
15 love.
As she tries to unload herself down the line with her forehand and misses.
And even there, where Noskova goes cross-court heavy into the Kostyuk forehand. Kostyuk's so strong and fast with her racket that she is able to hit that ball almost aggressively from a defensive situation.
Just looking at the forced errors, and you can see how that backhand of Kostyuk is creaking. 14 out of 24 forced errors coming off that win.
Second service.
It just shows the quality, actually, of the backhand of Noskova. And especially on this surface, the ball staying so low.
She's doing a great job of finding it repetitively as well. Slice backhand from Noskova, asking Kostyuk to generate her pace off the forehand, which she does, and Noskova can't live with it.
30 love.
Tactically, she's got it spot on so far, hasn't she?
Noskova has, and for Kostyuk, she's got to find a way to get out of that backhand cross-court trade with Noskova. We'll see her using her slice down the line.
We haven't seen much of that today. Beautiful wide serve, only 95 miles an hour, only 95, but she sliced it perfectly. Precision stuff from Marta Kostyuk, and an authoritative opening service game at the start of the second set, which is just what you need after you've lost the opener. Good serve. Blocked back by Noskova. Now a big forehand from the young Czech, and again into the backhand of Kostyuk. She can't deal with it.
It's really smart from Noskova there. She was under pressure on that forehand, but she didn't defend back cross court. She went down the line and got the error.
We've seen nothing from her, have we, Noskova? Not a flicker of a reaction to anything. As Kostyuk thumps a huge ace down the tee, and you hear the reaction from the Ukrainian. And you can feel the intensity oozing out of Marta Kostyuk as she shakes a fist and stares at Sandra Zaniewska, who seems to be saying, get a little bit closer to your baseline. Trying to get a little bit closer to Linda Noskova at the moment on the scoreboard. But that's good body language from Kostyuk. Just reaffirming with a shake of the fist what she's looking to do out there. Noskova goes wide with that juice serve, and it does go long on the return. That's the one she's been looking for. And for a moment, Marta Kostyuk just stood with hands on hips and stared at her box again.
She's just got to get the timing. I think it's right that she stepped inside the court. She will find it, I am sure.
15 love. Again, the tee serve. And the return is a good one. It hurried Noskova, who hit up a little too quickly on that forehand and ballooned it long.
Oh, she found the timing there, like straight away, and that's why Kostyuk is such a great player, always has been. The ability to be able to change something that quickly.
15 all. And the serve is too good.
Noskova saying, I don't think I'm going to go back into the forehand for this serve.
No, I think I might target the backhand again. And that's worked relentlessly today. Much has landed. And she's just been so efficient with her patterns of play. And they're working so far. 30-15, 1-1 second set. Look at that puff of titanium pigment on the court as that hits the line, and Kostyuk finds the sidelines with her return. 40-15. Running away with the first serve points won battle. 85% won behind the first serve. They are stellar numbers from another galaxy for Linda Noskova. And they are the engine propelling her towards the finish line in this semi-final, taking a little bit more time with the second serve. Finds it, and Kostyuk tries to go big with the return and snatched it off the forehand into the net. And a little deep sigh from Linda Noskova, just managing her emotions there as she adds another game to the scoreboard. 6-4, 2-1. You're laughing at something. Something's amused you, Claire Curran.
Yeah, Noskova's really amusing me because you'd think she was playing a match in the park.
You would. And not very happy about it either.
Well, she's playing in the semi-finals of Wimbledon, and she's just so calm.
I don't know how she's doing that.
I guess it's when we look at tennis players, and there's such a contrast in the two players, and I think Kostyuk has really improved this element of her game, that her emotions. I think over the years that she's been on tour, she has controlled those emotions a lot.
She's got better.
She has got a lot better. And whether, they were so high, because it means so much to her.
Yeah.
As a player who, as a junior, was 15 and making, the fourth round of Grand Slams at 15 years of age, she was kind of destined to win a slam very quickly. You were feeling that. But with Noskova, I just get the impression that when she leaves the tennis courts today and she puts her tracksuit on, or her normal clothes, and she goes up probably for dinner in the village, nobody will know who she is, because she's just understated. That's the way, and that's how she is, and that mentality of being understated, I think, and we've seen it before on this court, it helps a lot. It goes a far way.
It sure does. Marta Kostyuk serving at the royal box end. 1-2 then. Kostyuk serves into the net. That's been the regular miss with the first serve. Continues so to be. Second serve into the backhand of Noskova, inside out return, and the forehand is netted by Kostyuk, who spins like a ballet dancer and collects the balls with a hint of irritation.
So much more pressure on these service games for Kostyuk, because she knows that she's playing somebody who's so calm that if she gives her that little bit of a lead, she may not get an opportunity.
Yeah. And she's got the air of a player right now who's wondering where the magic is. It's not quite there yet. And that first serve continues not to be there as well. And she needs it desperately. Second serve incoming. Backhand return is a solid deep one from Noskova, and again Kostyuk can't deal with it, and there's the error off the forehand.
It's a return that is aggressive, but it's not overly aggressive. It's well placed down the line, and I think Kostyuk is expecting a bigger ball at her.
Well, she's at 6s and 7s at the moment, and the unforced errors are climbing. 15 now in the match. 28 forced errors, way ahead of Noskova in those departments. Finds a big serve down the tee. Slice return from Noskova, now lining up a huge backhand, and Kostyuk again finds the forehand into the net. And alarm bells are ringing so loudly right now, at eardrum-splitting levels in the mind of Marta Kostyuk. She's a set down, 2-1 down, 3 break points down. And she needed the first serve and couldn't find it. Bounces the ball 3 times. looking for inspiration here. And again, a solid return from Linda Noskova, and again, Marta Kostyuk cannot cope with it, and now she marches to the back of the court, and she's sounding off a little bit at her coach, Sandra Zaniewska. And you can understand her frustration. She's just not finding her A game right now. Frantic gesturing from the coach. And the conversation is continued with gesturing from Marta Kostyuk, who's now potentially beginning to run out of road in this semi-final. Linda Noskova just getting on with things, starting a 5th service game of this second set, finds the first serve, finds a big backhand, and it just missed the line.
It makes me think back to the second evening of the championships when Serena Williams stepped onto court. And I went down courtside to watch her. And what struck me was just how little interaction Serena has with her box in moments of high stress.
Oh, high return, bounces in. It was awkward for Noskova. She managed to find a way to deal with it. Now she's drop-shotting Kostyuk, who's got to come a long way. She makes the ball, but Noskova's there, and so is Marta Kostyuk, and she raises a fist to the centre court crowd and wants their appreciation and gets it.
Love 30.
Well, it's good to see the fist pump is out and she's getting that appreciation. But yes, Serena Williams just felt when you were watching her, she was so in control of her own emotion. She didn't need something from the box to get her going. I feel a little bit that Kostyuk has got to go within herself here and find a solution.
She does. Love 30. She might be finding one in front of our eyes. That ball from Marta Kostyuk that she chased and then sliced down the line. It looked awfully close to being out. It's gone now, doesn't matter. And that point is gone for Kostyuk as well, as she tries to chip the return, and it thumps into the bottom of the net.
It's another second serve that Noskova hits that's high-risk second serve. There's a bit of slice on it. She goes out wide. It's quite close to the line. Again, she has that confidence from all the serving and winning that she's been doing on this surface.
Well, I think she remembers the bruising first set in Madrid in their one and only meeting that she lost, as Kostyuk just totally mishits a return and it thumps into the back of the court. And again, the arms are open. And the conversation is ongoing with Sandra Zaniewska, although there is a hint of a smile on the face of Kostyuk, who is philosophical about what's happening at the moment, but doesn't have a solution. And Noskova again goes wide. She has mixed up her serving spots so brilliantly today, and she's giving so little away behind the first serve. Winning 80% behind it. 24 from 30 have delivered points for Linda Noskova. Game point for a 4-1 lead. And the return is a good one from Kostyuk, too good. It was deep, right back at the server, and she couldn't get out of the way.
It's the forehand return on the juice court that Kostyuk's not enjoying. Looks to me that instead of going for the chip return of serve, she just needs to trust herself, step inside the court, shorten the swing, and take that forehand on.
This might be a pinch point. 3-1 juice. Goes for the serve down the tee. Big cross-court backhand from Noskova, and Kostyuk goes long, and she's so angry about it. Well, she's trying to be super aggressive, and you can understand it. She's trying to push Noskova off the baseline. She will not be budged. Another chance for 4-1 in this semi-final for the world number 12. That serve was a big one. Oh, that's dropped in, and both arms are aloft from Marta Kostyuk. I don't know if she meant that to be that good. It landed plumb on the line. Noskova could get nowhere near it, but she thought it was going long. It wasn't. These are vital moments you feel in this semi-final. Wide serve again does the job from Noskova. Now she's looking down the line with her forehand, coming forward, drive, volley, forehand. She's missed it. She's gone long. That was a little careless from Linda Noskova. Bookmark those last 2 points. She's missed that by about 2 millimeters. But it might be a huge turning point. Crowd trying to get involved as well here. First break point she's faced. It's a big one. And so is the serve, and so is the return. How good was that? Kostyuk lining up a forehand inside out, and she nails it. She nails that and yells at her camp because she's back on serve in this second set.
Noskova leads 3-2, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Well, that's a key moment.
It was brilliant from Kostyuk. Look, she's the resilience that she has in that game, the desire, the fight, where it comes from. It's well documented with Kostyuk that in her own country, she's been having a pretty tough time in terms of even her family, everything. And that kind of stands out to me in terms of the parallels with that and how she's feeling. She's not a player who's just going to go away. She is fighting for something a little bit greater than herself and finding a way there in that game. It was the backhand down the line off the return that did the damage. And we've got the team up. They're standing, they're firing her up. That's maybe what she needed.
I think the 2 points before were vital. She stayed in the point on game point with the ball down the line that I don't think she knew much about. And neither did Linda Noskova. And then the drive volley at deuce that she junked just a fraction long. And suddenly the door is kicked open for break point, and you just never felt any other outcome but a break of serve was coming.
But I don't feel with Noskova, in terms of just, and this is a massive credit to her, I didn't feel that was a game that she wobbled on. Okay, the drive volley, she made a mistake on that. That is a plausible mistake. She probably could have gone back in behind with that drive volley, so she probably missed it because Kostyuk's athleticism and movement is kind of what caused the error. But again, I just look down the court and I see Noskova and I think, right, she's just resetting and starting again, and it's
Thank you.
She does an incredibly good job with just maintaining this neutral composure.
She does. And she's back in this set if she can really take advantage here with a hold of serve. Misses the first serve, but long this time. And looking for a second out wide. That's a very good second serve. She's moving on to a short return, flirting with the baseline there underneath the high ball, and Noskova is there with a backhand down the line. Kostyuk on the retreat. Here comes Noskova at the net. Kostyuk lines up the pass and makes it supremely.
Well, finally, I think we've got a game of tennis that's on right now.
50 love.
You can feel the change in this match.
Yeah.
And it came with game point to Noskova for a 4-1 second set lead. And it has sparked Marta Kostyuk into life. And she looks dangerous, very dangerous all of a sudden. Noskova needs to find a little more. Makes the return off of a good serve. Now looking with her forehand, cross court. Kostyuk is there. Now backhand exchange. A slice from Marta Kostyuk coming forward. Noskova's there, but so is Kostyuk with a super volley.
She's showing all her skills right now. Kostyuk coming in on that slice backhand. She kept the ball so low to the net. But the net coverage when she was up there, that was vintage. It was right out of Christine Truman's book.
It was. Actually, the kind of slice that we saw from Martina all those years
Yeah.
as well, wasn't it? Still not completely comfortable with the ball toss. Misses the wide serve. 3 bounces of the ball for the second serve, and away it goes. Big return from Noskova, and Kostyuk does well to find a defensive backhand. Noskova there hitting a forehand off a slice from Kostyuk. Now lining up a huge forehand, and she misses it. Was looking down the line, and it would have been a clean winner if it had landed, but the key word there is if. .40 love. Points are plenty for 3-all. And a route back. Smashes down a serve wide.
New balls, please.
And she is back on level terms. And we do have a semi-final on our hands now. And she's having a purple patch at the moment. And if you're Linda Noskova, just hands on hips at the royal box end, suddenly you're thinking, oh, here we go. She's having to wait as well because it's new balls, which will obviously help. She hasn't really done much wrong. In fact, it was that drive volley at deuce, which followed that slightly fluky, if I'm honest, point from Marta Kostyuk. But didn't she take her chance well when it came? And that's what this sport is all about. 3-3 then, midway point of this second set. And the first real big test, I think, for Linda Noskova. Second serve is thumped back at her by Marta Kostyuk, who is suddenly so amped up.
Love 15.
And she's won the last, let me think about this, 8 points in a row from game point for 4-1. Love hold.
Yep. 3, 4 and 1.
Yep.
She's got real purpose. She's seeing the ball a lot bigger now.
It's been turned on like a tap, and Noskova has to turn it off. That will do it. Kostyuk does it for her with a miss-hit return. Needs a hold here, just to reimpose herself. Taking her time with this serve. 15 all. Just a few more bounces of the ball from Linda Noskova. T serve. And again, Kostyuk takes on the return.
15.
I love that she's so aggressive. Just will not back off. But it does sometimes offer a few extra free points, which Noskova is grateful for right now.
Let first service.
I think at this point, at 3-all, having had that momentum, this is when you want to put the balls back in play.
I agree.
Put that pressure on Noskova.
Because she'll have clocked how her opponent has suddenly fired into life. Serve is too good, and the return
15.
lands halfway up the net. Just a calm air about her. I'd be having kittens out there right now if I was Linda Noskova. She isn't. That's why she's a few games potentially from a Grand Slam final, and she's drop-shotting Marta Kostyuk. Oh my goodness, is she all right? Just landed on her bag and then collided with her chair as she tried to chase that down. She's just holding the pose a little. I think she's all right. She got tangled up in her bag there. That could have been very nasty. Needs to push that bag back, doesn't she?
Do you know, it's not the first time I've seen it, and the reason I hold my breath is because I once landed on a racket bag and tore my ligaments in my ankle in the same way that she's just ran that drop shot down. Very lucky there.
Well, she's just looking down at her right shin. Took a little bit of a whack as she tried to hurdle that bag.
I think you've got to move those. I think they're too close to the court.
I agree.
You've got to move those back, and when the players now, they come on court with their big bags. Now, in saying that, Kostyuk could take that bag. If it was me, and this is probably the mother of me, you'll probably agree, you would take your bag off the court.
I'd put it behind the chair.
Or you'd put it on the chair.
On the chair, yeah.
Yeah, exactly like Noskova has done that. But no, that's a hazard right there. And but back to the tennis.
Given her left knee a whack as well, you can see. She did very well not to hurt herself, did Marta Kostyuk. She's moving one or two things around at the moment. Linda Noskova is ready to go. Marta's doing a little bit of furniture removal here, but the bag is still there.
Yeah, how good a reset, however, was that from Noskova?
It was outstanding.
I mean, 8 points in a row. And she could have, again, there was no reaction from her. She just stayed absolutely calm, and she relied on her strengths, went back to the serve and ball 3, and quickly won the game.
So Marta Kostyuk then serving at 3-4 in the second set. Almost had a nasty tumble, didn't she, over her bag there as she hunted down a short ball. We mustn't forget she tore her ankle ligament at the Aussie Open and then missed another 6 weeks of the season as she nails an absolute beauty of a forehand to win the first point.
I tell you, if I was playing and I was an opponent of Kostyuk and I ran down a drop shot like that and I fell on her bag on the ground,
you'd be raging.
I would be raging, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It is protruding from where the seats are, whereas Noskova's bag is sat on top of the seat next to the one that she sits on. The players have got a couple of seats there. I guess they're used to having benches on the WTA where they can really spread all of their things out. As Kostyuk is tormented by a really nasty return from Linda Noskova. She had barely time to manufacture a first strike there. And when it comes to the serve numbers, She's having a much better day behind her second serve today, is Linda Noskova. Very tight in terms of first serve points won between the pair. Slice return from Noskova. Now she's chasing another slice backhand, keeping Kostyuk pinned back. Now she goes big with her topspin backhand down the line, but hasn't really been able to find that today.
30-15.
Well, there's been so few rallies. You don't have much time to set up for that shot. Everything has been played at such a quick speed. Even the way they played between points, they're not taking the time.
No, it's kind of survival tennis in a way from both of them. First serve netted. I feel like I've said that about 50 times today. Slight exaggeration. And the ball toss also has been a small issue for Marta Kostyuk. She flirts with danger in the corner of the service box, but makes it. Running forehand from Linda Noskova now, running backhand, a slice backhand. Kostyuk bossing it on the forehand, but Noskova surviving. Now another forehand means a lob ball goes up, but there's no way Marta Kostyuk misses that at the net, and she doesn't.
Just huge damage with the forehand, and she is so athletic now executing that shot.
40-15.
Often in the air when she's hitting the forehand now. And she's so much confidence behind the swing as well.
40-15, a couple of game points. And they'll be back where they were in the opening set. And that was the point where Linda Noskova kicked on. Slice cross-court return is so smart from Noskova, but how about that from Marta Kostyuk? She returned that ball with interest, with a sumptuous drop shot of her own.
This is the game. Kostyuk, she needs to get into this game. Put a bit of pressure on Noskova. Ideally, obviously, if she breaks serve, that's wonderful. But she can't afford to make it a quick game for Noskova because she'll be under too much pressure serving to stay in the tournament.
Noskova takes the pace off that first serve. Big backhand she goes for inside out and misses. This feels... so many matches feel like this, like a middle distance race where Linda Noskova's gone off at an absolutely lightning pace and Kostyuk is pacing herself. Actually, it's like a rowing race as well. And she's pacing herself and catching her all the time. And Noskova trying to find a sprint finish here. Mid-court with a forehand, not missing. 15 all. But that's the beauty of this sport, Claire, isn't it? She could be caught in the long haul by Marta Kostyuk, but if she can just find a little bit of a sprint finish here, she could also get it done in this set. Big serve down the tee, and that big return from Kostyuk is too long.
But that is why emotional control is so important, and that has to be on level terms for Kostyuk, because if you're getting frustrated in these moments now where she needs to up her game, it's difficult to do.
Finding first serves now again, and the tee serve has Marta Kostyuk grasping at shadows there. Just got a slight nick, I think, on that serve, but no more. It was so good. Again, she looks a little exasperated. Noskova holding her at arm's length, looking down the tee again. Will she be brave enough to go with a sliced kick on the wide serve with the second serve? No, more of a body serve, and I think it surprised Kostyuk, and she waves an arm in frustration as she heads to the chair, the Ukrainian, because Noskova just outfoxing her there. And now we're in the critical zone, aren't we? Because Noskova leads by a set in 5-4, and there is no margin for error at all now for Marta Kostyuk. She's got 40 seconds of this changeover to think awfully carefully about this next service game, where you feel first serves are essential.
And just looking at her stats, she's 52% first serves in this match. And throughout the tournament, she's averaged 65% first serves. So that first serve percentage is lower already, but it's when you miss the first serves, and at the end of the first set, Kostyuk's first serve percentage went down in that game that she was broken, and that was what was so costly.
I'm looking at the stats as well, and the forced errors tally is remarkable for Marta Kostyuk, 37 of them versus 15 on the other side of the net. They're closer together in the unforced errors, but Kostyuk has made more, 19 versus 16.
But I think that stat, it's because the way in which Noskova has played this match, she's been aggressive, but she has been very controlled with that aggression, where Kostyuk has gone all out. She's gone big. She's even gone big on the first serve returns when she has her racket on the ball.
She has.
It's just been a little bit too much. She hasn't got that balance right now.
Well, Linda Noskova will feel that she has. She had a chance to lead this set 4-1, was reeled in, but she's got a chance now to win it with a break of serve. Kostyuk serving at the far end as the shadow just creeps across centre court, and she's in shadow, which makes this a bit trickier for Linda Noskova, the ball coming from shade into the sunlight. Didn't seem to affect that return on the forehand. Another big forehand landing. Kostyuk trying to play defensively. Gorgeous shape on that backhand from Noskova. Now the slice forehand. Such variety and imagination. Now she's probing down the line, coming forward, and that will just miss the baseline from Kostyuk.
Well, you would not know that she's one game away from the final of Wimbledon, from the way in which Noskova played that point, from the purposeful return of serve, controlling the point with her ground strokes. Just doesn't look phased.
I love the variety in that point, and the point construction as well. She was weaving a pattern around Marta Kostyuk. Serve into the backhand of Linda Noskova. Now a big, oh my goodness, a big forehand. That almost took Marta Kostyuk out. Total miss hit.
Maybe that is the moment she might say after this match, I thought about it, because she has rarely had more time to execute a winner as in that last shot on the forehand.
Yeah, it was a pretty ugly forehand, wasn't it? Haven't seen many of those. 15 all. Linda Noskova potentially 3 points away. Big backhand has Marta Kostyuk hurrying, and she's too rushed with the backhand into the tram lines. And again, the impatient gesture at her box.
Good pressure from Noskova. She made all 3 returns in this game. She's ticking all the right boxes.
2 points away. The tension out there right now. Kostyuk just pausing before she reaches up for this serve, and it hits the net. And the first serve percentage has danced around the 50% mark after a very high start in the opening set. Second serve is careful. Big return pushing Kostyuk back. Big backhand from Linda Noskova, and Kostyuk unloading, and that wasn't the right shot. That was the wrong shot selection from Marta Kostyuk. She took on the impossible there. And now it's mission impossible for her, potentially, because here are 2 match points for Linda Noskova. Serve is good, so is the return. Forehand from Kostyuk. She's coming forward with a drive volley, and she makes it. Nerves of steel from the Ukrainian.
Clean as a whistle. Following that big forehand down the line, in with the drive volley. I know she's going to go wide here with this serve, because I've just seen her coach telling her.
Match point, Noskova. Chipped return. Marta Kostyuk goes big with a forehand. And Linda Noskova put her hands to her head. She cannot believe she's just booked her place in a first Grand Slam final, and it happens at Wimbledon. What an impressive control performance it was as she embraces Marta Kostyuk in a moment of sporting generosity. And as she shakes the chair umpire's hand, she can start to let the moment sink in, because it's going to be an all-Czechia final tomorrow. Linda Noskova will face Karolina Mukova for the Wimbledon title.
And that, I'm sure, sounds great. An all-Czech final. The two of them warmed up together on this court, and they'll be back again on Saturday to play each other in the final. But you see the emotions from Noskova right there. She was so calm, so controlled throughout the course of that match. She just played her game.
Well, Marta Kostyuk is about to depart here to a huge ovation, and she deserves every bit of it. Doing a pirouette, and another one actually, as she applauds the crowd, but she's exiting stage left with a smile on her face, in fairness. What a fortnight it's been. She would have ripped your arm out of its socket if you'd said to her, you're going to make back-to-back Grand Slam semi-finals this year. And she will learn so much from that. But she isn't going to be back at the weekend. Linda Noskova is, and there'll be tennis parties galore in Czechia, won't there?
I don't know, I haven't been following the football, but they obviously, you'll tell me, they're out of the football.
Yes.
So it's going to be a pretty big weekend for them, but just an incredible player, Noskova, and so many of them in Czechoslovakia.
Well, what a moment. It's going to be fascinating to hear what she has to say to Annabel Croft. 6-4, 6-4 in an hour and 19 minutes. And Linda Noskova is a Grand Slam finalist and a Wimbledon finalist as well.
Well, congratulations, Linda. This is such a special moment for you. Such a phenomenal performance out here. Could you just try to put into words making your first Wimbledon final?
A semi-final at a Grand Slam is never easy, no matter who you play, where you play, or what's the score. So I just try to be as patient as possible, try to keep cool, and somehow get the last point, I guess.
Well, you certainly did that. You had to face such a talented opponent in Marta. She has such immense power, but how did you come up with the game plan, and what was the key to the victory today?
For me, it's always just to focus on myself, to focus on my game. When I play my best, I know that I can play with the best players in the world and have a great result, which is a final at a Grand Slam, I guess. So.
It's your first time playing a match here on centre court. When did you first dream about playing out here?
I was not watching a lot of tennis as a kid, but one thing I do remember is when Petra Kvitova won her Grand Slam here, and that is maybe one of the first moments when I've realized that such sport as tennis exists. So I am kind of still in shock that I had a chance in my life really to play at such court and get a win.
And how was it? Did you enjoy it? How was the atmosphere out here?
Not so bad. I mean, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much.
It certainly looked as if you did. Of course, we're now going to have an all-Czech final on Saturday. How special is that going to be? And I guess you're against someone you must know very well. What can we expect?
Yeah, Karolina, she is such a great fighter, such an incredible player, but mainly and mostly she's a great person. So I'm glad I get to play my first final with her.
And how, just lastly, will you prepare for it? Do you have any superstitions, any special meals ahead of the match? And will you sleep well?
I sleep well all the time, so I hope this won't be no change. But I have so many superstitions, I cannot even start to name them.
No, tell us.
You don't want to know. It's like 20, 30 things in a day. Yeah, like.
Just give us a couple of examples.
I feel like it's an illness at this point.
Lines? Walking on the lines?
I'm using all the same routines in the morning. I'm having almost the same lunch. I'm using the same bathroom. I'm using the same sink, the same everything. So I'm not going to change anything.
No, I don't think you should. It's working well for you. You're into your first Wimbledon final. Linda Noskova, very best of luck.
Oh, that's a charming, charming interview from Linda Noskova. And your mind goes back to a couple of years ago, just before Wimbledon, when she lost her mum tragically in a long battle with cancer. But what a happy memory to have at a place which must have had such sad memories a couple of years ago. She is so understated, so calm, and so able to deal with the real heat of battle and pressure, wasn't she, when it came in the first set and the second set?
The way she handled the occasion today was just really top class from Noskova, and nothing seemed to faze her. I mean, she's got so much confidence because she's got such huge weapons, but I mean, the way she handles herself on the court, she treats every point just the same. There was no reaction, even in that second set when she went through that period of 8 points in a row, when she had a point for 6-4, 4-1 up. and she wasn't able to take that, and the match looked like 8 points in a row from that moment on. She lost, but she just quickly kind of turned it around. But you know, I am delighted to hear about all that superstition, because I thought, looking at her personality and the way that she kind of is, that she's somebody who doesn't really give much thought outside the tennis court to her tennis. But clearly she's thinking about it. It controls her, and I don't think she's the only player with superstitions. And it's just, you know, she's just the only one that wants to admit it.
Well, it was a stunning performance. They've had one prior meeting, Karolina Muchova and Linda Noskova, and that came in New York last year. Actually, it was a 3-setter. Noskova won the first set on a tiebreak, and then Muchova began to weave her magic spell, 6-4, 6-2 in sets 2 and 3. So my question to you is, what's your gut feeling, your initial reaction to Noskova-Muchova as a women's final?
Very exciting, because again, it's such a contrast in styles, and you've got the Noskova big serving, and Muchova is going to have to slice and dice a little bit more to neutralize that pace that's coming to her. So firstly, I just hope that for Muchova, she's able to recover. That match today took an awful lot out of her. It looked like there was a bit of a little bit of a pain in the stomach, but I hope that. But just looking at those stats, if you'd have told me at the end of this match that Marta Kostyuk would hit 22 winners and Noskova would only hit 6 winners, and Noskova won 6 and 6, I would have been probably a little bit surprised, because you just feel that those types of winners that she's able to, Kostyuk's able to hit, you'd think that you're coming away with that. But it was the forced errors that did the damage today, and I thought that Noskova had that correct blend of aggression today. She didn't overpress, she just was so smart. Just really smart match play, and the way that she handled that match today, game management, was an A+.
Well, it's Linda Noskova and Karolina Muchova who are both going to break new ground at Wimbledon this weekend, because it is an all-Czech final. What a day it's been for Czech women's tennis, and we will see them again on Saturday afternoon in the sunshine at SW19 as they fight for the Venus Rosewater dish. What a final on paper it promises to be. Claire Curran, thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage on the Centre Court feed. More to come tomorrow with action, actually a bit later on, with some more doubles from Centre Court. So we'll be back with you very shortly.
Final scheduled match here on Centre Court will be the mixed doubles final. The all-Australian pair, Mark Holmans and Storm Hunter, who won their semi-final match in straight sets, will face El Salvador's Marcelo Arevalo and Latvia's Yelena Ostapenko, who are teaming up for the first time in their career at the 2026 Championships.
centre court, that's fine, you're clear.
Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match.
So a lot of people are going to get a huge boost, perhaps, and come in to watch a Wimbledon final shortly.
Let's hope so, yeah. And what's online? Be a Grand Slam champion.
That's the dream that still burns for Karolina Muchova after that extraordinary semi-final against Coco Gauff, which I think will live with those of us who saw it forever and a day. And that drop shot, oh dear, on match point for Coco Gauff, the unfortunate double fault at 7-all in the tie-break. It was, as you said at the time, let's be more aware of the positives of the match, but oh, that was tough for Coco fans and for Coco in particular.
Yeah, and Richard Connolly.
Who? Well, no need to ask you what word you struggle over.
We were talking about it actually in the breakout room after, and I kind of understand why she played the drop shot on the match point, because it had won her so many points. But obviously, if she had that chance again, where that ball was, she would be hitting it, because she would have done it over and over and over again. But what was the stat you were telling me about the last how many times we've had 2 best-of-3 set semi-finals? It's only happened 3 times. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, obviously it's not relevant now, but, and you've thrown me here because I put my phone away. I've now got, oh, Max has started to go completely mad. He's now coming up with finals with players whose surnames ended in over. I mean, that could go on forever.
That's about 125 overs.
Yeah. Oh, Bazza.
Sorry.
Where did I see that stat?
Did you say
know.
3?
Yes, but I think he's deleted it.
Okay.
Sometimes you
So
think,
maybe
oh, that's a good one, then it gets deleted. So
Okay.
that one's gone.
It's gone.
So
Okay.
ignore what I said a few moments ago. You mentioned Richard Connolly. He is poised to take over. Via our big screens, we can see that the players will very shortly emerge onto centre court. We've had 2 semi-finals, and now we are getting ready for a final. While we get ready here in our presentation booth, let's nip back outside and find out what Ellie is up to.
Well, I'm just outside centre court with Miley and Class, who I've caught on the way out. First of all, how is your Wimbledon experience today?
It's a very warm one. I don't think in all the times I've been coming to Wimbledon, I think this must be number 6 or 7, it's ever been this warm. So it's as hot as the game on the courts that we've just seen.
Well, you look amazing, but are you regretting the outfit now?
There's a lot of layers. Somebody took pity on me, which is very kind, because I've lost my sunglasses, but they've given me theirs, which is really kind.
Well, an incredible game that you've just seen. Incredible. What did you make of the match?
Do you know, I thought that you could call it from the very beginning. I thought Coco had it. In fact, I thought Coco was our winner, and then that just shows you that you just never know which direction it's going to go in, right to the very last minute. The crowd in there, I mean, I'm not wanting to use a cliche, but they were electric when that last point hit.
Yeah, you could hear it from out here as well.
Could
So
you?
if you thought that Coco was going to win it, do you think you might have just seen our winner in there now in Muchova?
I wouldn't be so bold as to call it now. I mean, if anyone's going to be determined enough to win and I dare I say the underdog there, I think we might have just seen our winner maybe.
Well, we will see. Thank you so much. I hope you go into some aircon building right now and cool down a little bit, but you look amazing.
A whole punnet of strawberries with my name on them.
Oh, I love that, and I'm jealous. Hopefully it Pims too. Thank you so much.
Yes, for some it is nearly Pims o'clock, with a few strawberries thrown in. Wonderful setting here. It's been a hot day. I haven't been outside for a while. I imagine it's cooled off a little bit, but it was one of those mornings where you came out Well, I'm always up bright and early, of course, like Barry. We're doing our homework, and it felt like you hit a furnace from the moment the front door opened. And as I say that, the sun is just starting to come through the clouds again. Barry, enter the players. And before you exit, your thoughts on what's going to happen over the next hour or two in this match.
I mean, just thinking about Mark Polman's, what an occasion it is for the Australian. The first time I'm sure he's ever played on this court. So it's a whole new experience. And obviously for Arevalo, he's a winner already today. So he's got a Wimbledon final to look forward to in the men's doubles with Pavic. So just, yeah, I mean, the mixed doubles over the years has been, it is a lottery, but there is an art to it, isn't it? It's different to playing traditional men's doubles if you're Polmans and Arevalo. And I'm sure we'll have some entertaining rallies and it'll be high on quality.
And I think from the looks of things, it's going to be a very decent crowd once this gets underway. The players will warm up shortly. We'll come back to centre court imminently, but the time now is 6:31.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative, APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
Okay, have a good match.
That's the voice of our umpire for this mixed doubles final, Scott Noble from Great Britain. So the preliminaries have been completed and the players will now warm up, and down in front of us the familiar frame of Elena Ostapenko, who does occasionally, Barry, get involved in a few rucks. I note that Naomi Brody is in action with Greg Rosetsky on number 2 court. If you ever bump into Naomi, the first match she'll tell you about with regards to her career was, I think, in New Zealand, where it all kicked off, although she did tell me a couple of days ago that she's now very good friends with Elena Ostapenko, and she was also involved in one of the earlier rounds of the mixed doubles up against Lara Sigermund, who has a little bit of a reputation maybe for taking more time than she should. She was playing with Edouard Roger Vasselin, and Sigermund, if my memory serves me correctly, was given a time violation at around about 7-all, 8-7 in the match tiebreak, which obviously she was very unhappy about, ended up losing the match, and then Ostapenko and Roger Vasselin had a long conversation by the umpire's chair. It was all picked up on the microphone. It was very civilized, and I actually thought that maybe for the first time ever, Ostapenko was in the right.
Yeah, and didn't she also have a altercation with Alia Tomjanovic as well? That was 5 years ago. I can't remember. It might have been court 14 over potential sort of doubts about an injury. So she's feisty. She loves to win, and she might just have the last laugh here tonight. That's my feeling with Ostapenko and Arevalo. They are a strong pair, because for Ostapenko, she actually will hit the ball harder almost than Arevalo.
Yeah. Because it's not the first time we've seen her at these championships on centre court. She played Arina Sabalenka. Was that in the 3rd round? I think it was, and perhaps she didn't quite give as good account of herself as she'd have liked. But she's a former French Open champion. She's been there or thereabouts for a very long time, so it's going to be a lot of fun. The Bryans are set up against Lindstedt and Tekau on serve at 1-2 in the second. Barami and Maioli are serving for the match against Rosetsky and Brody. 6-4, 5-4. Hewitt and Reed, that's Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed, the number 1 seeds, are still a breakdown to Stefan Houdet and GZ or Z? How do you say that? GZ? GZ, I reckon GZ. That's easy to say GZ.
Yeah, and what about court 9, Marcus? Because you like to look at the juniors.
Yeah, well, that's a match that I think Richard Connolly, who's poised to take over, should delve into, and it features a player from China and a player from Uzbekistan, whose name does require a bit of concentration. I'll leave it to Richard, and we'll be listening. He'd better mention it inside the first 10 minutes or so. Barry, thank you very much. You've been in mischievous form as ever. We're going to head into the sunset. This match is about to get underway. Richard Connolly will take over. But in the meantime, we're going to go next door. Our match commentators for this one, it's Olga Savchuk, and alongside her, the very athletic, don't say the word athleticism, Peter Mercato.
A tradition that stretches back to 1913, the Mixed Doubles Championships, with Hope Crisp and Agnes Tuckey, the first winners of the Mixed Doubles Championships here at Wimbledon. And obviously it stretched through, you know, other than around the war years, that has been played a lot. Now, our Aussie pairing today, because a lot of people will know Arevalo and Ostapenko, but Mark Polman's a 29-year-old from Melbourne. He's ranked 36, just one off his career high ranking of 35. His results mainly have been on the doubles court rather than the singles court. Reached the final of the Australian Open this year with Jason Kubler. He's been a three-time semi-finalist in the mix at the Australian Open. In 2021 with his current partner Storm Hunter, and then a couple of times with Olivia Gadecki in 23 and 24. He won a title in Geneva on the ATP Tour. Got a couple of challenger titles on doubles as well. So the South African born, but moved very early and settled in Melbourne. And, well, he did play the doubles here as well with Rinky Hijikata. They lost in the second round. Storm Hunter is from a place, Olga, Rockhampton.
Rockhampton.
There is a very, very famous player. I'm not going to do the Marcus thing to you.
Do
I'm going to answer the question that I put out there. And I'm going to go back and see if I can just quickly look at my notes here. Shares with the player who won the mixed doubles in 1959 and 1960. By the name, you may know him, Rod Laver.
Yeah, I may know him.
The Rockhampton Rocket. We may have another one out here with Storm Hunter, winning the mixed doubles at the US Open in 2022 with John Peers, been a former #1 in the world in doubles, sitting at 20 at the moment. Was playing with Katie McNally in the doubles championship, the ladies doubles, lost in the third round. And for Arevalo, he's already had a win. He's into the men's doubles final, which will be played on Saturday. And he is the 35-year-old, ranked 10 in the world. He's been as high as world #1. His first Wimbledon mixed final. His best has made it to the US Open final. He's a finalist there back in 2021. A couple of Grand Slam titles to his name. We'll get to Jelena Ostapenko in a moment because the warm-up is complete. This is the mixed doubles final at the Championships Wimbledon for 2026. Marcelo Arevalo will be serving to Storm Hunter from the Royal Box end to get the final underway. And the serve, high ball from the lefty Hunter. Ostapenko underneath it, puts away the overhead. It's 15-love.
I mean, both of them so powerful, and Ostapenko, I mean, how powerful she can play. I did play myself doubles with her a few times.
You played with her?
With her, yes. Luckily not against her, because it would be wipe off the court.
The serve down the tee here. Arevalo serving to Polmans, who's in the ad court. So the righty's in the ad court, the lefty's in the juice court. I'll let everyone listening around the world, particularly in Australia, serve here. We got forehand from Polmans, backhand volley from Arevalo coming forward. Polmans tries to put the forehand between the pair, but goes long. It's 30-love. I'll let everyone listening on their Amex radios around the grounds to our Wimbledon radio channel. Hope you've had a really good day. Been two great semi-finals. Still 33 Celsius in Wimbledon at the moment. It's hot.
But beautiful shade on centre court.
It is. And here in the commentary box.
Yes,
miles
with AC.
away. Don't mention that. Serve down the tees, an ace from Arevalo to go to 40-love here in the opening game of the mixed doubles final. Jelena Ostapenko, by the way, the 29-year-old, ranked 10 in the world, been as high as #3. That was last year. Reached the final of the mixed in 2019 here with Robert Lindstedt. It's a serve out wide, blocked back by Polmans over the head of Ostapenko. Running across is Arevalo with a cross forehand. Off forehand from Hunter. Forehand up the line from Arevalo. Having to track that down is Hunter because Polmans moved. He actually caught that ball from Hunter in the end. And Arevalo and Ostapenko, the second seeds, have the opening game. Yeah, so she does have a US Open title to her name in the doubles, playing with Ludmila Kishinok.
Yes, yes, they played for quite a while together and were quite successful as well. And she did also have a
she won the title at French Open in singles as well in 2017.
She's been right up the top of the rankings in singles and at doubles, which we don't see so much anymore. But she reached the doubles final here last year. She was playing with Xie Su Wei. It's an interesting combination.
Yes.
12 doubles titles overall. So, as we take a look, I'm going to presume it's Mark Polmans with the famous Legionnaires cap. So the cap with the flap at the back, that's his trademark.
Ivan Lendl style?
Yep. He's always worn that cap. And he's serving from the royal box end to Elena Ostapenko. Big cross-court forehand volley from Polmans. Up the line, Ostapenko into the nets with her forehand. 15 love.
15 love.
Everything picks up. Might not have called a match of doubles so far on the championship, so we'll shake off the rust early, folks. Nicole Pratt in the player area, the head of
she's everywhere.
Women's tennis at Tennis Australia.
Australian player plays. You see her.
Yes.
She's doing a remarkable job for Tennis Australia.
Not sure if Sam Stozer is in there, the our Billie Jean King Cup captain. Sam has been around. Second serve, onto the backhand of Arevalo. Low backhand volley, great return from Arevalo. And Polmans can't do much with the reply. It's 15 all.
A lot of energy and very hyped up Arevalo, and he plays. Of course, also, I mean, quite confident from his doubles earlier today.
Yeah, well, he's already warmed up, isn't he?
Yeah.
Were you okay with that when you had back-to-back matches?
I think, yes, especially if you win the first match, I think it kind of brings you that freedom, you know, and that you have already one win. I think if you lose that match and then to go play mixed, a lot of guys, I think, don't like it much. But if you win that match, I think it gives you a lot of confidence, kind of, and freedom, yeah.
So good put away from Polmans. The backhand drive volley off the serve, off the return, I should say, to go to 30-15. So now it will be Polmans serving to Arevalo. Defensive stance for the receiving team, both at the baseline. Traditional stance for the serving team. First serve goes into the net. Hand signals coming in. Second serve. Polmans serves onto the forehand of Arevalo, trying to go up the line. He's put that well long and wide. It's 40-15.
Overplayed that one, Arevalo. Went for a big, massive forehand down the line. So important in mixed doubles, right? That your partner have a good return.
I've been told many times, what's the secret to a good mixed doubles partner? Or how do you make it work? Find someone who's better than you. That's generally how I operate. And that's why Olga's in the commentary box today.
I've been told by Pat Cash that, you know, when it's you serving, it's the matter only of your...
Whoa, up the line goes Ostapenko and misses off the return, so one game all.
No, so it's if you got broken, that's the problem, not of your serve, but of you know, your partner at the net. That it's mean that he or she didn't do enough at the net, which is interesting.
It's all their fault. We don't portion blame on these things, do we? Yes, we do. Rolling through the list of Aussie winners. The last All-Australian team to win was back in 1991. As Elena Ostapenko serving to Storm Hunter. And
massive
good serve.
Yeah, 109 down the tee from Ostapenko. And I think she has quite a unique motion on the serve, so it's tough to read.
And that combination in 1991. One of the players is actually here doing commentary for the TV. As Ostapenko serves.
Is it you?
Not 1991. How old do you think I am? I was a prodigy. No, Liz Smiley. Liz Smiley and John Fitzgerald.
I met Liz Smiley today in the elevator, yeah.
She's just double faulted here as Ostapenko, so it's 15 all. Yeah, 1991, and then the last time before that was Margaret Court and Ken Fletcher back in 1968. There have been plenty of winners, Aussie winners since then, but not with Aussie partners. So Mark Woodford in 1993 with Martina, who doesn't need a surname. Well, Martina Redalova. Helena Sikova was partner Todd Woodbridge in 1994. And the last being Sam Stozer. Up the line goes Hunter, but straight to Arevalo's backhand volley through the middle of the pairing, and it's 30-15. Stozer with Nenad Zimanic back in 2014. last Aussie pair to make the final, Matthew Ebden and Samantha Stozer in 2022. There has not been a player from El Salvador that's made a major final here. As the serve onto the off forehand. Oh, that's a great return from Polmans off forehand. And he nailed the spot. It's 30-all.
He just had it right on his racket. I mean, it was one of my favorite actually returns in doubles to go out wide if you're on the ad side returning, and they go body forehand, and you just go
bang.
Big time. Yes, love it.
As we see here, Ostapenko serving forehand up the line again. This time from Hunter. It's a winner. And we've got an early break point for the Australians.
It's so sharp and rapid return from Hunter. I love it. Small backswing. Just went down the line. It was tough to read. Again, body forehand.
And this is the advantage of having the lefty
yes,
in the juice court and the righty in the ad court. It's not the way conventionally you would look at it, but it helps with the angles. Under pressure here, Ostapenko, 30-40. As the serve, onto the backhand, up the line again! 3 up the line winners from the Australian pair, and they've got the break of serve early on in the final. 2-1 here on the Wimbledon radio channel.
And a very good evening from me, Richard Connolly, here on the centre court presentation position, just alongside our commentators, back with Peter and Olga very shortly. But their commentary does continue on our centre court dedicated feed. It's 6:46 local time in the evening, and we've still got plenty of good tennis on court around the grounds. We'll round you through the scores in just a short time from now. And we're going to reflect a little bit on the ladies' singles semi-finals that we have seen on centre court. 2 terrific matches of different natures. And we'll talk with Arvin Palmer, who has just sat in alongside me, about the men's doubles semi-finals as well. But the match just finished on centre court a short time ago. Linda Noskova getting through to her maiden Grand Slam final, beating Marta Kostyuk 4-4. And our reporter Ellie Collins has been out and about getting reaction.
Well, I think I might have found the main event around Wimbledon right now, which is the refill queue. Everyone is topping up with water, and I found a lovely couple in it who have just come out of centre court. First of all, tell me your names.
Charlotte.
And Hussein.
Guys, how did you get tickets for Wimbledon today?
My husband actually won them through Vodafone, so in case anyone ever wonders, does anyone really win those prizes? Yes, we did.
Well, you've got to be buzzing with that, and you've just come off centre court. What was that match like from your perspective?
Oh my gosh, that was an amazing game. They hit lumps out of each other, and yeah, it was really exciting.
Well, you guys look like you've come equipped to stay over for a couple of days with these bags of yours. What is in them? Picnic bag, what have you bought? What are the essentials?
So we've ordered the Wimbledon picnic, but we brought our own, which the security guard complimented as the best he'd seen all day.
Yeah.
We have a bottle of Ruinart Blanc de Blanc hidden in there. Some Torres crisps for the crisp discerning fans, some Pereo olives because you're in Wimbledon and they're fancy, and various nibbles from Waitrose, from their sort of summer picnic food, and some higgity things, some tapas meats. Trifle, obviously.
You sound like you...
Strawberry trifle.
It kind of has to be at this point, doesn't it? It sounds like you've absolutely nailed it. What else have you done around the ground since you've been here today?
We've been wandering around, enjoying the atmosphere. We went up to the hill, and we've circled around. We've got ourselves the little charms from Amex as well, so that was quite good fun. And they wanted to do some activities, but it's a bit too hot for that right now.
Yeah, a little bit sweaty out here. And is this your first time at Wimbledon, Toby?
I was last here in 1997, having travelled from Wales, and that was the first day in something like 50 years where even a single ball hadn't been hit because it rained all day.
Well, I think you might have gotten a little bit luckier today. But aside from the weather being very different, what else has changed in that time here?
It's so different. They were still constructing the area around the hill. Number 1 court was not as it is now. I was absolutely taken aback. It's like being in a totally different venue.
Wow. Okay, in one word to sum up your day so far, what is it?
Amazing.
Amazing. Looks like it, guys. Enjoy your picnic. Enjoy the rest of the day. And thank you so much for speaking to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hot one out there, and we are very lucky here at Wimbledon in that we are in an air-conditioned box. at the top of centre court here on the 5th floor, but the minute you leave the box, it hits you like a wave. It is a steamy, steamy day. Hot work for the players, although just about starting to cool off. We were talking a little about the number 1 court with those spectators a short time ago. The action still continues over there. It's the men's wheelchair doubles semi-final match between the British pair, the multiple champions Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, and the veteran Stéphane Houdet of France and his partner from China, Zhensu Ji. And the French-Chinese combo were a break-up in that opening set, but as I speak, Hewitt and Reid have just taken it by 6 games to 4. You can hear inside centre court, there's a very healthy crowd for the mixed doubles final, the first championship match of these Wimbledon Championships of 2026. So we're in a privileged position to be able to talk through this. Our commentary for now continues on our dedicated feed. We'll rejoin Peter and Olga before too long. In the meantime, though, former British Davis Cup player Arvin Palmer has, as if by magic, has appeared in the booth. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. Yeah, talking about kind of going from, you know, nice, cool commentary box. I went from a nice, cool commentary box on 1, walked across the grounds to centre court commentary box, and yes, you're right, I did melt in that 10-minute period. It is still steaming out there.
People are just about managing, I think, but inside centre court, I know that the volunteers, the stewards from the armed services and from the police and the ambulance service are doing a marvellous job looking after a lot of people who are getting a little hot. It's been a hard work out there.
I think, I mean, touch wood, I don't want to tempt fate, but I don't think we've had anyone become poorly on centre court yet due to the... We've had more marriage proposals and people becoming poorly, so let's keep it that way for the rest of the tournament.
That's a sentiment with which I wholeheartedly agree, and you know, keep the marriage proposals coming. Why not? They were quite fun, weren't they?
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, from marriage proposals to mixed doubles, which is not an enormous jump. We've got the
mixed troubles.
we've got the Australian combination, Mark Polmans and Storm Hunter. Storm Hunter's been in a Wimbledon final before. I think 3 years ago she was the partner of Elisa Mertens, and they ended up on the wrong side. Mark Polmans was in the Aussie Open men's doubles final, I want to say, at the start of the year, and he's just played a terrific reaction volley. It kind of felt like they might be the underdogs coming in here against Arevalo and Ostapenko, who are the seeded pair, and Marcelo has got himself into the final of the men's. Arvas, you were observing earlier in the day with Mate Pavic, and Jelena Ostapenko, we know, hits with incredible force. So those two seem like they've got the ingredients to be a title-winning combination, but Polmans and Hunter are a break-up 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, it's an intriguing match, this one, an intriguing final. You lay it all on the line at this point, final match of the mixed doubles. I mean, Polmans, yeah, he's been a very good player for a long time, hasn't quite cracked it in the singles. I mean, would like to take his career to another level as far as that is concerned, with the ranking and the success in singles, but has always been a very good doubles player. And you've got to remember, Australia have got such good pedigree when it comes to doubles, especially on grass as well. With Storm, it's great to see her back as well, because she suffered a terrible Achilles injury,
right.
And she was out, I think, almost a year or close to. Because that could have been career-ending. Achilles problems. Holger Rune's having to go through the same right now to get back from his terrible full rupture of his Achilles. So it's great to see Storm Hunter back into a big final at Wimbledon as well. And as you say, Arevalo's been a top doubles player for a very long time, played brilliantly well earlier today, so he's through to the final on Saturday, isn't it? Saturday is the first match before the women's final. Ostapenko is a good doubles player, and like you say, she hits the ball a ton. So even though we give them the edge, I think it's going to be a very close one.
Arevalo and Pavic beat Kravitz and Putz earlier, 7-6, 6-2, and they'll play the British-Finnish combo, Heliovara and Patton. They were champions, what, a couple of years ago? 2 tie breaks. The number 1 seeds won through in their semi-final today. So the men's doubles final set for Saturday, as Arv said. Beautiful crowd around centre court, and as predicted by Marcus and Barry a little earlier on here on the Wimbledon radio channel, and it's great to have your company wherever you are around the world, whether you're within the Wimbledon grounds or in far-flung places listening to us. It's terrific to have you with us. The centre court crowd is filling up nicely, actually, and it's great for these players that they've got a really good crowd to match the occasion. I'm sure that will bring something to the atmosphere and to the tension of this final as we progress.
It's just a lovely time in the evening.
It really is. 5 games in, the Australians are a breakup. We're going to head back next door to our commentary team, Olga Savchuk and Peter Marcato.
So just talking about how the partnerships work together here in the mixed doubles, and I want to pose this question to you because we've talked about who leads the team and, you know, where the instructions are coming from. I was going to ask you that exact question. The Revelo-Ostapenko combination. Who is leading the charge there? Who's captaining that team?
It's
Jay Ostapenko. Well, they're down a break, though. Polman serving from the roll box end to Ostapenko, who plays an off backhand. Hunter getting involved, just pops up a volley, which lands right in front of a Revelo, who says, thank you very much. I'll hit a forehand up the middle of the court. It's love 15.
It's also, Peter, a question always, I think, for guys, it's much more difficult because when you have an easier ball, and let's say all of you are at the net, 4 of you right close to the net, and you have an easier ball, and logically, you would just go full power, right?
As the serve here from Polmans onto the backhand of a Revelo. Half volley, awkward for Polman. Sits up in front of Ostapenko, hits it straight at Hunter. Good volley, now throws the ball over the top. It's an awkward overhead for Hunter, lands in. Now hitting another forehand volley. She's going to hit a backhand volley. Ostapenko coming towards the net. She had a volley at Polmans, put it into the net herself. 15 all.
Oh, it was such a good hands from Storm Hunter. So solid at the net. Ostapenko was just coming at her, full power. I think 4 in a row she had to play, yeah.
I think it depends on the standard. Like out here, all bets are off because so you all can play, right?
So you go full power.
You as the serve here from, I'll come back to that, as the serve from Polman's, eye formation from the Aussies, not required because an ace goes down the middle, 30-15. Because there'll be that time that if you back off and you go half pay or something like that, the players out here, male, female, it doesn't matter, are so good that they'll just, great, I'll seize that, boom, I'll put you away. And not maliciously going through anything like that. Serve out wide misses from Polmans.
But I think there have been some, not an issue, but conversation, I know, in some pairs where the guy could be almost, if you can say that, too nice, you know, and play a bit too careful.
Yep.
So it could be an...
Beautiful return from Revelo. Half volley, good from Polmans. Forehand volley from Hunter straight at Ostapenko goes at Polmans. The backhand volley is netted. And we're at 30 all. Because you want to go out there to win.
Yes, yes. So you kind of want your partner, you know, be, you know, go full power.
Yeah.
And there have been some cases, and for sure there are still some cases where, you know, somebody's just kind of...
Yeah. I formation serving team. There's certainly been no holding back in this one. Serve onto the forehand of Ostapenko. Pulled wide on the return. She's got a racket on her head. It's 40-30. But if you're at the really low levels, and this is, you know, right at the start.
Where you played a few days ago?
I'd like to think it's somewhere in between, but closer to that. I think you're right. You probably shouldn't go that hard. As the serve here from Polmans is an ace out wide, and it's 4-2. So it's even like things like the serve, right? So you think, oh, well, you know, I better back off.
No, but
you
I
fall
think,
out of rhythm.
yeah, with serve you don't do that because obviously it's so many meters between you, right? Like it's, you know, it's almost impossible to hit a person with the ball. But when you're at the net, all of you at the net, and let's say you have an easy overhead, right? So like you try, of course, to put away, but sometimes it's not the case. And on a pressure moment, it's a lot on the line.
As the serve goes into the net. Second serve to Hunter, who throws up the lot over Arevalo. It's in the middle of the court. Ostapenko, coming across is Polmans. He just got himself into a good position. He hit it back down to Arevalo. Wasn't expecting it at his feet. Made a hash of it. It's love 15.
I think he kind of was moving towards the middle of the court, and then the last moment he dropped that racket away and reacted on the volley, Polmans. And in the end, it's almost like he catched the ball in his strings and just put it away.
The serve here onto the off forehand of Polmans coming forward. Beautiful ball from Ostapenko, but it went down low. It's a wonderful backhand volley from Polmans. Arevalo getting involved, but putting it long. It's love 30.
Yeah, a lot of energy coming out from Mark Polmans and Storm Hunter. Really coming at Ostapenko and Arevalo.
As the serve here picked up by Hunter. It's going to be mishits, the return and wide.
15-30.
So 15-30 the results. So really important stages of this opening set. Tick over to 7 p.m. the second Thursday of the championships. With an all-check battle coming up for the ladies singles title. Another first serve here for Ostapenko, serving to Polmans. First serve goes into the net. Stepping in right to the baseline is Polmans. For the second serve from Ostapenko, take two on the ball toss. She'll try again. And this second serve, Polmans will take as a four. It's a double fault. It's a double fault, and it's more break points here for the Aussie pairing of Polmans and Hunter at 15-40.
And it's that, I feel, constant pressure that Mark Polmans were putting on Ostapenko's serve by just every single return. Even if she missed the serve, he was going full power and kind of moving forward. It's so important in doubles and in mixed as well to show that, you know, a lot of movements, a lot of energy.
As the serve down the tee is missing from Ostapenko, and she's not happy because, as Ostapenko likes to do, she likes to rage against the machine. She's been unlucky every single time. Second serve. Ostapenko serves. Blocked over the top of Arevalo by Hunter. Big cross-court backhand winner from Ostapenko. She's fired up now, and it's 30-40.
I mean, absolute bullet from Ostapenko. And again, tough to read, and she finds that small margins, and she's just going for it. She has such a big backswings, right, on both sides that it's, like, tough to read again, but she needs her time.
Polmans had a play on that ball too. He let it go. You can't do that against Ostapenko because she nails the spot. Another break point though. It's 30-40, 2-4. Opening set of the mixed doubles final, the Wimbledon radio channel. The first serve from Ostapenko goes into the net. Second serve, a bit blustery out there this evening. Second serve. On the forehand. Polmans was trying to deliver it back to Ostapenko as hard as he copped it. But he missed, and we're at deuce.
That was a good try, right? They can afford it right now.
Well, your point, just going back to your point though, Olga, which is an important one. And when you're watching doubles, if you're here on centre court, obviously we're watching the ball tracking around, but it's useful. I'll come back to that in a sec, because Ostapenko's serving to Hunter. Take two on the ball toss. Should have known that. I could have kept the point going. Serve here. Again, blocked over the top of Arevalo by Hunter. Ostapenko's there with a cross forehand. She's missed it in the corner. It's a good tactic from Hunter to go over the top of Arevalo. And a floating ball for Ostapenko to generate the place. Another break point. So don't necessarily watch the ball, but if you're a doubles player yourself, watch what the players who aren't about to hit the ball are doing. They are constantly, no one is flat-footed. You are moving the entire time, and it's such an important aspect, as you say, Olga. There's a serve here.
I think it's like such a small margin if you're returning in doubles or mixed doubles. Really, you have only half court, and then you have a net player at the net, your opponent, who is covering almost like 7 meters if they stretch the arms. So it's really small. So it's so important also to make those movements.
It's a serve here, backhand up the line from Polmans, goes long. Arevalo lets it go, and we're back to deuce.
Just because you have that, you know, to distract your focus in front of you. If somebody moving at the net, I mean, you feel so much more.
Yeah.
The court is much smaller Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're going to be able to intercept and move around and poach and all that sort of stuff, it's a serve here from Ostapenko down the tee misses. You can't be standing still and waiting for it. You're constantly, and the best one is when you do it on a hard court because you can hear the squeaking of the shoes that are going the whole time.
But also the points are so short, so you constantly have to move to be able, you know, to be constantly switched on. Because it's so easy to kind of, you know, go away in a few points if the points are short and it mainly serve and returns only.
So another opportunity here for Ostapenko, a deuce, the serve. Hunter will go cross court this time with her backhand onto the forehand of Ostapenko, up the line by Hunter into the nets. The end result of that, so a game point to bring it back to 4-3 for the Arevalo and Ostapenko combination. And that's why we talk about when players come forward, the split step to balance themselves. But even after you've hit the volley, you reset yourselves, hold your balance, but you're still nimble. You're still moving around as the serve here. Take two again on the ball toss from Ostapenko. And the serve to the backhand of Polman's a high ball. It goes long. And so Arevalo and Ostapenko. Ostapenko saving those break points. It's 4-3 though. The Aussies still up a break. 27 minutes into the mixed doubles final on the Wimbledon radio channel tonight.
And you can see also Storm Hunter sprinting right towards the changeover, and that shows that you constantly want to be, again, the points are so short and everything can change in 1 second in doubles or mixed doubles, you know, and you have to keep moving, and you don't want to like have that focused deep where you go away and suddenly you're break down. So it's so important to be, you know, always awake and always moving.
Yep, it's just one of the keys to successful doubles, as the fans screaming in now. They've had a bit of refreshment, they've had the chance to get out and about, and now they're back in again. I notice
not so much sunshine, so I think it's very pleasant.
Yeah.
Even though it's still humid and still hot. And you can see that the crowd using their fans, mini fans, but...
The fans using fans?
Fans using fans. You're a poet.
Ah, but I don't know it. So the players coming back out onto court. And it is the Hunter-Polman's combination straight out. They're going to look up and see they've got no one down the other end of the court because Arevalo and Ostapenko... Jelena just works at her own pace. In her own time.
Yes, taking the new racket.
Yep, new stick with the ball change. Discussion had between the serving team. Crowd lively. I like it for the mixed doubles final here on centre court. And certainly Hunter serving down the tee, blocked back by Ostapenko, straight up at Polmans, who puts away the backhand volley.
It was a very skillful backhand volley from Polmans. I mean, it wasn't easy. He kind of went for a drive volley with one hand. I mean, a lot of strength there.
And to keep it down.
Yeah.
If I was doing that, I'd send it to the back fence. As the serve here from Hunter.
That's close up.
Clips the tape on the way through. Revelo hit it towards Polmans. He took a great catch. Like most of the Aussie cricketers. I know that won't mean much to you, Olga, but it does around these parts. As a serve here, onto the backhand of Revelo, cross court, right to the corner of the court, dug out by Hunter in the ag court, ball hit straight back at Polmans, once and twice, and the forehand volley goes into the net. Revelo doing some great work from the back of the court, 15 all.
Yeah, Revelo was targeting Polmans straight in his stomach, and that's the perfect place to target when you play doubles. Just go straight there, and it's kind of good combination.
So now it will be Hunter serving to Ostapenko. And this one comes off the tape and just goes past Polman, so he couldn't get into it. But it was too short for Hunter to get up to. A bit of luck for Jelena. It's 15-30. And she will take it every day of the week.
She will take it, yeah.
He was right on that volley. The interesting thing for Polmans was, and this is something Todd Woodbridge talks about, is a serve here onto the forehand of Arevalo goes into the net, 30 all. Is when you are at the net and the volley, normally the inclination is to bring your racket down. But he's saying, right, any situation, you need to make sure that that racket's going up. You get that reflex going. Because if it's going to hit the tape, it's going to come up. Particularly if it's hit hard through the court. There's the serve here onto the forehand of Ostapenko. Oh, that's a great reflex volley from Polmans getting into the play. And it's 40-30.
I was receiving some coaching tips from Max Mirny himself, right? #1 and many times Grand Slam champions in doubles. And he told me, imagine that you're holding a fry pan at the net, and just you have to just block every ball comes at you. And really, it did help my volley net game so well. So I think it's a different kind of interpretation how you wanted to understand and the way you absorb it, but in a way.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because in the men's doubles game, it's right on top of the net. As Hunter serves to Arevalo, misses this serve. Third serve coming up for Storm after the let. Hand signals from Polmans. Where's this serve going to go? What's Polmans going to do? The serve. Oh, it's a double fault. I don't think that was in the plan.
Yeah.
Reduce.
Clearly feeling the pressure from on the second serve. Storm Hunter. Are we allowed to say the signs that we are seeing on TV?
Yes, of course you are. Yeah. Go Storm and Mark and they had the 3 Lions cap on. The British supporting the Aussies? Wow. As Ostapenko hitting straight at Polmans, who gets really creative and goes into the ad court with a nice angled volley away from Arevalo. He's doing some nice work, a brick wall across the net,
Yeah,
Olga.
he's just on top of the net. I mean, if you look at his position at the net, Polmans, I mean, he's literally on top of the net. I mean, there is not much space between him and net.
And if you are watching along with the coverage, you would have seen the ISO, the isolated camera on him, and seen the split step and how he was moving but still balanced. Serve here from Hunter. Out wide's an ace, the lefty swinger. And they go to 5-3, the Aussies in this opening set.
Polmans Hunter lead 5 games to 3, first set.
But the men's, just on the, going back to that for a second, so talk about that frying pan analogy.
Yes.
But for them, they're holding the frying pan in front of them going straight down. So their initial reaction, because they are right on top of the net, is boom, straight down.
No, I think what he meant, like if you're at the net and somebody is going hard at you, you're holding basically like a fry pan, and it's like, you know, kind of ping pong tennis, and you have to just cover your head and just block everything back so that your racket head is up.
There's the second serve here. High ball from Hunter. Lands on the baseline. Arevalo is there, playing back to Hunter, who goes cross court. Oh, the winner. And a bad bounce from Arevalo. He was there, but he just went under his racket. That's where you say I've got a hole in the racket. Love 15.
I think it's kind of sliced after the bounce.
Have a look here.
Arevalo, yeah, I think they were quite surprised by this. Yeah, it didn't bounce.
The bad bounce, occupational hazard on this sort of court. As we wait for Arevalo serving at love 15 to the forehand of Polmans. Low, awkward volley for Arevalo. Volleys from the ladies, and Storm Hunter misses hers. And we are at 15 all.
15 all.
So the serve coming in. Down the tees, an ace. And it's 30-15.
Need a couple of 3 points, Team Ostapenko and Arevalo.
So we now wait for Arevalo. To the backhand of Polmans. Awkward half volley again. Arevalo coming to the service line. It was at his shoelaces. He couldn't dig it out. And we're at 30 all.
I think Arevalo was quite slow off his serve and wasn't really sure. He didn't go through that dead zone, as we call it, on the service line.
So now it is Arevalo serving to Hunter, and that's an ace. Out wide, that is the 4th ace for the pair for the match. And they want to make their opponents serve this one out. So Arevalo from the Royal Box end, which is nicely populated now. Serving to Polmans, who hits the forehand. Low forehand volley from Arevalo. Polmans back with an off forehand. That takes the net and drops over Arevalo's racket and into the court. They are 1 all on that count, and we're at deuce.
This time it's good for Storm Hunter and Mark Polmans. They get a bit lucky with that one.
Yes, that went over his rackets. That's annoying. That's why the racket going up, because it checks off. Down the tee, missing the serve here is Arevalo. Serving to Storm Hunter, who's now standing inside the baseline for this second serve.
That's bold.
There's the serve here. Going back to Arevalo. Forehand volley up the line past Polmans. He did well just to manoeuvre his body into the right position, Arevalo, to hit that ball, and he did it well.
Yeah, he was going towards the middle of the court and then moved his racket on the side. Good wrist connection there.
So game points, and Arevalo serves. The backhand of Polmans. Half volley coming across Hunter. Nicely played. Arevalo always having to hit up. Good awareness from Hunter. Comes across with the forehand volley put away. We're at deuce.
For me, she came out of the blue. I didn't spot her coming. So good, so quick on her feet. And again, long reach with that left hand.
So now the serve. Out wide's an ace. And that's the place. If you're going to do that, get nice wide serve happening, because you will have the lefty out on the backhand stretch. That's where we get our own back as right-handers.
Yes.
So game point again to bring it back to 5-4 in this opening set. Arevalo serves. Big forehand from Polmans into the bottom of the net. And so the team from El Salvador and Latvia. Still, though, it is the Aussies 5-4 serving for the opening set on Wimbledon Radio Channel Olga.
Much more sprinting and jumping around from Team Hunter and Polmans, right? A bit more energy, a bit more pumped.
38 minutes we've been on court, and again, more fans making their way in. I'm predicting that some of them have got tickets through the resale system as well, which is great.
But probably a lot of people leave after 2 semi-finals. I think it's a lot of people also who decided to stay, they can just stay. I'm sure, you know, there will be plenty of like empty seats. So it's nice that they can stay and watch and enjoy. And it's pretty packed center court for mixed doubles, which is
Certainly
great.
Which is wonderful. Yeah, yeah.
And I think this year it's been amazing attendance.
Oh, it has.
Yes.
Well, the weather's been fantastic too. Probably I need to go and pick up my Wimbledon.
It's all because of the red towels, I'm telling you, and red merchandise. It's been brilliant. I love it myself. I love everything what has a strawberry on it.
It does look nice. And it's, I'll tell you, I was at the shop before. They are flying off the shelves too. The other thing I'd say too is that I have to get my Wimbledon compendium, which has all the facts and stats and things. I haven't picked mine up yet.
Is it such?
I want to find out when was the last time we had a championships where there was no rain delays. None. We started on time every day.
I think I've heard a stat. I think 2019.
Was
it?
It
was a championship without rain.
As the serve, Mark Polman serving from the Royal Box end for the set. Out wide to Ostapenko and missing. Got to try and remember back to 2019. It was a long time ago now, 7 years. A bit's happened since then. Second serve, Polmans to Ostapenko. Hits a cross-court forehand, just picking it up as a half volley as Polmans at the service line. Up the line goes Ostapenko for a forehand winner. Straight past Storm Hunter. It's love 15.
I mean, she's just so precise, Ostapenko, with her hitting, with her ground strokes. It's just like you wonder, she should win more, right? If you look at her singles career as well.
So now she prepares and waits. But she's not going to get in the play just yet. Polman serving to Arevalo. Down the tees, an ace. And that is ace number 4 for the team for the match. And it is 15-all. Remembering, of course, Arevalo with his partner Mate Pavic having a win in the gentlemen's doubles semi-final against Kravitz and Puetz. 7-6, 6-2. And they'll play Heliavara and Patton in the final on Saturday. There's the serve here from Polmans to Ostapenko on the backhand into the net. It's 30-15.
It was a good, solid serve from Mark Polmans.
So 2 points from this opening set here on the Wimbledon radio channel. A big last 3 days coming up. You will not miss a second of the action wherever you are around the world. I formation for the serving team. as Polman serving Derevalo on the backhand. Straight at Storm Hunter, who puts a sharp volley past Ostapenko. And we've got 2 set points.
It was an incredible move from Storm Hunter. I mean, so gutsy at the net. And again, you don't see her coming. Very explosive first few steps at the net from her.
So Polman's with 2 set points. And the serve goes down the tee, but misses.
Tell me why Australia has been so successful in Grand Slams in doubles and in mixed doubles?
We just play a lot of it. As the second serve, backhand from Ostapenko, forehand volley up the line, going wide from Polman's. It's 40-30. No, I've sort of said that a bit flippantly, but I mentioned some of the names of the past, and I go Margaret Court and Ken Fletcher, Fred Stolley, Leslie Bowery. All of these players, it was just inbuilt that you would play all forms of the sport, which you could back then. It was much easier. As the serve here, onto the forehand of Arevalo, picked up by Polman. He's going to hit straight at Ostapenko's forehand. It's into the net, and that is the opening set to the Australian pairing in the final. Mark Polmans and Storm Hunter have taken it 6-4 in 42 minutes.
Well, there could well be an Australian celebration on court, and there might be a small one in the commentary box if we're not careful as well. Back with Peter and Olga in due course. If you want to stay with them on our Centre Court dedicated feed, it is there for you. Do stick with that and enjoy it. In the meantime, here on our main programme, Richard Connolly with you for the duration of the evening on Centre Court alongside Arvin Palmer. And we're going to have a little reflection on the ladies' singles semi-finals. If you are just joining us, wherever you've been for the day, or if you're just getting up stateside, then the final on Saturday will be between Karolina Mukova and Linda Noskova, an all-Czech ladies singles final. We had 2 terrific semi-finals earlier on today. Noskova getting through in the second of them off quite quickly, 4-4, and boy did she take her chance. First match on centre court for her. It was the first match on centre court for Mukova as well. They actually practiced together on centre court this morning. You don't often get a chance to do that, do you?
No, it's amazing, isn't it, that the club offered that up to them, never played on centre court. So, right, we're going to give the option to actually go out and practice, which was amazing. So they would have prepared the court, the ground stuff, because this court yesterday evening, when the second singles was done with Ferry and Caboli, they absolutely drenched the court. The hoses were on them for about 15 minutes non-stop, and then it immediately covered them. So the court was sweating under there. Through the night, they obviously pulled back the covers, probably been a little bit of growth in the grass, kept it nice and green, but the heat of the morning it will dry out the court very quickly, and they were able to offer the players half an hour, 45 minutes, whatever it was, to warm up before their matches. Amazing.
Must have been hugely valuable, because wherever you've been, wherever you've played, I mean, centre court's just different, isn't it?
I mean, Kostyuk talked about it yesterday, that she was so grateful for her coach to take her, do the walk through the corridor with all the pictures, all the trophies, down the stairs and then onto the court, just to have a look, not to hit, to have a look at the court. And the players today, Noskova and Mukova, they got to play on it. It's a huge, huge advantage.
Well, the Noskova match was the second of the 2. That was pretty quick, 6-4 and 6-4 against Kostyuk. We're going to reflect on Mukova and Goff just for a second, because those 2 players have been through their press conferences in the last hour or so, and so the world's media have been gathering to hear their reflections. We'll hear from Mukova in just a moment, Arv. And I know you were on commentary on the men's doubles when this was happening, but you know Mukova won the match, obviously 12-10 in the match tiebreak at the end. And they were level at 8-all in that match tiebreak. Goff got ahead at 9-8. It was actually the first time that she'd led in that tiebreak. So we were thinking, okay, she's got it here. But you know what happened next?
I do.
Because everybody's been talking about...
I had it on my monitor.
The drop shot. I mean, she was quite far up the court, wasn't she? She was in charge of the point. She'd had a lot of joy with the drop shot. Would you like to hear what she's had to say about that particular shot?
I would be fascinated to hear what she has to say
All
about
right.
it.
The question obviously had to be asked, and this is what Coco Gauff had to say.
There's one thing to be like, oh, why play a drop shot? But then I also think about how many points I won off the drop shot. So it's like, yes, people who don't watch tennis are going to be like, why did you do that? But at the end of the day, it's like, that's the choice I made. Was it the right one in that moment? Maybe not. But then also, if I make it, everyone's going to say how clutch of a shot that was. So I think that's just tennis. You lose some points off margins. Honestly, the return came back like in a tricky place for me, and I didn't expect it to. The bounce caught me off guard, so I just panicked a little bit. But I think it just takes moments like this to learn from and have more of a clear, concise plan of what I want to do. But at the end of the day, I left it all out there, and my only regret, I don't have any regrets. I think it's just obviously points I want to make better decisions on, but that's how you learn and become a better player.
The thing is, that was such an enormous point. That's the thing. I mean, she was remarkably honest there, because you obviously when a question like that is posed, it's a difficult one to ask, and it's a difficult one to hear being asked, because your natural step is to go back on the defensive, and I heard a little bit of that at the start. But she was actually incredibly engaging, incredibly honest, and explained the difficulty in that moment. We've never lived a moment quite like that. How do you adjust your strategy correctly to suit the magnitude of the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? It's all about decision-making under pressure, and that was of the extreme side of it. Pressure like you can't believe. And she summed it up, really. The one word that stood out for me was panic. She hit the panic button. And plenty of players do that. Unfortunately for her, it came at match point to make it through to her first Wimbledon final. That's the unfortunate thing about it, because you know, she could have played any shot there if it had just been a regular point within the match. It was the enormity of the situation, because yes, she struggled with the forehand, so I'm thinking, well, okay, you might not want to play your normal forehand because you've mishit a few, but then the drop shot in my mind is an even more difficult shot, because you've got to find the feel, and you probably can't even feel your racket at that stage.
But here's the thing, though, if you've played it, I don't know, 20 minutes before successfully...
But it's different. It's match point to make it through to the final.
You have the self-awareness that actually it's match point. I've got to play with greater margins here.
Yeah.
But then it's very easy to get from that point to, she was too passive on match point.
What, with the drop shot or with the driving through?
If you're taking a safer option, and let's say you don't necessarily, but you just hit the forehand.
That for me wasn't the safer option.
No, it wasn't.
A drop shot is not the safe option there at that moment in time. Okay, 40 up in the game, 3-all. Then I'm thinking, yeah, well, that's you could pretty much execute whatever game plan you want there.
I'm with you. I'm trying to sort of play the devil's advocate to some degree. So let's say she doesn't try for the drop shot, and she just rolls the forehand into the court, gets past, and then everybody says, yeah, but you didn't seize the moment, you were too passive. You see what I mean?
But exactly, it's too passive, but why would you roll that forehand in? You crack that as hard as you can. Or let's go for a compromise here. Let's use the chip forehand nice and deep. Let's go in the middle. You're not ripping it, and you're not going for the touch shot. Let's just bunt, which she's played plenty of before. She's got a great bunt forehand, because she's had to rely on it at times, stay in point.
Make Mukova play the passing shot. She's been so good at the net. She's got the net covered. Mukova barely passed her for an hour and a half.
Trust yourself on the net. She gets good positioning, and as you say, she's got a good volley as well. She was serving volleying in the quarterfinals. It was brilliant to see against Pegula. It was
today.
Fantastic.
Obviously, we're talking about Mukova's variety a lot in the build-up. Coco Gauff had put set 1 to one side. All of sets 2 and 3, she had complete control of the forecourt.
Yeah,
I mean, she was absolutely outstanding.
Yeah.
She read every single passing shot that Mukova tried to hit. She was there. She volleyed everything away. And she was just imperious in that area of the court.
Even more reason to say, right, chip backhand, chip forehand, and I'll take it. I'm in control. I'm in control. My court position is a good one, and I rely on the volleys that I've been making the last couple of sets. But you know, that's it, right? It's a decision, a split-second decision. She made the wrong one, in my opinion. The moment got to her. As she said, I panicked. and she lost a chance.
She's still only 22.
You've got to always put it into
And
perspective.
She's
yeah.
won 2 Grand Slams, and she's learned a heck of a lot about big moments from today.
I mean, the first set she was being outplayed, but she second
came
set
back
then,
outstandingly
But
well.
that's what she did against Pegula, didn't she? She was a different player at the end. She has an unbelievable ability to compete in those sort of moments. When it's a one-way traffic, she has the capability of turning things around. And she did in the second, but unfortunately she was a point away and she couldn't get it done.
Mukova, in that tie-break, played a couple of relatively early in the tie-break, but still, you know, when we're talking about 1 point making the difference, she made an unbelievably ridiculous low volley to a return that came back at a million miles an hour that she really didn't know much about. And then there was a diving volley in the tie-break as well. I mean, it's these little things that if those points go against you, then over the course of the 10-point tie-break, it all accumulates. I mean, yeah, the margins between success and failure are sometimes absurdly thin. Let's hear from the winner then. Karolina Mukova has been speaking at her press conference a short time ago. Here are her reflections on a special experience.
Yeah, the court is unreal. I had a chance to actually warm up today on it, which I think was very helpful to kind of get used to the grounds and the roof and kind of just all surroundings. It's a beautiful court and it was packed. It was such a great atmosphere. So yeah, it's a very nice experience to play on it. Even better to get my first win there. It was very long, tough battle, physically, mentally. At the end, I had a stitch. I had a tough. I didn't have anything with my app. I just couldn't catch a breath, and that was it. I was just trying to, massage it a little bit to get it away. But yeah, it was pure fight.
I have to say, I was worried for Karolina Mukova a little bit because what it appeared to be an injury, as she's saying. It isn't one, but she was feeling at that area in the kind of rib cage area on the right-hand side and looked in discomfort throughout that match tiebreak at the end. There were a couple of extraordinary points would have been the game just before, a couple of games just before, long rallies, which were really, part of the story as well. But I'm glad to hear that it was just a stitch and that there's no concern for Saturday's final. An all-Czech final, Arv. I mean, staggering to think we've had 2 Czech winners in the last 3 years and we're going to get another one on Sunday.
Yeah, the Czechs before them have paved the way. I mean, it's brilliant. I think the last time we had a all-Czech final in a major, I think it was Lendl, and I want to say in the 80s.
Okay.
In the 80s. I'm going to look it up. I think I heard it earlier. It couldn't have been here. I think it may be at the French.
7 Czechs in the WTA in the top 50 coming in here.
Yeah.
Actually 8 Americans in the top 30.
Yeah.
They're the 2 dominant nations, so that was definitely playing out in front of our eyes on centre court earlier on. The last Wimbledon final involving 2 players from the same nation was the Williams sisters in 2009. Hasn't happened on the men's side, I was looking up before I came on air, since 1999, and that would have been Sampras Agassi, I think. So, yeah, there we go, but an all-Czechia final on the women's side. Watching the mixed doubles final in front of us here, it's 1 game all in the second set. We're going to return you to our commentary team very shortly. Just a little reflection on the men's doubles that you witnessed today. Arevalo and Pavic beating Kravitz and Puts in 2 sets, and then Heliovara Patton. This was the match you were on, wasn't it?
Yep, it
Against
was.
Kokinakis and Kovacevic, who were not in the draw when it originally came out. It was a withdrawal that helped get them in, and they were in the semi-finals and actually very close to making the final today.
Yeah, I mean, there were 6 alternates in the men's doubles, in the gentlemen's doubles draw, and they were the 5th alternate, so they were second to last to get in. And yeah, they played great the whole tournament, and they didn't play well enough in the big moments. They had opportunities. They were struggling a little bit on the return, but Heliovara and Patton were brilliant today when they needed to be, especially in that second set breaker. Actually, it was a day where Patton was struggling to find his timing on return, but then made 2 incredible backhand return winners, clean winners. To find clean winners on a doubles court on the return is a pretty tough thing to do.
Yeah.
And they came at just the right time. So they were able to close it out in a couple of breakers and back in the final. They, as you say, rightly said, a couple of years ago they won here. But they've been unbelievable this tournament. If you look back at their draw, they've won 3 match breakers in a row. So they've been very good tiebreak players, and the ultimate pressure of a match breaker, they've managed 3.
We're going to go back next door because Hunter and Polmans, the Aussies, have got a break in the 3rd game here, so they're in charge. We'll go back to our Aussie commentator in a moment, which might be a mistake. But just very briefly, on the Heliovara pattern, they're a left-hand, right-hand combination, but their personalities are also very different. They seem to gel particularly well, don't they?
Yeah, it's Heliovara that brings all the energy, and I think Patton just kind of dilutes that a little bit. He gets pumped for both of them, Heliovara. His celebrations are, we likened it to a bit of an out-of-control Rafa Nadal celebration when he wins. But it's great to see. He brings a lot of energy.
He does. Quickly on the #1 court, Hewitt and Reed in the men's wheelchair doubles are up 6-4, 4-1 now against G and Uday. There's been a big break because Uday's chair has needed some running repairs, and that's taken a while, but they're getting back to court. Right, also in the mixed doubles final, we're getting back to court. Polmans and Hunter lead by a set and a break. Olga Savchuk, and can we control him? Peter Marcato.
Well, knows the answer to that is... We're at 2-1, break of serve for Polmans and Hunter. 58 minutes on the clock here on the Wimbledon radio channel tonight. And it will be Storm Hunter from the Royal Box end with that break of serve in her pockets. Serving to Elena Ostapenko, and the serve onto the backhand. Ostapenko straight at Polmans, drops the ball in short. Arevalo getting into it, going over the top of Polmans. Big forehand from Hunter, straight to the volley of Arevalo, who missed it into the net. 15-love.
But again, good court coverage from Hunter, and also good placement. You know, good understanding where to place that ball.
So Hunter again serving to Arevalo in the ad court. 15-love, the serve into the net. And the hand signals from Polmans. Where's the serve going? What's Mark going to do? Second serve. Off forehand of Polmans, Arevalo going over the top of Polmans. He went long, did the player from El Salvador, 30-love.
Bit of a shank there on that forehand from Arevalo.
Quote our good mate Robbie Koenig, shanks for coming.
Shanks for coming.
Shanks for coming. So now, Hunter serving to Ostapenko. The serve out wide, and stretching on the forehand is Ostapenko, going over the top of Polmans, but going long. 40-love. This is ideal for the Australian pairing.
Yeah, some good few lefty serves from Hunter. It's all about how you use the serve on the grass, right?
Yep.
You don't have to necessarily have the biggest, fastest serve.
There's the serve here onto the forehand of Arevalo. Hunter is there. Arevalo coming to the net. Ostapenko going straight at Polmans, who missed the forehand volley. He's going into the ad court, pushed it wide. It's 40-15.
The way he's jumping at the net, Polmans, you just feel almost sometimes he's like overrun the ball too quick, too excited.
Like a puppy.
Yeah.
He's just so excited to get the ball.
Yeah.
He's got a great personality, does Mark Polmans. He's a really lovely fella. The serve here for Hunter into the net. Second serve. Discussion between the serving team. It's Hunter to Ostapenko, and that's a double fault. And that is the second for the team for the match. And now some words of encouragement as Mark Polmans walks to the back of the court. Nicole Pratt, the coach of Storm Hunter, working with a lot of the Aussie players.
Yeah. Singles, doubles, mixed, everyone.
It's just applauding there. Hunter serves, backhand from Arevalo, onto the forehand of Hunter, straight at Ostapenko, high ball over Polmans. So into the juice court goes Hunter, who throws a lob over the top of Arevalo. Now Ostapenko in the ad court, backhand to backhand they go. Arevalo getting involved. Coming forward is Hunter on the cross court, picked up by Polmans though, and received the ball from Ostapenko and said, thank you, I'll take that. consolidated the break. It's 3-1 second sets.
I mean, I have to say, incredible point by Storm Hunter, because you felt like all pressure on her. Obviously, they wanted to keep the play at her, and overall, she was just, you know, was everywhere, covering all court and mix it up as well. I mean, that lob that she played so well.
She did a great job of that. Meanwhile, Marcelo Arevalo serving under pressure. Serve out wide, misses. Second serve. And blocked back by Hunter. Forehand drive volley. Arevalo played it at Polmans. Polmans missed the volley. I don't know whether he needed to play it.
I think it was flying straight into the fence.
Yeah.
And I think it was too quick for Polmans to get the racket off the ball.
Let me look at our replay. Yep, you got the racket there.
But I think it was going straight into the fence.
I had that feeling about it. It was airborne for quite some time. 15 love, 1-3. Arevalo serving to Polmans in the ad courts. Polmans with the cross-court backhand. Good backhand volley from Arevalo. Ball hit straight hard at Ostapenko this time, who misses her volley. And we're at 15 all. And the other thing that we're seeing, and you talked about it at various stages here, Olga, has been the return of serve and how important that is, making these returns.
Yeah.
Nilly's doing it quite nicely.
But I feel, especially on the ad side, from whoever returning there, that's the toughest return in doubles. Because, you know, to be able to return with two hands, unless you're a lefty from that side, you have a very small margin, a very small placement to place that ball, and two hands. You know, it's not easy to place with two hands.
First serve missing from Arevalo. The second serve blocked back by Hunter over the top. No, it's at the service line. It's going to be put away overhead style from Arevalo. Didn't quite get the radar right there, Storm Hunter. A good piece of it. It's 30-15. So now in 3 minutes we've been on court here in the mixed doubles final. In single semi-finals to come tomorrow. Arthur Ferry. It'll be Arthur Ferry mania tomorrow against Sasha Zverev, and then Djokovic versus Sinner.
It's going to be
It's the serve here onto the forehand of Polmans. That's into the umpire's chair and falls out the other side, so it's 40-15.
I mean, whoever have a ticket for tomorrow, it's going to be a great day to watch those two semi-finals.
You're going to get your money's worth, that's for sure. Defensive position, both players back on the receiving team. Arevalo serves, ball put up by Hunter, and straight to Ostapenko, who can't quite get a good piece of the overhead. She knew it, put it into the bottom of the net. It's 40-30.
It's almost like you're misjudging the distance and you jump a bit too early on the overhead. And by the time you're landing, the ball is just right there.
It was right on her. As we wait for this serve. On to the racket of Polmans, who can't do much with it. So they're keeping themselves in at our second seeds. Arevalo and Ostapenko, but they're down a break in set number 2. It's 3-2 after Polmans and Hunter won the first 6-4, the mixed doubles final on the Wimbledon radio channel. Channel. So they met at Wimbledon, just Sinner and Djokovic at this stage last year, and Sinner won in straights. And then, of course, the Australian Open, I was doing that match for Australian Open radio, Djokovic winning 3-6, 6-3, 4-6, 6-4, 6-4.
What's the head-to-head record?
Sinner leads 6-5. Djokovic won their first 3 meetings. Then Sinner beat him at the ATP Finals in 2023. And then Djokovic beat him at the ATP Finals that year as well in the final. So one was round robin, one was the final. And then the Davis Cup final they played, and Sinner won that. And then Australian Open, Sinner. There was a run of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Sinner before Djokovic winning at the Australian Open this year. And that included last year at Wimbledon. They met 3 times at Wimbledon. Djokovic 2 and Sinner 1. Thank you, Scott, for just winding us up there. That's fine. We're ready to go. Now, it's Mark Polmans who will be serving. Trying to keep this break advantage. They lead a set and a break. Good crowd here on centre court. Plenty listening on the Amex radios. They've been popular this year. And wherever you are around the world, even if you are in Australia and Melbourne, it's 4:43 in the morning.
Oof.
There'll be people listening and watching as Polman serves out wide, misses because he is from Melbourne. Second serve. Traditional stances for both teams on this second serve. Polmans to Ostapenko. Ostapenko, big forehand volley from Polmans. He's pushed that wide. It was a heavy ball from Jelena. And it's love 15.
So much conviction behind that return from Ostapenko. Again, sending that ball right into the Polmans' feet.
They've got to be telling themselves, let's keep trading serve and we'll be holding a trophy in this set, potentially.
I think you try not to think actually about that trophy at this moment.
No, but the trading serve bit, serve onto the forehand of Arevalo. He's mishit it. It's gone over Hunter and it's landed in. Polmans was heading towards the net. And you can hear the let's go, come on, from their team. It's love 30.
There was a bit of an awkward lob in the end.
So now, Polmans. And the serve, out wide, missing the ace. And they're going regular formation, both teams again. Polman's going to continue to work the ball out wide to Ostapenko, who's near the baseline. The serve from Polmans. Down the tee, off backhand from Ostapenko, goes wide. He was already celebrating, he came forward.
It was so close. It was such a good return, but frustration on Ostapenko's face. I mean, should be happy with that. I mean, it's...
She'd be a terrible poker player, because you know what she's thinking at all times. Doesn't hide the reactions as Polmans now. Wait for this serve to come in. Onto the forehand of Arevalo. Backhand into the net from Polmans. Here's a moment for the second seeds. They've got 2 break points at 15-40.
It was an incredible return from Arevalo. It's right on his racket.
So high formation for the Aussies. The serving team under pressure now. Polmans needs a big first serve. And he misses it. Looking to go down the tee. Second serve. Again, Arevalo makes his way towards the service line for this ball, which will go to Ostapenko. Second serve, Polmans. And he's missed it. It's a double fault. And he's handed the break back to the Arevalo-Ostapenko combination. 3 games all in the second set of the mixed doubles final here on the Wimbledon radio channel.
And as I said the game before, right, that you could be so confidently winning in doubles and in mixed, and it could be just 1 point, 1 break, and you know now it's back to even. And
well, it goes back to Ostapenko, so they did break the Ostapenko serve, got them the break advantage, which has now been gobbled up. Ostapenko serves. Off forehand from Hunter. Landed past Arevalo in the deuce court. Ostapenko with hands on hips. There's a great return from Hunter. It's love 15.
unbelievable. She find that spot in the doubles alley.
I reckon that was slightly mishit too. It was off the top of the frame. As Ostapenko, the serve. Backhand, Polmans up the line for a winner. And it's love 30.
Wow. Love 30. So rapid return from Polmans. Been short and sharp moving forward.
But he had the conviction. He wanted to commit to the shot and he got there. It's love 30. Again, Ostapenko under pressure. And serves now to Hunter, who hits the ball over the top of Arevalo. Coming forward is Ostapenko, going back to Hunter. Arevalo getting in the way. Luckily, Ostapenko was there to pick it up. Another looping ball from Hunter. Oh, wonderful cross-court pass from Ostapenko. Past the outstretched racket of Polmans. You've got to be aware of that. It's 15-30.
An absolute roar from Ostapenko as well. I mean, what a winner she produced.
Arevalo had a high backhand volley that he let go, but it landed in the baseline. Lucky. Right place, right time for Ostapenko.
From that position, so far away behind the baseline.
There's Ostapenko, the serve. Backhand cross court from Polmans is deep. He's coming in for the forehand volley. Ostapenko over the top of Hunter, and Polmans can't drag it down. Lifting here is Jelena Ostapenko. It's 30 all.
30 all.
She's seeing the ball big right now, Ostapenko. She got inspired, she got fired up. Even though it was such a good return from Polmans.
So Ostapenko ready again. The serve. Down the tee. Oh, thought that was close. It was close, but not the right side.
It was close to Polman's body.
Second serve. Out wide. High ball from Hunt underneath it. Arevalo puts away the overheads. 3 points in a row, and they've got game point now.
40-30.
Just feel like it's only Ostapenko on the court right now.
Yep, but she draws the attention. So now we wait because Ostapenko is serving to Polmans. Polmans hits a forehand into the nets, and they come on again from Ostapenko. They're in front. It is 4-3 in this second set. We are on serve in the final of the mixed doubles.
It's a terrific contest here on centre court, and there's a lovely crowd as well. I reckon maybe close to 10,000 people are watching this mixed doubles final. 4 players, none of whom has won a Wimbledon title before. It's a fascinating watch, it's a good listen, and the time is 7:50 here in the evening.
Visit the Amex Pavilion on the Hill to enjoy delicious soft serve ice cream and win exclusive prizes. On the upper deck is a rooftop bar with incredible views where card members can bring up to 2 guests. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. 18+ terms and conditions apply.
Let us know where you are listening to us here on this 11th evening of the championships, the mixed doubles final. radio@aeltc.com is the email. Let's see how it goes. Is Ostapenko and Arevalo, are they coming back to take control of this second set? Or will the Aussies have their say? I know one who will. Back to Olga and Peter next door.
So Storm Hunter stepping to the line. What's Ostapenko doing? Getting another stick out, saying, I'm going to take my sweet time.
Ostapenko has won 12 career tour level doubles titles, including 2 on grass. It was Kichenok.
Lumina Kichenok.
Yes, Ukrainian.
As you just had to get that, drop that in just the right time. Serve here, onto the backhand up the line, goes Ostapenko off the return into the nets. 15-love. And dare I say it, I'm going to. Maybe the Aussies just need to weather the storm.
Storm, yes.
Get it? The storm, the storm. Yeah, okay. Look, you're not going to get gold every time. As the serve here from Hunter, serving to Arevalo off forehand, looking to get forward up the line goes Hunter. Ostapenko staying back, straight at Polmans, who puts away the volley. Didn't have to do too much, but that's your frying pan analogy right there. It's 30-love.
And again, I think it came so unexpected at him, at Mark Polmans. And Hunter did so well at adjusting and redirecting that forehand.
It's a move across the court, but then forward as well. Hunter first serve into the net. Second serve. And the serve. Big from Ostapenko on the forehand. It's into the net. She drops her racket, not with any force though. She's just disappointed. She shadow swings. And why did I play it like that? I poked at the ball. Hit through it.
Yeah, I think she was frustrated with the speed of that serve, 78 miles an hour. She was kind of complaining. But again,
it was effective. It worked.
Yeah.
It's the serve here. Onto the backhand, Arevalo up the line. He's missed it. And so we are at 4 games all. Second set of the final. The first going to Polmans and Hunter. 6-4. The Wimbledon radio channel.
good hold from Aussie team. Nice and fast hold. That's what you need when you get the break back.
Now they can get to work on the Arevalo serve. First serve percentage for the team, 65 into play, winning 59 on the first serve, 67 on the second serve. As Arevalo will serve to Hunter. High ball from Hunter, straight to Ostapenko. Hits it straight at Hunter. Another overhead. Another block reply from Hunter. This one going long. Getting some overhead practice out there as Jelena Ostapenko. It's 15-love.
Hunter is just like a wall. A lot of feel into her hands.
Eye formation from the serving team. So Ostapenko will be right in the middle of the court as Arevalo will serve. On the forehand of Pullmans, can't handle the return. It's 30-love. So after the breaks of serve that we've had 3 in the match thus far. Back into our comfortable serving position, or going with the server. The serve here, blocked back by Hunter into the 8 court, goes wide. Arevalo is going across to cover it, and it is 40-love. Chance to go to 5-4 now in this second set. An hour and 17 minutes on court in the final. The mixed doubles here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Arevalo serves out wide and misses. No, he's made it. He's clipped the tape. Let's do that again. Discussion of tactics. Jelena Ostapenko telling Arevalo what's going on. That's what I'm assuming.
You're so convinced.
I'm very convinced of that. Formation serving team. Another first serve. Out wide's an ace. So Arevalo and Ostapenko 5-4. 7th ace for the team for the match. And we're on serve in the second set here on the Wimbledon radio channel tonight. The mixed doubles final. Earlier it was all Czechia in terms of the singles semi-finals today. Earlier it was a win for Mukova, Karolina Mukova over Coco Gauff. That epic tie-break at the end. Both players with opportunities.
It was incredible.
Incredible. Amazing, wasn't it? And then Linda Noskova, 6-4, 6-4 over Marta Kostyuk. So it will be Mukova and Noskova to play off. Chance for their first Wimbledon title.
Another Czech winner.
Yep, coming your way.
Draw, yeah.
Guaranteed.
Just like a producing machine of Wimbledon
Conveyor
champions.
belts.
Yeah.
Just coming through.
From Czechia.
So, which way will we go here? 4-5 or 5-4 now for Arevalo and Ostapenko. It'll be Pullman serving. As I've mentioned, this crowd is great. What an atmosphere.
Yeah.
On a beautiful evening. Still 31 Celsius at the moment in London. As we wait now for Mark Pullmans to deliver the first serve. Game 10, set 2 from the far end from the Royal Box. Very heavily populated centre court for the final. Pullman serves. Looking into the body of Ostapenko. Remember, he did have his previous serve broken.
By Ostapenko.
By pretty much Ostapenko. Second serve. Off backhand from Ostapenko. A bit of rat-a-tat going on at the net. Arevalo did well just to take evasive action. Just got the ball over. It opened up the court, and Pullman's just put it away, the open court. Didn't have to overplay it. 15-love.
I think the first one, Hunter, just was going wildly wide, and I think Hunter just had not enough time to take the racket off the ball. So did well to manage and win this point in the end.
So now it is serve picked up by Arevalo. It's gone wide. 30-love.
Tell me, Peter, would you be scared to do an I formation if you play, let's say, I don't know, Alexander Zverev serving?
No, because I know I'd be far enough away from the net for him not to hit me. Because I wouldn't be right on top of the net. I'd be a few steps back. The serve out wide. Well, I'll just say it's like.
Have you never been hit in the head?
While playing? Yeah, because I'm too slow. I mean, if I did I formation,
no,
I'd have trouble getting up.
From your partner, like who is serving.
Second serve, Ostapenko, the off backhand, missed the baseline. Again, she looks at her team, says, I want to challenge. And the umpire says it's going to get up anyway. It's a double zoomer, maybe a triple. So you can understand her frustration. She's never going to embrace the technology. Never. 3 game points for the Aussies.
She still tries.
So 3 game points here for the Aussies. She's got a smile on her face now. As Pullman serving, Revelo will hit the forehand, and that's the... Oh, going for the dropper was Hunter in the end, but put it into the net.
40-15.
So 40-15.
Very calm and relaxed, Nicole Pratt looked like.
Never
I mean,
flustered.
she watched so many finals and, you know, and played herself, so...
As we see here, Pullman's down the tee, misses. Second serve. And we wait now for this ball. Ostapenko up the line past Hunter, but she pushed it wide, and we are level again, 5 games all, as we move the serving back to Jelena Ostapenko. So the final in the balance now.
She's constantly putting the pressure on Hunter and Pullmans, I think, with her turns as well, and with her ground strokes. I mean, they are tough to read. I feel like she's playing incredible shots from all parts of the court, and not the obvious ones.
There's the serve here from Ostapenko. Hunter's forehand up the line into the net. Trying to go at Arevalo, but didn't find it over. And they get that first point. And the serve. Backhand picked up here from Pullman. Straight back at Ostapenko. Coming across again is Hunter, but missing the volley. It's 30 love.
It was a low volley she had to deal with.
So Ostapenko prepares from the royal box end to serve to Hunter. 30 love. Serve down the tee, misses. Second serve. Backhand picked up by Hunter cross court, pushed well wide. And it's 40 love. Great position on the serve there from Ostapenko.
It's a lot of heaviness and spin behind that second serve from Ostapenko.
So now Ostapenko prepares again. The serve. Onto the forehand. Pullman's nets it. And so 6-5. They keep themselves in front. Our second seeds in the mixed doubles for 2026. We're on serve at 6-5. Second set here on the Wimbledon radio channel. As the players will sit down. It's still very warm outside. Still 31 Celsius.
That's incredible for England.
It is. I know, but it's going to continue
8
all
PM,
the way through.
31.
Yep, it's not going to get much cooler this evening. I'm looking at the forecast for the rest of the tournament. Yeah, only down to about 20 tonight eventually. Tomorrow 31, not as warm. 30 for Saturday, 28 for Sunday. So the conditions are going to continue. It's going to be on the warm side here. Next bout of rain is going to be actually next Thursday if you're around these parts. But I won't be. I'll be home by then. It has been lovely. Proper summer.
Will you still be flying?
No, be home by then. Be home. So, time calls. And it will be Storm Hunter to try and force a second set tie break. Remembering we are paying the full 3 sets here. It's the only tournament now, the only of the majors that actually does have this format.
Are you for this format?
I prefer the shorter formats for these sort of events.
No, but if, let's say, you are playing yourself in a Wimbledon or US Open final, would you want that to come down to a luck?
Deciding point?
Yeah, to a luck. And super tiebreak.
There's a serve here from Hunter out wide, picked up by Ostapenko. Backhand from Hunter, straight to Revelo, nets the volley. But I'd create my own luck.
50 love.
Wow.
I get really good at the deciding points.
Wow. What an answer.
That's a good player's answer. Create your own
what-
luck. Teamwork makes the dream work. I've got a few more as Hunter serves into the net. Second serve. serving to Arevalo. Both receiving players back in the court. Backhand Arevalo cross court, pass the pairing actually. No one actually went for it of the Aussies. And so it was a clean winner, 15-all.
Too quick. I think Polmans tried to fake that he's going to poach and kind of decided to stay. But then Arevalo through the middle, deep through the middle.
When in doubt, go through the middle. That's the serve here. Big forehand Ostapenko, picked up by Hunter. Arevalo goes with a dropper. Yep, nice drop volley. Putting the pressure on. A couple of points from the set here, 15-30.
15-30.
As we wait now for this serve to come in. From Hunter, serving to Arevalo. The serve onto the forehand of Arevalo. Blocked back by Hunter. It's a heavy ball from Arevalo. Hunter's there with the looping point. It's going to go long. 2 set points for Arevalo and Ostapenko.
15-14.
You just felt it's coming by Ostapenko constantly putting the pressure, and also Arevalo with his good returns.
Oh, can the Aussies fix this? 2 set points. Hunter serves. Ostapenko at Polmans, who puts the volley straight at Arevalo. Can't get it back. It's 30-40.
And that's the time when you go
hard.
Meet.
Yep. Go at the player. Totally legitimate tactic. Good serving from Hunter. But still 1 more set point for Arevalo and Ostapenko. Hunter to Arevalo, the serve. Arevalo cross-court backhand, the forehand from Hunter at Ostapenko going up that line. And it's a good looping ball. Cross-court forehand winner though from Ostapenko. Smile on her face. And of course we're going to an exciting set in the mixed doubles final. 1 set all. Arevalo and Ostapenko take the second, 7-5, and I think the roof may be closing.
Well, it's a magnificent final, and Yelena Ostapenko is playing her part. And you can hear the announcement is being made that the roof will be closing. So there is going to be a 10-minute gap or so until play resumes. Denise Parnell, the championships referee, is talking to the players as we speak and explaining that they have the right to go off court should they desire. And the roof will start to close, and then the lights will come on, and at that point the players will be expected to be on court and be ready to have a brief warm-up if they so desire, and then restart. Now what Ostapenko and Arevalo are making clear is that they are able to talk to their coaches behind the scenes, and they are, and so the players are getting the message to their coaching team, right, get you out of the box, get you downstairs, we'd like to talk to you about what we do in the deciding set. So we are heading in that direction. Extra bonus for the crowds here on centre court, and there's a big one too. They're going to get to see some indoor tennis. It's always fun, sounds a little bit different, makes the evening a little bit more special to take in some tennis under the roof. One result to bring you from the #1 court from a short time ago in the men's wheelchair doubles. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid have won their semi-final match against Uday and G 6-4, 6-3. That was also delayed, but for different reasons. There was a problem with Uday's wheelchair, and they had to get the mechanics out to help him fix it. But once that had happened, Hewitt and Reid completed the victory over there. They're still playing on the #2 court. Radvanska and Wozniacki and Flipkins and Hantukova. Flipkins and Hantukova the first set there, 7-6, and it's 1-all in the second set. So still an enjoyable match out there on the #2 court. Right, this is the Wimbledon radio channel. It is 8:07 local time. Let's hear from our reporter Ellie Collins, who's been catching up with some people round and about.
I've just door-stopped a fan out in the grounds who was taking a picture with her strawberries, so I'm feeling like you are lapping up the Wimbledon tradition.
Definitely.
Are you?
Yes, I am.
Well, is it your first time at Wimbledon today?
No, it's my 3rd time.
3rd time at Wimbledon. How are you getting lucky with tickets? Are you queuing? What's your situation?
So I always have queued for the ground pass, and somehow I got lucky today, and I got in within less than like 10 minutes. It has never been the case, but maybe my luck. And when I'm coming to Wimbledon, I always say I'm feeling lucky, and somehow it ends up being today is the 9th of July, and 9, 18, and 27 of any month is my luckiest date, I would say, because 9 is my favorite number.
Okay, so you've basically
ends up being
you've manifested today. You've basically wished your own luck into play. And what's been the highlight of your day today?
To be a part of the court number 1 again. I did want to go to center court, but unfortunately, let's wish for the second time. But yeah, I mean, it always makes me happy. Me personally, I'm a sports analyst. So today I got a chance to analyze the live data, and I couldn't help myself because that is my day-to-day job. And
okay, wait, sorry. Tell me more about that then. When you were looking at the games today, what were you actually analysing? What were you looking out for?
So I was looking at the players, which players are really good at like the volleys, the ground strokes, who has like a really good overhead specialty shots, who's doing good serves, what kind of serves, the returns and everything.
Okay, and who or what stood out to you in that?
Sorry?
Was there someone specific or a specific stat that you can share with us?
I did went into the court number 1, but I'm not sure what was the name of, but he was definitely a British player, and his forehand ground strokes were insane.
Do you play tennis yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so you can appreciate a good serve.
Yes. When I do that on a day-to-day routine, when I annotate those data, and when I get to see that in person, I feel like it's a completely different perspective, because what you see in real life and what you are doing or what you are annotating on like the screen is completely different, and then you actually get to see how players are performing and how doing different kind of actions. So it's lovely to see that. So because it has become a part of my routine, I can't help but like if I see any players playing, I would just directly say, he's good with the forehand ground strokes, he's good with the volleys and stuff like that. So it's a good feeling.
Wow.
It has become a part of my routine. It's just my life at the moment, and I'm grateful for that.
I think that sounds like a pretty cool life, analysing sports, getting to come to events like this. So are you choosing coming and watching live sport over watching it on TV any day?
Yes, I have watched each and every match, but I wish I could have come tomorrow, because I think Djokovic is playing tomorrow for the semi-finals, but can't take a leave. It's my work, so just chose today. But grateful to see all the players playing around. Went to a few of the courts, took a lot of pictures, freebies definitely. So it was a lovely experience again.
Well, who doesn't love a freebie? That would always make my day.
Me too.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you.
Can we have like a quick photo together?
Of course we can. I'll get back to you guys while I take my pictures.
Ellie never says no to a photo. Great to hear from the fans enjoying their Wimbledon experience. It's always worth coming to the championships and taking it in person, and indeed there was reference there to Sinner against Djokovic. That's going to be the second semi-final tomorrow. So the 1:30 start on centre court for Arthur Ferry against Sasha Zverev, and then that to be followed by Sinner and Djokovic in the later slot of the 2 matches. Right, this is the Wimbledon radio channel. The roof is closing here on centre court ahead of the deciding set in the mixed doubles final. And I'm going to hand you back here briefly to our commentary team of Olga Savchuk and Peter Marcato.
So, it is 8:12, and the roof is closing. It's almost there. We have 1 set of tennis left for the day, which will take 45 minutes. So it's a shame that actually we had Denise Parnell on the Wimbledon radio channel today. It would be an interesting discussion point for Marcus tomorrow to ask the question about sort of philosophy about the roof and how it works, because it seems like there's a very strict pattern that's occurred this year, which has worked actually particularly well across the tournament, of getting to this stage of the evening and just we're going to shut it. But also, you know, the players that we're going to enjoy, you know, potentially they could quickly squeeze in a shower. So if you had the 10 minutes, Olga, right now, it doesn't matter whether you're up or down, we're at 1 set all, and you've got this delay. What are you doing? On a hot day, what would you do? Would you have a shower? Would you completely outfit change? How would you handle it?
I think at this time of the day, even though it's hot and warm, but you don't have direct sunshine in your eyes, so you wouldn't have probably a shower. Change, I don't know if you want to or not, but probably you would want to be on the bike right now, kind of, and to keep your body going, because you don't want to stop.
The oohs are coming.
Ooh,
the oohs
okay,
about to come.
For that.
The lights are about to come on, and you'll hear an ooh from the crowd. Ooh from Richard Connolly as well. As we'll eventually get this in, then we'll get the players back out.
You can
so
see
they're aware.
Pullman's is still running.
Yep, they've run out, the Aussie pairing. Get themselves there. Now the question also comes in as to whether they will actually have a warm-up or not, or whether they'll just do serves, or whether we'll just get back on with it, because all of those options have been parlayed and played across the tournament. Ooh, there's the oohs as the light comes on. Although we are missing, oh, here they come, Arevalo and Ostapenko, and Yelena will not be rushed. Discussion still with Denise Parnell, the tournament referee.
Yeah, it's also a question of, you know, lights in the roof. You have suddenly like no sky when you're serving, and you have a roof and the lights, so you like need some time to adjust to that too. Because
So
it's like you said, translucent.
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 Yes, it's not transparent.
I shouldn't say
Translucent.
these long words anymore.
Well, we'll leave athleticism behind. Now, what are they doing? We're going to get on with it. What are we doing here now?
No,
Yelena Ostapenko, nope, she's grabbing a couple of tennis balls.
I think they are warming up.
Yep, they're going to go for warm-up, it looks like. They've got the other tennis balls out there, and they're just going to have a quick knock around. Generally, they sort of do it in their own time, but there will be a limit on it. So 4 minutes. 4 minutes gets put on the clock here. So 14 minutes will have been waiting, plus the time before the umpire said. Oh, you've got, it's Richard Connolly's jumped on. For those on the dedicated channel.
We're all back together again,
As
Peter.
we should
we're all
be, the
back together
late-night crew
the late
back
night
again,
crew
you and I.
reassembles. And I haven't yet passed you the iPad with all the
you better not
information,
tonight.
all the communication from our listeners right around the world.
You better not
it's
tonight.
almost, the way you're talking, it's almost as if you've got somewhere to be. Where else are you going to go on a Thursday night in this area, Peter? Deirdre's been in touch from the US. She says, good afternoon from Central Iowa, USA. Your great coverage is making my trip much more pleasant. I'm driving from Wisconsin to Denver, Colorado today on horse rescue business, nearly 1,000 miles.
Wow.
That's a big
Thank you.
effort.
Yeah, it's a terrific effort. Driving rather than riding. And by the way, years ago, says Dee Dee, when I was a tennis umpire, I was invited to apply for Wimbledon. I regret that I didn't. And Jane has been in touch. This is on the email, Peter. You know the email address.
I do. It's radio@aeltc.com, Richard.
Jane says, hi, Aussie Peter.
Hello.
I can't think who she's referring to. Good to hear your expert, intelligible commentary. You understand and can communicate what you see. Thanks. This is from your Auntie Jane.
No.
Jane says, on the frying pan volley idea, I heard Martina Navratilova a few days ago say the face of the racket is now so big it takes some of the skill out of the game. She thought rackets should be made smaller to reward better technique, Olga. What do you think about that?
No, I totally agree that the rackets are made to make your life easier right now. If you take now any player a wooden racket, I started myself with a wooden racket.
You're not that old.
No, I did, but you know, at that time, yeah, I couldn't afford to have a racket, normal racket, so I started with a wooden racket, and it was such a small head of that racket that you probably will miss every second ball right now.
Did it help your development to have that wooden racket?
No, not at all. It was a heavy racket. When you're a child, I think that's why my forehand is much worse than my backhand, because, you know, it was a heavy racket. I mean, these days, that's coming back to my point earlier a few days ago. I was talking, why do you think these days players with very extreme technique play on a very top level rather than before? You know, every time the match comes under the pressure, only players with a good technique, I mean, kind of not unique technique, would play at the top level. So, and one very experienced coach told me that it's because of the rackets these days and the strings that they do help. So now, you know, it doesn't matter, to be honest, which way you're holding the racket and what kind of grip you have.
You can get away with a lot more.
Yeah.
Because the rackets are a lot more forgiving. Well, that's the other part to it.
Yeah.
That, you know,
But
yes, your technique may not be spot on, but yeah.
You're nodding like you understand what I just
You're not heading back to those days.
No, we're not regressing. We're not regressing here.
And the level of the entertainment that these modern rackets provide, the things that the modern players can do, I mean, we are reveling in their accomplishments, are we not?
Yes.
Well, I certainly have been all day. Peter's fallen asleep. I think it's getting too late for him.
No, I'm reading because we're going to get ready because this is Richard's mailbag this evening. If you want to be a part of it, radio at aeltc.com, aeltc.com.
And we're on X as well, Peter, aren't we?
At Wimbledon Radio, Richard.
Are we on Instagram?
We are at Wimbledon Radio channel, Richard.
Do we have a TikTok channel?
We're on the
Do we have a TikTok channel?
At Wimbledon
we have one
Radio.
of those as well.
At Wimbledon Radio, we've got it all. So send in your messages to Richard Connolly, who's going to be reading them out in the final set of the mixed doubles final. He's here. He's sticking with us, Olga. The late night crew is in.
We thought you needed some company tonight just to keep you on the straight and narrow. That's my job somehow.
You're talking about him, right?
We're returning to the final. Where do you think the trophies are going here, Olga?
To be honest, I have zero feel. I would probably go a bit more with Ostapenko and Arevalo because the way they fired up in the end of the second set and they found a way and they found their, heavy strikes and hitting from Ostapenko as well as Arevalo was returning so well at the end of the second set. So I would probably put them as slight favorite.
It's time for you to tell us what happens. Final set, under the roof, the Wimbledon Radio channel, live from centre court. Here's Peter Marcato.
Thank you, Richard. Away we go. It will be Marcelo Arevalo serving from the far end, from the royal box to Hunter. Throws up the high ball. Ostapenko with the overhead. Back at Hunter. Arevalo should put this away. Does. Send it towards the royal box. And it is 15-love.
3 overhead in a row from team Ostapenko-Arevalo.
Ostarevalo? Would that work?
Yes.
Team Ostarevalo.
Arevalo.
As the I formation for Team Ostarevalo. And it's Arevalo serving. Picks up a dinky half volley. That's a great return from Polmans. Again at his shoelaces. It's 15-all.
Yeah, again, a lot of acceleration on that forehand from Polmans. Speeded up the wrist in the end.
So defensive formation for the receiving team, both back at the baseline as Arevalo serves down the tee and ace. Now what are they up to? They're 8th for the team for the match. It's 30-15. High formation for the serving team as Ostapenko crouches down. Arevalo will serve into the net. Second serve. And the serve to Polmans off forehand. Backhand volley from Arevalo. Back at Polmans, goes up the line at Ostapenko. Picked up on the volley by Hunter, goes wide. 40-15. Opening game, final set.
Good hand-eye coordination there from Ostapenko at the net. Reacted well.
So 90 minutes on the clock as we work our way through this final set of the mixed doubles final. Arevalo serves. Hunter blocks it back. Ostapenko should put it away and does. And they're on the board first in the last. Here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Make sure you keep your messages coming through. The next sit down, Richard's collating them. Radio at aeltc.com. On X at Wimbledon Radio, Instagram at Wimbledon Radio channel. You can write in and he will respond to all of them. Also tell us where you're listening from too. Don't forget that. We'll be on air tomorrow from 10 a.m. London time. Adjust your local times everywhere. But the Marcus Buckland Breakfast Experience tomorrow from 10 a.m. And then the 2 men's singles semi-finals will be our focus tomorrow. It's Polman serving. High ball from Ostapenko. This gets over. Hunter waits for it. Lets it bounce. Goes the overhead. Straight back at Ostapenko. This time Polmans gets involved and he hits the overhead through the middle of the court. And it's successful. And it's 15-love.
15-love.
Just feel a little bit more energy from Ostapenko and Arevalo team. A bit more aggressive there.
Team Ostarevalo.
Arevalo.
As the serve from Polmans to Arevalo. He goes cross court. He's hit the backhand winner off the return. Polmans was nowhere near it coming forward. It's 15-all.
I mean, did you hear the sound of the ball from Arevalo?
Arevalo.
Love it.
So now, Polmans under pressure. Serving to Ostapenko. And the serve, Ostapenko throws up the high ball. Hunter's going to let this bounce, but doesn't need to hit it because Ostapenko's gone into the net.
30-15.
It's 30-15.
It's interesting, Ostapenko is talking to her box after almost every single point. There is some reactions from her. You just watch her.
Usually no reaction
It's
back.
No, but it's just entertaining, I think.
It's a one-way conversation. As the serve here, I formation serving team. Polmans serves. Arevalo trying to go up the lines, hit the baseline, dug out by Polmans. Coming forward is Ostapenko and then retreating back. Cross-court forehand picked up nicely by Polmans on the angle. Clean winner in the end. It's 40-15.
Yeah, not sure he meant that shot. Polmans was a forehand out wide, short cross. Kind of defensive. She hit it so clean.
That would have felt good. As the serve here from Polmans. Big forehand from Ostapenko, straight at Hunter, but straight back to Ostapenko. High backhand volley from Polmans. Now low forehand volley because Hunter, well, I don't think she left the ball, but just made it awkward for a partner and put the volley into the net. It's 40-30.
Some real good quality from both teams now. It's like, you know, the finish line. So you just go 100%.
Go hard or
go home.
Well,
no.
Probably stay for the trophy presentation. And it's a serve here from Polmans. Off forehand from Arevalo goes wide. So Polmans holds. 1 game all. Final set. Mixed doubles final. Wimbledon radio channel tonight.
1 game all, final set.
We're up to 8:25. 30 degrees in London. A beautiful London evening, as they all have been across the entire fortnight.
A lot of nice sunsets as well.
Yep.
Because how hot it is. A lot of colors in the sky.
Let's go back to Jelena Ostapenko, who's serving from the royal box end. And the serve. Take 2 on the ball toss. Does struggle with that ball toss at times, does Jelena Ostapenko. And this serve onto the forehand of Hunter, straight at Arevalo. Back to Hunter. Arevalo, nice put away of the overheads. The ball popped up. And it's 15-love.
And Arevalo was so quick at the net. I just feel he just kind of raised his level up, a few gears up.
So discussion for the serving team. 15-love, game 3, final set of the mixed doubles final. The serve. Big off forehand from Polmans, lands in the corner of the court. Great depth because Ostapenko's forehand into the nets. Just ran out of room in the end.
She was on her back feet, kind of trying to play too delicate, I think.
So now Ostapenko serving to Hunter. 15-all, 1-all. Final set. The serve onto the forehand of Hunter. Dug out by Ostapenko. This isn't going over either. Great depth of return from the Aussies here. It's 15-30. And they know that this Ostapenko serve is gettable.
Yeah, I was just trying to lip read Ostapenko. And she was asking where to serve because of the way Hunter and Polmans are returning right now.
Was she asking Arevalo that or her team?
No, her team, yeah.
There's the serve here from Ostapenko into the net. Probably being a bit unfair, but if you're asking Arevalo, Arevalo goes, what? Now you're asking me. Second serve. And Polmans will hit a big backhand, but put it into the nets. He hit straight down on the ball rather than hitting through it. And we're at 30-all.
That was a tight backhand from Polmans. It's almost like you're rushing to hit the ball and you forget to hitting it, and you're moving through with the body and with the eyes, but not really with your racket.
as take two on the ball toss. The serve. Into the net from Ostapenko. Second serve. And we wait for this ball to come in, the serve. Cross-court backhand from Hunter coming forward is Polman's the forehand volley straight at Ostapenko. Now up the line from Hunter. Great volley from Arevalo. Getting it back is Hunter. Great volley from Polman's, but she's there again, Ostapenko, to put the volley away. This time from the service line, it's 40-30.
Ostapenko absolutely overplayed Polman's out there. She kind of won the point. She was going big at him.
Yep, once and then twice to get the result. Game points. There's the serve. Ostapenko. Backhand picked up by Polman's cross court. Way out of court is Ostapenko. Still managed to get the ball in deep. Looping forehand is good. Ostapenko up the other line this time. And she is yelling in delight. She's got a smile on her face. It's 2-1. We are on serve here in the final set of the mixed doubles final. Richard Connolly, what's in your mailbag?
We are loving every single second, Peter. The wonderful thing about asking listeners around the world to send us a message on X.
At Wimbledon CHNL?
No, at Wimbledon Radio.
At Wimbledon Radio.
You're supposed to be good at this.
I know,
Come
sorry.
on. Is that you never know quite who's going to get in touch. We've had a message from Pam Shriver.
Have we?
The Pam Shriver. Listening in Los Angeles, first day back from London. On the subject of rackets, US Open final 1978, with a Prince Classic. Pam was only 16 at the time. The first oversized racket, and that sent the racket faces on their way. How about that?
Hello, Pam.
Hello,
of course,
Pam.
joined us on the Wimbledon radio channel.
That was one of my highlights of the first week, actually. Pam chatting with Jill and Raj. It was a beautiful conversation.
It was, absolutely.
Pam, 5 times ladies doubles champion. And great to have Pam listening. And on X, on the email, Peter.
At Wimbledon Radio.
Bob's been in touch from Eugene, Oregon. He's completing his first channel double and wanted to say how awesome your coverage is. Just one question. Do commentators have a dress code at Wimbledon? And if so, does Marcus adhere to it? Bob, here comes the answer with Peter Marcato.
Not really. I mean, well, on both counts. I mean, Olga's looking $1 million as always. Sometimes Marcus, but that's because Marcus is doing cashies on the side, isn't he? He's in all sorts of corporate areas and things like that, and he has to look the part. He's hosting the Wimbledon Ball.
Yes, I've heard that. Yes.
Has he mentioned that 1,000 times?
Yes, he did.
There's a serve here from Hunter to Ostapenko, straight at Polman's. Pick up by Arevalo. No, he couldn't on the reflex. 15 love.
15 love.
Yes, well, needs must. It is quite warm, so you know, the shorts have got to run across the commentary team. As Hunter serving. First serve goes into the net. And the second serve off forehand from Arevalo. Picked up by Hunter. The backhand goes long. And it's 15-all.
And Arevalo on return was keep going at this massive forehand return. And I think it's starting to work now. He's really playing with a lot of commitment there.
There's the serve coming in, missing from Hunter, serving to Ostapenko. As we wait for this serve to come in. Cross-court forehand from Ostapenko, looping ball from Hunter. It's going to go along the backhand, and it's 15-30.
15-30.
So under pressure, the Australians now. Ostapenko is fired up.
If it's coming to Arevalo forehand, you just feel the big, massive bomb is coming.
The serve onto the backhand. Arevalo goes up the line. Hunter is there, backhanding to the net though. And it's 2 break points for Arevalo and Ostapenko.
15-14.
In this final set.
Both of them looks like they decided to stay on the baseline.
So it was Hunter serving to Ostapenko. First serve goes into the net. Ostapenko bouncing around on the baseline. Gets ready now. Hunter, the serve. Ostapenko, it's a double fault. It's a double fault, and it's handed the break to Arevalo and Ostapenko, who lead 3 games to 1 in the final set of the final.
And again, you just felt it coming to the way Arevalo and Ostapenko were returning all throughout the second set and the beginning of this third set. You just felt that pressure that they keep constantly putting on Hunter's serve.
So the serve here, Arevalo blocked back by Hunter, looping ball near the baseline. Arevalo retrieves back off forehand from Hunter. Up the line, Arevalo with the winner. Hunter, well, she was stranded. Polmans had made the move across to the middle of the court, and it left the alley open, and that's where he went.
He just find the fire, Arevalo, and going for it big time.
High formation for the serving team. Arevalo, they've got the momentum now as the serve onto the forehand of Polmans. That forehand goes long, and it is 30-love.
30-love.
It's been quite a lot of tennis for him, for Arevalo today.
Yep, had a win in the gentlemen's doubles semi-final, playing with Mate Pavic. They'll play that final on Saturday. But to the final here, first serve goes into the net. Traditional formations, both teams now. Second serve. Serving to Hunter, who remains on the baseline to receive this ball. It's a double fault. So 30-15. That is the fourth double fault, I should say, for the team for the match.
Yeah, almost like too much desire. And you can see Ostapenko is trying to calm down Arevalo, not to rush, take his time.
We're just saying, put the ball in or else.
No, I think.
As the serve here into the net.
You're so convinced. I should just orders him.
Second serve. Serving to Polmans. And Arevalo, the serve. Oh, forehand from Polmans. Almost landed on the baseline. He missed it. And it's 40-15. So points here for 4-1 in the final set for Arevalo and Ostapenko. This time it looks like Arevalo's issuing the instructions. As he prepares now, this will be huge for this pairing. If he can get the job done here, Arevalo serves down the tee and ace. And that is ace number 9. And it's 4 games to 1. Final set for Arevalo and Ostapenko here in the final of the mixed doubles on the Wimbledon radio channel. As I'm waiting for Richard Codley to turn around and show us what's in his mailbag.
Well, Acker's been in touch, Peter. Hello again.
Hello.
On X.
Yes.
And the handle is?
The handle is, where did I put the bit of paper?
You'd
At
think
Wimbledon
by
Radio.
now.
At Wimbledon Radio.
Wimbledon Radio. He
sorry.
got there in the end. Acker says, hilarious commentary.
From Olga?
I love it. Ostapenko is winning the match by herself.
That's
Olga.
what we said, yes. I totally agree with him.
What do you
I mean,
think?
I have to say, she totally, I think, win the second set kind of by herself and a few important games. But Arevalo stepped up, and now he's also on fire.
He would become the first player from El Salvador to win a Wimbledon title. So there's a lot of emotion on this for him. Do you see them getting nervous as they get close to the finish line?
I think he is nervous and kind of a bit rushed and a bit too excited, and that's what Ostapenko is trying to calm him down.
She's trying to calm him down.
Yes, I think that's from my... No, because I think, to be honest, that she's she has a very good clarity of thought when she's playing.
Peter?
Peter is not convinced about that.
I am, well, no, I'm not. As Polmans is serving, as we all move around in the commentary box. High ball here from Ostapenko. Polmans with the overhead. That's nicely done. Time is running out, though, it seems. radio@aeltc.com if you want to send a message through against a Wimbledon radio channel. Your last chances here to join Richard's mailbag. There's the serve here from Polmans. Onto the forehand of Revelo, straight at Hunter. Great forehand volley angle. It's 30 love.
The hand reflex from Hunter at the net. I mean, wow, the ball came at her so fast.
So, as we wait now for Polmans, the far end from the Royal box, serving to Ostapenko. The serve looking to go down the tee, he's missing, and that's the pressure that Ostapenko is putting on. So I think it's affected Polmans a little bit.
For sure.
Second serve. Double fault.
And as you said, yeah, it does affecting him.
So 30-15, fifth double fault for the Aussie pairing for this evening. Tomorrow we're live on air from 10 London time, counting down to the two men's singles semi-finals. Arthur Ferry, Sasha Zverev first, Jannik Sinner, Novak Djokovic after that. Serve here onto the backhand of Arevalo. Awkward half volley from Polman, straight at Ostapenko. Good volley from Hunter. Good overhead from Polman's, lands it right near the baseline, near Ostapenko, but she couldn't get to that. It's 40-15.
She was a bit disappointed with that lob.
Yeah, not one of her best. Good work from Polman's. That
and it looked like she was almost took the racket away, right? She thought she's going to cover that.
Serve out wide from Polman's is missing here at 40-15 at 1-4 final set. Second serve. And this one onto the backhand of Ostapenko, goes wide. She's down on her haunches. She's smiling to herself, saying, well, at least I connected. It's 4-2, though, for Ostapenko and Arevalo. Or Ostarevalo, as we've decided to go with them as a team.
And you will see now, at anyone, like at this situation, it would be pressure on them. But Ostapenko is going to come up with some serious big hitting right now.
She knows only one way.
Yeah, and under pressure, she goes bigger.
So the serve coming in, Ostapenko. Down the tee, misses. Wide and long, second serve. And the serve. Double faults.
I mean, what did I just say?
Yep, hashtag commentator's curse. Fifth double for the pair for the match. Bouncing around, going on from Arevalo, keeping spirits high. Discussion, discussion, discussion. Ostapenko serving from the Royal box end. And the serve. Big off forehand from Polmans is too big. And it's 15 all.
15 all.
Ostapenko has reached the final of the mixed doubles here before. 2019 with Robert Lindstedt. Hasn't won one yet. As she prepares again. The serve. Whoop, take two on the ball toss. And the serve. Down the tees, an ace! So this Deuce court, she's in a double fault and an ace. It's 30-15.
110 miles an hour. She definitely speeded up that serve. She's going for it. She's going big.
Well, why not? Feel the confidence now. Feel that momentum. Just keep it going. If you can't hit an ace, the next thing you do is tee it up for your partner at the net to put it away. As Ostapenko serving to Polmans. First serve goes into the net. Second serve. Traditional formations for both players. One up, one back. Both teams, I should say, as the second serve. Backhand cross court from Polmans coming in, playing the forehand volley. Ostapenko will go over the top of Hunter. And another beautiful lob from Jelena Ostapenko. Game points for 40-15.
What a touch from her. I mean, again, she was under pressure from Polmans, but dealt with it so well and went for the lob. I mean, so much feel there.
And so much margin too. That was nowhere near the baseline. Didn't have to be. Game points for 5-2. There's Ostapenko. The serve. Big forehand from Hunter straight at Arevalo. Reflex volley. Now he's going to hit the overheads. And he puts it away. Great reflexes from Marcelo Arevalo at the net. That was coming in hot. But they're a game away. 5-2 now here in the final sets of the mixed doubles final on the Wimbledon radio channel as we go back to Richard's mailbag.
It's not exactly bulging at the seams, however. Ali Kelly's been in touch. Ali's listening, I'm thinking, in the United States on Sirius XM, all via the Sirius XM app. Other ways to listen to us, Peter, are...
Yes, you can listen to Wimbledon.com or the official Wimbledon app, or local to the All England Club on 87.7 FM, or on your Amex radios around the site.
Well, those are all possible ways to listen to the Wimbledon radio channel. Very good. Ali says, love, love, love your reporting. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was quick, but it was to the point.
Short, sharp.
Love, love, love. I thought to begin with it was describing the scores from your own tennis matches during the media tournament, Peter, but it appears not. Anyway, this could be the conclusion, so I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thank you, Richard. Gosh, got a couple of drive-bys on the way through on that one. Well, let's see what happens here, because it is Storm Hunter stepping to the line, serving to try and keep the Australian pair in the match. It's 2-5 as Hunter serves to Ostapenko. Big forehand straight at Polmans, who's now flat on his back. The heaviness from Ostapenko went straight through, got the results. Love 15.
Yeah, and you just feel the energy. They're just seeing the ball big right now. Ostapenko, Arevalo. She's going at Polmans big time.
Actually hit him on the shoulder. I thought it was his racket and down, but he's perfectly fine. Hunter serves. Puts the tape on the way through. Second serve. And the serve coming in. Off forehand from Arevalo. The backhand volley from Polmans in the middle of the court. Now Hunter in the 8 court going to Ostapenko, goes with the cross-court forehand, and the backhand pulled wide by Hunter, who'd moved to the juice court. It's Love 32 points from the title now.
Ostapenko and her lobs just making the job done.
Well, the crowd, and it's been healthy throughout this mixed doubles final. Right in on this. Hunter serving to Ostapenko. Flips the tape again. First serve percentage has been consistent from the Aussie pair. They're getting eaten up on the second serve, 47% only. Second serve points won. Hunter serves. Ostapenko goes over the top of Polmans. Into the 8 court goes Hunter with a forehand up that line. Another looping ball from Ostapenko going the other way. This time she goes long with that lob. She says to her partner, sorry.
Yeah, I think she overused that shot, but she's just trying to win this game with the lobbing the other pair.
She's saying, what was I thinking there?
Too much.
Again, we get a good read on what Jelena Ostapenko is thinking at any one particular time. High formation serving team. There's a miss serve again from Hunter. Now, what's Arevalo going to do here? Discussion between the serving team. Where's the serve going? What's Polmans going to do in the middle of the court? And the serve from Hunter. It's a double fault. And it brings up 2 championship points for Marcelo Arevalo and Jelena Ostapenko. 1 hour and 55 minutes. And it's championship points. Hunter serving to Ostapenko. And the serve, Ostapenko off backhand. Backhand Hunter to Arevalo with the backhand volley. Hunter goes the other way. Ostapenko going cross court. Dug out by Hunter. The overhead from Arevalo got back by Hunter. Half court ball. Big forehand winner from Ostapenko. It could only be one way. What a performance from our second seeds, winning their first mixed doubles title here at the championships. Warm handshakes all round. History being made. Marcelo Arevalo, the first player from El Salvador to win a Wimbledon title. A huge moment for him, a huge moment for Jelena Ostapenko, who has a bright, beaming smile, and understandably so. She waves to the crowds. And she gives the heart symbol as well. She was loving life out there. And certainly for me was the player of the match. So our mixed doubles champions for 2026 here at Wimbledon, Marcelo Arevalo and Jelena Ostapenko. They've beaten Mark Polmans and Storm Hunter 4-6, 7-5, 6-2.
I mean, wow, what a match and what a point in the end and what a way to win this match. And I think Marcelo Arevalo going to his box in a bit of a disbelief as well, but a lot of joy. And I think it's his son, right, out there waiting for him. So it's going to be a big moment to hug the family first.
Yep, he's gone up there. Thankfully, the path to the players area are a lot less treacherous than in previous years. And the embrace now, what a great moment that is. Just hear a little bit of what he's saying there, but the whole family is there, all the support team. Jelena Ostapenko slowly making her way up. Lots of hugs going on there too.
She's been there.
Yeah, but she knows what this is like, winning a major. She did it on the singles court as well as the doubles court. So a lot of hugs going on. And I think Jelena, because her team's a bit further away from where she is now, she's going to try and find a way in.
Yeah, they found a way to open that box.
Yep, so it just makes it so much easier. And now she'll go and embrace her team. Marcelo Arevalo didn't realise there was a little door that you could enter. And now he's worked it out, and they're going to spend a little bit of time up there. Disappointment for the Aussies, but they've had a great tournament, Polmans and Hunter. And they played super well, but it was Jelena Ostapenko midway through the second set
I think
who really turned it around.
Yeah, I think definitely it's going to stay with Aussie team that they had the set and break down and break up in the second and didn't miss their chances, of course. But again, I mean, a Wimbledon final, you would take that too.
Oh, he's going to come back out, and his son's coming out, Marcelo Arevalo. Oh, this is a good moment to share in the magic. Oh, that's great. He's coming down the stairs and he'll be helped over the barrier. The young fella. And he'll walk onto court. And Jelena Ostapenko is back as well. And they get a huge cheer.
What a moment.
This is a great moment. One of the special moments of the championships. So we will get our presentation in place. Discussion going on. Denise Parnell just marshalling everyone into what's going to happen. I suggest,
ladies and gentlemen,
we're getting into the presentation in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
The trophies will now be presented on court to the winners and runners-up of the mixed doubles final.
So the table comes out and it's placed. It's got the Union Jack flag on it. And then the runners-up plates are placed down, and then the champions' trophies are placed at the front. Microphones coming out too, so we'll hear from our winners and our runners-up in due course. But they are set up on centre courts.
On court for the presentation, please welcome Debbie Jevons, Chair of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and Roy Kolabawala, President of the Lawn Tennis Association.
And they walk out through the middle of centre courts, taking the same way as the players. So Rishi Prasad looking after the emceeing duties.
First, please show your appreciation for the chair umpire, Scott Noble.
Did a great job. Admittedly not with a lot to do that was out of the ordinary today, but good to see local representation in this final as well. A good moment, a home slam.
Such this year's runners-up from Australia, Mark Polmans and Storm Hunter.
They get a loud cheer from the crowd. A nice smile on Storm Hunter's face. And they'll pick up their runners-up plates. Nice handshakes all round, and they'll have the chance to step to the microphone, and Rishi will ask them a few questions.
Mark, thank you. Storm, thank you. commiserations to you both. I know it's always hard in the immediate aftermath to reflect upon a defeat, but can you take, Mark, a positive from the fact that you've made it to a Grand Slam mixed doubles finals together?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I loved every second out here this afternoon, so thank you everyone for the awesome atmosphere, and mate, it was a very close match. I want to congratulate Yelena and Marcel on a great match. Like I said, I enjoyed it out here. Stormy, thank you so much for playing, and it's a pity it's over. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
And Storm, it is lovely to see the smile on your face, because we know that you've had your injury problems. You know how hard you've worked to get back here. Can you take those positives as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It was, like Marky said, so much fun to be back out here. I've missed playing at Wimbledon. It's been 3 years since I've played here, so super pumped to be back and to be on the court with Marky. We've known each other for 15, 20 years, and to play with him, such a pleasure, win or lose, and to have our team in the box supporting us all the way. It's just, yeah, such a privilege, and it's an honour to play on this special court, and, you know, disappointed that we lost, but honestly it was an amazing experience to be out here. And again, congrats Marcelo and Yelena. They played amazing, and Marcelo's got men's doubles, so not partying too hard tonight, I think.
Storm Hunter and Mark Polmans, everyone.
Thank you.
So now we will have our champions.
And now, for the 2026 Wimbledon Mixed Doubles Champions, from El Salvador, Marcelo Arévalo, and from Latvia, Yelena Ostapenko.
They're walking straight up to the microphones. They're not going to take the trophies first. They're being told they have to go and get the trophies. They forgot the most important bits. And now they walk over. They went straight for the interview. They're very well trained. They both receive their trophies. Nice handshakes all round, and they'll walk over, holding them aloft. And now they get to hold them and take the applause of this great crowd on centre courts. And now
Huge
they can have the
congratulations
interview.
to you both. Yelena, I'm going to start with you, and perhaps how you turned that match around sort of halfway through the second set.
It's me, right?
Yes.
I mean, I honestly don't know. I felt like Mark and Storm played really well, and I was really frustrated when I lost my serve in the first set. So I was like, just calm down, like, match is still not over. I mean, congratulations, guys. You played amazing week, and well done for the final. It's a great achievement. And yeah, second set we were break down, but I told myself, like, just fight till the last moment. And Marcelo, I mean, he's an unbelievable player. He's such a positive person, and I think these positive vibes helped us a lot.
Thank you.
Marcelo, you are the first player from El Salvador to be holding a trophy here at Wimbledon. What does it mean to win the title? And
it means a lot coming from El Salvador, a country that is not known for tennis or big sport country. But yeah, I'm just grateful to be here, to have the opportunity to play on center court. I think it's a dream. I remember at the beginning of the week, my team had a little tour through the tunnel, and I didn't go, and I told them, like, I want to earn it, and I did today, and I'm just extremely happy that I play with Yelena, and we had that opportunity to play here. And also I want to congratulate Storm and Mark for an amazing week. Such a great person also, and great players. And yeah, I just want to keep inspiring my country, the kids from my country, to make them believe that when you put a lot of effort and you believe in your dreams, you can achieve big things in life.
And it must be extra special to do it in front of your family as well. And there's a little gentleman sitting on that chair there. Just tell us how much sweeter it makes it.
Say that again?
How much sweeter it makes the victory.
it makes a lot sweeter. Like, I think having my family here is the best thing that can ever happen to me. Unfortunately, the rest of my family cannot be here today, but I'm sure they're watching on the TV. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, my other coach at home. Thank you guys for staying with me in the good and bad ones. Fernando, Gleb, my wife Lucia, Yelena's also team, and also our opponent's team. Congratulations for this amazing week, and I think we all champions here.
You are indeed. Congratulations to the 2026 Wimbledon Mixed Doubles champions, Jelena Ostapenko and Marcelo Arevalo.
What a terrific interview, and how emotional it was for Marcelo. We could see on the monitor in the commentary booth here, there were tears in the eyes as he described the importance of winning a Wimbledon trophy and the long journey that he's taken to get to this point. He has been a #1 doubles player on the men's side. He's one of the very top guys, but you got a sense there that he remains connected to his roots. The winners hold up their trophies, the runners-up hold their salvers, and there are pictures to be taken, the first trophies to be awarded at this year's Wimbledon. They will not be the last, of course. This is the Wimbledon radio channel. A few minutes left for us to consider what's happened throughout the course of the day. We'll chat a little more about the ladies' singles semi-finals that we saw. But let's hand back to Olga Savchuk and Peter Marcato for a considered reflection on this mixed doubles final.
Well, Olga, it was a great final. We went the distance, 3 sets, 1 hour and 56 minutes on the clock. Early doors, it was Polmans and Hunter who got the early advantage, 1 break of serve doing it. And then it was the Jelena Ostapenko show, really, because the Aussies were setting a break up, and then Ostapenko just really got things going.
Yeah, I think she really contributed to this win in the middle of the second set, where she just fired up and find her, like, you know, big ground strokes and just were producing winner after winner. And those 2 games, I felt like it was a breaking moment in the second set. And then Marcelo Arevalo, I mean, he raised his level up in the third set, and both of them played some really high level in the end, and very well deserved win for both of them today.
Yes, certainly. And for Polmans and Hunter, I mean, a bit of disappointment there, but you know, we heard in the presentation that for Hunter, she's had to come from a long way back. She was seriously injured. She's had a lot of time off the tour, but moments like this, and for Mark Polmans as well, who's had a little bit of success on the doubles court now. I mean, a great moment for them. They just couldn't get it together in that final set.
Yeah, I think, like you said, for Hunter, it's been a rough couple of years with the injury, and you know, it's such a big an achievement. No matter if you win, of course you want to win, everybody wants to win, but also to be a runner-up at Wimbledon, center court Wimbledon, I mean, nothing can be better as an athlete, as a professional tennis player, so I'm sure they will take only positives from that.
Yep, so another major title for Jelena Ostapenko, but for Marcelo Arevalo, history being made, and his immediate family were here. His son was down on court for the presentation. The first player from El Salvador to be holding a Wimbledon trophy. That is fantastic, and obviously the emotion spilling out after that too.
Yeah, I really like how he spoke during the ceremony, and he gave credit, you know, to his family who is watching back at home, and you know, to his wife, to his son as well, and to Jelena Ostapenko's camp as well. And it was very genuine, and you could see that he was very sensitive and emotional during this speech.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously Arevalo with another opportunity in the men's doubles as well. So, well, they got it done on the mixed doubles court. What a great final it was under the roof of centre court. Our 2026 mixed doubles champions, Marcelo Arevalo and Jelena Ostapenko, beating Mark Polmans and Storm Hunter 4-6, 7-5, 6-2.
And the glorious thing that they'll find when they leave the centre court stage, and there are still autographs being signed here on centre court. Well, by the players,
okay,
Peter.
Just checking.
The thing that they'll find is that the names have already been embossed in gold on the Roll of Honour, and they're a part of Wimbledon history, and that will never leave them. I have to say, Arevalo Jr. is taking a really close interest
he hasn't taken his eyes off it.
in the trophy, isn't he? He is loving the cup that Daddy has brought home. It's a lovely moment for the whole family. Now, Yelena Ostapenko, who remains an extremely popular player on the WTA Tour, is taking some pictures with fans over on the far side.
Someone's got a T-shirt that says, "I'd rather be watching Yelena Ostapenko."
Well, she always provides the entertainment, doesn't she?
She does. And her game is huge. I will be always the one to buy the ticket for her matches. I love watching her play.
Do you like the drama that she brings?
Yes, I do. I think we need characters in the game. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's not only the character that she produces, but also she provides a big game. So I think it's a good combination.
She's a terrific player, and she is a Wimbledon champion now, and that's not something many get to say, is it? It's,
I know exactly. Absolutely can understand that.
We were waiting for you to bring that up.
That we're not going to equate your own achievements with those that we've seen on court today, Peter. So don't even start. What we're going to do, and we're with you with our live team for the next 4 or 5 minutes before we go off air today. So we're going to reflect a little bit on the ladies' singles semi-finals here on centre court today. Olga, and your Ukrainian compatriot Marta Kostyuk just fell short in the second semi-final. How proud can she be of what she's achieved over the last 10-11 days?
Yeah, I think she will be mega proud, and we've seen her leaving the court after the match actually all smiles and doing that last pirouette, was showing her dress. I think overall it's a very positive summer for her so far. I mean, winning Madrid semi-final for French, semis of Wimbledon. In the end, she only can take positives from there.
We'll break away just because Arevalo Jr. is leaving the court, clutching the trophy.
Showing.
I mean, it's bigger than his head, isn't it? It's an enormous cup. And, yeah, it's a beautiful moment for him. I think he's quite keen to have some pictures taken with the trophy himself, isn't he? So he's a little bit of showmanship. He's lifting it above his head. Well, I don't think Daddy's going to be getting that trophy back anytime soon. Just how impressive was Linda Noskova in beating Kostyuk today?
Yeah, I think she started the match so well, so clean, and somehow you didn't feel that she was nervous or stressed at all. And it just felt actually that, you know, after that remarkable thriller that Gauff and Muchova produced, there was a bit of an emptiness in the stadium in the beginning. So I felt like it helped for Linda Noskova and actually Marta Kostyuk to start, you know, without those nerves and pressure of, you know, playing in front of full crowd. But I think she was the most stable, and again her first serve percentage and was on top, and she won a lot of 3 points behind that.
Yeah, I think Petra Kvitova was 21 when she won the title back in 2011 for the first time. Noskova's also 21, the youngest since that final 15 years ago. But there's sort of certain comparison, isn't it? She seems to go about her work in a very unflustered way. She seems very organized, like she's able to take in the occasion without it getting to her at all.
Yeah, I think that's what her coach told me yesterday, Thomas Krupa, that, you know, the good thing, it's her strongest part, that she doesn't get too many of emotional deeps, she doesn't get too stressed, and also she's not too flat, so it's a perfect combination. But he did say she's still so young and so raw, you know, on the tour, so she still have a lot to learn in the pressure moments, but so far she's doing it brilliantly.
The match of the day was the first semi-final. It was an incredible contest. I don't know how much of it you were able to see, Peter and Olga, on this, but Muchova coming through 12-10 in a final set tie-break. Coco Gauff, obviously, she said, and she's one of the best at doing this, at moving beyond any mistakes and saying, you know, I'm not going to have any regrets. I tried to play my match point the way I wanted to play it. She missed the match point. And actually the way Muchova held herself together right at the end, she played some extraordinary points in that tie-break. And to see Muchova get a chance to win a Wimbledon title, Peter, is going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely, because she had made a semi-final at Roland Garros before too, and then she's had her ups and downs in her career. And that moment of that drop shot from Coco Gauff, which is exactly what you were referring to, you know, the ups and downs and the match that she'd love to have back again. But mind you, Muchova would have had various stages throughout that final set too that she would have liked back. So it was very the tension was created by the fact that there was nerves on both sides, which is what you would expect for a semi-final of the championships. Oh, the lights have gone out. The crowd's still here, the lights have gone out. But, you know, well done to Karolina Muchova, just held her nerve at the end and those pressure moments, and you were calling it today, Rich, but in the situations that she was in, she's thought her way through it, and maybe that could be the confidence that she takes. I think it's going to help the fact that she's playing a fellow Czech player.
It's going to help Muchova, you think?
Yes, I think it's helping both of them, the fact that they are playing, it's Czech versus Czech.
I have to agree with Peter, because as soon as you play some kind of match like this with a thriller outcome, you know, in the end, I feel it always gives you extra confidence for the next match and for the final in this case. I think to win this kind of way, it's for sure definitely will bring confidence, as long as she stays fit, healthy, and recovered.
Yeah, well, she'll be fine. I think she talked about in the interview she was holding it.
A stitch.
I think she was,
she said a stitch in the press conference.
Yeah, really, there wasn't anything else with that. So, look, it's going to be a fascinating final. Our 10th final in a row. We're going to have a new champion. So that's exciting. The conveyor belt of Czech players just continues.
Guys, we loved listening to your commentary of the mixed doubles final today. Thank you both very much indeed.
Well, we enjoyed listening to your coverage of the semi-final today at the women.
Thank you.
And your mailbag was exceptional, Richard.
Well, yes, it did. Thank you. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Peter, Olga, you're excused. Thank you for your contributions. We will hear from you, no doubt, tomorrow here on the Wimbledon radio channel, where the order of play, well, on the number 1 court, we've got both ladies' doubles semi-finals. They will sandwich the men's wheelchair singles semi-final between Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina and Britain's Alfie Hewitt. So 3 matches on the number 1 court tomorrow, which will be a lot of fun. On the centre court, well, it all starts at 1:30, of course, with Arthur Ferry against Alexander Zverev. Who would have thought that would be a semi-final at the championships? Maybe not so many thought the number 2 seed in Sasha Zverev would reach that far, but there are very few who thought that Arthur Ferry was capable. He has been a revelation at these championships. Ferry Zverev is the first semi-final, and then Novak Djokovic, in his bid to make it number 25 in terms of Grand Slam titles, takes on Jannik Sinner in the second semi-final. Thanks for being with us today on the Wimbledon radio channel. We're back with you from tomorrow from 10 a.m. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
You've been listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM, and the official Wimbledon app. This is the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM, and the official Wimbledon app.
Hello and welcome to the Second Serve, your daily dose of what's been happening in SW19 and on the Wimbledon radio channel throughout day 11 here at the Championships. I'm Sue Thurl, welcoming you to the roof, where I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Jill Cravus to reflect on the best of the day's action and preview what's ahead tomorrow. Matches still unfolding as we record, so for all the results, don't forget, as well as the full order of play for Friday, to be sure to head to wimbledon.com or check the Wimbledon app. Jilly, where do you start with summing up today what we've seen?
Well, yeah, it was a really exciting day. I mean, I commented on the first match, of course, Coco Gauff and Karolina Muchova, and it was just one of the most high-quality matches I think we've seen at the championships. It was absolutely unreal. It delivered. I think everyone was sort of up in the air who was going to come through with how well both had been playing, and we couldn't have asked for a better ending because they were both playing well. It went to a third set tiebreak. It was incredible. Fight, I think, for both of them. We knew Coco was going to fight back after losing that first set, which she did absolutely brilliantly. And I think the third set was such a good contest. I think there were nerves back and forth, especially in that tiebreak, and they both had match points. And finally, Muchova, I think the way she played those last 3 points of the tiebreak, basically summed it up. I mean, she took it to her. She had to go after it because Coco was going to be so steady, and she knew she had to put it on her racket, and she did. So despite having, you know, the nervy moments in that tiebreak, I felt like she finished really strong.
Well, Coco and Carolina traded dominant sets, as you say, Gilly, before putting on a stunning performance in the third, including a tiebreak we will not forget for a very long time.
Mukova attacks with the off forehand. Goff's backhand is cross-court. Mukova attacks again. Goff on the run. She's still defending brilliantly. Mukova with a cross-court ball. Goff on the angle. Mukova's attacking. Goff makes another ball. No! It's into the net from Coco Gauff. And Carolina Mukova is into her first Wimbledon final. What a staggering display of resilience under the most intense pressure imaginable.
Honestly, it was such a big fight. It was roller coaster. As you said, you're up and down. In 10 seconds, you have a match point, then your match point down. It's no time to think, but very nerve-wracking. I don't know, I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm really kind of shaking and trying to sink it in, but the atmosphere here, undescribable. Thank you everyone who came and supported us.
So Mukova winning it by the finest of margins. My takeaway from that match, Dilly, is the match point for Coco Gauff.
Yeah.
I'm never going to forget that. Heaven knows how she puts that out of her mind. How do you try and process the drop shot that never was, that would have taken her to the Wimbledon final?
Yeah, I think that one's going to hurt for a little while. She's going to be replaying that point for quite some time in her head. And it's one of those moments that I felt like she just lost a little bit of doubt at the last second. I think she got caught between two minds of whether to come over that, whether to drop shot. And it's almost like she got stuck mid-stroke and what to do. And that's why she missed it. I don't think, in my opinion, it was the right shot selection. I mean, it's easy to say that now, but I'm surprised. As soon as I saw her approaching the ball, I was like, okay, she's just going to go for it. And she just hesitated ever so slightly. I mean, you can't blame her for going for that shot to some degree because the drop shot had been working so well for her for most of the match. I mean, it had put her in a good position. She was so successful at the net when she was actually in exchange with Mukova at the net. So on the one hand, you can't blame her, but I really thought as she was approaching, she was just going to go for it, and she just chose the wrong shot at the right moment.
If you're part of her camp and her family, I mean, it sounds slightly dramatic, and I don't mean it to, but how do you help a player get over a moment like that? Because she's going to be asked about it forever.
Yeah, I think initially you don't speak about it for a bit. I think in those cases, she is already going to be very hard on herself because of that moment. So I almost feel like you need to let her process it and let her be for a couple of days. I mean, look, Coco is one of the most mentally tough players out there. I mean, I think it will hurt for a few days, maybe even a couple weeks, I don't know, but she's one of the best at overcoming challenges. I mean, we saw it in this tournament, actually, how much she was able to come back from a tiebreak. So I have no doubt that, you know, she might let it linger a little bit, and it's going to hurt, but I have no doubt that she's the type of player that will come back stronger.
And when you reflect overall on today, what did make the difference? Was it that aggression at the very back end of the match tiebreak, the courage, the bravery of Carolina Mukova that made the difference in the end?
Yes. I think these are the type of matches that you don't even know what made the difference because either player could have won. But I have to say, the way that Mukova played, she played so boldly at the end, and I think she knew she had to, but to still be able to step up and have the steady hand she did. After her herself were showing nerves and a couple points in the tiebreak as well. But the way she, stepped up with such bravery in the last few points in particular, I was really impressed with.
So it is to be an all-Czech final as Linda Noskova came past Marta Kostyuk in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4, to book her place in her first Grand Slam final. Chipped return. Marta Kostyuk goes big with a forehand. And Linda Noskova put her hands to her head. She cannot believe she's just booked her place in a first Grand Slam final, and it happens at Wimbledon. Linda Noskova will face Carolina Mukova for the Wimbledon title.
A semi-final at a Grand Slam is never easy, no matter who you play, where you play, or what's the score. So I just try to be as patient as possible, try to keep cool, and somehow get the last point, I guess.
Well, you certainly did that. You had to face such a talented opponent in Marta. She has such immense power, but how did you come up with the game plan, and what was the key to the victory today?
For me, it's always just to focus on myself, to focus on my game. When I play my best, I know that I can play with the best players in the world and have a great result, which is a final at a Grand Slam, I guess. So.
Well, I felt in a way it was Marta's serve that let her down a little bit, Gilly, in both sets. But for me, I guess the highlight would be the controlled aggression in the performance of Linda Noskova. Only 6 winners in the whole match. But it wasn't about hitting clean winners. It was about making Marta feel uncomfortable in different parts of the court. And that was good enough to force enough errors to win that match today.
Yeah, I think what impressed me about, I'll talk about Noskova, is, I mean, she served incredibly well, which she had to. And even on the second serve, I think was a big factor. I think she didn't give Kostyuk as many opportunities to attack the second serve as Kostyuk had against Paolini, let's say. So that shot was taken away from her to some degree, and she got a few free points off that second serve where Kostyuk couldn't get the return in play. And I felt like Kostyuk was really struggling to read Noskova's serve, where she was going to serve. She was hitting her spots really well, but she was mixing it up really well. And so that was a big factor. I don't think Kostyuk, it was interesting because it was toe-to-toe, it was 4-all, and I actually don't think Kostyuk was playing her best in the first set, but that had a lot to do with Noskova. And then there was a moment in the second, after Noskova won the first, there was a moment in the second where Kostyuk hit a backhand return, and it was on the stretch, and it just happened to land in the corner and be a winner. And she threw up her arms, and at that moment, I felt like she relaxed a little bit, and she started playing more to what we were seeing to get her to the semifinal. But at that stage, it was a little bit late because Noskova then stepped up, and her serve was such a huge weapon today that it was tough. I think Kostya reeled off a few games that were absolutely fantastic, and I was like, okay, she looks more like herself with that demeanor, with how fast she's going between points and how she's carrying herself. But Noskova, in the end, like, again, finishing strong, she kept up the quality of her serve, and that puts a lot of pressure overall.
She had that purple patch where Linda Noskova had game point to win to establish a 4-1 lead in the second set, and you felt like when that was not allowed to happen because of an amazing Kostyuk winner and then a drive volley from Linda that went long, and then another amazing winner on the drive volley from Kostyuk. She was back in the set, took the advantage of that, and you felt this is a huge mental test for Linda Noskova. But at 3-all, she just served herself back in front, and she never looked back, and she never showed anything either, as she never does.
Yeah.
And I think in that department, the temperamental one, she won the battle too.
Yeah, and that's the moment I'm talking about too, where it looked like Kostyuk had a little bit of an opening.
Yeah.
And Noskova did well, and I think that does affect an opponent when you're not showing anything, despite like what Noskova might be feeling inside. I mean, it was her first time ever stepping on center court at Wimbledon, and she handled herself exceptionally well. But when you're not showing anything to your opponent, I do think that can affect you, especially in such a tight, close match, because it was a close 2 sets. And so I think that can be a factor. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Noskova, the way she handled herself, first time ever on center court, it was pretty impressive.
So it's going to be an all-Czech final. They've only met once before. That was in New York, wasn't it, last year? It went the distance. Noskova won the first set, and then Mukova reeled her in with the next two, 6-4, 6-2. I think the first set might have been a tie-break set as well. How do we view it? My only concern for Mukova is she looked like she was not a little bit injured, but maybe there was a little tweak of something in the third set against Coco Gauff. So there'll be certainly massage and recovery required to get her as fit as she can be for Saturday. Do we read much into that one meeting between the two of them? They know each other so well, or not really?
No, I think you can. I think you can at least take something from it, because it was a tight match, right? So both are going to go into their first Wimbledon final knowing that it was a battle. So I think you can take something away from that. That it's it's not going to be easy. They know they're going to have to dig deep and come up with some big shots at big pressure moments, and they know it's such an opportunity. I mean, it is such a road, a mental road, a physical road to get to a final, never mind to get to a semifinal. So it takes such a big effort. So there's a lot on the line. As far as Mukova physically, I mean, she has a day to recover. That's a lot, I think. And initially, to me, it looked like just maybe a stitch. you know, something because she kept breathing. So that's what it looked like to me. She said in her on-court interview that she's absolutely fine. And as far as like strokes and stuff, I didn't necessarily get a feeling like in that tie break that it was bothering her, whether she was on the stretch or whether it came down to finishing a point. It was just like she just kept trying to breathe through it, which is what you do with a stitch. So hopefully that's it. But she does say she was fine, so we got to trust her.
Well, it's going to be a fascinating all-check encounter. Who will come through, Linda Noskova or Karolina Muchova, for the title this Wimbledon 2026? The first piece of silverware was up for grabs at this year's championships, and it was Marcelo Arevalo and Jelena Ostapenko who beat the Aussie combination of Mark Pullmans and Storm Hunter to become the mixed doubles champions. Well, watching the action unfold, Olga Savchuk and Peter Marcasso. Hello, guys.
Well, Olga, it was a great final. We went the distance, 3 sets, 1 hour and 56 minutes on the clock. Early doors, it was Pullmans and Hunter who got the early advantage, 1 break of serve doing it. And then it was the Jelena Ostapenko show, really, because the Aussies were setting a break up, and then Ostapenko just really got things going.
Yeah, I think she really contributed to this win in the middle of the second set, where she just fired up and find her, like, you know, big ground strokes and just were producing winner after winner. And those 2 games, I felt like it was a breaking moment in the second set. And then Marcelo Arevalo, I mean, he raised his level up in the third set, and both of them played some really high level in the end, and very well deserved win for both of them today.
Yes, certainly. And for Pullmans and Hunter, I mean, a bit of disappointment there, but you know, we heard in the presentation that for Hunter, she's had to come from a long way back. She was seriously injured. She's had a lot of time off the tour, but moments like this, and for Mark Pullmans as well, who's had a little bit of success on the doubles court now. I mean, a great moment for them. They just couldn't get it together in that final set.
Yeah, I think, like you said, for Hunter, it's been a rough couple of years with the injury, and you know, it's such a big an achievement. No matter if you win, of course you want to win. Everybody wants to win, but also to be a runner-up at Wimbledon, center court Wimbledon. I mean, nothing can be better as an athlete, as a professional tennis player. So I'm sure they will take only positives from that.
Yep, so another major title for Jelena Ostapenko, but for Marcelo Arevalo, history being made, and his immediate family were here. His son was down on court for the presentation. The first player from El Salvador to be holding a Wimbledon trophy. That is fantastic, and obviously the emotion spilling out after that too.
Yeah, I really like how he spoke during the ceremony, and he gave credit, you know, to his family who is watching back at home, and you know, to his wife, to his son as well, and to Jelena Ostapenko's camp as well. And it was very genuine, and you could see that he was very sensitive and emotional during this speech.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously Arevalo with another opportunity in the men's doubles as well. So, well, they got it done on the mixed doubles court. What a great final it was under the roof of centre court. Our 2026 mixed doubles champions, Marcelo Arevalo and Jelena Ostapenko, beating Mark Pullmans and Storm Hunter 4-6, 7-5, 6-2.
Well, that was Peter Marcasso and Olga Savchuk, with confirmation that it's Marcelo Arevalo and Jelena Ostapenko who've clinched the mixed doubles title here at Wimbledon 2026. Now, we do have the privilege of introducing you to a crucial member of the Wimbledon grounds team. Pippa Horn has been catching up with the individual who is the true first line of defence in keeping these beautiful courts around us pristine and pigeon-free.
One of the most recognisable faces at Wimbledon isn't actually a tennis player. It's Rufus the Hawk, who has been protecting the courts of SW19 for nearly 2 decades. So today we're going to find out what it's like as arguably the most important member of the grounds team. Now, I'm not sure we're going to get many sound bites from Rufus himself, but wow. We are here with Donna. So Donna, tell us your official job title.
Well, yeah, we're here as protectors of the courts, let's say. This is Rufus the Hawk. I'm Donna, the handler, which really my title is a falconer here at Wimbledon. And we are here to keep the pigeons from disrupting play, but also from, you know, creating too much mess around too.
So tell us exactly how Rufus keeps the pigeons away.
Well, so he starts at 4 a.m. in the morning, and generally we start at the practice courts and we have a look around there, and often he can be chased away by crows, and and then he'll go into court number 1, and that's how the routine of the morning starts. Now, at the beginning of the championships, this all works really smoothly, and I kind of know what he's going to do, and then he likes to mix it up a little bit and gives me like the cocktail shaker of Rufus to say, look, you don't know what I'm going to do next, and then he'll show me a different routine altogether.
So has he ever landed up somewhere he shouldn't? I mean, I have visions of him, you know, on Yannick Sinner's practice court, something like that.
Oh, do you know what? I mean, early in the morning, he does kind of, his alter ego at the moment is Sinner for sure. And and he would love to get in on the game. Yeah, he's pretty agile as well, and I'm sure he would give Sinner a good match. He would be a good match for Sinner for sure.
And what's the player reaction to Rufus like? Does he make lots of friends on site?
Well, I think